Yun Yiyi found herself traversing into a farming game, accompanied by two adorable twin infants. The original owner of her body was both indolent and troublesome, abandoning her husband and children, ultimately meeting a tragic fate. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered her surroundings to be stark and barren. Fortunately, she carried with her an arsenal of advanced gaming equipment, brimming with an array of modern conveniences, including a contemporary faucet, printing technology, matches, refrigerator, and vegetable greenhouses. With these tools at her disposal, she crafted various items that rendered her life increasingly manageable. Chapter 1. The Twin Sons. Recently, Yun Yiyi had been engrossed in a game where the protagonist had two twin sons. However, due to the original owner's selfishness, she neglected her children to the point of near starvation. In this game, aside from nurturing her offspring, she was tasked with farming, gathering resources, and embarking on a journey toward prosperity. Though her time spent playing the game was brief, she was a devoted player, often perusing game strategies, which enabled her to advance rapidly, achieving maximum level even before unlocking all side quests. With ample resources at her disposal, she felt a sense of pride and intended to delve into the narrative in due time. Yet, Yun Yiyi found no opportunity to do so. In a dreamlike state, she faintly heard whispers of crossing over. Upon closing her eyes and reopening them, she was met with the sound of a child's cries. The cries were youthful and seemingly tinged with a hint of milk. Startled, she slowly opened her eyes to a dimly lit room, the flickering candlelight casting shadows on the damp walls. As she stirred, the bed creaked with an unpleasant sound, and she felt a heavy weight pressing against her chest, writhing slightly. With a furrowed brow, she noticed the little one at her chest lifting his head, letting out a burp before breaking into a smile. "Mother, you are awake. I am so hungry that punctuated statement. His stomach rumbled audibly. The child before her had diminutive arms and legs, looking malnourished with sunken cheeks, their large, dark eyes both endearing and pitiful. Yet upon closer inspection, his features were strikingly well-defined, exuding an almost angelic charm. As Yun Yiyi stared, a sense of familiarity washed over her, and she gasped internally. He resembled the twins from a game. Although the transformation from 2 dimensions to 3 had altered his appearance slightly, recognition remained intact. Noticing her silence, the child nestled closer, wrapping his small arms around her neck and pleading, "Mother, I want something to eat." Tears lingered in his eyes, his demeanor one of utter innocence, rendering Yun Yiyi momentarily speechless. Despite having reached adulthood before her traversal, Yun Yiyi had never married, let alone had children. This was her first encounter with a child's dependency. Just as she was at a loss for words, another voice broke through the moment. At the doorway stood another infant, equally diminutive, clad in tattered clothing adorned with patches, as if sewn by a child's hand. His expression was fierce, lips pressed tightly together, and a small tuft of hair stood upright atop his head. His eyes reddened as though he had recently wept. The first child immediately slid off the bed, extending his hands. "Brother, hold me." The second child, carrying a basin larger than himself, disdainfully retrieved an old cloth from within and began wiping the first child's face. Standing together, Yun Yiyi realized they were identical. Save for the tuft of hair on the second child, their features seemed chiseled from the same mold. Yin De Shuang and Yin Xiao Shuang were the names she had bestowed upon them. Thus they remained etched in her memory. Although strikingly similar in appearance, their distinct personalities made it easy to tell them apart. Yin Xiao Shuang often wore a frown, exuding a mature air, his hair perpetually unruly, resembling a rebellious little lion, yet he cared deeply for his brother. In contrast, Yin De Shuang's hair lay smooth and tidy, his demeanor gentle and benign, with clear eyes akin to a fawn. Chapter 2. Entering the game, this game's narrative was rich and complex, populated with numerous characters. While playing, Yun Yiyi had dedicated most of her time to resource gathering, but her frequent visits to various forums and video sites had granted her a reasonable understanding of the storyline. The protagonist of this game was a slothful young woman, renowned for her beauty, attracting suitors from near and far. Ultimately, she wed Yin Qinghe, solely enamored by his striking looks. However, her interest in him waned swiftly. She was vain and averse to labor. Less than a month into their marriage, Yin Xinghe was conscripted by the authorities and was absent for years, leaving his fate uncertain. The townsfolk presumed Yin Xinghe had perished in battle, a belief that the protagonist shared. Upon receiving a compensation sum from the court, she could have sustained herself for years if she had been frugal, but she squandered it all on cosmetics and finery within mere months. Feeling disillusioned with her life, she often quarreled and displayed displeasure towards her two sons, who, despite their tender age, were exceptionally dutiful and mature. In a fit of rage, she resolved to divorce, abandoning her sons, and eventually eloped with a man from a neighboring village. However, her tempestuous nature led to her being shunned, culminating in a woeful end. This encapsulated the essence of the narrative. Although the intricate details of the various character arcs were somewhat hazy to Yun Yiyi, as her focus had been primarily on strategies for players like herself who invested heavily in the game, rendering many of the less critical storylines rather vague. As she shifted her body, she felt a mix of soreness and fatigue, with a throbbing headache reminiscent of a hangover. Upon sitting up, the bed creaked ominously, and a glance at the sheets revealed their grimy state, clearly long overdue for washing, prompting an involuntary grimace. The two infants, alerted by the noise, observed her intently. Yin Xiaoshuang stiffened, vigorously wiping his face with the cloth before wobbling away with the basin. Yin Shuang blinked innocently, climbed back onto the bed, and affectionately rubbed his freshly washed face against Yun Yiyi, calling out, "Mother, mother." At this tender age, children exhibit significant dependence on their mothers. Yin Shuang found her scent comforting and was drawn to her. Despite her neglect in cooking, hunger instinctively drove him to seek her out. Conversely, Yin Xiaoshuang, though younger by mere moments, had already discerned the protagonist's coldness and maintained a distant relationship with her. Yun Yiyi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as Yin Shuang nuzzled closer, and suddenly, a realization struck her. Her backpack. This was the interface she recognized from her gameplay. Had she truly brought all her collected resources with her? A surge of excitement coursed through her veins. Chapter 3. The game backpack. Yun Yiyi fixated on the backpack section, and the interface transitioned seamlessly, revealing a multitude of categories she found familiar. Silver, medicinal herbs, food, clothing, everything she had obtained through her investments and quests was present. Following her previous methodology, she opened the medicinal section and selected the alcohol antidote, quickly manifesting a vial of potion in her hand. To her delight, these items were indeed tangible commodities. Elation bubbled within her, yet she hesitated to consume the medicine, opting instead to explore each item to ascertain her inventory. She realized that her account was brimming with an assortment of items accumulated from not only her financial investments but also various in-game events, lotteries, and rewards. While some items, like a telescope won from a draw, might prove unnecessary in this era, an abundance of essential goods awaited her discovery. In the realm of sustenance, Yun Yiyi counted the variety of food items and was astounded by their sheer abundance. Upon closer inspection, she also discovered many advanced instruments that do not exist in her current era, which may prove useful in the future. Among the items, eggs were the most plentiful, numbering in the hundreds. However, daily consumption would not sustain them for long. Additionally, many grains and salts were artifacts of this age. To her surprise, she also encountered classifications for live animals such as chickens, ducks, and fish, as well as pets like rabbits. In the past, when she had drawn these pets, she had deemed them useless and stored them in her backpack, where they had succumbed to mildew. Now, realizing she could retrieve these items, it was indeed more convenient. Regrettably, the majority of the items were of little value. While rummaging through her game backpack, Yun Yiyi stumbled upon unexpected treasures. Aside from common foodstuffs like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, flour, and vegetables, she also discovered modern items such as paper, toothbrushes, and towels. However, the unique materials of these objects meant that she could not use them directly. Seeing that Yun Yiyi was ignoring her, Yin Shuang reached out to touch her neck. The child, not yet 3 years old, was remarkably astute, understanding precisely how to garner attention. Feeling a chill at her neck, Yun Yiyi lifted Yin Shuang into her arms. "Aren't you hungry? I'll prepare something for you," she said. The baby was lighter than she had anticipated, easily lifted with one hand. Upon descending from the bed, she realized the dire poverty of this household. It could aptly be described as bare walls, with little more than a vanity and a few stools to speak of in terms of valuable furniture. The most valuable possessions were likely her own garments and the embroidered shoes placed under the bed. Initially, this home had not been so destitute, but the master had squandered their wealth, pawning off anything of worth to maintain a facade of splendor whenever stepping outside. Crossing through the room, she entered what appeared to be a kitchen, featuring a large stove with burning firewood inside. Yin Xiaoshuang was diligently blowing air into the flames, striving to make them blaze brighter. Standing on a stool, he was adding water to the pot. These two children, likely malnourished, were not only small in stature, but also shorter than their peers in modern times. Yun Yiyi approached and effortlessly lifted Yin Xiaoshuang. He was taken aback, immediately struggling to escape, but upon turning to see Yun Yiyi, he huffed, "Put me down." He appeared somewhat fierce, likely due to his frequent labor, and weighed slightly less than Yin Shuang. Yun Yiyi set him down. "You and Shuang can play for now. I will prepare the meal." It must be noted that the protagonist occasionally ventured into the kitchen herself, as she too required nourishment, though her culinary skills left much to be desired. In this impoverished and remote setting, finding a household where one could eat their fill was a rarity, leaving little concern for the taste of the food. Standing on the ground, Yin Xiaoshuang glared intensely at Yun Yiyi, his ears tinged with a hint of red. Yin Shuang was considerably more lively, toddling over with his tiny arms and legs, and immediately wrapped his chubby hands around Yin Xiaoshuang. "Brother, let's go play. Mama just said she's going to start cooking." Yun Yiyi had long noticed that Yin Shuang had a penchant for hugging anything he encountered and exhibited a certain laziness that mirrored the protagonist's own disposition. Chapter 4. Cooking. After the two little ones had ventured outside, Yun Yiyi let out a sigh of relief. The water in the pot had come to a boil, and she ladled some of the hot water, dissolving the hangover remedy within. Once the water had cooled slightly, she finally drank it down. After consuming the remedy, Yun Yiyi felt a surge of vitality and began to contemplate what to prepare. This body had not eaten for an entire day, and hunger gnawed at her insides. Although her backpack contained a plethora of ready-made food, not all of it could be consumed directly. Overly modern fare was unsuitable. Large portions of meat were also out of the question, as it was morning and such heavy food would be difficult to digest, especially since this body had always adhered to a vegetarian diet, leaving her wary of indigestion. Outside, the sounds of Yin Shuang's laughter echoed, prompting Yun Yiyi to shake her head. She retrieved a can of infant formula suitable for the older child. It was evident that the two children were malnourished, and the formula would provide essential calcium to aid in their skeletal development, perhaps even promoting height growth. The packaging of the formula resembled a tin adorned with images of infants, an anachronism in this era. Yet, this posed no challenge for her. She found a similar container and transferred all the formula into it. Once that was accomplished, she took out 2 small bowls, spooning some of the mixture into each, and added boiling water. The fine formula dissolved rapidly. The water was still quite hot, so Yun Yiyi refrained from calling them over just yet. Instead, she opened her backpack to procure oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, quietly changing their packaging to avoid arousing suspicion. Next, she selected a few preserved eggs, some lean meat, and rice, along with a couple of ready-made buns, before she began to prepare the meal. Yun Yiyi was indeed skilled in the culinary arts, though she had never utilized such an antiquated stove. Nevertheless, it proved no hindrance. After washing the pot and adding water, she measured the appropriate amount of rice and began to process the ingredients. She cleaned the lean meat, slicing it into strips and chopping it finely. The preserved eggs were diced into small cubes. Once the rice reached a state of half-cooked, she added the lean meat and preserved eggs, continuing to simmer the porridge until it thickened. Finally, she added sesame oil and salt for seasoning. From her backpack, she retrieved pork and scallion buns along with custard buns, appearing to be frozen goods. She boiled another pot of water, steaming the dim sum until it was fluffy and soft before calling everyone to the table. Typically lethargic, Yin Shuang dashed in eagerly, his keen nose having already detected the enticing aroma. Upon hearing Yun Yiyi summon him, he hurried inside. The pot of porridge was brimming with minced meat, exuding a rich, meaty fragrance. With glistening eyes, Yin Shuang gazed at the bowl of porridge, his lips moving as he whined, "Mother, I want to eat." He pointed at the porridge, his eyes sparkling. The porridge was still hot, So Yun Yiyi ladled some into a bowl and handed him the warm formula, saying, "Drink your milk first before eating." In this era, some mothers, unable to produce sufficient breast milk, would resort to goat's milk or cow's milk for their children. However, adults would not consume it due to its overpowering odor. Yan de Shuang, oblivious to such nuances, understood the meaning of milk. He tilted his little face, asserting earnestly, "I have grown up, I don't drink milk anymore." Only infants in swaddling clothes are meant to consume such things. Yun Yiyi glanced at his face, resembling a small bun, and insisted, "You must finish this before you can eat." Instantly, Yan de Shuang acquiesced, taking large gulps of the formula, surprised by its sweetness and delightful flavor. Never having tasted such delicious milk before. "Mother, is there more?" His eyes sparkled with newfound interest in the formula, his youthful innocence revealing itself as he eagerly anticipated more food. Chop turbesh, dining Yun Yiyi fond hersad somahat sipiklis, eplining. You can only have a small bowl each day. Consuming too much isn't advisable. It would be wasted on your little frame. She then coaxed him, "Come over and eat." The little fellow, grasping only parts of her words, clearly understood the final phrase and promptly lifted his bowl, scooping a spoonful of porridge into his mouth. After the first bite, Yan de Shuang was delighted, quickly taking a second spoonful, and then called out to his brother outside, "Brother, hurry and come eat." Yan Xiao Shuang had been lingering at the doorway, peeking in. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly bowed his head, causing the little tuft of hair on his head to sway. This reminded Yun Yiyi of a particular aspect. The original protagonist had a rather poor temper, while Yan de Shuang's rebellious nature often led him to deliberately oppose the original protagonist, resulting in frequent scoldings. Although Yun Yiyi had never been a mother, she recalled reading that many children intentionally misbehave to garner attention. The original protagonist typically neglected these two children, allowing them to grow up in an environment devoid of affection, undoubtedly leaving scars. In the past, during mealtimes, Yun Yiyi seldom dined with them, merely serving their food and leaving, showing little regard for their presence. Yan Xiao Shuang vaguely remembered that, when he was very small, his mother would hold him in her arms to feed him. As he was lost in thought, a bowl of thick, white liquid was thrust into his hands, and upon realizing it was offered by Yun Yiyi, he promptly turned away, presenting his backside to her. "Xiao Shuang, drink the formula before you eat, understand? This will help you grow taller," Yun Yiyi urged. The formula was no longer hot, and Yan Xiao Shuang drank it down in one go, feeling warmth spread through his stomach. Turning around, he widened his cat-like eyes and declared, "I am Yin Hen." The Yin twins naturally had their own names. Yin Shuang was formally named Yin Chu, while Yin Xiao Shuang was named Yin Hen. Yun Yiyi suppressed a laugh at the little one's strong sense of pride. Yin Shuang had already finished his porridge and was struggling with a custard bun. Upon seeing Yin Xiao Shuang, he broke into a grin and offered him the small bun, saying, "Brother, here." Yin Xiao Shuang took a bite of the custard bun, the sweet filling bursting in his mouth, and he felt as though he had never tasted such delicious pastries before. In this era, only affluent families could afford white flour and rice for every meal, while families like theirs in the village found even a single egg to be a luxury. Being young, they were unaware of these realities. They simply knew this was the best meal they had ever experienced. Despite his small stature, Yin Xiao Shuang had a hearty appetite, even finishing another small steamed bun. After the meal, Yin de Shuang lounged lazily in his chair, comfortably sprawled out, while Yin Xiao Shuang expertly collected the bowls. Though small, he could only carry 2 bowls at a time, his balance wavering as he walked. Yun Yiyi rose to clear the dishes from the table, calling Yin de Shuang to follow her outside, instructing, "You two go take a walk to aid digestion, but don't wander too far." However, the minds of children cannot hold too much. Having eaten their fill for the first time, their bellies felt warm and their spirits lifted. The bowls they had just used were easy to wash. Although Yun disliked washing dishes, she finished quickly and, having nothing else to occupy her, began to ponder what to prepare for lunch, only to overhear voices outside. Assuming it was the 2 children conversing, she paid little heed. Chapter 6. Boiled Eggs. Yun Yiyi was not idle. She retrieved some inconspicuous items from her equipment and placed them in the room before stopping her activity. After a considerable time, the 2 little ones dashed back inside. Yin de Shuang reached out for a hug, wrapping his arms around Yun Yiyi's leg and rubbing against her, saying, "Mother, I want to sleep." At this time, it was indeed close to noon, and a nap was warranted. She replied, "You both should lie down for a bit. I will call you when it's time for lunch." Yin Dashuang blinked with a puzzled expression, questioning what lunch meant. Yun Yiyi remembered that they typically had only 2 meals a day, combining breakfast and lunch into one. This was not due to the protagonist's stinginess, but rather because only those working in the fields required extra energy. Most others only had 2 meals. In this era, there was no expectation of abundant food, as every household faced food shortages, and being able to eat until half-satisfied was considered fortunate. The protagonist, indifferent towards her children, merely provided them with a simple meal of coarse grain porridge each day, while she often ventured out to indulge in more sumptuous fare. When you wake up, there will be delicious food waiting for you, Yun Yiyi explained succinctly. Yin Dazhuang understood her words, his small head tilting in delight as he asked, "Is that really true, Mother? Why would I deceive you? I will prepare even tastier dishes for you shortly, better than what you had before," replied Yun Yiyi. Yin Dazhuang squinted his eyes in joy, clinging to Yun Yiyi's leg and cooing, "Mother is the best." He thought to himself that the morning meal was already the most delectable, and the promise of even better food made his heart swell with happiness. With a small paw, Yin Dazhuang rummaged through his belly, retrieving a warm boiled egg, and innocently said, "Mother, you eat." The egg still bore a hint of warmth, perhaps having absorbed the heat from his body. Yun Yiyi regarded him with suspicion. Previously, she had raised a few hens, but they had long since been turned into soup. From where had Yin Dazhuang procured this boiled egg? Shortly after, Yin Xiaozhuang came running over, a boiled egg in hand, but he shyly turned his head away. "Who gave you the eggs?" Yun Yiyi inquired, curious. In the past, their grandmother would secretly provide them with egg pancakes, and Yin Dazhuang had never mentioned it to his mother, quickly consuming them when he was hungry. However, this time, having eaten his fill, he had some leftovers. Yin Dazhuang's grandmother, of course, was the protagonist's mother-in-law. She was well aware of the protagonist's unreliability and occasionally sent food to Yin Dazhuang and Yin Xiaozhuang, all while keeping it hidden from the protagonist. Yin Mu understood her daughter-in-law's nature, but had not anticipated her to be even more irresponsible than she had assumed. Having her own family, Yin Mu wished to care for Yin Dazhuang and Yin Xiaozhuang, but found herself powerless. The protagonist often left the 2 little ones at home, where there was no food stored. It could be said that their survival thus far was largely due to Yin Mu's efforts. After marrying, Yin Qinghe had moved out from the Yin family, yet Yin Mu's home was not far, merely a 20-minute walk away. In this era, large families were favored, and the Yin family naturally had more than just Yin Qinghe as a son. Yin Mu had given birth to 3 sons and 1 daughter, with Yin Qinghe being the third. All 3 sons had already started their own families, and Yin Mu now lived with her eldest son and daughter-in-law, while her daughter was married far away and her second son had also moved out. The protagonist disliked maintaining relations with her in-laws during those years. Every household had to send a man to the battlefield, and the Yin family was no exception. Although it was Yin Qinghe who volunteered, the protagonist harbored resentment towards the rest of the Yin family. After Yin Qinghe's departure, Yin Dage and Yin Urge had wished to help with chores, but were promptly dismissed by the protagonist. While Yun Yiyi was lost in thought, she felt a tug at her pant leg. Yin Dazhuang blinked his large eyes and asked, "Mother, what are you thinking about?" Yun Yiyi effortlessly scooped the little one into her arms and replied, "Nothing much. You both should go to sleep now. Save the eggs for tomorrow." It wasn't that Yun Yiyi was stingy. After their recent consumption of preserved eggs, they had already ingested cholesterol. Eating boiled eggs next will be detrimental to their health. Yun Yiyi carried Yin Dazhuang to bed. Yin Xiaozhuang silently observed from behind, pursing his small lips before toddling over to join them. Chapter 7. Afternoon nap. The 2 little ones snuggled side by side, peacefully asleep. Yin Xiaozhuang shut his eyes as soon as he lay down, while Yin Dazhuang kept his large eyes wide open, blinking and staring at the ceiling. Yun Yiyi placed her hand on his face, gently urging him to close his eyes and sleep. Children often succumb to sleep quickly, and with a soft murmur, Yin Dazhuang drifted off into slumber. Seizing the opportunity while the children napped, Yun Yiyi ventured into another room. Her dwelling comprised 5 rooms, a kitchen, adjacent to which was a small door leading to the toilet, a hall, and 3 bedrooms. The room in which she had awakened was her bedroom, while another was designated for the children, and the final room stored various odds and ends. Yun Yiyi surmised that the latter room was prepared for the children's future needs, as they would surely outgrow sharing a single bed. Her own room was the best equipped, with a wardrobe containing several brightly colored garments, exquisitely crafted from fine materials, far beyond the means of an ordinary peasant woman. Beside it stood a dressing table, a relatively valuable piece of furniture, its drawers containing some coins and jewelry, likely the entirety of the protagonist's savings. Yun Yiyi was not surprised. It was indeed remarkable that the protagonist managed to save even a little money given her tendency to spend liberally. She held little interest in these possessions. After all, her backpack was filled with everything she needed. On the ancient dressing table lay a small copper mirror, a rare item, which the protagonist must have purchased at considerable expense. Yun Yiyi, curious about the appearance of this body, picked up the mirror to take a look. The reflection revealed a face with willow-shaped eyebrows, an oval face, phoenix-like eyes, and a delicate mouth, beautiful yet exuding an unapproachable aura, somewhat different from what she had expected. Placing the mirror down, she touched her face, smooth as satin, indicating that it had been well maintained. Despite the family's poverty, Yun Yiyi did not plan to make immediate changes. If she suddenly produced an array of food and peculiar items, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions, so she resolved to proceed gradually. Having previously surveyed her surroundings, she noted that outside the house lay a considerable yard, suitable for raising chickens and ducks or growing vegetables. She intended to keep it simple, aiming for self-sufficiency, as both crops and small animals could be quite a hassle to manage. In fact, the protagonist had once raised pigs, but they had long since become food, and the land lay fallow. Yun Yiyi had no intention of raising pigs again. Such large animals were difficult to care for, and she had the means to purchase pork. Besides, her backpack already contained some. She sat for a moment, envisioning her future life, feeling optimistic despite the addition of two little ones, confident that she could care for them well. At noon, Yun Yiyi retrieved fresh cotton batting and quilts from her backpack, tidied the bedding, and then lay down to rest. Meanwhile, far away on the frontier, soldiers were engaged in battle. This was not an era of war, and this conflict was merely a test of strength between two nations. Many soldiers sustained minor injuries, yet fatalities were few and far between, as those at the forefront were trained soldiers who had endured considerable harm. Nevertheless, it was best to focus on the present. With plenty of time still remaining, Yun Yiyi was not tired and busied herself arranging her room, as she intended to reside there long term. Chapter 8. Lunch. The two little ones had not enjoyed such a satisfying sleep in ages, waking only after an hour had passed. Yun Yiyi possessed an electric rice cooker in her backpack, but lacking electricity in ancient times, she had to learn to use traditional tools. After some experimentation, she mastered the use of a steamer, a contraption with many holes at the bottom for steam to escape, placed over a pot to cook the rice. Akin to a modern steamer, she had already filled a bucket with rice. At this moment, she scooped a suitable amount, rinsed it, and placed it in the steamer. The two children, drawn by the sounds, approached. Yin Dazhuang, seeing Yun Yiyi bustling about, cheerfully asked, "Mother, is it done yet?" "Not yet, the rice is still steaming," she replied. Nearby lay a small piece of meat, tofu, cabbage, and some scallions, ginger, and garlic, ingredient for their forthcoming lunch. Yin Dazhuang recognized the slab of pork and pointed excitedly, exclaiming, "Meat, meat!" "Yes, I will make braised pork for you shortly," Yun Yiyi confirmed. Slicing the meat into numerous square pieces, each roughly the size of a mahjong tile. As she worked, she noticed Yin Dazhuang's eyes sparkling with anticipation as he gazed at the meat. Being mindful that it was best not to eat anything before the meal, she pulled out a handful of pistachios and handed them to Yin Dazhuang, urging him to share with Yin Xiaozhuang. Speaking of Yin Xiaozhuang, she had indeed seen both of them come over together a while ago. Yun Yiyi continued to slice the meat, only to discover that the tofu on the table had vanished. Stunned, she then noticed Yin Xiaozhuang approaching, diligently carrying a wooden ladle filled halfway with clear water, in which the tofu was resting. Yin Xiaozhuang was assisting her in washing the tofu. The little one struggled to place the ladle on the table, standing silently before her, with his little tuft of hair seemingly twitching. As a delightful surprise, Yin Dazhuang handed over a few crunchy pistachios to Xiaozhuang. However, Yin Xiaozhuang, clutching the nuts, did not immediately indulge. Instead, he stood quietly, as if awaiting something. Yun Yiyi gazed at the swirl of his hair for a moment before reaching out to ruffle his head, expressing her gratitude to Xiaozhuang for helping her with the vegetables today. "That's not Xiaozhuang," he mumbled softly, his ears flushing a delicate shade of red. The two little ones then scampered off to enjoy the pistachios. Only then did Yun Yiyi begin preparing the red braised pork. She first added an appropriate amount of water to the pot, tossed in the pre-cut pork belly, and after a few minutes, skimmed off the froth before retrieving the meat for later use. At this point, she cleaned the pot, heated it, poured in a modest amount of oil, and added rock sugar to continue sought ing. When the sugar had completely melted and began to bubble with a golden hue, she swiftly added the reserved pork belly, stirring it vigorously. Each piece of meat was enveloped in a lustrous caramel glaze, appearing utterly delectable. After a brief stir-fry, Yun Yiyi incorporated slices of ginger, minced garlic, soy sauce, and salt, continuing to saute before pouring in hot water to commence the braising. A half-hour later, a rich aroma wafted from the pot, prompting her to reduce the sauce and plate the dish. Considering the richness of the pork, Yun Yiyi prepared a vegetable and tofu soup to counterbalance the heaviness. They dined in the common area, which, despite being referred to as a hall, consisted merely of a rickety table and 2 long benches. As Yun Yiyi brought over the dishes, she observed the 2 little ones seated obediently on the benches, resembling 2 eager little hamsters awaiting their meal. With a smile, she urged them to wash their hands as dinner was ready. Yin Dashuan stared at the plate of red-braised pork, nearly drooling as he exclaimed, "Mother, what have you made?" He recognized the bowl of cabbage and tofu, knowing that his grandmother had an abundance of cabbage in her garden, so it held no novelty. However, he had never seen pork braised to such perfection, let alone tasted it. Yun Yiyi instructed the siblings to wash their hands and dried them with a cloth before saying, "I mentioned earlier, this is red-braised pork. Do give it a try." She served each of the little ones a piece of meat. The white rice was adorned with the golden morsels, creating an appetizing contrast. Yin Dashuan eagerly took a mouthful of rice, mumbling indistinctly, "So delicious." Yin Xiaoshuang silently savored his portion, his mouth greased with oil. Chapter 9. Education. Both little ones displayed a preference for meat, and Yun Yiyi, glancing at the neglected cabbage and tofu soup, remarked, "You can't just eat meat. You need to consume some vegetables for a balanced diet." The combination of red-braised pork and white rice was indeed a match made in culinary heaven, and the 2 little ones unknowingly polished off a full bowl of rice, feeling as if their bellies had transformed into balloons. They were oblivious to the concept of nutrition and simply disliked eating cabbage. Yin Dashuan cast a glance at the cabbage, showing no intention of touching it. Yun Yiyi said, "Look at your tiny stature. If you don't eat vegetables, you won't grow tall." "Do you know why I'm so tall? It's because I'm never picky about food." After saying this, she led by example, eating a piece of cabbage, adding, "If you continue to be picky, there will be no cabbage left for you." The 2 little ones were not truly picky. At times, they struggled to even have cabbage. But today's feast was simply too delightful, leading them to selectively eat the meat. Upon hearing this, Yin Dashuan immediately inspected his short legs, his face crumpling into a worried expression. "Will I really not grow tall? If he remained this small, it would not do." Yin Xiaoshuang's expression grew serious as well. Despite his full belly, he obediently picked up the cabbage. Yin Dashuan patted his round belly and joined in eating the cabbage. Yun Yiyi felt satisfied with her educational efforts and served them each a piece of tofu, stating, "Of course, I would never harm you. Look at you now. You're like little bean sprouts. If you don't eat your vegetables well, a gust of wind could blow you over when you step outside." Yin Xiaoshuang's demeanor became increasingly grave as he chewed the vegetables heartily, his cheeks puffing out. Yin Dashuan, anxious, exclaimed, "What if I remain this small in the future?" He illustrated his point by holding his thumb and forefinger apart, indicating a tiny gap to represent himself. Yun Yiyi could not help but chuckle, assuring him, "That won't happen. As long as I'm here, you will grow tall, but you must listen, understand?" In truth, Yun Yiyi felt quite pleased with the 2 children. But verbal guidance was still necessary. Yin Dashuan nodded immediately. "I will certainly listen to Mother." Yin Xiaoshuang also clenched his fist, nodding earnestly. Yun Yiyi nodded in satisfaction. "Do you understand now? Only your mother truly cares for you in this world. If anything happens, you must tell your mother. Don't keep it hidden in your heart." This statement from Yun Yiyi was quite absurd. The protagonist was indeed a peculiar character, selfish and indifferent to her son's well-being. However, the real rift would come later. At present, the 2 little ones were still quite young and naive, and the protagonist had not yet committed any egregious acts. Otherwise, Yin Dashuan would not rely on her so much. She naturally intended to stay long-term, ensuring that the 2 children held no grievances against her. Otherwise, her own life would be quite stifling. With this thought, she glanced at Yin Xiaoshuang, who was puffing out his cheeks, his youthful face adorned with a contemplative expression. akin to a little adult. Even now, Yin Xiaoshuang had yet to address her as mother, and she was not in a hurry. After all, it was just a matter of time, and she could mold him however she wished. When the two little ones finished their meal, Yun Yiyi was about to clear the bowls when she felt a gentle tug at her back. Yin Xiaoshuang cautiously grasped her pant leg, his head bowed. From Yun Yiyi's perspective, she could only see his drooping eyelashes and slightly puffed cheeks. What's wrong? Yun Yiyi recalled how he had hurried to help with the dishes that morning and continued, "You don't need to assist, go play with Dashuan." Yin Xiaoshuang lifted his head, casting a quick glance at Yun Yiyi before timidly inching closer to her leg, tentatively nudging against her. Mother. Chapter 10. Yin Mu, the way he called her, was soft and childlike, mirroring Yin Dashuan's tone, revealing that both brothers shared a similar pitch. Yun Yiyi responded affirmatively while ruffling his head. "I understand." Yin Xiaoshuang looked at her. "Will mother still be this good in the future?" His clothes were tattered, likely from shouldering too many household chores, with far more patches than Yin Dashuan. At that moment, he blinked his eyes, exuding a somewhat pitiful aura. "As long as you don't misbehave, mother will certainly be good to you." Outside, Yin Dashuan was joyfully playing in the mud, which was precisely what children his age should be doing, prompting Yun Yiyi to send Yin Xiaoshuang outside as well. Yin Dashuan emerged from his muddy escapades, his clothes, hands, and even face splattered with mud, while Yin Xiaoshuang remained relatively clean, diligently constructing a miniature house that actually resembled something. Yin Dashuan was molding a peculiar object, first rolling a small ball, then a larger one, and stacking them together. Upon completing his creation, he gleefully remarked, "Mother, it looks just like you." Yun Yiyi, hearing his voice from within, reflected on how unexpectedly Yin Dashuan was always thinking of her. She sighed and addressed Yin Fu, who was smoking. "Today, I visited the family of the third child. Their living conditions are dire. Xiaoshuang's clothes are in tatters, exposing even half of his bottom. I brought them some eggs, but they foolishly didn't eat them right away. What if their mother finds out?" Yin Fu took a puff of his cigarette, harboring some dissatisfaction with his young daughter-in-law, yet he was easygoing and typically uninterested in household affairs. In this moment, he merely echoed, "Indeed, the third child's wife truly lacks sense." Before the division of the family, among the three daughters-in-law, the third one was the most indolent. At that time, Yin Mu would still oversee matters. Although the third family harbored discontent, they would still put on a facade of compliance. Now that the third family has moved out and Yin Xinghe is no longer at home, Yin Mu is increasingly troubled by their current circumstances. Indeed, one might argue, if the third daughter-in-law is so reckless, what will become of my two grandsons? While she adorns herself splendidly each day, she refuses to engage in any labor. The last time I visited, Xiaoshuang was surprisingly cooking for himself. What if he were to scald himself on that high stove? I wonder if the eggs I delivered today have been discovered by the third daughter-in-law. She has surely pilfered them. The more Yin Mu contemplated, the more her dissatisfaction grew. "Mother, do not fret. You see, Cindy May has raised the children quite well," spoke Yin Sa. Among the daughters-in-law, Yin Mu held her in the highest regard, for she was not only sensible but also diligent. Her eldest son was fortunate to have married such a woman. Yet, the mere thought of the younger family caused her mouth to droop. How could the third family survive without farming or raising chickens and ducks? Yin Mu was genuinely concerned, fearing for her grandson's well-being. Were it not for the fact that the families had already been divided and she was living with the eldest, she would have longed to bring the two grandchildren to her. Her worries were not unfounded, with Yin Xinghe absent. How could the third family manage without a man to look after them? Meanwhile, the matriarch remained oblivious to her situation, dressing extravagantly each day, drawing the attention of other men in the village, and provoking gossip among the local women. Some of these whispers reached Yin Mu's ears, igniting her indignation. However, the protagonist remained indifferent, continuing to live her preferred life. Her two little grandsons were truly unfortunate to have such a mother. "Mother, do you not recall that the court previously granted Sandy a sum of money? The third daughter-in-law is not lacking in funds," Yin Sa mentioned. Upon recalling this, Yin Mu felt a pang of guilt towards Yun Yiyi. All three of her sons were her flesh and blood. She could not bear to part with any of them. However, when the eldest daughter-in-law became pregnant, the eldest son could not leave, as he was also the family's pillar. The second son had just broken his leg and was recuperating, unable to depart. At that moment, the third son volunteered for military service, leaving them with no choice. Over the years, although Yin Mu had looked down upon Yun Yiyi, she had tolerated her behavior out of guilt. Yin Mu was aware that Yun Yiyi possessed wealth. In this village, expenses were modest, and they typically consumed their homegrown vegetables. Yet the third daughter-in-law did not farm. How could she sustain her extravagant lifestyle? No matter how much money she had, it would not suffice for her spending habits. Yin Mu believed that if the third daughter-in-law continued on this path, she would likely exhaust that sum by the following year. Had Yin Mu known that Yun Yiyi was left with only a few coins, she would surely be infuriated. Yin Mu exclaimed, "No amount of money is sufficient for her extravagance. I heard she even bought vegetables for people in the village last time." In Chapter 11, Yin Yiyi believed that such behavior was unacceptable. Every household owned land, and although the grain harvests were meager during bountiful years, they barely provided enough for their own consumption, leaving no one wealthy enough to purchase vegetables. The protagonist had set a dangerous precedent. Perhaps I should send some vegetables to the younger sister-in-law. It is not easy for a woman to manage with 2 children, Yin Yiyi suggested with a smile. Though a hint of hesitation crossed her lips, Yin Mu, understanding her unspoken thoughts, replied, "Do not blame me for bringing them 2 eggs today. No matter how reckless she may be, they are still my grandsons. I cannot allow them to starve." The most industrious in the Yin family were the eldest son and Yin Mu. Although the eldest son was honest and simple, he was strong and worked diligently. Yin Mu, while supported by the eldest family, remained vigorous, tending to chickens and pigs, gathering firewood, and managing household chores. She was an authoritative voice in the household. The 2 hens that laid eggs were her pride and accomplishment. Yin Yiyi's smile faltered. The daughter-in-law will know. Yin Mu, not wanting to harbor any resentment over trifles, said, "Take some eggs from a jar. Cook them for Yin Yuan and the others tonight." Yin Yiyi quickly replied, "No worries. Let's save the eggs for later." "Save them for what? Look how thin those 2 children are," Yin Mu insisted. Yin Yiyi had 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter, the eldest being 7 years old and the youngest a mere 1 year, unable to speak, only cooing. In these times, every family struggled with food scarcity due to low crop yields. Even raising chickens and ducks was arduous, as various diseases ravaged their populations. Yin Mu had initially caught a whole brood of chickens, but only a handful survived. Yin Yiyi acknowledged her mother-in-law's words, saying, "I just picked some cabbage from the field this morning. I'll take it to the third sister-in-law now." This cabbage was originally meant for their dinner, and she contemplated cutting it in half, but after some thought, she decided on a third before heading off to deliver the vegetables. In Chapter 12, the relationship between Yin Yiyi and the protagonist had not been particularly amiable, or rather, the protagonist had not fostered good rapport with anyone. Although she was the eldest sister-in-law, the protagonist held little respect for her, and their exchanges were scarce. Now, as she carried a cabbage, she felt an inexplicable discomfort. Yun Yiyi, proud and haughty, might very well look down on the cabbage. Yet, since Yin Mu had encouraged her, as the eldest sister-in-law, she felt obliged to assist. Yin Yiyi walked swiftly, and soon she arrived at the third family's home. From a distance, she saw the 2 little ones playing in the mud in front of the door. Yin Yiyi's face was completely smeared with dirt, looking quite disheveled, with no one attending to them. As a fellow mother, Yin Yiyi felt a pang of sympathy and hurried over to wipe Yin Yiyi's face, asking, "Where's your mother? Why isn't she watching over you?" Her tone bore a hint of reproach. Such small children were prone to accidents, and they should have been supervised. Yin Xiaoshuang, having built a multitude of mud houses, replied earnestly, "Mother is inside. She told us to come out and exercise. Only by moving more can we grow taller." In truth, Yin Xiaoshuang did not fully understand. He was merely repeating Yun Yiyi's words. Yin Yiyi, misinterpreting the situation, believed Yun Yiyi was being irresponsible and merely amusing the children. Yin Yiyi, grinning and showing his dirty hands, exclaimed, "Annie, what brings you here?" While his face was filthy, his smile was endearing. Yin Yiyi replied, "I brought you a cabbage. Have you eaten yet?" Yin Yiyi looked at the cabbage with little enthusiasm, having just eaten some, the taste still lingering in his mouth. "We just had braised pork," he stated with excitement. Yin Yiyi was taken aback. "What did you say?" Yin Yiyi went on to describe how delicious the braised pork was, his innocent words bringing a smile. Yet Yin Yiyi could not find joy in it. With the new year still far off, every household was tightening their belts. How could they afford meat? More importantly, there was none. Their family had raised pigs, but 2 had already perished, leaving only 1 piglet, and it was uncertain whether it would survive until the new year. Children are certainly incapable of deceit. While the family of the third brother is enjoying meat, why would she eagerly come over to deliver vegetables? Yin Dajia stood outside the door, caught in a dilemma of whether to enter or leave, her heart heavy with unspoken emotions. Yun Yiyi, hearing the commotion from within, emerged and greeted her. Dajia, you have come. She had initially planned to visit in a few days, as Yunmu occasionally brought gifts for Dazhuang and Xiaoshuang, and she felt it was her duty to express gratitude. Yin Dajia smiled faintly and produced a cabbage from her hands. You have no crops in the field now, so my mother asked me to bring you some vegetables. Yunyi casually replied, Thank you, Dajia, though she did not accept the cabbage. Yin Dajia, feeling a bit awkward, was not surprised. She had long understood Yunyi's temperament and had feared that she might refuse to accept the offering. It seemed that these past days had not been easy for her. Having completed her mother's task, she sighed in relief but felt a pang of reluctance as she gazed at the small cabbage. She placed it in the kitchen and said, I've put the vegetables down. You can cook them for the children tonight. Wait a moment, Dajia. Yunyi went back inside and returned with a large piece of fatty pork and a jar of salt, although she had heard Dazhuang mention it. Seeing so much meat still left, Yin Dajia momentarily speechless. How do you have so much meat? Yunyi replied, I bought it from the county. Yin Dajia was astonished. Indeed, the county had everything, but she had only visited once in many years. The thought of the high prices and the long journey, needing to hire an ox cart, made such trips a luxury. To think that the third sister-in-law would go to the county solely for meat. In ancient times, salt was a precious commodity, unaffordable for common folk. However, due to the reforms of the emperor of the Great Zhou, the price of salt had decreased, allowing impoverished families to stockpile some for cooking. Even so, it remained a luxury among the populace. Moreover, Yunyi produced a full half a pound of salt. The pork she offered was primarily fat, with very little lean meat. Such cuts would not sell well in modern times, yet they were highly sought after in this era. The piece of meat appeared to weigh 3 to 4 pounds. Even when rendered for lard, it would yield a considerable amount. Yin Dajia felt tempted, but hesitated to accept it, recalling the cabbage she had brought, feeling a bit flustered. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Yun Yiyi encouraged, Please take it. This is for my mother. She often looks after my 2 sons, and I am well aware of that. It's not easy for the eldest brother to work hard, so do add a bit more salt when you cook. It can help replenish his strength. Had the third sister-in-law ever spoken this way before? Yin Dajia scrutinized her, noticing that she still possessed that charming demeanor, rosy lips, white teeth, and a captivating beauty, clad in new clothes crafted with fine stitching, clearly made at a tailor's shop. While Dazhuang and Xiaoshuang played outside in tattered garments. Her sidelong glance was noble, not akin to that of a rural woman, but rather resembling a lady of high status. Reflecting on Yunyi's past actions, she thought that taking a few items was inconsequential and accepted them. Yunyi smiled and said, Please tell my mother not to bring anything in the future. If she wishes to gift something, it should be I who pays her respects. She did not lack for grain, and Yin Mu sending items over frequently was rather unhelpful. She did not know how to manage the small cabbage, for instance. Unintentionally, her words carried weight, and Yin Dajia sensed deeper meanings, responding with a hasty agreement before departing. She was aware that Yin Mu occasionally sent food to the third family. To say she was indifferent would be a lie. Although the food was not valuable, with so many mouths to feed at home, their own grain was barely enough, which weighed heavily on her heart. As she held the meat, Yin Dajia realized just how heavy it was. To say these items were purchased by the third sister-in-law was believable. She was indeed someone who spent money extravagantly. But would someone of her disposition truly part with good things? Yin Dajia did not conceal her thoughts. The third sister-in-law says these items are for mother. She appreciates the care you give to her sons. Yin Mu muttered a few words, wondering when she had become so considerate. Could be a scheme? Indeed, Yin Mu understood the protagonist's character well. As for the jar of salt, it must have cost a pretty penny, with her spending habits. She would surely have emptied her entire household. Salt is far more precious than meat, and if the third sister-in-law dares to give away such a quantity, she must be keeping plenty for herself. Yin Dajia lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Dazhuang mentioned they had eaten braised pork. Perhaps they were faring well. Besides, the mother must also be replenished. Since she was willing to prepare meat for the children, it indicated that the third family was taking good care of their sons. Yinmu nodded and suggested, You should cut a piece to render lard. It has been a while since we had meat. Let us make a meat dish tonight. 7-year-old Yin Kai rushed over, hearing the mention of meat. Grandma, are we having meat tonight? 3-year-old Yin Yuan chimed in meat. Yin Mu smiled and replied, Yes. We will have meat tonight. This is a gift from your third auntie. Do you understand? That evening, Yin Dajia rendered a large pot of lard, and the leftover cracklings filled a big bowl. When stir-frying, just a piece or two would release a delightful aroma. For dinner, she prepared a hearty dish of cabbage braised with pork. Although the cooking oil was limited, it had been a long time since they had enjoyed meat, and everyone relished the flavors, filling their mouths with deliciousness. The porridge, with scarcely a few grains of rice, was consumed generously, leaving everyone satisfied. The two little ones were dirty from playing outside. Dazhuang's clothes were worn and faded from countless washes, while Xiaoshuang's were even worse. According to Yun Yiyi's judgment, these garments were unfit for wear and should be discarded. However, upon rummaging through the house, she discovered that Dazhuang and Xiaoshuang had no spare clothing. There were older clothes from before, but they were far too small, and the protagonist had not provided them with new garments. In her backpack, she found clothes, mostly modern children's attire, which held no practical value for this era. If she dressed them in such whimsical outfits for play, it would only seem adorable. However, in this time, it was impractical. After much effort, she found 2 sets of coarse linen garments that aligned with the aesthetic of this era, and she finally picked up the 2 little ones. "Mother, what are we doing?" Dazhuang pointed at the wooden tub. The tub was filled with water, steaming enticingly. "I'm giving you a bath. You are filthy. From now on, you must bathe every 2 days," Yun Yiyi instructed. The weather was still warm, and children were prone to sweating, so she could not neglect their hygiene. Dazhuang was excited. "Are you going to bathe with me?" He had never seen such a large tub before, especially one that smelled so pleasant, thanks to the baby bath gel Yun Yiyi had previously poured in. Yun Yiyi glanced at him. "You are covered in mud. You need to be cleaned up. Xiaoshuang, you go first." Xiaoshuang froze, his body stiffening at the thought. Yun Yiyi swiftly undressed him and placed him in the water, which was at a comfortable temperature. He instinctively moved a bit. Yun Yiyi took a soft white towel to scrub his back, much like washing a small pet. Xiaoshuang had soft, fair skin, and as she scrubbed, it felt tender. After washing his back, she turned him over to wash the front, but Xiaoshuang turned beet red, resolutely refusing, curling up like a shrimp with his arms crossed over his chest, embodying the modesty of a virtuous maiden. This made Yun Yiyi chuckle. "You're shy? What is there to be shy about with that little frame of yours?" Xiaoshuang held the towel awkwardly. Unbothered, she picked up Dazhuang to wash him instead. Dazhuang showed no signs of embarrassment, laughing and giggling throughout the process. He even extended his little arms and legs willingly, making it easy for Yun Yiyi to wash him. Embodying a true hedonist, Yun Yiyi felt as if she were bathing a small puppy. He was so well-behaved. After she had washed the 2 children until they were spotless, she dried them off before adorning them with new garments. Yin Dazhuang, filled with curiosity, asked, "Mother, when did you make these clothes?" "I didn't see you do it. I cannot sew. These were purchased from a ready-made clothing store," Yun Yiyi replied. Raising twins is no simple task. Everything must be perfectly matched, lest one feels slighted. Yin Dazhuang was elated. Despite his tender age and lack of shame regarding tattered clothes, the moment he donned the new attire, an urge to dash outside and boast surged within him. Yin Xiaoshuang fastened his own straps, his cheeks flushed from the warmth, now a rosy hue. "You 2 make do with these for now. When I have time, I shall sew a few more outfits for you. As for the old ones, we shall use them as rags. When the weather turns cold, I shall certainly make cotton clothes for warmth." The protagonist was not lacking in provisions. Her room was well stocked. Yet items specifically for these 2 children were sorely insufficient. To sustain a household, much preparation was still required. Upon hearing of the new clothes, Yin Dazhuang was overjoyed, promptly hugging Yun Yiyi's right leg and rubbing his face against it. This habit needed to be corrected. Yun Yiyi was about to ask him to step aside when the other leg was tugged at as well, as Yin Xiaoshuang cautiously pulled at the pant leg. Alas, this seemed to be the unspoken understanding of twins. Chapter 15. Tilling the land. After the division of property, the protagonist possessed her own plot of land. Though small, it was sufficient for growing some vegetables and achieving self-sufficiency. However, since Yin Qingha's departure, that land had fallen into disuse. Yin Dage, in his kindness, had inquired whether she needed assistance, but she had declined outright. In truth, had she been more sociable, inviting someone over for a meal, not only the Yin family, but even neighbors would have gladly lent a hand. Unfortunately, her pride and disdain for her less fortunate relatives led to the land remaining untended. Yun Yiyi resolved to cultivate that land once more, planting something anew. She fetched a hoe and ventured to the back of the house to inspect the land. The ground was overrun with weeds, yet the soil appeared fertile, likely suitable for planting. It was her first experience with such labor, and rather than feeling weary, she found it enjoyable. The plot was small, and she quickly turned over the entire area. However, this was merely the beginning. Further cultivation would be necessary before any vegetables could be sown. 2 or 3 women, carrying baskets and wielding hoes, spotted Yun Yiyi and gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "The sun must be setting in the west. You are actually out here working?" Yun Yiyi raised an eyebrow. She had changed into plain clothing to prevent soiling herself, while hoeing, her hair hastily tied up and with her body transformed. She appeared entirely different from her previous, alluring self. Wang Fong assumed she had fallen on hard times, her heart swelling with joy. Usually, Yun Yiyi carried an air of arrogance, always dressed in new clothes and adorned with jewelry, which had long irked Wang Fong. Upon hearing that Yen Lao-san had gone to enlist, she secretly reveled in the news. Later, seeing Yun Yiyi still dressed splendidly and seemingly untroubled, Wang Fong spoke ill of her behind her back. However, Yun Yiyi, hoe in hand, paid her no mind and simply walked past. A nearby woman remarked, "Look, she doesn't even acknowledge you. You clearly mean nothing to her." Wang Fong, unwilling to concede, felt she had lost face before her peers and retorted sourly, "What are you so proud of? Who doesn't know you're all alone now? Raising children alone is no easy feat. Now you realize you must work the fields." Yun Yiyi's hands and face, tender and fresh, were a stark contrast to the laborers among them. Despite her jealousy, Wang Fong had no means to counter the situation. After all, fortune favored Yun Yiyi. Now, witnessing her forced to toil, Wang Fong felt a sense of inevitability wash over her. Yun Yiyi cast a disdainful glance at her, suddenly smiling. "Indeed, I've been indulging at home, so I thought I'd burn off some calories. Additionally, hoeing the land is a form of exercise. I need to slim down, lest I resemble you, which I would find quite distasteful." Wang Fong pondered her words and belatedly realized she had been insulted. For Yun Yiyi had cleverly mocked her weight. She stamped her foot in frustration, only to find Yun Yiyi had already circumvented her and moved on. As for Wang Fong, Yun Yiyi retained a vague recollection of her. They both hailed from the same village and had later married into the area, having been childhood friends, albeit superficial ones. The protagonist had always looked down upon Wang Fong, who, in turn, envied her. Yun Yiyi concluded that it was best to avoid associating with such individuals. Chapter 16. Purchasing chickens. Yun Yiyi next intended to raise a flock of chickens. Though her supplies were ample, relying solely on them would not suffice. Over time, suspicion would inevitably arise. After all, this was ancient times, and many still believed in superstitions. Any slip on her part could lead others to view her as a witch, rendering her unable to clear her name even in the Yellow River. If she wished to lead a good life, she must also attend to appearances. She had chicks in her bag, yet planned to buy more in town. This village was small, and should she suddenly appear with a multitude of chickens, it would raise eyebrows and be difficult to explain. That morning, Yun Yiyi made dumplings filled with chives and pork, placing a mound of them in a basin. Recently, Das Wang and Xiao Shuang had been particularly clingy, often wanting to stay close to her to observe her activities. Though young, they were perceptive. Upon seeing the numerous dumplings, Yin Xiaoshuang furrowed his brow and looked seriously at Yin Dashuang. After a brief discussion, Yin Dashuang asked, "Mother, why are you making so many dumplings today?" The thought of the dumpling's flavor instantly made him forget his initial inquiry. "Are we having dumplings for every meal today?" "Indeed," replied Yun Yiyi. Yin Dashuang's eyes squinted into slits with joy, just as he felt a tug at the hem of his garment from Xiaoshuang. Suddenly, he realized, "Mother, are you making all this because you are leaving?" Yun Yiyi paused, noticing Yin Xiaoshuang's intense gaze fixed upon her. Wiping her hands, she attempted to lift the 2 children, but they had grown plump recently, their faces round and cherubic. Yin Xiaoshuang, with a wary expression, asked, "Where are you going?" Yun Yiyi playfully pinched his cheek, contorting his serious demeanor. "I'm going to buy you some new clothes and gather other supplies." Yin Dashuang only focused on the first part of her statement, excitedly exclaiming, "Really? I will have new clothes. Why would I deceive you? What else do you think you are wearing? You must listen to your grandmother later, all right?" Yun Yiyi instructed. Yin Dashuang beamed and nodded obediently. Yin Xiaoshuang shot a glance at Dashuang, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain as he declared, "Mother, I want to go too." Yin Dashuang, eager to join in, chimed in, "Me too." Do you think going to town is all fun and games? I have many things to buy and no time to look after you. You might end up without any clothes, Yun Yiyi replied. Yin Xiaoshuang fell silent, lowering his head as if deep in thought. Yun Yiyi smiled and said, "Why don't you both go ask Grandma if she would be willing to take you for the day?" Yin Mu's home was nearby, and the two children had visited once, so they could find the way. When they arrived at Yin Mu's house, she was having her meal, and upon seeing the two children, everyone paused in surprise. Yin Xiaoshuang raised his head and relayed Yun Yi's message. Though his voice was childish, his meaning was clear. Yin Mu glanced at her eldest son, Yin Qingfu, who hurriedly drank 3 bowls of porridge and consumed several coarse grain cakes before stating earnestly, "I must go work now. Mother has no plans this morning, so let them stay here." Yin Dashuang's wife nodded in agreement, cradling her youngest daughter and feeding her rice porridge. "Have Dashuang and Xiaoshuang eaten? There is still some porridge in the pot. You may help yourselves, but I cannot tend to you right now." Yun Yiyi had previously gifted such items, and she understood the virtue of gratitude. After all, it was merely 2 little ones. How much could 2 meals possibly cost? However, Yin Dashuang shook his head, stating that they would eat later, as their mother had sent their grandmother over. He had no desire for the plain porridge, his thoughts still lingering on the pile of dumplings at home. Yin Mu was astonished. Typically, the family of the third son showed little concern for the 2 children. Yet this time, they had voluntarily entrusted them to her care. Upon arriving with the children, she found that Yun Yiyi had already boiled a pot of dumplings. "Mother, you're here. I plan to go out today to purchase some items. Please look after the Shuang and Xiao Shuang for the day. Their lunch and dinner will be dumplings, which I have already prepared. Could you help cook them later?" Yun Yiyi explained. Yin Mu had initially thought that Yun Yiyi merely intended to drop off the children, but was pleasantly surprised to find that she had also prepared food. She had intended to refuse, having just eaten a bowl of thin porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables and a coarse grain pancake, leaving her only half full. However, seeing the abundance of dumplings, she decided to sit down and join in. As she picked up a dumpling and took a bite, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this pork?" She had assumed Yun Yiyi had only made vegetarian dumplings. Dumplings filled with pork were typically reserved for the new year, and even then, families were sparing with the meat, mixing a large bowl of vegetables with only a small amount of minced meat to create hundreds of dumplings. Yet, the dumplings prepared by Yun Yiyi had thin skins and generous fillings, bursting with the rich aroma of pork. How much must this meal cost? She pondered, realizing she seldom visited the family of the third son. Though she knew they indulged in extravagance, she never expected it to reach such heights. Yin Dashuang grinned and said, "Isn't it delicious, Grandma? I love the dumplings that Mother makes." Yin Xiaoshuang chimed in with a simple "Mmm." Yin Mu felt a pang in her chest. Could it be that they feasted like this at every meal? Yet, she had distinctly seen the children drinking cold water the last time. "I still have some left. The 2 little ones can't eat much. The remainder can be shared between you and my sister-in-law," Yun Yiyi quickly added after finishing her dumplings. To them, these dumplings were a heavenly delicacy, but for her, they were merely a few bites to stave off hunger. Listening to her casual tone, one might think she believed that the children could simply share. However, after consuming the dumplings, Yin Mu felt invigorated. "Perhaps you should be more frugal," Yin Mu suggested thoughtfully. Yet, Yun Yiyi had plans for further shopping. "How about you be frugal?" She placed her bowl down and exclaimed, "Mother, look at how thin Shuang and Xiao Shuang have become. If they don't eat meat, they won't grow taller." The 2 little ones indeed appeared pitifully thin, their skins stretched over their bones, but they seemed to have gained a little weight, looking more vibrant. "I primarily plan to buy some chickens in town today, so they will have eggs to supplement their diet," she added. Raising chickens is a good idea. Yin Mu agreed. She harbored doubts about Yun Yi's commitment, suspecting it might be a fleeting enthusiasm. Nonetheless, as long as Yun Yiyi cared for the 2 children, she was satisfied. Upon seeing the multitude of dumplings, Yin Mu estimated there must be several hundred. "I can't let you watch the children for free. These are for your trouble," Yun Yiyi remarked. Yin Mu was speechless. Only she would think of such a thing. As Yin Mu took the dumplings to the kitchen, Yun Yiyi retrieved some money from her backpack to head to the town. At this moment, Yin Dasa was cutting pigweed to feed the pigs, while the older Yin Kai assisted her, scooping the prepared pigweed into the trough. The younger Yin Yuan squatted on the ground, observing the flowers. Yin Mu gently patted the heads of the 2 little ones, encouraging them to play with Yin Yuan. Dressed in their new clothes, they quickly joined him in play. After setting down her things, Yin Mu noticed there was still some porridge left in the kitchen. She promptly finished her household chores, washing the morning dishes and sweeping the floor. Just then, Yinda Saw finished feeding the pigs and was about to prepare lunch. Having just eaten, Yinda Saw was not in the mood for a meal, but Yinda Gu and Yin Fu were laboring in the fields, expending considerable energy, so she would need to deliver food to them later. Typically, at this hour, Yin Mu would have already prepared porridge, only needing to steam corn cakes. However, today the stove had yet to be lit. Yinda Saw, not thinking much of it, washed her hands and said, "Mother, you should rest. I will cook." "No need." The third son's wife just sent over dumplings. "I must help her look after the Shuang and Xiao Shuang," Yin Mu replied, lifting the cloth covering the bowl to reveal a heap of plump, white dumplings. Yinda Saw had noticed the two children when she entered but had thought nothing of it, assuming they were simply there to play with Yin Yuan. Now, seeing the abundance of dumplings, she exclaimed, "Sister-in-law is quite generous." She felt a twinge of envy, surprised that Yun Yiyi had the leisure to prepare such fine delicacies. Yin Mu, viewing her as extravagant, immediately retorted, "Indeed, and they are filled with pork. Please cook some for them, and we shall have a bit as well. Lest they spoil by tomorrow, that would be a shame." Upon hearing pork filling, Yinda Saw's eyes widened, and she eagerly agreed, though inwardly she wondered how the third son's wife could afford such indulgence. Yun Yiyi had never visited an ancient market before. She had approached with anticipation, but upon arrival, she felt a tinge of disappointment. The town consisted of only 2 streets, and she finished browsing within minutes. Although it was market day, Yun Yiyi arrived late, and the crowds were sparse. She first went to a clothing store to purchase several outfits for the children. The ready-made garments were considerably more expensive in fabric, but she figured it would not cost more than a couple of taels of silver. With some money still in her backpack, she did not regard this expense as significant. Another reason for her ease was that she did not know how to sew. Villagers typically ventured to the market to procure supplies, but they rarely bought much. Some merely sought a change of scenery. Chapter 17, Raising Chickens. Yun Yiyi was often labeled as extravagant, frequently seen purchasing items for herself, mostly new clothes and cosmetics, but never had she bought such a large quantity as today. As a result, some women began gossiping, likely remarking that Yun Yiyi had squandered money on a heap of items, making her the most wasteful person in the village. Yin Mu felt displeased and cast a sidelong glance at them, scoffing, "That is their business, not mine, and certainly not yours." The gossipers were caught off guard by her retort and, after a brief pause, forced a laugh. "I was merely speaking casually." Yinda Shuang, having eaten to his heart's content, lay sprawled on the ground, his feet dangling. Upon hearing the conversation, he cheerfully prepared to rise. However, Yin Xiao Shuang was quicker, using his little legs to sprint to Yin Mu's side. Though his face remained stern, his eyes sparkled with joy. While Yin Mu's home was pleasant, after a short while, they began to miss their mother. Yin Mu's eyes widened in surprise. "How could you have bought so much?" "Roughly counted, there must be over 100. The last time I raised 20, only 4 survived." "How can you manage so many on your own?" While every household raised chicks, the survival rate was low. Managing to keep a few alive was commendable. Despite their best efforts, it was not uncommon for families to struggle with raising more than a handful. Did the third son's wife truly believe raising chickens was so simple? Purchasing so many at once, did she think she could handle them all? Though raising chickens was less labor-intensive than pigs, the sheer number required an immense amount of feed. In truth, Yun Yiyi had only bought around 10 chicks, and from her backpack, she produced a mound of chicks, filling the basket to the brim. Her nonchalant demeanor stood out starkly. Yin Mu opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. This was beyond her control. Sighing, she affectionately patted the heads of the 2 little ones. 2 little ones, still at an age where everything appears novel and intriguing, found themselves captivated by the sight of a small chick. Yin Da Shuang eagerly seized on it, alternating between curiously stroking its head and poking its back, while the chick trembled but struggled to escape. Yin Xiao Shuang cradled another chick, which surprisingly nestled quietly in the palm of his hand. After a brief period of amusement, Yin Shuang lost interest and tossed the chick into a basket, eagerly inquiring about the clothes his mother had promised him. "Here they are, I haven't forgotten," Yun Yiyi replied, retrieving several outfits. Instantly, Yin Shuang embraced the garments, rubbing his cheek against them. These were purchased from the only clothing store in town, renowned for using high-quality materials and exhibiting commendable craftsmanship, though naturally, the prices were steep. Yun Yiyi did not find the clothes particularly beautiful, merely average in workmanship. However, Yin Mu held a different opinion. noting the neatly finished cuffs and the embroidered flowers and a water duck on the fabric, indicative of a significant investment. Most families simply made do with scraps of cloth for a few outfits, unconcerned with aesthetics. Yin Shuang was eager to try on his new clothes, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Mother, I want to wear them now." Yun Yiyi responded, "You may try them on after your bath tonight." Despite her reluctance, she still cared for her children, prompting Yin Mu to say, "I shall take my leave then." "Very well," Yun Yiyi replied, her demeanor neutral, not urging her to stay. Yin Mu found this quite normal. If she had been overly cordial, it would have seemed unusual. Yun Yiyi, now responsible for raising numerous chicks, had her own plans. As dusk approached, she produced a large net and fashioned a simple chicken coop using bamboo and reeds, confining all the chicks within. She then provided them with food. This type of net was commonly used by households for keeping chickens, as it allowed for ventilation and convenience. Given her intent to raise chickens, Yun Yiyi was determined to ensure their survival. In ancient times, chickens were challenging to rear, plagued by various infectious diseases, and often of poor quality. The chickens she purchased in town were rather small and thin, while those she had in her backpack were plump, lively, and chirping joyfully after their meal. With the weather turning warm, Yun Yiyi could not lower the temperature and had to devise a long-term plan. That evening, feeling too lazy to cook, she simply took out the hot pot seasoning, adding mushrooms, potatoes, cabbage, tofu, beef, and quail eggs, then brought it to a boil. Considering the two little ones, the seasoning she chose, although spicy, was not overwhelmingly hot. The bubbling hot pot emitted a tantalizing aroma. The two children, witnessing such a delightful medley for the first time, sat in wonder, eagerly awaiting their meal. Yun Yiyi served the food into a bowl. Yin Shuang eagerly picked up a piece of meat, curious as he asked, "Mother, what is this? I've never had it before." The slice of beef was savory and slightly spicy, so much so that Yin Shuang nearly swallowed his tongue in delight. Yin Shuang placed several vegetables into his bowl, patiently waiting for them to cool before bringing them to his lips. "This is hot pot. Eat slowly and watch your brother," Yin Yiyi advised. Yin Shuang paused mid-bite, his pouty lips reddened by the spices. Yin Shuang imitated him, adding several pieces of meat to his bowl, waiting for them to cool before savoring each bite. He complained to Yin Fu, who frowned and remarked, "Every generation has its own blessings." Indeed, Yin Mu added, "Fortunately, she knows how to care for the children now, alleviating my worries, though it is rather wasteful." Wasteful? It's downright extravagant, Yin Fu mused, recalling the dumplings they had for lunch, thin-skinned and filled generously with meat, which he agreed was wasteful. Though they were indeed delicious, better than what she could make. Yin Mu shot him a sidelong glance, noting that they were filled with meat, naturally delightful. She expressed concern, saying, "The third family does not understand how to save. Today, she bought over 100 chicks. How can she manage that alone?" Yin Fu was taken aback. "She bought that many?" "Yes, indeed. Last time, when Tan Air saw raised 15 chicks, none survived due to a chicken plague. If even one of her new chicks falls ill, it could infect the others, rendering her efforts futile." Yin Fu quietly grumbled, recognizing that the third daughter-in-law lacked experience. Despite this, they had no intention of meddling in her affairs. For one, Yin Mu hoped for harmony within the family. For another, the third daughter-in-law was not an easy person to deal with. Before they had separated households, the eldest daughter-in-law was diligent and efficient, while the second was clever and shrewd, but still respected her authority. She managed the household meticulously, ensuring all tasks were well distributed to maintain harmony. The third daughter-in-law, however, was spoiled and temperamental. Any slight complaint from her would lead to tears and tantrums. Over time, Yin Mu had to lighten her workload, even refraining from assigning her the task of feeding the pigs. In this rural setting, they simply wished to live peacefully, and the third daughter-in-law soon became pregnant, further increasing her sensitivity, leading them to refrain from asking her to do anything. Even when the third son was present, they were cautious, and given the recent upheavals, Yin Mu dared not offend her. She understood the nature of the third daughter-in-law, fearing that she might contemplate leaving her husband. Such separations were exceedingly rare in the countryside and brought shame upon families. Most would endure rather than part ways. However, Yin Mu perceived the third daughter-in-law as unreliable. If pushed too far, she might act recklessly. After all, she was young and attractive, and even if she divorced, she could easily find a suitable partner, leaving her grandchildren in a precarious position, especially now that she lived alone and often ventured out to shop, Yin Mu was genuinely concerned about her intentions. These matters were beyond her control. At least the third daughter-in-law was currently willing to care for the children. If she intervened in her affairs, she was certain the daughter-in-law would be extremely resentful, potentially causing trouble. When they lived together, the third daughter-in-law was already difficult. How much worse could it be now? Unbeknownst to Yun Yiyi, the actions of her predecessor had spared her from numerous troubles. She enjoyed a sound sleep, awakening with the rising sun the following day. With her chicks on her mind, she rushed outside without even freshening up, ushering the chicks into the courtyard. A delightful array of fluffy chicks chirped and flitted about, appearing utterly adorable. Chapter 18. The chicken raising facility. It was now August, the heat of summer upon them. In this ancient time, the air remained fresh, and the environment had not yet been marred. Even with high temperatures, it rarely exceeded 30 degrees, far more tolerable than in the present day. Otherwise, given Yun Yiyi's constitution, she would struggle in such weather. However, the chicks felt the heat. Such conditions could easily lead to their illness. In ancient times, without cooling fans, many chicks had to endure harsh weather, resulting in low survival rates. Yun Yiyi observed that the chicks tended to huddle together on one side of the yard, where two large phoenix trees provided some shade despite shedding a few leaves. After feeding, some chicks scratched at the dirt to aid digestion, while others dozed with half-closed eyes. Approaching, Yun Yiyi discovered a cooler spot nearby, as the plants absorbed sunlight and increased oxygen levels, thus improving the surrounding environment. This inspired Yun Yiyi to consider planting low-growing vegetation around the chicken coop to effectively lower the temperature. However, she did not act immediately. Instead, she rummaged through her backpack and took out dozens of potted flowers and plants to arrange them around her. She also splashed cool water under the chicken coop to lower the temperature. The little chicks instantly became lively, seemingly feeling quite comfortable. Yun Yiyi had heard before that free-range chickens were prone to illnesses and susceptible to parasitic infections, such as coccidiosis, chicken lice, and mites. The little chicks often caught colds due to unstable temperatures, leading to chills, tears, disheveled feathers, and difficulty breathing. These ailments required preventative measures. For waiting until the chickens fell ill would be quite troublesome. She was neither a doctor nor a veterinarian. Even if the chicks did fall sick, she would be powerless to help. During this era, there were no veterinarians. Thus, while feeding them, Yun Yiyi added a small amount of crushed limestone to the rice and corn kernels to prevent the chicks from falling ill. There were other medications in her backpack, but she was wary of using them indiscriminately, as medicine could be toxic. She hoped for the healthy growth of her flock of chicks. This era was peculiar. Raising chickens involved using a mesh structure. Although convenient, Yun Yiyi felt that the shading effect was inadequate. The top of the coop was made of wood, large and tall, serving a roof-like function to block out sunlight and shield against heavy rain. The structure was supported by wood underneath, with the netting placed above to confine all the chicks. The previous night, fearing rain, she had driven the chicks into the kitchen, but if she could construct such a coop, it would significantly save time. There was a carpenter in the village who usually made tables, benches, and wooden utensils for the villagers, and Yun Yiyi eagerly wanted to take her blueprints to him. When the two little ones saw her about to leave, they blinked their eyes and wished to follow her. They had become quite attached to Yun Yiyi, always aware of her movements even while playing. If they noticed her absence, they would hasten to follow. Reluctantly, Yun Yiyi, feeling sorry to leave them behind, steamed a few red bean buns for them to take along and then slowly led them by the hand toward the village head. The carpenter's home was not far, only about a 10 to 15-minute walk. The carpenter was a middle-aged man in his 40s, known in the village as Lao Lu. Upon her arrival, Lao Lu was carving a wooden basin, appearing quite experienced. She took out her paper and, with a sense of purpose, asked Lao Lu, "I would like to build a chicken coop. Can you do it?" Lao Lu was momentarily taken aback. A chicken coop? The common practice for raising chickens was simply to cover them with a net and fence them in. Raising chickens was easy, as they would forage for food themselves, pecking at any insects on the ground without much worry. Lao Lu was familiar with pig pens, but this chicken coop was entirely foreign to him. Nodding, Yun Yiyi pointed to her blueprints and described her vision, then asked, "Can you make it?" Although this structure had never been constructed before, its design was quite simple, resembling a basic wooden house. Apart from the wooden roof requiring some effort, there were no significant challenges. However, Lao Lu believed the project would consume too much time and resources, lacking practical value. Why expend so much effort on raising chickens? He shook his head. Yin Jia's daughter-in-law It's not that I want to do it, but this thing cannot be completed in a day. I have other tasks at hand and simply cannot spare the time. Yun Yiyi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Isn't this chicken coop easy? How long would it take if you were to complete it?" Lao Lu bleed? At least 7 days. As a businessman, he thought those 7 days could be better spent on other profitable endeavors. Investing time in this seemingly useless project would yield little financial return and waste his energy. Villagers typically had little spare money, and Lao Lu's work on wooden products only earned him a small processing fee and material costs, making only a few coins. If he were to craft larger wooden items, he might earn a bit more. He even kindly suggested, if you want to raise chickens, just throw up a net. Why go to the trouble of building such a coop? The two little ones clung to Yun Yi's legs, not understanding the conversation, their big eyes blinking curiously at Lao Lu. Yun Yiyi pondered for a moment, then took a small pouch of copper coins from her sleeve and offered it sincerely. "This is a deposit. If you can do it well, I will pay you half more." The pouch contained 250 coins, a sum equivalent to several months' income for Lao Lu, and he was astonished that this was merely a deposit. He quickly agreed, for no one would refuse money. Although he secretly thought that Yun Yiyi's third daughter-in-law was quite extravagant. Relieved that Lao Lu had agreed, Yun Yiyi felt confident he would be able to construct the coop. Indeed, the following day, Lao Lu brought the materials and began building the coop in her yard. Having built his own house, this task was not daunting for him. He even made improvements based on his ideas, replacing the roof with bamboo, densely placing the poles together for greater stability. Originally expected to take 7 days, the project was completed in just 5. Yun Yiyi was delighted with the newly constructed chicken coop and promptly paid him. Lao Lu had initially thought Yun Yiyi was simply wasting her time, but upon seeing her numerous chicks, he found it hard to comprehend. He could not help but remind her, raising so many chickens alone, in the end, not many will survive. With such a significant initial investment, won't you end up with nothing? During the days he spent constructing the coop, he had noticed that she not only raised over 100 chicks, but also provided them with good food. Who else would go to such lengths? An adult chicken could only be sold for 10 coins, and with such a large investment, even if she managed to raise them, only about 20 might survive, resulting in a considerable loss. Yun Yiyi smiled brightly and replied, "That is fine. I'm just enjoying myself." Her demeanor, reminiscent of a carefree spendthrift, made it difficult for Lao Lu to persuade her further, especially since he had already accepted her money. Having received payment, he was obliged to fulfill his duty. After Lao Lu left, Yun Yiyi gazed at the coop with immense satisfaction, and she watered underneath it to cool the area down. The two little ones had also taken a liking to the chicks recently, using a ladle to splash water below. In the village, there were no secrets, and many were aware that Lao Lu had helped Yun Yiyi build the chicken coop, as he had delayed several other woodworking tasks. Villagers soon learned that the third daughter-in-law of the Yin family had spent money again. As they passed by, they saw the large coop in Yun Yiyi's yard. Marveling at its size and thinking it absurd that she had constructed such a grand house for just a few chicks. Entertainment in the village was already scarce, and Yun Yiyi had always been a figure of intrigue. Gossip about her quickly spread. Everyone soon knew that Yun Yiyi was raising chickens alone, and she had even built them a house, prompting laughter behind her back. Naturally, Yun Yiyi remained oblivious to this chatter, as her thoughts were solely focused on the chicks. Observing that they had adapted to their new environment, she placed some straw under the coop to prevent dampness. Now, with some free time, she also planted low-growing vegetation around the coop. The chicks that Yun Yiyi had taken from her backpack were thriving. She had noticed that some of them had already developed combs, and their bodies had visibly plumped up, clearly growing. This sense of accomplishment brought her joy, prompting her to retrieve some beneficial medication from her backpack to prevent the chicks from falling ill. She also disinfected the coop to prevent any bacterial infections. At that time, Yin Mu and Yin Dasa were washing clothes by the river when they overheard a discussion about Yun Yiyi. The girls were not disparaging her, but merely chatting out of boredom about how Yun Yiyi had built a house for her chicks. One girl laughed and said, "I saw it last time I passed by. It must be as big as several rooms. This is the first time I've heard of someone building a house for chickens." Another young woman jested. "Indeed, it was our village carpenter who undertook the construction. It is said that he exerted considerable effort." Though their words bore no malice, a hint of mockery lingered, akin to teasing a debauched young master who idles away his days, engaging in cricket battles. Yun Yiyi had long been the subject of disparagement, often the topic of gossip regarding her latest acquisitions of garments and jewelry, while she seldom engaged in labor. Despite being from the same village, she carried herself with the airs of a highborn lady. Now that she had taken to raising chickens, it was evident that she could no longer sustain herself alone. Yet it was astonishing how inept she was at the task, rendering her the subject of ridicule. Recently, Yunmu had also heard whispers about the affairs of the third family. In her home, she muttered a few words in private, but family disgrace should not be aired publicly. When others spoke of it, she felt an uncomfortable sensation throughout her body. Consequently, she slammed the basin into the water and admonished, "Each of you, are you not afraid of your tongues getting cut?" In her youth, Yunmu was known as a fierce woman. Otherwise, she would not have governed the Yin household so strictly. The young women, yet to be wed, were instantly intimidated, rendering them speechless. The ensuing silence was filled only with the sound of laundry being washed. Chapter 19. No water. As for Yunmu, she epitomized a person who could bear gossip, but would not permit outsiders to speak ill of the Yin family. Yin Dajia smiled amiably, suggesting that the third sister-in-law must have her own thoughts. Yunmu glanced at her and chose not to dwell further on the matter. With several months until winter, every household was busily preparing, for once the cold set in, food would become scarce. During ordinary days, shops would sell grains, yet as winter approached, all shops would shutter their doors. Every family faced a shortage of food. It was not merely the Dezhou kingdom that suffered from famine, but even neighboring nations were affected. This was also why numerous skirmishes and minor conflicts had occurred among several countries, yet none had escalated into full-blown warfare. A nation as populous cannot fight when they are barely able to fill their stomachs. The struggle for survival consumes both energy and resources. Even if several nations harbored ambitions of conquest, the lack of military supplies and economic stability stifled such aspirations. The men of the Yin family were still toiling in the fields, and this year's harvest was again poor, yet self-sufficiency remained achievable. In past winters, the third sister-in-law would venture to the town to purchase grains in advance. However, this year, she had squandered her money on chicks, foolishly hoping to rely on them for sustenance come winter. Yunmu, a woman of experience, understood well the effort involved in raising a chicken, as they typically kept them for at least 2 years. In rural areas, chickens were free-range, foraging for food on their own, and, occasionally, they would catch a few insects to feed the chicks. The chicks grew slowly due to their imbalanced nutrition, and they preferred hens, nurturing their egg-laying capabilities. A household possessing a prolific hen was indeed fortunate. It remained uncertain whether the third sister-in-law's chickens could survive the winter. Yin Dajia promptly fetched hot water, dampened a cloth, and handed it to Yin Dage, saying, "Father, you and the children's father should wipe your faces." Yin Dage, blushing, obliged. His skin was dark, bearing an appearance of simplicity. Yin Fu followed suit, washing his face and resting in the hall. Being older, he found work tiring, but thankfully he still had tobacco to ease his fatigue. In the evening, Yin Dajia began preparing dinner, making a batch of coarse grain pancakes paired with pickled vegetables and stir-frying a dish of blood greens, which became fragrant with the addition of some pork lard. The family silently finished their meal, and Yin Dajia proceeded to wash the dishes. Suddenly, the hem of her garment was tugged. She turned in surprise to find Yin Yuan gazing up at her innocently, asking, "Mother, when will I have new clothes?" Yin Dajia was taken aback, but continued washing the bowls swiftly, replying, "What's the matter? Do you lack clothing? Why ask such a question?" Yin Yuan explained, "I saw that Yin Hen and Yin Chu were wearing new clothes. They said that San Ani had bought several sets." Yin Kai's ears perked up, and he rushed in, exclaiming, "Yes, last time Yin Chu said they have meat to eat at every meal." Yin Dajia paused in her dishwashing, then casually replied, "Go on, go on. Do you think I'm depriving you of food and clothing?" Sensing their mother's impending anger, Yin Kai quickly grabbed Yin Yuan and fled. They were merely 2 children, oblivious to adult concerns, finding joy in simple sustenance and attire. Such is the uncomplicated world of children. In their innocent chatter, the underlying meaning resonated. That night, as they prepared for sleep, Yin Dajia felt a twinge of unease. She nudged Yin Dage beside her, saying, "I heard from Yin Kai that the third sister-in-law is doing quite well. They have meat for every meal, and her spending habits might soon deplete her family's savings." This was not the first time they had discussed such matters, but previously it was always Yin Mu who brought it up, while Yin Dajia usually responded with indifference. Yin Dage, exhausted from a day's labor, replied with a few non-committal sounds. He was a man of few words, grounded in sincerity, rarely engaging with Yun Yiyi, and he bore little thought towards others' opinions of her. After all, a man of simple mind, focused solely on work, could not entertain such complexities. Encouraged by Yin Dajia's responses, Yin Dajia pressed on. Moreover, Mother mentioned that she procured several new outfits for the children, all purchased from clothing shop. Yin Daj acknowledged this with a grunt, recognizing that the third sister-in-law indeed led a more refined life. When her families lived together, she often spent money on new garments, prompting several admonitions from Mother. Yin Dajia continued, indeed, then turned to add something further, only to find that Yin Daj had fallen asleep. Minutes later, his snores filled the air. Yin Dajia stared vacantly at the ceiling, lost in her thoughts. The following day, Yin Dajia, for once, combined coarse grains with white flour to make steamed buns, which were slightly salty. The children relished them, enjoying the delicate texture and flavor, consuming quite a bit with their porridge. Yin Dajia was usually frugal, but that morning, she surprisingly used white flour. Yin Mu, taken aback, inquired, "Is there a special occasion today?" Yin Dajia smiled. "I see that Father and the others are so busy every day. I fear they might be lacking in nutrition." This reasoning held merit. Yin Mu regarded her thoughtfully, but remained silent. She ate a bun and a bowl of porridge until she was satisfied, then tidied up the dishes. Yin Kai was elated. The buns made during the new year lacked flavor, but these salty buns, paired with vegetables, offered a delightful twist. Taking a bite, he mumbled, "Mother, why did you put salt in the buns today?" Typically, even when cooking, Mother would withhold oil and salt, resulting in tasteless dishes. Yin Dajia lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Yin Mu interjected lightly, "Yin Kai, remember, this salt was given to us by your San Ani, understood?" Though small for his age, Yin Kai was 7 and knew many things. He recognized that the salt came from his San Ani, even if he was unaware of its worth. Hearing his grandmother's words, he nodded in understanding. Yin Dajia felt a pang of sadness. Suddenly, her youngest daughter, barely over a year old, began to cry, likely having wet herself. Yin Dajia quickly scooped her up and rushed to the latrine, momentarily forgetting her earlier discomfort. After spending considerable time together, Yin Mu was well aware of her daughter-in-law's inner turmoil. However, Yin Dajia preferred to keep her thoughts to herself and avoided stirring up trouble. And so she let it be. Yun Yiyi was indeed a peculiar character during her time in the Yin household. She had frequently given Yin Dajia disdainful looks and resisted discipline. Yet, as the elder, Yin Dajia had to yield to Yun Yiyi, maintaining an attitude of tolerance and generosity. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no resentment. Previously, they had little control over Yun Yiyi, and now there was even less reason to interfere. Since she desired a life of luxury, they could not stop her from indulging in her purchases. It is not just Yin Dajia who felt discomfort. Even the women of the village were envious of Yun Yiyi. Such emotions are but a natural human response. On the other side, Yun Yiyi discovered that the water in the water tank had run dry. In the kitchen, there was a large stone jar, which had been filled to the brim upon her arrival, seemingly sufficient for an extended period. However, her excessive water usage proved to be a challenge. She was fastidious about cleanliness, taking a bath daily, ensuring her 2 little ones were bathed as well, and not to mention the daily washing of vegetables and cooking, along with the need to cool down the little chicks with water. In this era, even water resources were scarce. Households lacked wells and had to fetch water from the nearby river, which was quite distant and inconvenient. Moreover, given her petite stature, she could only carry a single bucket of water at a time, making the task feel interminable. Although the protagonist was somewhat lazy, she still treated herself well, often venturing far to fetch drinking water and preparing delicious meals to reward herself when hunger struck. However, Yun Yiyi, being a modern individual, could hardly comprehend such backwardness. She had never engaged in such laborious tasks, and gazing at the nearly empty water tank, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The issue of water needed to be resolved. If she had to fetch water from afar every time, she would surely succumb to despair. It could be said that she was the only one who splashed water on the ground to cool the chicks. Yun Yiyi rummaged for 2 buckets, hoisted them onto her shoulders, and let her little one stand in the buckets to test her strength. After more than 10 minutes, she came upon a spring. The water was indeed quite clear, a natural spring sourced from mountains. The villagers knew this water was safe for consumption and had not been polluted. This time, the journey was downhill, and Yun Yiyi found it much easier to walk, arriving home in no time. She poured the 2 buckets of water into the tank. only to find it still lacking. Furrowing her brow, she hesitated to act. Having carried her two little ones there, Yin Dazhuang was still reveling in the joy of being a free human cart, and eagerly asked, "Mother, are we going to fetch more water?" This amount of water was obviously insufficient, likely only enough for today's cooking, but Yun Yiyi was reluctant to venture out again. She shook her head and shot Yin Dazhuang a glare. "Do you think your mother is a powerhouse?" "We're not going today." Yin Dazhuang looked somewhat disappointed. Yin Xiaozhuang puffed out his cheeks and, standing in front of the water bucket, realized he was taller than it, immediately brimming with confidence. "Mother, I want to go fetch water." Yun Yiyi chuckled at the little dumpling and pinched his cheeks. "You still have to wait 10 years. Recently, Yin Dazhuang and Yin Xiaozhuang had noticeably gained weight, their round figures contrasting sharply with how they used to be. The most apparent change was in their cheeks, which had become plump and rosy, giving them the appearance of two buns. Chapter 20. Water supply. Yun Yiyi possessed various gaming equipment, but it was hardly complete. Although she had enough food, once their basic needs were met, she began contemplating the standard of living. This era was undoubtedly backward, devoid of electricity and running water. After several days of gradual adaptation, she was now faced with a new dilemma: water. How could she bring water into her home? All she needed was a faucet. However, the implementation proved to be exceedingly challenging. Yin Dazhuang, unaware of his mother's thoughts, climbed on her lap, pressing himself entirely into her embrace. "Mother, what are you thinking? Come play with me." He nudged Yun Yiyi with his puffy cheeks. She smiled and poked him lightly, creating a dimple in his cheek. "Have you had enough to eat?" For breakfast, they had oatmeal porridge with cold tofu and a variety of purple sweet potato pastries and red bean cakes, which were all new to them, prompting them to eat a bit more than usual and now feeling slightly stuffed. Yun Yiyi's daily culinary creations had spoiled their tastes. They now regarded her as a master chef, believing her food to be the best in the world. Yun Yiyi noticed that Yin Xiaozhuang had a hearty appetite but was not picky about food, while Yin Dazhuang favored meat and exquisite pastries, particularly sweet treats. Whenever he opened his mouth, Yun Yiyi caught a whiff of a sweet, milky aroma. She furrowed her brows. "Did you sneak some milk candy again?" She adored to buy 2 milk candy and had stashed dozens in a jar, sealed tightly, indulging herself with one occasionally. After giving the candy to her 2 little ones, Yin Dazhuang had started his sneaky candy theft. He only took 1 piece at a time, but Yun Yiyi had kept count and knew it was dwindling. She turned a blind eye as Yin Dazhuang's audacity grew. The moment Yin Dazhuang's expression turned tense, he appeared fearful of being caught, his young age leaving him without the ability to hide his emotions. Yet he denied it. "I didn't tea." As long as he didn't admit it. He thought to himself. Yun Yiyi warned, "Do you know that eating too much of that candy can lead to cavities? Do you know what cavities are? They're holes in your teeth, caused by little bugs that gnaw away at your teeth until they all fall out." Yin Dazhuang stiffened, his eyes widening. By that time, he would no longer be able to eat meat, nor could he chew pastries. What a pity that would be. Yin Dazhuang clung to her arm. Mother Yun Yiyi gently stroked his soft hair. "So, did you eat?" He nodded, tears brimming in his eyes. Yun Yiyi pointed to his face. "Does your tooth hurt now?" Yin Dazhuang, in a panic, replied, "It hurts. What should I do?" Yin Xiaozhuang, standing on the ground, frowned and touched his own cheek, deep in thought. The pain was merely a psychological effect. Nonetheless, it presented a good opportunity for education, prompting them to brush their teeth properly and take care of their dental hygiene. In this era, there were no dentists. If one developed cavities, they would have to endure the pain. Yun Yiyi instructed, "You must brush your teeth well, gently, and thoroughly, and we'll be fine." Yin Dazhuang immediately jumped down and rushed to the kitchen to fetch his toothbrush. Here, toothbrushes, also known as wooden teeth, were made from willow, which contained abundant fibers. By chewing the willow, the fibers would emerge, forming a serrated texture suitable for brushing teeth. Yun Yiyi couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of ancient people, yet to her, it still felt rather rudimentary. This small object, the toothbrush, could be improved upon. She dipped a willow branch in horsehair and then in toothpaste, thus achieving a more effective cleaning of her teeth. The toothpaste, which she had brought with her, was of an unknown brand but had a refreshing mint scent. It was the only tube in her backpack, likely a random item she had won from continuous draws. But now it became a treasured possession. She was now eager to resolve the issue of water. In the afternoon, while the 2 little ones were napping, Yun Yiyi made another trip to the carpenter's house. Initially, she had come to ask old Lu if he could make a faucet, but upon seeing the bamboo, an idea suddenly struck her. She had been pondering what could serve as a water pipe, In ancient times, there was no plastic. And while it was possible to create hollow pipes from other materials, it would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, with no guarantee of success. But here was bamboo readily available. All she needed was to find smaller pieces, hollow them out, and direct the water into her home. In this way, she wouldn't even need to create a faucet to bring the water over. A smile spread across Yun Yiyi's face, prompting old Lu to glance at her curiously and call out, "Yin family's daughter-in-law, do you need something?" Although he was somewhat skeptical of her, she was still regarded as a valued customer in his eyes, having made a substantial payment last time. Yun Yiyi shook her head, pondering for a moment before showing him her design, a simple faucet that was, of course, quite different from modern ones, relying on a much simpler principle. After listening to her explanation, old Lu thought to himself that this third daughter-in-law had many peculiar ideas. He inquired, "Making this one might not work, right?" Upon hearing his question, Yun Yiyi realized he understood and continued, "Indeed, that's why I intend to use brass. Originally, they could have utilized copper or even superior materials. However, due to the exorbitant costs, while she could afford it, she opted for a more understated choice, claiming it was merely yellow brass." Lao Lu examined the proposal and remarked, "It is worth a try." Yun Yiyi inquired further, "Could you craft a wooden box with partitions inside, each with a hole on the top and bottom, and additionally create several wooden tubes?" This contraption was akin to a filter known in later times. A whimsical idea that struck Yun Yiyi. In modernity, water is often contaminated, treated with various chemicals for purification. Yet, the mountain water here is pristine, even untreated. It poses no harm to the human body. Even if environmental changes render the water murky, it is merely due to the presence of soil and sand. By having Lao Lu construct a filter and incorporating activated charcoal, the murky water could be transformed into crystal-clear purity. Activated charcoal possesses the ability to adsorb dust and other impurities, resulting in healthier water. The process of making activated charcoal is intricate, requiring test tubes, but in this era, glass is non-existent. Thus, Yun Yiyi had to settle for a wooden alternative. Although Lao Lu was a carpenter, he was also a craftsman capable of creating many ingenious items. The ingenuity of these ancient individuals should not be underestimated. The lack of advanced technology has honed their craftsmanship, producing exquisite and lifelike creations that command respect. Delighted, Yun Yiyi paid promptly, and Lao Lu accepted only a deposit of 10 copper coins, promising to settle the remaining amount upon completion. Although she paid with enthusiasm, Lao Lu felt somewhat uneasy, suspecting he had overcharged her previously. While he grasped the principle behind her request, he merely chuckled, perceiving it as a frivolous gadget intended for children. This reminded Yun Yiyi of the Siberian husky she once owned, which would dash towards her, tail wagging, every time she opened the door. Amused, she said, "All right, while you all are asleep, I will find the carpenter. Soon, you will have water at home." Yin Xiaoshuang, with wide cat-like eyes, queried, "What does mother mean?" Yun Yiyi explained, "From now on, you won't need to fetch water. It will flow directly into our home." Yin Xiaoshuang blinked, excitement bubbling within him as he envisioned a water-like creature knocking on their door. Thus, he frequently dashed outside to observe, only to return disappointed each time. Unaware of his thoughts, Yun Yiyi typically used the water from the cistern for washing clothes. Though potable, it was live water sufficient for everyone. The hassle of fetching it was a burden she bore alone. Yet, she could not be blamed. In her mind, this was akin to running water. With no water available, she conformed to local customs and filled a basin with clothes, walking to the nearby stream to wash them. The stream was not far, and she arrived after a short walk. Yin Dajia smiled awkwardly at her. Yun Yiyi promptly called out, "Sister-in-law, is brother in the fields?" Surprised by her initiating a conversation, Yin Dajia nodded, "Yes, after I finish washing, I will take him lunch." Yun Yiyi then asked, "Could you tell brother I need his assistance?" Though her tone lacked warmth, it was her first time seeking help from her. Yin Dajia quickly understood, thinking that Yun Yiyi, known for her sporadic farming, must be asking for help with tilling, and she nodded, "Sure, what do you need?" In the past, Yin Dajia had considered helping her with tilling, but Yun Yiyi's proud demeanor had led her to decline. Now, if she needed help, they were willing to lend hand. Yun Yiyi stated, "When brother is free, I would like him to cut some bamboo for me." Bamboo? The mountains were home to many wild bamboo, but it was inedible and seemingly useless. Yin Dajia paused, initially wanting to decline, but Yun Yiyi added, "If you agree, sister-in-law, you can join us." After saying this, she lifted the basin and strolled away leisurely. Yin Dajia stood still for a moment, pondering her implication. Was she suggesting her presence to avoid suspicion? Chapter 21. Bamboo. Not only did the men in the village admire her, but even her gaze often lingered upon her beauty. Beautiful things always attract attention. Some gossipy women in the village whispered that Yun Yiyi was improper. Previously, Yin Dajia had not openly criticized Yun Yiyi's actions, but felt disapproval in her heart. Now that Yun Yiyi no longer lived with her, she reflected and realized that Yun Yiyi had not behaved excessively. She simply enjoyed dressing up, purchasing clothes and jewelry, and as it was not her money, what harm was there in it? By asking for help this time, Yun Yiyi had even shown awareness of avoiding suspicion, which led Yin Dajia to reconsider her previous judgments. Unfortunately, Yun Yiyi was rather headstrong. While contemplating this, she found herself agreeing to help. Yun Yiyi, lacking experience, noted that everyone came to wash clothes in the morning. After washing for a while, she noticed the sun had risen, and she was drenched in sweat. By the stream, she was the only one washing clothes, wielding a washing stick to beat the garments. She thought it was quite primitive and resolved to create a washing machine in the future. However, the absence of electricity in ancient times would make this endeavor exceedingly challenging and would require careful planning. Yin Dajia's sleeping posture was quite a sight, her bare belly exposed, one leg draped over Yin Xiaoshuang. In contrast, Yin Xiaoshuang lay properly, arms and legs closed, sleeping like a little hamster, frowning as if sensing a weight upon him. Yun Yiyi found it both amusing and exasperating. She first pulled Yin Dajia's clothes over her belly and moved her leg off Yin Xiaoshuang. With the weight lifted, Yin Xiaoshuang relaxed his brow and resumed deep slumber. With nothing else to occupy her, Yun Yiyi recalled her recent purchases of chickens and other goods. Out of curiosity about this era's products, she had bought a little of everything. Not much, just a few pears, some pastries, as well as salt and sugar. She had tasted the pears before. They were small and tart, not particularly enjoyable, lacking sweetness and moisture, thus left untouched. She had bought a variety of pastries, each square and about the size of a mahjong tile. She procured sesame cakes, peanut cakes, chestnut cakes, and mung bean cakes. They were not sweet, retaining the natural flavors of the ingredients, which was commendable. However, vendors could not afford to use only refined flour, as it would be too costly. The pastries contained a mixture of coarse grains, resulting in a slightly rough texture. The two little ones had each taken a bite and did not enjoy them, setting them aside. As Yun Yiyi picked up a peanut cake to eat, she discovered it had softened, but since she stored it in a cool, shaded spot, it remained unspoiled. While eating, she examined the salt and sugar she had purchased. The sugar in this era was known as cane sugar, resembling white granulated sugar, with uniform granules, loose and dry, appearing quite sweet. The common folk had learned to extract sugar from sugarcane. However, due to geographical conditions and temperature, the yield was low, making cane sugar a luxury for the wealthy. Ordinary people sought sweetness from fruits like oranges or plums. Farmers possessed strength, and labor was not a daunting task. Although Yin Dajia was puzzled, she readily agreed. All right, I will go to the mountains and cut some bamboo for my sister-in-law. Yin Dajia hesitated momentarily before saying, Sandaimiai mentioned that you should not cut bamboo for free. She is willing to offer salt and sugar in exchange. Upon hearing this, Yin Dage was taken aback. In truth, he thought it unnecessary, as cutting a few bamboo stalks was no trouble at all for him. Being a man of simplicity, he usually gathered firewood himself. So harvesting bamboo was no significant task. Accepting payment seemed unreasonable. Yin Dezhao bit her lip, perhaps a tad displeased, yet refrained from further comment. After all, having toiled all day, Yin Dage was weary. He decided to rest for a while before heading out to cut the bamboo when the sun had set. Recalling Yun Yi's instructions, Yin Dazhao untied her apron and tidied her hair. I will accompany you. Coincidentally, I need to gather some dry twigs as well. Yin Dage raised no objections. The two prepared to ascend the mountain, and as they passed by Yun Yi's home, they saw the two little ones playing nearby. Yin Xiaoshuang was using a ladle to fill the chicks' bowls with water. Although they had heard about Yun Yiyi constructing a shelter for the chicks, it was their first time observing it up close. Curiosity piqued. Yin Dage touched the chicken coop and remarked, "This is quite impressive." Being a man, he naturally had an interest in such structures. In rural areas, chickens were typically free-range, often pecking at filthy water and debris, leading to their frail and slow growth. However, Yun Yiyi fed the chicks a fixed amount of grain daily, supplementing it with medicine to prevent illness and promote better growth. Despite Yin Dage's lack of knowledge in this area, he was nonetheless impressed by the coop's construction. The flowers and plants seemed useless to the villagers, as they could neither be consumed nor utilized. They were merely a source of amusement for the young ladies in the county. Yun Yiyi's expenditure on such flora truly appeared to be a waste of resources. Lost in thought, she was soon approached by Yin Dazhuang, who cheerfully exclaimed, "Uncle, Annie, Mother's waiting for you." His chubby face resembled that of a fortunate child. In the past, she had difficulty distinguishing the two little ones when they were silent. But now she noticed Yin Dazhuang had developed a double chin, appearing rounder than Yin Xiaoshuang. After picking him up, she felt a bit fatigued and set him down, remarking, "Dazhuang, you have gained quite a bit of weight." The child was indeed not overweight, but adorably plump, indicating that Yun Yiyi had invested considerable effort in nurturing them. Yun Yiyi, having brought nothing with her, hurried out to greet them upon hearing their arrival. "Elder brother and sister-in-law, let us set off now." The humidity in the depths of the mountain forest intensified, and the chill became more pronounced. It was said that wild beasts roamed deeper within, but they were only in the outer regions, posing no danger. The forest was filled with various trees and wild vegetables, and the village girls often came here to gather pigweed and firewood. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they spotted a pile of bamboo, robust and thick, each stalk as wide as her thigh. Yin Dage halted and asked, "Sandaimai, shall we cut here?" Such bamboo would be ideal for making large bowls. Some families lacked bowls and would cut bamboo, but few did so, as bamboo products were difficult to clean in an era without dishwashing liquid. Yin Dage assumed she wished to make bowls. Yun Yi shook her head. Although she had no experience making water pipes, she felt the bamboo was too large and inquired, "Yin Dage, do you have any smaller bamboo at least half this size?" Yin Dage was puzzled. Indeed, there were smaller ones, but they might be too small for bowls. "Who said I wanted a bowl?" Yin Yi retorted, "I want that one." After walking a little further, she indeed discovered a cluster of bamboo that was neither too large nor too small. Although slightly larger than the pipes she typically used, she deemed them satisfactory. The ground in the mountains did have some dry twigs, and Yin Dazhao, carrying a basket, began to gather some. The two little ones insisted on following, squatting on the ground to play with pine cones. The bamboo was tall and varied in size. Yun Yi contemplated how each bamboo stalk needed to fit into the previous one to form a closed water pipe. She examined the bamboo and selected several well-grown pieces of varying thickness. Yin Dage, wielding a machete, promptly cut the bamboo according to her instructions. He worked swiftly, and before long, a pile of bamboo lay on the ground. Yun Yi, holding the gathered twigs, suggested, "Elder brother and sister-in-law, you may head to my home first. I have something else to trouble you with later." Yin Dazhao had filled her basket with firewood and nodded in agreement. It must be said that Yin Dage was indeed a hard-working individual. Although the bamboo was not thick, it was heavy, yet he carried it with ease, half dragging it. Upon reaching Yun Yi's yard, she instructed him to smooth the ends of the bamboo, processing it further. Yin Dazhao had grown accustomed to this task and curiously observed before asking, "Sandaimai, do you plan to make clothes rack?" Such slender bamboo seemed only suitable for hanging clothes. She could not fathom any other use. Even if Yun Yi explained, she would not comprehend. So, she went inside to retrieve the salt and sugar she had previously purchased in town, along with some leftover pastries and pears. Handing the items to Yin Dazhao, she said nonchalantly, "Here, this is your payment for today. Thank you, elder brother, for your help." Yin Dage, unconcerned with such matters, simply smiled in his endearing manner and continued to tidy the bamboo. The amount of sugar and salt Yun Yiyi produced was considerable, appearing to weigh several pounds. The pastries were certainly not something an ordinary family would buy. Sugar was not a necessity and was quite expensive. Yin Dazhao had only consumed it in syrup form during her confinement. Now, seeing Yun Yiyi produce so much at once, she felt a twinge of reluctance, yet she replied, "Sandaimai, there is no need to be so courteous. Such trivial tasks are second nature to me." Yun Yiyi disliked being in debt to anyone and pushed the items forward, her demeanor not overly warm. "Sister-in-law, we had an agreement, did we not? If I were to go back on my word, who would be willing to trade with me in the future?" She glanced at Yin Dage and added, "Right, elder brother?" Yin Dage scratched his head, affirming, "Sandaimai is indeed correct." Yin Dazhao was momentarily speechless. Her initial goodwill now turned to disappointment. She had merely intended to help a relative, not expecting such a lack of gratitude. It reminded her of when Yun Yi had behaved similarly at home. always countering her words and leaving her feeling frustrated. The twilight glow illuminated Yun Yiyi's face, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. It was no wonder the village women secretly disparaged her, claiming she attracted too much attention. Irritated, Yin Dazhao accepted the items, choosing not to take the pastries in pairs, as she had only mentioned salt and sugar. After uttering those words, her voice lowered, feeling as though she had taken advantage of the situation. Cutting a few bamboo stalks hardly warranted such a reward. It was also Yun Yiyi's overly assertive attitude that led her to forget their prior agreement. She had previously told the children's father not to accept anything. Casting a reproachful glance at Yin Dage, she found him oblivious to her sentiment. Yin Dage, simple-minded and uninterested in complex matters, preferred physical labor. After hearing Yun Yiyi's words, he went to the kitchen to fetch water and clean the bamboo. Yun Yiyi smiled softly, thinking, who said this was for you? Yin Kai and Yin Yuan would surely appreciate these pastries. You can give them to them. Yin Dazhao looked up in surprise. Realizing Yun Yiyi maintained her usual demeanor, yet her words still considered her two children. This time, she accepted the pastries without refusal. In discussing Yun Yiyi, one cannot help but note her demeanor. She has seemingly grown accustomed to it. Previously, one might have perceived her as proud and difficult to engage with, lacking the skills for daily living. However, now Yin Daji views her as simply possessing that nature, being generous with herself as well as others, displaying a carefree and forthright disposition, despite her obliviousness to the struggles of common folk. Those who scrutinize her through tinted lenses are not unlike her own perspective. At that moment, Yin Daji had prepared several bamboo poles as requested, which brought joy to Yun Yiyi's heart. Eager to test whether she could divert water, she did not hesitate to bid farewell to the two visitors. Remarkably, Yin Dajia took the unusual step of saying goodbye to Yun Yiyi, her demeanor significantly warmer than before, leaving Yun Yiyi perplexed. Yun Yiyi was uncertain about how to interact with her relatives. Her striking features often conveyed an air of authority, leading to misunderstandings. The protagonist's relationship with her relatives was not particularly cordial, so she was cautious not to appear too eager to please. Yet she could not afford to be excessively aloof either. Furthermore, while Yun Yiyi understood the value of sugar and salt in her era, these commodities remained commonplace in her mind, a deeply ingrained belief that made her feel unconcerned about giving some away, confident in her ample supply. Unbeknownst to her, her inadvertent generosity had completely altered Yin Dajia's impression of her. Yin Yuan, who had been inside watching his younger sister, rushed out upon hearing his brother's voice. Inquiring eagerly about treats, Yin Dajia presented a package of pastries, proclaiming that they were a gift from their Sanshiji, encouraging them to indulge. She retrieved 2 pieces of mung bean cake and handed them to Yin Mu and Yin Fu. The pastries were delectably soft and appealing. Yin Fu, uncharacteristically inquisitive, asked about the source of such kindness from San San's wife. Yin Dajia explained that San Daimiai had brought them for their enjoyment. Yin Fu casually questioned this, not overly concerned, as he preferred the filling nature of porridge, taking just 1 piece before abstaining from further consumption. As Yun Yiyi had noted, Yin Kai and Yin Yuan were particularly fond of the pastries, each taking another piece and sharing their differing flavors to savor a bit of everything. After finishing the mung bean cake, Yin Mu scrutinized the 2 bags of sugar and salt, commenting on the abundance of gifts from San San's wife. Indeed, Yin Dajia reiterated that these were meant as a reward for them. Yin Mu examined the sugar, noting its uniform granules. Recognizing it as high-quality product she had purchased during her confinement. In such weather, the sugar remained dry and pristine, suggesting it had been recently made, quite distinct from the stale sugar that had sat for a year, which was significantly less expensive. Yin Dajia considered the ease with which the sugar was given and nodded in agreement, reflecting on the generosity displayed. In an era where food scarcity was prevalent, families hoarded what little provisions they had, often conserving even for their own needs, a stark contrast to Yun Yiyi's approach. Previously, Yin Dajia had dismissed Yun Yiyi's lavishness, anticipating that she would eventually squander her resources. When Yun Yiyi moved out, Yin Dajia felt a quiet satisfaction, though she had not voiced it. However, Yun Yiyi was not merely generous towards herself while being stingy with others. She treated everyone equally, as if it were simply her way of life, making her hard to dislike. This year, there was no need to purchase salt, and Yin Mu suggested preparing some sugar water for their little Yiya. Yin Dajia complied. Recalling the Yiya, her youngest daughter, was just a year old and typically consumed porridge. Children of such tender age were prone to illness, and Yun Yiyi had always harbored fears about her survival. Fortunately, rural children were sturdy, and after a brief illness, Yiyi recovered swiftly, now lively and spirited. Yun Yiyi responded affirmatively, heating water in a pot, and once it reached a boil, she poured it into a basin, adding a bit of cane sugar and stirring until it dissolved completely, before ladling it into small bowls. The sweetened water was hot, and, after allowing it to cool slightly, she called the others to partake. She herself refrained from drinking, feeling an attachment to the treat. As the oil in the lamp dwindled, Yun Yiyi recalled that they had stocked up on oil and salt, which brought her a measure of reassurance. This year, at least, she would not face excessive worry. While salt was indeed expensive in this era, it remained an essential commodity. Regardless of wealth, every household needed to stock up by year's end. As food supplies dwindled in winter, the method of food preservation through salting was discovered by a prominent scholar in the Dezhou Kingdom, who proposed that salting vegetables and meats would extend their shelf life, a practice that gained imperial approval and was subsequently emulated by the populace. Given the limited variety and low yield of vegetables, primarily consisting of cabbage, which was not filling and difficult to store, pickling them became the most effective solution. During harsh winters, households would set aside some silver to procure meat for curing, with some even adding homegrown Sichuan pepper and chili for enhanced flavor, surpassing fresh meat in taste. Those with pigs would slaughter them, hanging the cuts from the rafters as a guarantee of sustenance. In previous years, Yun Yiyi would worry over grain yields and necessary salt provisions, considering the mouths to feed at home. This year, however, that concern had lessened. Perhaps she could even save some money for her husband to craft a thick cotton coat. As night fell later than usual, around 8 o'clock, the sky still held a trace of light, yet every household had already retired for the evening. Yun Yiyi, dragging 2 bamboo poles, made her way to the water source with urgency. Upon arrival at the spring, she carefully surveyed her surroundings for a discreet location, placing the bamboo into the flowing water, burying one end in mud to anchor it securely. Despite her awareness of the terrain, fearing she might not successfully divert the water, she retrieved a sturdy branch she had collected during the day, shaping its end into a letter form. After digging a hole in the ground, she inserted the branch and compacted the soil before positioning the bamboo atop it to ensure the water could flow through. With everything in place, her heart raced as she ran to the other end of the bamboo, where she was met with the sight of clear spring water gushing forth. Prompting a sigh of relief, she then replicated the process, inserting a smaller bamboo at the mouth of the first, creating a closed system, and carefully propping it with another branch in the muddy earth. Yun Yiyi chose a less traveled route for her water conduit to prevent any accidental damage by passers-by, meandering through the woods beside the spring. Upon reaching her home, the water pipe connected discreetly from the back of the yard. After securing the final bamboo pole, she was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of the spring water flowing from the bamboo. Yun Dazhuang and Yun Xiaoshuang, having awakened from their slumber, crawled out of bed to witness the water streaming into their water vat. With a sense of accomplishment, Yun Yiyi proudly exclaimed, "See, Mother did not deceive you. Water now flows directly into our home." Yun Xiaoshuang's mouth fell agape in astonishment, as if he had encountered a water spirit. Yun Dazhuang yawned, rushing over with wide eyes, transfixed by the sight, marveling at his mother's prowess. "You two should return to sleep. Mother still needs to bathe." Yun Yiyi, now drenched in sweat, planned to fill the water vat before bathing and retiring for the night. The 2 children, still awake but unable to sleep, complied with Yun Yiyi's words and returned to bed together. Once the vat was full, Yun Yiyi pressed down on the bamboo, halting the flow of water. She took a comfortable bath and extinguished the candle before drifting into slumber. Chapter 23. The Making of Activated Carbon. The following day, Yun Yiyi did not rise until noon, having grown somewhat lethargic and no longer spending time cooking. Instead, she retrieved several baozi, sweet bean paste buns, and custard buns from her backpack, placing them in the steamer for just a few minutes. Yun Dazhuang and Yun Xiaoshuang, still relishing their meal, wore expressions of utter satisfaction. Lacking a refrigerator, Yun Yiyi was cautious not to take out too much food. She planned to prepare noodles in the afternoon for convenience and nutrition, setting aside some flour in the kitchen before deciding to visit the carpenter regarding her faucet. The 2 little ones, hand in hand, were already accustomed to following Yun Yiyi closely. Despite the protagonist's poor social standing and irritable temperament, The village women harbored jealousy towards her. They would mutter derogatory remarks behind her back, calling her a vixen, yet dared not speak ill of her in person, for Yun Yiyi was not of a gentle disposition. The single men in the village, however, were drawn to her, but alas, she was a married woman, and her proud demeanor rendered them too timid to approach her. Even with a passing glance, Yun Yiyi made her way to the carpenter's house without hindrance. Upon her arrival, she found several others present, as old Lu handed out finished brooms and benches to them before noticing her. "Wife of the Yin family, I have prepared your items. Would you care to take a look? I am uncertain if they meet your expectations," he said, retrieving two peculiar objects from within. The others, who had intended to leave with their goods, found themselves pausing involuntarily. What could these objects be? One was a rectangular wooden box with a hole on top, while the other resembled a lump of scrap metal. Upon seeing these items, the curiosity of the onlookers dissipated, and they departed. Assuming Yun Yiyi had crafted toys for her children. In this era, it was not uncommon for parents to make simple toys like spinning tops and sandbags for their children. However, the strange objects they had just encountered were entirely unfamiliar to them. They deemed Yun Yiyi frivolous, engaged in crafting useless trinkets. Yun Yiyi had not harbored high hopes, but was pleasantly surprised by old Lu's craftsmanship. The wooden partitions within the filter were intricately made. As for the faucet, its basic structure was sound, and she was quite satisfied with its form, although the faucet was merely a shape without the functionality to control the flow of water. She found contentment in it nonetheless. After paying him for his work, she glanced at her two little ones and decided they should contribute as well. She handed them the filter while she carried the faucet in one hand. The filter, crafted from wood and hollow inside, was not heavy, and the two children held either end with an air of seriousness. Yin Xiaoshuang bit her lip, intently focused on the filter, fearful it might vanish at any moment. Yin Dashuang, for the first time, adopted a serious demeanor as well. This was the first task their mother had assigned him, filling him with a sense of accomplishment and making him feel like a little man. Yun Yiyi, graceful and elegant, walked ahead while her two little buns struggled to carry a small wooden box behind her. Their exquisite features, fair and round, with pudgy arms and legs that peeked out, drew the eyes of passers-by. In a village where children were typically lean and dark-skinned, the sight of such plump little ones was rare. Previously, villagers had only gazed at Yun Yiyi, but now many eyes were drawn to her children. Unbeknownst to the two little ones, they were soon to become the talk of the village. They carried the filter home, brimming with confidence, feeling they were now capable of helping their mother. Yun Yiyi washed their faces and then inserted a bamboo spout into the hole atop the filter, while the faucet was placed into the hole below. This simple filter operated on a straightforward principle. Water flowing from the bamboo spout would pass through the upper chamber containing activated carbon, filtering out impurities before emerging crystal clear from the faucet below. The device appeared to be a success. Now, she merely needed to produce the activated carbon. However, this era lacked the material known as activated carbon, and Yun Yiyi was uncertain if it could even be created here. She resolved to give it her best effort, for the thought of murky water rendered her unable to consume it or even bathe, causing an unsettling feeling throughout her body. The process of making activated carbon was fraught with danger, and under such conditions, even if successful, its efficacy would likely be subpar, with high costs involved. Having once been a top student in physics, Yun Yiyi had conducted numerous experiments, and now, in this backward ancient time, she felt unafraid, simply wishing to enhance her living conditions. She shooed the two children outside and opened the kitchen windows and doors, donning a makeshift mask, preparing to commence her experiment. It was essential to be cautious during this process, as toxic gases could be released, and inhaling too much would undoubtedly be harmful. Yet, Yun Yiyi remained undeterred. She had performed such experiments frequently in her past life and was accustomed to the risks. As long as she adhered to the proper steps and took precautions, she believed there would be no issues. Her confidence stemmed from her repeated successes in experimentation. With the fire roaring, Yun Yiyi added the previously prepared walnut shells, peanut shells, sawdust, and other powders into the pot, then began to heat it. At that moment, various gases began to emit from the pot, prompting her to step back. As these gases included carbon monoxide and methane, both toxic volatile compounds. After 2 hours of reaction time, the firewood beneath had nearly burned out, and Yun Yiyi did not add more, patiently waiting for the flames to subside. Upon inspecting the pot, she found a dark, unsightly mass within. Undeterred, she reignited the fire, placed another pot filled with water on the stove, and sealed it with a lid, connecting a homemade wooden tube to the vent on the lid to collect steam. She transferred the black substance from the first pot into a wooden pipe, sealing both ends with cotton to prevent any spillage, and connected the two wooden tubes, allowing the steam to wash over the carbonized material within the glass pipe. The two little ones, having grown hungry, were aware of their mother's busyness and chose not to disturb her. Instead, they quietly rummaged through the house for snacks. Yun Yiyi had stocked the house with various fruits and pastries, allowing them to eat fruit at any time apart from mealtimes, though pastries were off limits. Now, with Yun Yiyi preoccupied in the kitchen, Yin Dashuang's stomach grumbled, prompting him to seek out an orange. The oranges, red and sweet, were large and unlike those their mother had grown, which were often small and sour. Yin Dashuang had a fondness for them. Previously, their mother had planted a tree that bore green-skinned oranges, yielding few fruits each year, and they were often bitter and unpalatable. Once, she had secretly given them 2 oranges, nearly bringing them to tears from the sour taste. Yin Xiaoshuang, observing the kitchen, suggested, "Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps mother will come out soon." After a brief pause, Yin Dashuang, feeling the pangs of hunger, remarked, "I need something to eat." Coincidentally, Yin Xiaoshuang's stomach also rumbled. The two little ones sneaked into the room, unearthing pancakes, pastries, rice candy, bananas, and oranges for a hearty feast. Meanwhile, Yun Yiyi continued to monitor the pot. After several hours of washing, she extracted the contents and set them outdoors to dry. Despite the overcast sky, she placed the dark mass outside, hopeful that the upcoming sunny days would aid in its drying. She had her reasons for preparing the material now. The weather was favorable for drying, and waiting until winter would be too late. Yun Yiyi spent a considerable amount of time crafting activated carbon, resulting in the unfortunate demise of the pot. She remained uncertain about the success of her endeavor, only able to await future experimentation. Nonetheless, she felt a subtle sense of accomplishment. After all, she had conducted such an experiment in ancient times under rather rudimentary conditions. Once Yun Yiyi had finished drying her materials, she noticed that the two little ones were nowhere to be seen. After searching the house, she discovered them indulging in an abundance of snacks and peacefully resting. Amused, she shook her head and lay down on the bed, preparing to take a short nap. The two little ones seemed to sense her presence in their dreams, instinctively snuggling closer to her. Yin Dashuang wrapped her tiny arms around Yun Yiyi's, curling up with her little bottom in the air, drifting back into a serene slumber. Yin Xiaoshuang, after some time, nudged closer until his entire face was buried in her belly, finally content. Yun Yiyi did not sleep for long before she was awakened by a dream in which she transformed into Sun Wukong. In the dream, the Buddha's palm descended upon her, transforming into the 5-finger mountain that immobilized her. Upon opening her eyes, she felt the weight of Yin Dashuang sprawled across her abdomen, soundly asleep. With a slight twitch of her lips, she carefully lifted Yin Dashuang off her and quietly slipped away. The two little ones had not slept for long either, and upon Yun Yiyi's rise, they quickly awoke. Having digested their earlier snacks, Yin Dashuang hurried over to Yun Yiyi, who was busy cooking, and asked in a soft voice, "Mother, what are we having for dinner tonight?" Yin Xiaoshuang strolled in leisurely. It seemed the two little ones had grown a tad. But upon closer inspection of Yin Dashuang, Yun Yiyi remarked, "Why have you become so plump?" Facing them daily, she had become desensitized to their changes. After all, seeing someone repeatedly diminishes one's perception of their transformation. However, the two little ones looked remarkably alike, and now Yin Xiaoshuang appeared noticeably slimmer than Shuang. In truth, Yin Shuang was not truly overweight, yet in comparison to Yin Xiaoshuang, he seemed so to Yun Yiyi. Yin Xiaoshuang, despite consuming an equal amount of food, was fond of physical activity, unlike Yin Dashuang, who preferred to lounge about, thus creating their disparity. In this rural setting, the notion of weight loss was virtually non-existent. After all, merely managing to fill one's belly was a considerable achievement for each household. Moreover, no child in the village was as fair and chubby as the two little ones. Upon hearing Yun Yiyi's remark, Yin Dashuang pinched his own belly, confirming the presence of a layer of fat. He blinked in confusion and reached out his chubby little paw to poke at Yin Xiaoshuang's belly. Suddenly bursting into laughter, "Mother, my brother has a little belly too." Yin Dashuang thought to himself that if Yin Xiaoshuang had a belly, then he too must not be overweight. Yin Xiaoshuang, realizing this, took a cautious step back and hugged his belly with his small chubby hands. eyeing into Shuang warily. It was quite normal for little ones to have baby fat. After all, if they developed six-pack abs, that would be something to worry about. As the two little ones grew older and taller, they would naturally slim down. However, Yun Yiyi chose not to disclose this to them, fearing that if Yin Shuang became too pleased, he would indulge excessively. The two little ones were developing well, but after observing them for several days, Yun Yiyi noted that they bore little resemblance to the protagonist. The protagonist had a rather striking appearance, while the two little ones appeared innocent and naive. Initially, Yun Yiyi thought they were still mere infants, their features not fully developed, but upon closer inspection, she realized that their brows, eyes, and even facial shapes differed entirely from those of the protagonist. Thus, it was evident that the two little ones resembled their father. Yun Yiyi had no knowledge of Yin Qinghe's appearance, as she had not pursued that storyline in the game. However, the narrative established that the protagonist was drawn to the other's looks, which suggested that he must have been quite handsome. The two little ones had round, bright eyes with slightly upturned corners. Their features had yet to fully develop, resulting in cherubic faces with fair skin and rosy lips. Yun Yiyi envisioned a grown-up version of her little ones in her mind, a tall and slender figure, yet with round, plump cheeks. Startled by the imagined character in her thoughts, she playfully scolded, "I'm about to start frying the shredded meat, so step back and watch out for splatters." Yin Shuang immediately forgot the topic of weight, obediently retreating to the door and peering inside with curiosity. "Are we having noodles tonight?" "Yes, I'm making sauerkraut and shredded meat noodles for you," replied Yun Yiyi. Yin Shuang only grasped the terms shredded meat and sauerkraut, not entirely understanding what they entailed. However, he had been enjoying a variety of fresh foods in recent days and was aware that Yun Yiyi was about to prepare something delicious. Yun Yiyi retrieved a slender piece of pork tenderloin and began slicing it into thin strips. Though her pace was not brisk, the slices were fairly uniform, as her mind wandered to other matters. Such a laborious task of cutting meat consumed too much time. If only she had a meat slicer. It would save both time and effort. In the modern era, she had grown accustomed to the conveniences of technology. Her home was largely semi-automated, equipped with common appliances such as a washing machine, range hood, and refrigerator. Additionally, she had acquired a dishwasher, meat grinder, and grinder. Eventually, she would have to devise these machines herself to facilitate a more convenient lifestyle. As Yun Yiyi drifted into her thoughts, she had already finished slicing the pork. She placed the meat strips in a large bowl, adding egg whites, sugar, and salt for marination. Only then did she light the stove and wash the pot, heating the oil until it reached the appropriate temperature before swiftly adding the meat strips and stir-frying until they changed color. Next, she added ginger and garlic, continuing to saute until the fragrant aroma filled the air. Afterward, she poured in the prepared sauerkraut, ensuring to dry it thoroughly before adding the meat strips once more and continuing to stir-fry. The sounds of sizzling and the delightful aroma enveloped her. And once she deemed it ready, she plated the dish. The final task was cooking the noodles. Yun Yiyi boiled another pot of water, and once it reached a rolling boil, she added enough noodles for 3 servings. Once cooked, she divided them into 3 bowls, each generously topped with sauerkraut, shredded meat, and greens. The two little ones had long since grabbed their chopsticks and sat up straight. Upon seeing the noodles ready, each held their bowls, slurping up the noodles with delight. After finishing their meal, Yun Yiyi calculated that tomorrow was market day in the town. During her previous visit, she had found the town nearly deserted, with many shops closed and a palpable sense of emptiness. She later learned that it was only on market days that townsfolk gathered, and vendors would set up their wares for sale. On fortunate occasions, one might stumble upon good bargains. After all, competition in the county was fierce, making business challenging, leading some to sell their goods in town, though this was a rare occurrence. For instance, the last time, Sister Chan from next door had managed to buy cheap fatty pork. Given the current weather, meat spoiled easily if left out too long. Sister Chin's family had not eaten meat in a long while, and with her son recovering from serious illness, she had finally decided to purchase half a pound of meat for nourishment. These snippets of gossip were merely things Yun Yiyi had overheard, with little entertainment in the village. People often engaged in idle chatter about who married whom, what someone had for dinner, or the latest news about someone's pig giving birth. Conversations devoid of substance. The town held a market every 3 days, and the villagers generally flocked to it. While their village was neither too large nor too small, with a few hundred households, Yun Yiyi had never ventured into the neighboring village and was not well acquainted with it. This time, she planned to explore, resolving to wake up early the next day. When she went to bed that night, she informed the two little ones of her plans. Her backpack was filled with instant foods and snacks, ensuring the little ones wouldn't go hungry. However, to her surprise, De Shuang and Xiao Shuang were reluctant. Yinda Shuang sulked and insisted on accompanying her, while Yin Xiao Shuang remained silent, his wide, cat-like eyes silently watching her. Yun Yiyi felt a softness in her heart as she covered the bellies of her two little ones with a thin blanket, and with a hint of helplessness, she said, "I understand. I can take you with me tomorrow, but you must wake up early and not linger in bed." Yin Dasha immediately exclaimed, "All right, I will definitely wake up early." Yin Xiaoshuan nuzzled against her pillow, her face revealing no distinct expression, though her little mouth seemed to curve slightly. She smiled, cracked open the window a sliver to let the breeze in, allowing the air to circulate. At that moment, she felt as if she were nurturing little ones in a game. Yun Yi pondered that since the two had never been outside, taking them to the town would be beneficial, exposing them to the world beyond their village. Yet, at their tender age, it was uncertain whether they could truly appreciate this experience. For now, their interests lay solely in food and play. At dawn the next day, as the sky began to lighten, the two little ones were already up, dressed neatly, and standing obediently in front of Yun Yi's bed, awaiting her rise. When she opened her eyes, she found them staring at her with wide eyes, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed. She quickly got ready, noting that the horizon had turned a pale white and roosters were crowing in a competitive frenzy, before saying, "Let us set off." The two little ones, filled with excitement, hurriedly followed her. After a moment's thought, Yun Yi retrieved a slender rope from the room, tying one end around each child's waist and the other around her own wrist. The little ones did not resist, obediently extending their hands to facilitate her actions. Once secured, Yin Xiaoshua curiously touched the rope around her waist, her eyes filled with questions. She recalled how Grandpa Li would take his big yellow dog for a walk in a similar manner. The dog would try to run, but once Grandpa Li tugged the rope, it could not escape. Yin Dasha, brimming with curiosity, asked, "Mother, what is this?" He touched and prodded the rope with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Yun Yi, inspired by sudden thought, realized that if she were to inadvertently lose sight of the two little ones in the town, it would be quite troublesome. "This is a safety strap, see? It keeps you connected to me, so you won't get lost," she explained. Yin Dasha was immediately convinced, clapping his hands in delight at the prospect of being with his mother. Yin Xiaoshua, however, still thought of Grandpa Li and his big yellow dog, and silently walked to the back. Although they had risen a bit late, they encountered many people at this hour. Yun Yi attracted attention as she led the two little ones along like a person walking small dogs. Passers-by found the sight peculiar, casting several glances. Yet the trio remained unperturbed. "Third sister-in-law, are you also going to the market?" Yin Dama spoke, carrying a basket, seemingly intending to purchase goods. Yun Yi glanced at them and replied, "Good morning, mother, sister-in-law." The two little ones echoed her greetings. Yin Mother twitched her mouth, unable to suppress her remark. "Are you planning to buy more?" She had recently purchased a substantial amount of meat, sugar, salt, and clothing, all of which equated to several years' worth of their expenses. Yun Yi feigned ignorance of Yin Mother's insinuation, nodding and saying, "Our household lacks everything. Of course we need to buy. Look, Dasha and Xiaoshua have grown a bit recently, and their appetite has increased. Our food supplies are dwindling." Yin Mother thought to herself that it was impossible for them to have grown so much in such a short time, casting a glance at Dasha and Xiaoshua. By now, the weather had brightened significantly. Although the little ones had not grown taller, they indeed appeared plumper. In rural areas, children grow slowly, and it was rare to see them suddenly gain weight like this. Yin Mother felt a pang of realization as she noticed that the two had indeed grown since their last encounter. Yin Dama, glancing over, inquired, "What do you plan to buy, third sister-in-law?" "We intend to purchase some fabric and cotton today to make winter clothing." Yin Dama smiled. "We must seize this opportunity to buy good materials. Once winter arrives, it will be difficult to find them." The distance to the town was neither far nor near, and as they walked, the conversation helped pass the time. Yuni learned much from Yin Dama. This era was not one of prosperity. Even the current emperor likely had little of value in the treasury. This was not something Yin Dama explicitly stated, but rather a conclusion Yun Yi drew herself. Now, Yin Dama was preparing for winter, as once the season arrived, households would shut their doors and commerce would cease. The winter lasted several months, and if the populace remained idle at home, the economy would inevitably regress. If ordinary farmers faced such stagnation, it was even more disheartening for the merchants in the town. One could only imagine the poverty of the nation. Yun Yiyi was uncertain about conditions elsewhere, but she firmly believed that if the town exhibited such trends, other small towns in the Dezhou kingdom would likely be similar. As for the county and even the capital, where wealthier families resided, she could only speculate. However, she was determined to venture out one day. If she could establish shops in every small town and sell goods throughout the winter, it would undoubtedly yield great profits. Although the country was impoverished, it was not money that was most scarce, but rather food. There were even tales of people starving to death each year. Yun Yiyi was not a saint, but if this path could be viable, she could address the food crisis, benefit others, and earn a living to provide the best life for her two little ones. Though her backpack contained money and grain, she knew it was insufficient. She had always sought more than mere subsistence. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the small town. Yin Dama said, "My mother and I plan to buy some fabric. Would you like to join us, third sister-in-law?" Yun Yiyi shook her head. "No, I will wander around first." Yin Dama nodded, and they intended to part ways. The market was indeed bustling today, coinciding with the market day. The streets were filled with people, and each step brought them shoulder to shoulder. Although Yin Mother had previously expressed some reservations about the rope, she said nothing now. As they navigated through the crowd, the two little ones followed Yun Yiyi closely, safe and sound, causing her ponder. Upon her earlier visit, she had only discovered 2 streets. This time, she found that the town was far more extensive, with several previously deserted streets now bustling with throngs of people, vendors displaying their wares. The items for sale were rather monotonous: various vegetables, rice, chickens, ducks, and eggs, all priced rather steeply. Most of these goods were sourced from farms, then sold at inflated prices to the townsfolk, primarily to profit from the price difference. The vendors had limited supplies, selling only these items, and their business was generally mediocre. Yet, there were those who were short on food, purchasing from them, while some rural folks in need of money sold their own chickens and ducks. However, such actions were rare. As for them, pigs and poultry represented their capital. Retaining them for personal use was ideal. A chicken raised for several years would become tough, stop laying eggs, and ultimately be unsellable, leaving it only for family consumption. As Yun Yiyi strolled, she spotted a vendor selling tonghalu and bought 3 skewers. Not encountering anything particularly novel, she sought a place to eat, having risen early without breakfast and feeling quite hungry. Dasha and Xiaoshua, dining out for the first time, gazed around with wide, curious eyes. The town did not boast any fine establishments, so Yun Yiyi chose a restaurant that served wonton noodles. As the name implies, it offered a mixture of noodles and wontons. She ordered 2 bowls of wonton noodles. The chef swiftly counted out dozens of wontons, boiling them in hot water. And just before they were done, he added a handful of noodles, then served the dish. Yun Yiyi requested an additional bowl, dividing the contents of a large bowl into 2 portions before handing them to the 2 little ones. Wonton, filled solely with pure cabbage and devoid of any meat, was consumed by Yun Yiyi in several pieces. She found it rather bland, yet somewhat satisfying. This completely natural and unpolluted vegetable was always refreshing to eat. Yin Shuang, in his haste, was scalded, and although both of them could use chopsticks, they were not particularly adept. After a struggle, he managed to pick one up, only to have his tongue burned red, which made him whimper in discontent. Yun Yiyi deftly picked up a wonton, placed it in a spoon, applied a bit of pressure, and it burst open, allowing her to blow on it until it cooled. Yin Shuang watched eagerly as she consumed the wonton and remarked leisurely, "Do you know how to eat wontons like this?" Yin Shuang clumsily imitated her, awkwardly lifting a piece. "Mother, it's not as delicious as what you make." Yin Shuang took a bite, his cheeks puffing up. "All right, no need for flattery. Just eat quickly." Yin Shuang responded with an "oh" and nodded, continuing his battle with the wonton. The vendor's business was not particularly thriving, but was not desolate either. With intermittent customers arriving, all accompanied by children, it was a rare outing to the market, and everyone was willing to spend a little. Seizing a moment when the vendor was free, Yun Yiyi inquired, "Sir, do you know where I could purchase seeds?" The wonton vendor pointed in a direction and cheerfully replied, "At the end of the 2nd street." Having lived in this town for decades, he was well acquainted with the area. After expressing her gratitude, Yun Yiyi took her 2 children to buy seeds. Earlier, the crowd had been too dense for her to see clearly, but now, With many vendors closing up, the space was much clearer. There were few people buying seeds at this time, as sowing typically began around March or April. However, at the end of the second street, there was indeed a vendor selling seeds. It seemed she had not sold many, and seeing fewer customers. She was preparing to close up without urgency. After all, she was selling essential goods, which would eventually sell out. Yun Yiyi called out to her, "Auntie, what kind of seeds do you have?" The vendor paused her packing, pleased to have a customer, and began her introduction. "These are cabbage, bitter melon, ginger, and tomatoes." The variety of vegetables was not vast, and Yun Yiyi had no interest in bitter melon, which she personally disliked. Upon glancing at the seeds, she picked up a peculiar plant and asked, "What is this?" In these times, few were unfamiliar with vegetable seeds, yet judging by Yun Yiyi's attire, she did not resemble an ordinary peasant. The vendor, being honest, did not intend to deceive her. "This is water bamboo, but my dear, I advise against planting this. It's quite difficult to cultivate." She specialized in selling vegetable seeds and had some connections in the county. The Dazhou kingdom distributed vegetable seeds annually at a low price to the common people, but it was not yet time for distribution, and these were leftover seeds. Aside from the challenging water bamboo, the other vegetable seeds were quite good. In fact, she also possessed some seeds brought from a neighboring country. The current emperor had previously declared that whoever could successfully cultivate these seeds would be rewarded with 500 taels of silver. 500 taels was a substantial sum, enough to sustain an average person for a lifetime. Unfortunately, many who received the seeds were unable to grow them. Some, undeterred, tried new methods, yet even the sprouts failed to emerge. Consequently, they abandoned the endeavor, recognizing the necessity of cultivating edible grains. Yun Yiyi found it curious that water bamboo was difficult to grow. She remembered that it was a plant that thrived easily and yielded abundantly, well loved by many. Why, then, was it hard to cultivate in this ancient setting? She pointed at the water bamboo seeds and declared, "I want all of these." The vendor cautioned, "Young lady, you should think this through. Many tried growing water bamboo years ago, but it took up space, affected the yield of other vegetables, and often produced empty stalks, leading to its abandonment." Indeed, the vendor had the most water bamboo seeds left. Yun Yiyi inquired, "You plant water bamboo in the ground?" The vendor looked at her quizzically. "Of course, it must be planted in the ground. If one has any knowledge, they should know that water bamboo is easy to grow but requires water. It is typically grown in rice paddies." She refrained from arguing with the vendor and selected tomatoes, cabbages, and eggplants, purchasing them all. "Are you planning to try planting?" the vendor suddenly asked. Yun Yiyi did not resemble a rural person. Her demeanor was graceful, her speech polite, and most notably, she did not hesitate to buy seeds, except for the bitter melon, which she avoided. This indicated she was not lacking in funds. Bitter melon was inexpensive, often disliked by affluent families, while poorer households settled for it. In this era, where sweetness was prized, bitterness was certainly not a desirable flavor. Thus, the vendor speculated that she intended to cultivate rare vegetable seeds to claim a reward from a court. Unaware of the vendor's thoughts, Yun Yiyi nodded. "I have never grown these vegetables before, so I plan to give it a try." The vendor, enthusiastic, said, "I have some rare seeds here. Would you like them?" Yun Yiyi nodded in agreement. Her initial intention was to create her own vegetable garden, planting a bit of everything. However, the variety of seeds available was too limited to meet her needs, and her backpack was not fully equipped, knowing that she would eventually consume everything. Hearing that there were additional seeds available, she readily accepted. The vendor lived in the town and was only a few minutes away. After a brief rummage in her house, she returned with a quantity of seeds that was double what she had before. These were seeds she had stored previously, and they were unnamed, as the emperor had stated that whoever could successfully cultivate them would have the privilege of naming them. Yun Yiyi inquired, "Has no one ever managed to cultivate them?" The vendor shook her head, indicating that no one had succeeded in recent years, leading to a collective abandonment of the effort. She rubbed her hands together. "I can offer you these seeds at a cheaper price." These seeds were brought from foreign lands by a low-ranking official from the Honglu Temple. Yet several types had never been successfully cultivated even in those countries, let alone in the Dazhou kingdom. Initially, the court distributed these seeds for free to encourage the populace to plant them. However, as intermediaries, they acquired more of these seeds and certainly intended to charge for them. At the time, due to the generous rewards, many were willing to purchase these foreign seeds, but in recent years, interest had waned. She had accumulated quite a few scattered seeds. Yun Yiyi remarked, "Money is not an issue. I will pay you according to the market price. Chapter 26. The scholar they went from house to house, and the vendor did not dare deceive her. Seeing her earnestness, she immediately brightened. Rest assured, I believe you may indeed cultivate them. However, despite her words, the vendor remained skeptical. If Yun Yiyi could obtain so many vegetable seeds, why had she not tried planting them alongside her relatives? It was simply too difficult. Yun Yiyi asked, does the court distribute these seeds for free every year? The vendor's eyes flickered as she avoided the topic. If you wish to buy seeds, you can always come to me in the future. I assure you I will set some aside for you. Yun Yiyi did not press further and expressed her gratitude. In her heart, she understood that while it was said to be free, there was likely a desire to profit, with only a portion genuinely given for free, while the rest was sold through intermediaries for profit. Moreover, since these seeds were inherently difficult to cultivate, the higher-ups would not notice these small manipulations. Such occurrences are common everywhere, and Yun Yiyi did not judge right from wrong. The prices set by the intermediaries were not exorbitant, and she could afford them, willingly spending her money. Furthermore, since the vendor had made such a promise, it would be more convenient for her to purchase vegetable seeds in the future. The vendor perceived her as a significant customer and dared not neglect her. The bookstore was quite secluded, situated at the end of the street. Explaining why she had not noticed it previously, Yun Yiyi glanced at her two children, who looked at her with wide, innocent eyes. She untied the ropes binding them and held their hands on either side. Yin Shuang asked, Mother, what is that? That is a bookstore. Although the characters of the ancient times were anything but simple, Yun Yiyi could still recognize them. Yin Shuang hung his head in silence, likely not understanding. At her age, most children are attending kindergarten. Yet in this ancient era, such institutions are non-existent. Yun Yiyi contemplated for a moment and earnestly advised them. You must learn to read in the future. Do you understand? If you cannot recognize even a single character, you will be vulnerable to bullying when you venture outside. Yin Xiaoshuang lifted her head, inquiring about literacy. Yes, let me take you to choose a couple of books, Yun Yiyi responded, and with that, she took the two little ones into the bookstore. The proprietor of the store was a man in his 40s. His worn robe, though faded, was impeccably neat and devoid of wrinkles. A young attendant was busy organizing the books inside. Upon noticing a woman entering, the proprietor maintained a stoic expression, remaining comfortably seated in his chair, not even lifting his eyelids. The current emperor encourages the populace to read extensively, allowing access to all types of literature. However, in this age where even basic sustenance is a challenge, few engage in reading. Yun Yiyi selected several books, and when it was time to settle the bill, the old gentleman expressionlessly calculated with an abacus, stating, that will be 5 taels of silver. She had always calculated her expenditures in copper coins, and 1 tael of silver could procure a multitude of items. She was taken aback by the exorbitant price of these few worn books. Nonetheless, she proceeded to pay and, noticing the ink, paper, and inkstone at the back, purchased some, spending another tael of silver. It is noteworthy that some families earn merely a tael of silver in a month. It is no wonder that few are willing to support their children's education. Merely the costs of books and paper constitute a significant burden. As far as she knew, literacy was scarce in their village. After acquiring the items, just as she was about to leave, a scholar entered. Upon seeing the books Yun Yiyi had purchased, he offered her a gentle smile. The proprietor immediately brightened, greeting Mr. G. What brings you here so early today? The man replied with a smile. I came early to take advantage of today's market. The proprietor remarked. Your handwriting has improved remarkably, Mr. G. It was no wonder he had smiled at her earlier. All the books here were transcribed by him. In this era devoid of movable type printing, each book requires manual transcription, and those who can write are few. Yun Yiyi lingered for a moment, and the man turned, suddenly bending down to tousle Yin Xiaoshuang's hair, asking, What is your name? Yin Xiaoshuang replied in a babyish voice, Yin Hen. What a lovely name. Akin to the passing of a wild goose leaves no trace, he said kindly. Yin Xiaoshuang did not comprehend, merely blinking in confusion. Yin Dazhuang reached out his chubby hand to pull the man's hand away from his brother's head, not thinking much of it, but feeling that his brother's head should not be touched by strangers. Moreover, he wondered why only his brother was being petted when his own head was equally round. Mr. G's attention on Yin Xiaoshuang was likely due to the latter being closer to him. He had an affinity for plump children and had merely patted his head. Unexpectedly, another even chubbier child appeared, looking strikingly similar. I am Yin Chu, he announced, his voice bright and clear. Mr. G addressed Yun Yiyi. Is this young lady purchasing books for family? Yun Yiyi nodded, not denying it. He introduced himself. I am Ji's son, a teacher from the county town. These two children will be able to attend school in a few years. If you're interested, you may come find me at this bookstore when the time comes. Yin Dazhuang only understood that someone was praising him for being clever, puffing out his chest with pride. Yin Xiaoshuang approached Mr. Ji and asked, Is studying fun? Their mother wanted him to study, and now this man did too. Yin Dazhuang, not yet understanding what studying entailed, merely thought it must be something delicious. However, Yin Xiaoshuang seemed to grasp something after listening for a while. He looked up, and Mr. Ji could see his earnest, large eyes and chubby cheeks from that angle. Mr. Ji crouched down to his level, saying after studying, you can recognize many characters, make lots of friends in school, and eventually earn a good deal of money. Yin Xiaoshuang pointed to the book in Mr. Ji's hand and asked seriously, How much can you earn by copying such a book? The proprietor chuckled. This bookstore belongs to Mr. Ji. There is no charge for him. It turned out that the bookstore was indeed Ji's son's. The proprietor was merely an employee he had hired to manage the shop. Yun Yiyi stroked her chin, realizing that in this ancient time, the status of scholars remained quite elevated. This is only natural, as anyone entering government service must possess education. Yun Yiyi did not dwell on such distant matters. However, she could not allow the two little ones to remain illiterate. She offered a sincere smile, thus expressing her gratitude to Mr. Ji. Observing her gentle demeanor, Mr. Ji seemed to be a teacher not prone to corporal punishment, and it would be quite beneficial if the two little ones could have him as a mentor in the future. Mr. Ji remarked, It is nothing. I find these two children quite delightful. Yun Yiyi pursed her lips, thinking it was merely their plumpness. Mr. Ji appeared particularly fond of Yin Xiaoshuang, pointing to a book. A book like this, when transcribed, can be sold for 5 won. Yin Xiaoshuang counted on his fingers, struggling to compute, and soon beads of sweat formed on his forehead in frustration. Yun Yiyi was astonished. For someone to copy such a thick book, only earn 5 won? Mr. Ji nodded affirmatively. Indeed, if you know anyone who could transcribe books, you may send them my way. Being addressed as young lady made Yun Yiyi feel a bit bashful. In the countryside, such formalities were not customary. She had not tied her hair properly when she left home, merely fastening it casually. These two are my sons, she mentioned. Mr. Ji seemed somewhat surprised, but maintained his composure. Though all three were attractive, the children bore little resemblance to Yun Yiyi. Transcribers were perpetually in short supply, as few could read, and even fewer could write legibly and neatly. The young masters from wealthy families could write, but they would certainly not be inclined to engage in such labor. How many children from commoner families could produce clean and tidy handwriting? Thus, Mr. Ji took it upon himself to transcribe. Yun Yiyi verbally agreed, leaving the store with the books while holding the hands of her two little ones. A book could fetch 1 or 2 taels of silver, equating to over 1,000 copper coins. Transcribing a book would require several days and nights, yet only earned 5 copper coins. Such an endeavor hardly seemed worth the effort. Yun Yiyi had never enjoyed copying texts. She mused that if only printing technology existed, it would greatly benefit humanity. The principles of printing were not complex, yet she had no use for them at present. Perhaps in the future, should the need arise, she might devise a method. As they walked home, the three of them took a leisurely pace, and after a while, the sun beat down upon the earth, rendering the ground scorching. Upon returning home, Yun Yiyi prepared a pot of rock sugar and snow pear water to cool in the kitchen. She placed the books on the table, lowered the temperature in the chicken coop, scattering rice and corn kernels to feed them, and collected the activated charcoal that had been sun-dried in the courtyard. The black carbon-like substance bore a striking resemblance to the activated charcoal she had seen in modern times. She placed the activated charcoal in the filter, using a partition to stack it high. Just as she turned around, she noticed Yin Xiaoshuang gazing at her thoughtfully. His expression was somewhat blank, appearing a bit dazed. What could a little child be pondering all day? Yun Yiyi scooped him up, feeling that his little bottom had indeed grown a bit firmer. What would you like to eat? I will make it for you, she asked. Perhaps influenced by Yin Dazhuang lately, her words also revolved around food and sleep. Yin Xiaoshuang shook his head and inquired, Mother, what is that? This question caught Yun Yiyi off guard. She had never concealed the process of making activated charcoal, introducing water flow, or having the carpenter make the filter and faucet from the little ones. She believed they were merely innocent children who did not need explanations. After all, Yin Dazhuang had never asked questions, knowing there was water at home. He continued his usual eating and drinking habits. Yet, Yin Xiaoshuang was different. He previously thought it was a water spirit and had stealthily approached the kitchen several times, only to discover it was merely ordinary water. Yun Yiyi felt somewhat troubled. Even explaining the principle of activated charcoal to adults of this era might elicit confusion, let alone to a 3-year-old child. However, she did not wish to deceive the little one, so she pinched his puffed cheeks and said, "This is called activated carbon. When dirty water passes through it, it transforms into clean water, the very water we drink." Yin Xiaoshuang blinked in confusion and suddenly inquired, "If I study, will I understand these matters?" Yun Yiyi thought to herself, "Even if you read countless books, you still might not comprehend." Nonetheless, she nodded, "If you study. In the future you will grasp many more issues." Chapter 27. Fairy Tales. Yin Xiaoshuang nodded his little head, seemingly resolute. "Mother, I want to study." He rarely made any requests, and now, with his cheeks puffed out and a serious expression, he was quite amusing. Yun Yiyi had previously learned that children here typically began attending school only after reaching the age of 7, and even then, it was the wealthy families who could afford the tuition. Yin Xiaoshuang was merely 3 years old. What could a little child possibly understand? At his age, he was still in kindergarten. However, she could not dampen his enthusiasm, so she replied, "All right, when you are older, I will send you to school." Yin Xiaoshuang did not comprehend what school entailed, but knowing that his mother had promised him, he cheerfully walked away. A dish of tomatoes mixed with sugar, sliced and served in a plate, released its tangy, red juice, adorned with white sugar, resembling a fusion of snow and a volcano, creating a striking visual impact. There's also a plate of honey-glazed lotus slices, fragrant and crispy, as well as a cold dish of white meat. These dishes required little effort and were quickly prepared. At that moment, the steamed white rice was also ready, and Yun Yiyi dished out 3 bowls, allowing them to cool. The translucent grains of rice nestled together, appearing quite appetizing. The rock sugar pear water had cooled down, and the 2 little ones each drank a small bowl before starting their meal. On such a hot day, after finishing their meal, the 2 little ones usually rested indoors. However, Yin Xiaoshuang, taking advantage of Yun Yiyi's absence while she washed the dishes, quietly picked up a book that had been set aside. He turned a page, filled with dense characters that he could not decipher. Yin Xiaoshuang scrutinized it for a moment before flipping to the next page. His actions quickly drew the attention of Yin Dazhuang, initially lying down and playing with his chubby fingers. Upon noticing Yin Xiaoshuang sitting alone, he curiously touched his own face and scooted over. "Brother, what are you doing?" He recognized the object in front of him. It was a book that their mother had purchased earlier. Yin Xiaoshuang, with his bright eyes fixed on the incomprehensible characters, replied in a childish voice, "I am reading." Yin Dazhuang, having picked up a copy of The Great Learning, nodded enthusiastically, "Then I will read too." Yin Dazhuang was more carefree. He flipped through the book casually, then rolled onto the bed, even contemplating biting the book. However, he suddenly recalled being scolded by their mother for biting his fingers and suppressed the impulse. Yun Yiyi remained unaware of this little episode. The weather had become increasingly hot, and even she found it somewhat unbearable. After taking a sip of the lukewarm pear water, which did not quench her thirst, she decided to prepare a fruit salad. She sliced oranges, cherry tomatoes, cucumbers, and bananas, then mixed them with olive oil, vinegar, and lemon juice. With limited fruit in her bag, she prepared just a small quantity. She fashioned a toothpick for herself to skewer the fruit, and the chilled, sweet flesh melted on her tongue, indeed refreshing in the heat. Yun Yiyi assumed that at this hour, both little ones were napping. However, when she approached, she discovered Yin Xiaoshuang earnestly engrossed in the Book of Songs, while Yin Dazhuang lay on the bed, fixated on the Great Learning. He appeared quite drowsy, his little head bobbing against the book, momentarily opening his eyes to glance at Yin Xiaoshuang before returning to his literary struggle. Yun Yiyi thought to herself that these books were purchased out of boredom for her own amusement, and the little ones could not even write their names, let alone comprehend their contents. As she entered the room, Yin Dazhuang immediately noticed her, casting aside the book in his hands and reaching out for an embrace. Yun Yiyi picked up the crumpled book, unperturbed, and smiled. "Can you understand it?" Yin Dazhuang shook his head honestly, clearly having lost interest in the book. At that moment, Yin Xiaoshuang also lifted his head from the book, though he said nothing, his dark eyes reflecting confusion. The little one's thoughts were apparent. It was said that reading would lead to understanding many things. Why had he not experienced that? Do you think reading is that simple? Then what need is there for teachers? Those books are not suitable for you, Yun Yiyi replied. Yin Xiaoshuang, half understanding, could not hide his disappointment. Then what kind of books am I suited to read? None at all. You both do not know how to read, Yun Yiyi thought to herself. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she suggested, how about I tell you a fairy tale? The attention of both little ones shifted entirely to Yun Yiyi, abandoning the books. Yin Dazhuang asked Mother, what is that? It is a series of short stories called Anderson. No, rather Yun Yiyi fairy tales. You both go sit on the bed, and I will tell you. She ushered them over, took off her shoes and socks, and climbed onto the bed herself. The two little ones found this new experience delightful and obediently sat on the bed, their hands neatly placed on their laps, their identical faces reflecting the same expression. Yun Yiyi cleared her throat and began. The story I will tell today is The Little Match Girl. In this tale, the little girl ultimately perishes in the icy wilderness. Yin Dazhuang felt a twinge of sadness. Mother, I should eat less and give her some food. Yun Yiyi smiled. If you give her food, you will have no meat to eat and will have to eat cabbage every day. Would you like that? Yin Dazhuang's brows furrowed, his little face scrunched up in distress. And after a moment of struggle, he quietly replied, can't we just give her cabbage? How adorable! Yun Yiyi laughed heartily, striking the bed in amusement. Yin Dazhuang looked at her in confusion. Yun Yiyi reassured him, do not take it seriously. It is merely a story. The two little ones clearly could not grasp that it was fictional. Now you understand how fortunate you both are. Many people in this world starve to death. Yun Yiyi gently stroked Yin Dazhuang's soft hair. Mother, mother, Yin Dazhuang immediately came over to cling to her hand affectionately. In truth, they had experienced hunger before and knew how difficult it was to endure. However, little ones adapt quickly to new experiences and soon forget the past, holding no grudges. After hearing this story, Yin Dazhuang seemed to empathize, realizing that hunger was indeed a distressing matter. When he was very hungry, he would think of pancakes. Yin Xiaoshuang, with his right hand forming a figure 8, stroked his chin and asked, what is a match? Yun Yi's lips twitched. Although she had replaced some vocabulary while telling the story, she had forgotten that matches did not exist in ancient times. The tools they used to start a fire were flint and steel, and the complete set included tinder and coal. These items were inexpensive, and every household kept a stockpile. The flint was a flat iron piece, while the steel was a hard pyrite. To create fire, one would strike the flint with the steel, producing sparks. However, these sparks were insufficient to ignite a flame, necessitating the use of tinder, which was made from the tender shoots of mugwort. When Yun Yiyi first attempted to start a fire, she failed, but after several tries, she became accustomed to it. Although there were times when she could not light a fire in the middle of the night, she did not dwell on the drawbacks of flint. In the county town, fire sticks were indeed available for sale, but only wealthy families could afford them. Yun Yiyi found the fire sticks cumbersome and expensive, lacking any practical value, and therefore did not purchase them. She needed to start fires multiple times a day. A fire stick as thick as a child's wrist could only be used 2 to 3 times, which was not economical for her since fire was merely for lighting and cooking. Why not make some matches myself? Yun Yiyi pondered, smiling as she explained, matches are quite similar to flint. They are tools that can ignite a fire. Yin Xiaoshuang was familiar with flint. He had started a fire before and knew that those stones could spark flames. He gazed with his big, watery eyes, realizing that it was indeed the fire-starting kindling. Yun Yiyi was taken aback, surprised by his keen understanding. In this era, children, especially those from farming families, tend to mature earlier. Although the two little ones had yet to endure true hardships, they understood certain matters. Yun Yiyi's expression turned serious as she explained that it was a slender piece of kindling slightly thicker than a strand of hair, which, when rubbed gently, would emit sparks. Yin Xiaoduan pondered for a moment, still feeling confused. Yun Yiyi encouraged him to wait. Such an unfamiliar concept was difficult to imagine, especially for a 3-year-old child from ancient times. She spread out the paper she had purchased today and began to grind ink, using a brush to sketch the shape of a match. After considering it, she also drew the matchbox. As she continued, her strokes became smoother, and she filled the entire page with her drawings. This was an illustration of how to use a match. The paper depicted a small girl in a simplistic style, exaggerated with a large head and a small body, holding a box of matches. Following, there were several detailed illustrations showing a slender piece of kindling being struck against the box, suddenly producing sparks. After completing her drawings, she presented them to Yin Xiaoduan, saying, "Look, this is a match." Yin Xiaoduan's eyes lit up. exclaiming, "I want to see." Yun Yiyi glanced at him, promising that once their mother had time to make matches, she would show him. She naturally intended to fulfill her promise to the little ones. Moreover, matches would indeed be quite convenient, making it easier for her to start fires in the future. Yun Yiyi rarely used matches in modern times, so it wasn't surprising that she couldn't conceive of them. Her initial thought was a lighter, but clearly, such a device could not be manufactured in ancient times. Yin Dazhuang playfully poked the little girl's head with his finger, exclaiming, "Mother, she has a big head." The exaggerated proportions resembled modern cartoons, and Yin Dazhuang seemed to take a liking to this little figure, flipping through the drawings repeatedly. Yun Yiyi recalled that she had also enjoyed reading picture books as a child, which had few words but abundant illustrations. Perhaps she could create such a book to help them learn to read. For the little ones, pictures would capture their attention far more than words. Chapter 28. Planting grain. Nowadays, every household began harvesting grain, but Yun Yiyi had none. She continued to turn the soil daily, and over time, the earth became exceptionally loose, suitable for planting. However, she was not in a hurry to sow the unfamiliar seeds. This area also had paddy fields, although everyone used them to cultivate rice. Strangely, all vegetables and fruits were planted in March. For instance, tomatoes were unsuitable for planting in March, which led to low yields and oddly shaped, small, sour fruits. Yet the common folk believed that this was the natural form of tomatoes. Yun Yiyi's paddy field was situated farther away, and she held a handful of water bamboo seeds, intending to plant them. In modern times, water bamboo is a vegetable that is plump and white, resembling bamboo shoots, and is sweet and delicious, albeit after many years of cultivation. Yun Yiyi was uncertain about the ancient variety of water bamboo, but she had studied history and vaguely recalled that water bamboo had once been a grain, though it was susceptible to diseases. Nevertheless, even if infected with certain fungi, it remained edible, much like a resilient cockroach that thrived despite adversity. This vegetable had a considerable yield and was easy to cultivate. Upon arriving at the paddy field, she found it bustling with people harvesting rice. Yun Yiyi's paddy field was adjacent to Yin Dage and Yin Erg's. At that moment, Yin Dage and Yin Fu were cutting rice with sickles. Wearing her self-made sun hat, Yun Yiyi called out, "Father, big brother." The sun had darkened their skin, and Yun Yiyi noticed that Yin Dage seemed even darker than before. Yin Dage shyly smiled and continued working. After some time, Yin Fu decided to take a break and leaned against a nearby spot, noticing Yun Yiyi planting seedlings in the paddy field. "What are you doing?" Yan Fu inquired curiously. Yun Yiyi looked up and replied with a smile, "I'm planting vegetables." No sooner had she spoken than laughter erupted around her. Yin Fu felt embarrassed, realizing that it was harvest time and questioning what she was planting as nothing would bear fruit. For farmers, being unable to distinguish between sowing and harvesting days was a profound disgrace. A nearby man jested, "Indeed, Yin Dage, you should teach your daughter-in-law well to avoid wasting food." However, it was not rice. Yet, it was of little consequence. "Yes, third sister-in-law, if you wish to plant rice, next year my brother and I will come to help," Yin Dage said earnestly. They had initially intended to assist Yun Yiyi this year, but she had declined their help. Moreover, the protagonist was wary that her relatives might secretly encroach upon her land, thus prohibiting them from utilizing the paddy fields or fields. Consequently, while other families harvested grain and vegetables, hers remained empty. After planting some water bamboo seeds, Yun Yiyi appeared to have found her rhythm, her speed increasing. She smiled and said, "It's fine, I'm just planting for fun." "What do you mean by that? How can you play with food?" Yin Fu said with some annoyance, scrutinizing the seedlings. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Is that water bamboo?" "Yes, father, you recognize it," Yun Yiyi replied. A nearby woman chimed in, "Of course, sister. Do you not remember? A few years ago, the court distributed water bamboo seeds for free to every household for planting." An elderly man, tanned from the sun, added, "Indeed, but this water bamboo is difficult to cultivate, yielding even less than rice. I once thought the court's distribution meant it was a good thing, so I planted a field, but that year we nearly starved." Was it that severe? Yun Yiyi wondered, having never planted ancient seeds and unsure of the situation. This was merely a first attempt. Yin Fu said to her, "Isn't that so? Our family had grown some before." He paused. "You do not know. This plant is like rice. Yet many do not produce ears, rendering it useless." Yun Yiyi understood the reason for his pause. They had labored to grow grain while she had been indifferent, unaware of what they had planted. She felt no shame, as that person was not her. Curiously, She asked, "Did you plant it in the paddy field?" Yin Fu responded, "Initially, everyone planted it in the fields, and it produced ears like rice. When processed, it was similar to rice, but mostly hollow and not worth it. Later, someone attempted to plant it in the paddy field, but yields remained low, and no one continued to cultivate it. Water bamboo initially resembled rice, but was exceedingly precious. Planting a large area might yield only a small harvest, making it unsuitable as a staple food. If everyone were to cultivate water bamboo, starvation would ensue. Subsequently, the court abandoned this crop. However, Yun Yiyi had always regarded water bamboo as a vegetable, as it became unable to produce ears due to infection with black fungus, instead forming deformities at the stem, with the plump, white fruits being water bamboo, sweet even when eaten raw. From Yin Fu's remarks, it seemed that everyone had planted it in the fields, wasting many resources, which led to their disappointment with water bamboo. Perhaps one or two individuals later tried planting it in the paddy field, but upon failing, everyone ceased attempting as they had already given up on water bamboo. If everyone continuously planted it in the paddy fields, perhaps the probability of success would have increased. But who would have the leisure for such endeavors? After all, it was a laborious and thankless task that would impact their grain harvest. The primary concern for the common people was resolving their basic needs. Yun Yiyi recalled as saying, "The level of productivity influences the level of scientific and technological advancement." Indeed, there was truth to that. So let her be the pioneer. For she lacked neither food nor clothing. She declared, "This paddy field is lying fallow anyway. I might as well plant a few seeds and see what happens. Who knows? The harvest might turn out well." Seeing her disregard his advice and instead growing more enthusiastic, remarked, "There are no more sellers of jiao by seeds outside. You are clearly being taken advantage of." Yun Yiyi merely pouted, refraining from disclosing that her purchase had been voluntary. Thus, she found herself alone in planting jiao bai. Others, initially amused, regarded her with the curious eyes reserved for a fool, but gradually lost interest. After a while, feeling fatigued from her labors, Yun Yiyi decided to save the remaining seeds for the following day, knowing she was not in a hurry. It is said that the planting of jiao bai can occur in 2 seasons, around Guyu and before Liqiu. Presently in August, it was not an ideal time for planting. However, Yun Yiyi could not wait until the following year. Most importantly, she harbored a bold idea in her heart and wished to experiment. After all, she possessed both time and resources. Upon returning home, Yun Yiyi poured herself a bowl of rock sugar pear soup, which had cooled considerably after sitting for a while. As she drank, the icy sweetness enveloped her, reviving her spirit. She picked up a piece of pear with her chopsticks, savoring its tender sweetness, which made her squint with delight. Though there was no refrigerator, she resolved to procure plenty of ice in the future. In this era, the affluent had dedicated ice houses, kept at low temperatures and filled with ice blocks, allowing them to enjoy the comfort of chilled treats during summer. Ordinary families, however, lacked such luxuries. Even the thought of indulging in shaved ice was a fanciful wish. After finishing her last bite of pear, she noticed Yin Xiaoshuang peeking from behind the door, mistakenly believing himself hidden, though most of his body was exposed. Yun Yiyi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What are you doing there?" Yin Xiaoshuang trembled slightly, but remained silent. "You little rascal, do you think I want to notice you?" she teased, moving closer to knock on the door. Finally, Yin Xiaoshuang revealed his small head, his eyes glistening and his face marked with the regret of being caught. "Mother." He stood rigidly, legs together and hands neatly at his sides, appearing exceedingly obedient. Yun Yiyi regarded him with a bemused smile. "Speak up. What are you doing there?" "Mother." The ugly duckling has turned into a swan. "What?" Yun Yiyi did not take his childish words seriously, nor did she comprehend them. Yin Xiaoshuang gestured with his hands, tracing a small circle and then a large one, declaring, "Outside, the chicken we raised has changed." Still appearing somewhat puzzled, Yun Yiyi was met with Yin Xiaoshuang's urgent tugging on her hand, pulling her outside. Yun Yiyi felt as though she were being dragged by an excitable husky, unable to suppress her laughter as she followed him into the yard. The chicks had grown significantly, shedding their juvenile appearance, now appearing sprightly and robust. As she looked up, she saw a variety of chickens clucking about. Their feathers had developed, presenting a spectrum of colors: black, white, and gray. "What has happened?" Yun Yiyi asked. Yin Xiaoshuang carefully led her to the other side of the chicken coop. Upon sensing their presence, the chicks scurried aside, revealing a larger chicken tucked in the corner. This chicken stood out, boasting snow-white feathers and an alluring appearance. Yin Xiaoshuang exclaimed, "Isn't it the ugly duckling?" The proud white hen glanced at them, clucking softly. Yun Yiyi felt a twinge of guilt, having recently recounted the story of the ugly duckling to the two little ones. Xiaoshuang, while it's commendable to apply what you've learned, that is indeed an ordinary hen. The narrative continues as Yun Yiyi observes her chickens, noticing that some have become quite plump compared to their peers. During feeding time, she took note of the larger ones, who voraciously consumed the feed, often pushing the smaller chickens aside, leaving them no choice but to retreat to the corner in search of food. It seems the law of the jungle persists everywhere. She mused, deciding to increase their rations, as some of the chicks had hearty appetites. While she did not dwell on the bullying behavior among the chicks, she welcomed their growth, as she preferred to see healthy birds rather than a flock of scrawny ones. That night, the two little ones sat on the bed, eagerly awaiting their bedtime story from Yun Yiyi. For the past several nights, she had been regaling them with tales, and only after they heard the stories would they settle down to sleep. Tonight, she chose to narrate The Two Brothers, a tale she had adapted to ensure the little ones grasped its essence. The story unfolded in a village where two kittens, twin siblings, embarked on a mission to catch a mischievous little gray mouse, leading to various encounters. The two little ones listened intently, and upon hearing that the cat brothers finally captured the mouse, they sighed in relief. On the surface, Yun Yiyi intended for them to grasp common knowledge, such as cats eating mice, but she hoped for a deeper takeaway, that they as siblings should embody unity, kindness, diligence, and bravery. Naturally, the little ones could not comprehend the nuances. Even the simplest meanings eluded them. Nonetheless, Yun Yiyi believed it essential to plant the seeds of knowledge for their future understanding. In rural areas, people tended to keep dogs rather than cats, and Yin Xiaoshuang inquired, "What does a cat look like?" Yin Daxuang added, "I wish to have cat." Feeling a surge of nostalgia for her past dreams of having both cats and dogs, Yun Yiyi replied, "All right, let us get a cat in the future." The two little ones beamed with joy. Yun Yiyi had sketched a cat's likeness on paper, confidently declaring it to be the image of cats and mice. Her drawings remained simplistic, the mouse depicted as an abstract half-circle with a tail, reminiscent of a mouse cursor. The cat, with its large face, stood upright like a human. A modern observer might notice a striking resemblance to Tom from Tom and Jerry. Yin Daxuang was fascinated, reaching out to touch the cat's head, laughing joyfully. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoshuang, stroking his chin in contemplation, asked, "Mother, do mice really look like this?" Yun Yiyi, maintaining her composure, assured him, "Of course, why would I deceive you? But the mouse I saw didn't look like that." His confusion deepened as he recalled a recent encounter with a dark creature scurrying past when his grandmother had secretly given him oranges, its eyes glinting and whiskers twitching. His grandmother had promptly shooed it away, claiming it was the thieving mouse. "That certainly doesn't resemble your drawing." Yun Yiyi cleared her throat, tucking the two little ones under a light blanket. "All right, it's time to sleep." With a swift breath, she extinguished the lamp. As she exited the room, her lips twitched, creating comic illustrations was challenging enough, let alone realistic portrayals. Should she possess such skills, she would undoubtedly be an artist in the modern world. Having discovered the little one's fondness for stories, Yun Yiyi also attempted to teach them some simple characters. However, Yin Xiaoshuang struggled immensely, often finding himself at a loss. Yin Daxuang fared no better, unable to even write straight lines, twisting them into squiggly forms. Indeed, their youth was a significant factor. Yun Yiyi adopted a relaxed approach, recognizing that play was of utmost importance at their tender age. Yin Shi O Shuing, diligent as she is determined to battle against the intricacies of complex characters. Observing this, Yin Di Shuing follows suit in learning alongside her. Yin, feeling somewhat helpless, suddenly conceives an idea to intertwine play with learning. Without delay, she retrieves the paper she had previously purchased and begins to draw with utmost dedication. Each illustration is accompanied by a few carefully chosen words, emphasizing images over text. This method she devises is termed Shio or SHZTC. As she narrates stories to the little ones, they engage in learning characters simultaneously. This approach of edutainment is indeed a splendid method for educating the young. YNYY hails from a respectable family and has received commendable education since childhood. At the tender age of 3, she commenced her English studies in kindergarten. Given that children of that age have fleeting attention spans, teachers would show animated films about English, encouraging them to dance and sing along. In ancient times, resources were limited, making it impossible for her to procure animated films. Yet she could certainly experiment with illustrated albums. The little ones currently lack fundamental knowledge, prompting Yun Yiyi to plan her lessons in distinct sections. Her first part focuses on animals, the second on furniture, and the third on plants, with additional topics yet to be conceived, which she intends to gradually enrich. Despite being the sole individual undertaking this task, her drawing pace is not rapid. However, as she employs simple sketches, it does not overly tax her. The story she illustrates today is titled The Orange Falls on the Rabbit's Head, featuring a chick in an orange tree. The album is divided into 4 panels, akin to a 4-frame comic. The first image depicts an orchard filled with large, round oranges, accompanied by the text, "The orange appears to be quite sweet." The second image shows an elderly woman chasing after a chick, causing a commotion, as the chick hastily hides beneath the orange tree. The caption reads, "The chick also spotted the orange." The third image illustrates a rabbit dozing under the tree, rubbing its eyes as an orange unexpectedly drops and lands on its head. The text states, "The rabbit has seen the orange." The fourth image captures the rabbit and the chick departing together with the orange, with the accompanying words, "The chick and the rabbit share the orange together." Although this narrative lacks logical coherence, it is suitable for the understanding of young children. Her primary objective is to facilitate their literacy while igniting their curiosity and interest. The first story is crafted to be simple, serving as a trial for its effectiveness. Since sharing these tales, Yun Yiyi has observed the 2 little ones developing a newfound curiosity about their surroundings, often asking questions during mealtimes. Today, while Yun Yiyi was preparing a meal, Yun Xiaoshuing circled around her, inquiring, "Mother, why are both fire and the sun so hot?" While stewing the ribs, having sautéed them with ginger, garlic, and scallions, she added an ample amount of water and covered the pot, explaining, "It is simply a matter of temperature. Both the sun and fire possess high temperatures, yet the temperature of fire is significantly lower than that of the sun, which is far away from us, allowing us to only feel a fraction of its warmth." Yun Xiaoshuing then asked, "What is temperature?" Her eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. Yun Yiyi took her hand. The little one's body temperature was elevated, her palm warm and slightly sweaty, exuding a faint milky aroma. Without hesitation, Yun Yiyi asked, "What do you feel?" Yun Xiaoshuing appeared to grasp the concept. Yun Yiyi exhibits patience when it comes to her children. Meanwhile, Yun Dishuing seems far easier to manage, rarely posing odd questions and primarily interested in the illustrated album and food. During lunch, the 3 of them enjoyed a meal of ribs stewed with lotus root and a plate of stir-fried greens. After a brief respite, Yun Yiyi proceeded to the rice fields to continue planting water bamboo. Having consumed quite a bit and lacking access to a gym in this ancient setting, she found her body invigorated after a round of labor, certainly shedding some fat, she mused. Today, she did not encounter YNF or YNDG, likely because they were in the fields harvesting corn. The rice in the adjacent paddy had nearly been harvested as well, with some individuals still cutting rice. Passers-by observed her solitary endeavor in the fields, chuckling derisively. One girl delivering food let out a giggle. Yun Yiyi frowned and glanced over. The girl quickly silenced. Having come to deliver a meal to her father, she had spoken carelessly, not anticipating Yun Yiyi's fierce demeanor. It is worth noting that Yun Yiyi's endeavor of planting water bamboo had spread throughout the village, no longer a secret. In private conversations, villagers would remark, "Have you heard about Yun's 3rd daughter-in-law? The other day, I went to deliver a meal to her husband and saw her in the rice fields." One N inquired, "Isn't that patch of rice field left fallow?" "Indeed, it has remained uncultivated." Another chimed in, "Even the land behind her house has reportedly been left barren, yet she isn't harvesting rice. She's planting something." "Are you serious? Planting rice now? Surely even a fool knows it's not the season for sowing." A girl immediately raised a challenge. The speaker cast a sidelong glance at her. "Li Di Jinyang, do you think I would deceive you? What benefit would I gain from lying? That Yun's 3rd daughter-in-law is not planting rice, but water bamboo. You can see for yourself. What is the difference? Come winter, neither grains nor vegetables will survive." A furrowed brow accompanied the remark, suddenly shifting to an expression of amusement. "I previously thought that Yun's wife was merely lazy. I never anticipated her ignorance of agricultural cycles. How about we go and take a look today?" With their curiosity piqued, the villagers, after finishing their household chores. Indeed arranged a visit to YNYY. YNYY continued her work of planting water bamboo. Though she noticed an increase in the number of women and children visiting the rice fields, glancing at her with curiosity, she found it peculiar. Yet as long as they did not disturb her, she remained content to focus on her task. Upon witnessing her genuinely planting water bamboo, the onlookers felt immense joy, and the news spread rapidly, reaching even the neighboring village. Although she engaged in farming, YNYY only worked for a short while each day, never pushing herself too hard. Recently, she had been concerned about sun exposure and planned to concoct some whitening products to prevent skin darkening. On this particular day, with ample daylight remaining, YNYY seated the two little ones on a bench, preparing to teach them to recognize characters. "Mother, what is this?" YND Shu Ing asked curiously, pointing at the characters below. He turned his gaze and was soon captivated by the illustrations above, scrutinizing them intently. YN Shio Shuing also fixated on the artwork. After they had perused the images, YNYY proceeded to explain each panel in detail. Although the illustrations were simple and clear, she infused her storytelling with rich adjectives, vividly depicting the scenes, causing the two little ones to become enraptured as they gazed at the pictures while listening to her narration. Seizing the momentum, YNYY pointed to the characters below, teaching them to read aloud. The two children found it delightful, engaging earnestly in their learning. The following day, YNYY tested their knowledge and discovered that upon seeing the illustrations, they could recall the corresponding text. With visible progress, YNYY decided to establish this foundational education as a routine. She does not necessarily aspire for the children to become exceptionally learned individuals, but rather believes that acquiring knowledge now will prevent regrets in the future. As the children are still young, it is the perfect time to cultivate their learning abilities. Thus, YNYY dedicates an hour each day to teach the two little ones to read. Gradually, they advance from simple concepts to more complex ones, comprehending an increasing number of stories with ease. However, over time, YNYY also identified a challenge. In order to teach the two children, she transformed the hall into a makeshift classroom, merely by moving a table so that the children could sit on benches and view the illustrated album, while she stood before them narrating stories. When telling stories, the children indeed concentrate, but problems arise when they are left to look at the picture book on their own. Only one illustrated album is available, with the two little ones huddled closely together, both their heads leaning in. YNYY frequently poses small questions for them to ponder and assigns homework after class. For instance, if they discuss a big tree that day, she would ask them to observe what a big tree looks like and report back to her the next day. However, during class, when the two little ones sit together, they easily influence each other, particularly YND Shuing, who, after flipping through the album, enjoys looking around and occasionally poking YN Shuing in the belly. Initially, YNYY would remind them a couple of times, but later realized that YND Shuing had this nature. She couldn't bear to scold them, as it was simply the nature of young children. After contemplating for a while, she concluded that the two should not sit together anymore. Now that their personalities had emerged, she needed to teach them according to their individual needs, which required separating their seating and preparing 2 sets of picture books. No, actually, she would need 3 sets of picture books. After reforming her teaching method, YNYY noticed a significant improvement in efficiency. However, this made her workload heavier, as she had to create 3 sets of illustrations each time. Being an ordinary person, it was impossible for each drawing to be identical. The two little ones, as if they had discovered a new world, turned the task into a game of finding differences, meticulously comparing the 3 illustrations, leaving YNYY speechless. Sometimes, after laboriously crafting a lengthy story, she would feel exhausted, only to realize she had to create 2 identical versions, which was extremely draining. In recent days, she pondered the concept of printing. The ancient technique of woodblock printing was indeed a time-consuming and labor-intensive task, perhaps even more so than drawing 3 illustrations. Yet, this was the first thought that flashed through YNYY's mind, for the principle of woodblock printing was simple. One only needed to adhere neatly copied manuscripts onto a smooth wooden board, pressing thin, nearly transparent paper against the board, resulting in reversed characters with distinct strokes. The engraver would apply ink to the raised characters, then lay the paper over it, gently rubbing the back, leaving the imprint on the paper. A single block could produce hundreds or even thousands of copies, significantly enhancing efficiency for those needing large quantities of printed materials. However, since Yun Yiyi could only carve 3 copies at a time, it seemed rather inefficient. She needed to carve her drawings and text onto the wooden board, a skill she did not possess. Even a carpenter would require a significant amount of time for such a task. Yun Yiyi mused that if she spent time slowly carving her drawings, she could create 10 pieces instead. How wonderful it would be if she could find someone to help her carve the daily illustrations. Yet, such craftsmanship would surely come at a considerable cost, especially in the long term, as the amount of paper needed would only increase as the children grew. Though she had some money in her bag, she could not afford to be extravagant. If only there were a way to have someone carve for her for free. Yun Yiyi recalled the bookstore in town. If she could sell the technique of woodblock printing to them, perhaps they would find someone to carve her illustrated books for free. This would save her both time and effort. Her mind was filled with such delightful thoughts, and during her recent drawing sessions, she found herself achieving more with less effort. Finding an opportunity, Yun Yiyi went to seek out the carpenter. Old Lee had become quite accustomed to her bringing peculiar items over the past few days. He was a skilled craftsman, adept with his hands, and whenever Yun Yiyi explained a principle to him, he could replicate it with remarkable accuracy, even if he did not fully grasp the underlying mysteries. This time, Yun Yiyi brought 2 sheets of paper, one with a prototype of the woodblock printing press and the other with several large characters she had written. "What strange thing are you having me make this time?" Yun family's 3rd daughter-in-law. Old Lee asked, setting aside his work. Yun Yiyi displayed the paper and briefly explained, then inquired if he had any wooden boards available, not too thick and not too thin. She gestured, and Old Lee, being well-versed in woodworking, immediately understood. "Yes, I'll go carve a piece right now." He fetched some timber and sawed off a section, cutting it into a square piece. This was the first time Yun Yiyi had witnessed him work with wood, leaving her in awe. This time, she did not intend for him to carve her drawings, but wanted him to create a prototype to facilitate her explanation of the technique to others, thus enabling her to sell it. Once Old Lee had shaped the wooden board, she presented the prepared paper and asked, "Could you carve these characters onto it?" Old Lee, unable to read, was unaware of the purpose of the item, but since Yun Yiyi requested it, he proceeded as instructed. "This won't take long. Are you going to wait here?" Old Lee inquired while carving. The characters she selected were among the simplest, primarily ancient script with many strokes, and she managed to find a few with simple strokes. However, Old Lee frequently carved more intricate patterns, and applying this method to carve characters resulted in a surprisingly good final product, at least beyond Yun Yiyi's expectations. She promptly paid him, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Old Lee. His craftsmanship truly was commendable." Old Lee chuckled, "It's a small matter. If you have anything else, feel free to come to me. Next time, I can make you a stool for free." He stroked his chin, contemplating that Yun family's 3rd daughter-in-law was not as difficult to deal with as they said. Although she spent a bit more money and engaged in seemingly frivolous activities, he found her to be quite a pleasant person. Each transaction with her was enjoyable, not only because she was generous with money, but also due to her amiable demeanor. Old Lee genuinely sensed her need for these items and her heartfelt gratitude towards him. Having crafted wooden products for many years, he had encountered numerous people, most of whom engaged in mere exchanges. Some villagers even owed him money, yet he did not hold it against them. "Mother, what is this?" Yun Yiyi inquired. "What is this?" Both children wearing identical expressions of curiosity. Previously, they had often seen Yun Yiyi bring strange items, but had not asked about them. Now, having learned some knowledge, they were filled with curiosity about everything. Upon seeing Yun Yiyi present another board-like object, they approached, eager to touch it. Yun Yiyi handed the board to them with a smile, saying, "This is a woodblock printing press." Yun Yiyi repeated, "A pair of chickens." After saying this, he blinked and looked outside. Having recently learned the meanings of 1, 2, and 3, he could count on his fingers. Thus, the image of 2 chickens leaning against each other emerged in his mind. Soon, the chicks in his imagination flew into a plate, transforming into 2 roasted chickens, and a smile spread across his face, nearly causing him to drool. At that moment, Yun Yiyi had already taken the board in his hands and was examining it closely. Suddenly, he pointed at the board and exclaimed, "Mother, I know. This is not small and person." There were only 5 characters in total, and he managed to recognize 3 of them. Yun Yiyi pouted his rosy lips, pointing at the characters on the board, and asked, "Am I right?" "Yes." Xiao Shuing is indeed a clever little one, she praised, ruffling his hair, causing his cheeks to flush pink. YNYY then called over YND Shuing, pointing at the line of characters. YND Shuing, can you read this line? Coming out of his reverie about food, YND Shuing glanced in confusion and shook his head. I don't know. She playfully scolded him. You're quite honest, your brother just read it. YND Shuing was not disheartened at all. He widened his eyes and stared for a while, only to realize that the familiar chickens in his mind had flown away. Mother, I still don't recognize it. What exactly is this? YND Shuing flipped the board over, discovering nothing particularly special on the other side. Yun Yiyi did not wish to impose any difficulties on him. She never intended for these two little ones to achieve great success. Her goal in teaching them literacy and general knowledge was merely to equip them with a broader understanding, so that even outside the village, they would not be easily deceived. Whenever she narrated stories, the two children could follow along in class and read those characters. Yet once detached from the illustrated books, they often forgot. Yin Daswang epitomized this. He read fluently when seeing the illustrations, but once confronted solely with the text, he became bewildered. However, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that Yin Xiaoshuang possessed commendable learning transfer abilities, indicating that he had indeed put in considerable effort. Everyone admires those who strive diligently, and reflecting on this, Yun Yiyi became even more resolute in her decision to seek assistance in carving literacy illustrations. This method would allow her to reproduce the illustrated books, alleviating her daily burden of creating 3 versions by hand. She casually explained this concept, not particularly concerned about their understanding, and decided to demonstrate. Just watch. She prepared the ink, poured it onto a wooden board, and pressed a sheet of paper onto it, resulting in a clear imprint of several large characters. The two children were left in awe. Yun Yiyi continued, Imagine if I were to carve the illustrated books I usually draw onto this. I could print as many as I wanted, and I wouldn't have to laboriously draw every day. After a moment's contemplation, the two children seemed to grasp the rationale, affirming that their mother was indeed correct. Yin Daswang exclaimed, In the future, Mother will print many illustrations, and I can give them to my second cousin and tell him the story of the little bunny. The second cousin referred to by Yin Daswang was Yin Yuan, the second son of Yindage. Yun Yiyi dismissed this notion. She intended to keep her illustrated books for her own enjoyment and had no thought of sharing them with others. After all, her drawings were in a comic style, something the two children, having been taught by her, could easily accept, but others might not. Little did she anticipate that one day her illustrated books would gain widespread popularity and be introduced in various educational institutions, becoming a model for teaching. That is a tale for another time. Yin Xiaoshuang also took a piece of paper and began printing characters, finding joy in watching the letters appear on the page. Thoroughly engrossed in his solitary play. In this era, writing supplies were luxuries. Yun Yiyi purchased only the most ordinary materials, yet even that cost her a fair amount. Nevertheless, she felt no remorse over the two children's careless waste. Clean yourselves up. We are heading to the town shortly. Yun Yiyi remarked upon noticing their ink-stained hands. What are we going to town for? Yin Daswang asked casually, his spirits lifted. Naturally, we're going to have some fun, Yun Yiyi replied. As he walked towards the kitchen, Yin Daswang added, I want to go. The two children washed their hands thoroughly, helping each other, displaying a spirit of camaraderie and affection. Today was not a market day, and since it was getting late, Yun Yiyi refrained from using a leash. A few days prior, she had made wide-brimmed hats for the two children, which she now placed upon their heads, leading them out. While some townsfolk wore hats, they were merely straw hats, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Yun Yiyi had wrapped the hats in satin and adorned the brims with large bows, rendering them particularly unique and charming. The two children, donning their whimsical bows and with long, thick eyelashes, appeared extraordinarily endearing. Indeed, her children were the most delightful. He smiled bashfully, remaining silent as he carried a hoe and sickle, with a large basket slung over his back. Under her guidance, the two children obediently greeted the adults. Yin father acknowledged them, his expression softening at the sight of the chubby little ones. Daswang and Xiaoshuang, where are you off to? He inquired, observing their round faces. Yin Daswang chirped, Grandfather, we're going to town to play. Yin Xiaoshuang nodded in agreement, affirming with a simple Yin father, however, did not believe they were merely going to play. He glanced at Yun Yiyi, who was dressed neatly, then at the well-groomed children, and slowly remarked, Your third daughter-in-law is off to procure supplies again, yet today is not a market day. Shaking his head, Yin father quickly added, I lack for nothing. You and Da Shuang. Xiao Shuang, be cautious on your way. Yes, father, and take care, big brother, Yun Yiyi responded, leading the two children away. As Yin father observed the two little ones waddle off, he then departed with Yin Dage. Deep down, he felt that his third daughter-in-law was rather extravagant. It was not even market day, yet she was venturing into town again. They typically seldom left home unless absolutely necessary, only visiting the market when required. And Yin father rarely went into town, only doing so when he needed to purchase tobacco. However, he harbored his thoughts quietly within, never voicing them. The day's labor was light, and fewer people had come to work in the fields, as some had finished harvesting corn the previous day. Yin father and Yin Dage swiftly completed their tasks. Upon returning home, Yin father washed his face, and, seeing Yin mother feeding the chickens, casually remarked, Today I saw your third daughter-in-law leaving again. After uttering this, he fell silent, sitting on an outdoor chair to smoke. Yin mother, who enjoyed discussing various matters with him, particularly those concerning the third daughter-in-law, listened for a moment before moving on, though some thoughts lingered in her mind. Occasionally, she fantasized about how wonderful it would be if the money spent by the third daughter-in-law were used to buy him tobacco. Today, the oldest hen laid 2 eggs, prompting Yin mother to joyfully feed her an extra handful of grain. After tidying the chicken coop, she asked Yin father, who was seated in front of the house, What did you just say? Yin father, after taking a few puffs of his cigarette and feeling much better, merely shook his head and chose not to respond. Yin mother, unfazed, finished feeding the chickens and went to the kitchen to count the eggs, which had accumulated to over 40 in recent months. Having visited once before, Yun Yiyi navigated the bookshop with familiarity. When she had last come, the place had been empty, but today she noticed several scholars engrossed in reading. A moment of reflection led her to understand the reason. On market days, the outside was bustling, making it difficult to read peacefully. Hence these individuals chose to visit when there were fewer patrons. The price of books was steep, aside from true bibliophiles or scholars. Only affluent families would be willing to spend such sums. It was not surprising that these individuals were reading for free in the bookshop. She entered with her 2 children and discovered that, just a few days later, the shop had acquired several new titles, while many previous ones had sold out. Boss, your books are selling remarkably fast, Yun Yiyi remarked as she flipped through a few volumes, initially believing that ancient books, priced so dearly, would find no buyers. The proprietor recognized her at a glance. As women seldom visited the bookshop, which was the only one in the town, students in the area consistently purchased their texts here. Each school term, orders for books were placed through this very shop. Yun Yiyi understood that although the books were expensive, they had a steady clientele and faced no competition, resulting in a supply-demand imbalance. This was advantageous for her, as it meant she could negotiate prices favorably. With a smile, Yun Yiyi inquired, I see. With so many books for sale, can those individuals even copy them all? The proprietor proudly replied, Our collection extends far beyond this. This is merely a small bookshop in Yunqi town. We have another in the county as well, but our headquarters is in the capital. I manage the shop here, while Mr. G oversees the one in the county. As for the capital, those are individuals I do not know. Last time, when I was short on stock, it was Mr. G who arranged for a transfer from the county. Yun Yiyi raised her eyebrows in surprise. Was this not a form of hierarchical management akin to that of later generations? She had not anticipated that within the Dezhou kingdom, there were individuals so astute, establishing branches and understanding tiered management. She lightly touched her chin. However, your boss above is indeed quite astute, knowing how to operate a bookstore in such a manner. The proprietor chuckled, saying that this was not an idea conceived by our boss, but rather a notion put forth by Emperor Zhou, who valued education and implemented significant educational reforms a few years ago. At this point, he paused, lamenting that he passed away too soon. This was a matter of state. So Yun Yiyi refrained from inquiring further. She shifted her gaze and asked, Your books sell so well, creating a shortage. What if someone orders a large quantity of books and you cannot fulfill it? The proprietor sighed, There is little we can do. In the great Zhou kingdom, there are few willing to copy books, and our standards are high. Not a single character can be incorrect. He continued, This has happened before, and we had to raise wages to find more people to copy through the night. Yun Yiyi understood this well, noticing her numerous inquiries without purchasing any books. The proprietor curiously asked, Madam, do you wish to buy some books? Yun Yiyi shook her head. Boss, I wish to discuss a business proposition with you. What kind of business? The proprietor appeared somewhat surprised, as he only ran a bookstore. What other transactions could he engage in? Yun Yiyi replied, if I could provide a way for you to rapidly increase your book supply, would you be interested in this deal? Ah, I see. You intend to introduce us to a steady supply of copyists, correct? Rest assured, as long as the individuals you recommend are competent and reliable, we can offer you a certain reward. The proprietor pondered for a moment and added, how many people do you think you could recruit? Yun Yiyi responded, I can manage to have several hundred, even thousands of books copied within a month, provided they are thinner volumes with fewer characters. The proprietor's smile broadened, and his gaze shifted. You can find that many people. He scrutinized the three individuals, noticing that the two younger ones appeared quite clever, not typical children from ordinary households. Even Yun Yiyi herself did not have the look of an ordinary person, leading him to ponder if she truly possessed a means to alleviate his book shortage. Yun Yiyi lowered her eyes. When did I say I would find you people? I merely have another method to resolve the bookstore's book supply issue, and it is permanent. Can you make that decision? The proprietor was taken aback. Permanent? Indeed. If you agree to collaborate with me, I can guarantee that your book supply will be sustained indefinitely, and you will save at least half of your expenses. Yun Yiyi mused that it might be even more than that. While copying a single book costs only a few coins, their high demand meant they spent a considerable sum annually on copyists. The proprietor contemplated her words, his expression growing serious. Is that truly the case? Yun Yiyi nodded. She had shown her financial capability by offering 5 taels of silver just the other day, indicating she was not lacking in funds. Though she was a woman, her eloquence suggested she was not merely jesting with him. This was a significant business opportunity. Yet, as the owner of a small branch bookstore in town, he recognized he could not make such a decision alone. However, if he could resolve this issue clearing his throat, the proprietor replied, very well, can you share your method with me? He now seemed to believe that Yun Yiyi could indeed find many people at once. Yun Yiyi, upon hearing the proprietor's words, harbored doubts about whether he could actually make the decision. Moreover, she was reluctant to divulge her method directly, as the principle was simple. If she revealed it and he reneged, what then? She pondered this while failing to notice Yin Dazhuang, and Yin Xiaoshuang had already scampered off to another corner, intending to fetch some books. They were small in stature, and even when they tiptoed and stretched their little hands, they could not reach the books. There was a youth of around 16 who had been engrossed in reading when he suddenly felt a weight on his clothing. He shifted his gaze from the book, looked around and saw no one. Lowering his head, he found a small, chubby child gazing up at him with wide, watery eyes. In truth, the child was not particularly plump. He simply had rarely encountered such a well-cared-for little one, and his heart inexplicably softened. What is it, little one? He spoke gently. Yin Dazhuang blinked, not understanding. Just then, another identical little chub squeezed in, displaying a dispassionate expression, the white floral bow on his head contrasting with his indifferent demeanor. The second child said, could you please hand me the dishue beside you? And pointed in the direction. The youth followed the direction of his finger and indeed found 3 or 4 copies of dishue there, from which he extracted one and handed it to him. Yin Xiaoshuang accepted it, maintaining a blank expression, and with a childlike voice, uttered a soft, thank you. The youth watched the 2 small children depart, finding it rather peculiar that such little ones could read and even request him to fetch a book. He was a scholar himself and planned to take the imperial examination in the future, but he had only begun to read at the age of 7. The proprietor observed this exchange and was taken aback, not anticipating that these 2 small children could read at such a tender age, undoubtedly indicating a bright future ahead of them. His tone shifted to one of respect. I cannot make this decision, but Mr. G can. The several bookstores in this county are managed by the G family, but he is not here today. He will only arrive the next time a market convenes. Perhaps you could discuss this matter with us then. Yun Yiyi calculated the time, realizing it would only be a few days hence, and she was not in a hurry. So she agreed. As she prepared to leave, she inquired, Boss, do you know where I can acquire gunpowder? Gunpowder? What is that? I have never heard of it. But perhaps only the county town might have it. It certainly does not exist here in the town, the proprietor replied nonchalantly. Yun Yiyi initially feared that gunpowder might be a forbidden substance in this era, but judging by the proprietor's demeanor, such a prohibition did not seem to apply. Nevertheless, whether it was truly absent or simply referred to by another name in this locality remained unclear, and she would have to wait until she reached the county town to ascertain the truth. The tobacco purchased here was not akin to the cigarettes of later generations. Rather, It was a long leaf of tobacco, dried to a grayish-yellow hue. One would take a slender strip, roll it into a cylindrical shape, light it, and then smoke it. The protagonist had never purchased anything for Yin father when residing at home. However, Yin Dazhuang and Yin Xiaoshuang would occasionally bring tobacco back for Yin father when their mothers went out to procure supplies. Later, when they no longer lived together, Yin Urge and his family would send some money to Yin father and Yin mother each month, or provide food when finances were tight. After all, even though they did not live together anymore, it was not fair for the eldest brother's family to bear the entire burden of supporting Yin father and Yin mother. It needed to be shared. Yet, Yin father and Yin mother were still relatively healthy and capable of work. The original protagonist, however, had given them nothing. Upon returning home, Yun Yiyi felt quite hungry. She handed the tobacco to the two little ones and said, "I will take this to Grandpa to reward you both. Tonight I will make you some fried crispy meat." Upon hearing the mention of meat, Yin Dazhuang patted his chest and declared, "All right, I promise to deliver it right away." He walked ahead, carrying one end of the tobacco, while Yin Xiaoshuang followed closely behind, holding the other end, and together they set off with great enthusiasm. At this moment, it was mealtime, and the Yin household was gathered for dinner when they heard Dazhuang's voice calling from the entrance, "Grandpa, Grandpa." Yin mother set down her chopsticks. "Ah, Dazhuang has come." Yin Dazhuang and Yin Xiaoshuang huffed and puffed their way to the entrance, placing the tobacco in Yin father's arms as he sat down to eat. "Grandpa, this is for mother for you," Yin Dazhuang exclaimed loudly. Yin Xiaoshuang nodded. Yin father was taken aback. "Is this for my third daughter-in-law?" He recalled that Yun Yiyi had asked him earlier in the day if he needed anything, muttering to himself that he never expected she would remember him. This was indeed surprising. Yun Yiyi had not thought much of anyone at that time, let alone purchasing items for them. Although Yin father was the head of the family, he rarely involved himself in household matters, which diminished his presence. He had not anticipated that his third daughter-in-law would still keep him in her thoughts. Yin mother, on the other hand, felt no resentment. Her surprise was more pronounced as she waved to the two little ones. "Have you eaten? Come sit with your grandmother." Yin Kai was shoveling rice in his mouth and mumbled indistinctly, "Younger brother eats." He remembered mother saying that the meat and salt were sent by their third aunt, and he wanted his younger brother to join him for dinner. Yin Yuan also chimed in, "Let us eat." In recent days, the harvest has been plentiful, and every household is well stocked with grain, enjoying hearty meals. On the table, there are two dishes. One is stir-fried cabbage with pork cracklings, and the other is sot egg greens. A plate of pickled vegetables accompanies a large bowl of tomato and egg soup, garnished with delicate green onions, making for an appealing presentation. Although only 3 eggs were added, everyone savored a warm bowl of soup, which brought a comforting warmth to their stomachs. Today, they relished a rare occasion of eating plain rice, albeit a mix of coarse grains and cornmeal. Yet it was a delightful feast. With his round, glistening eyes, Yin Dazhuang earnestly declared, and his soft, plump face melted Yin Mu's heart, who affectionately called him "my dear." "Has your mother gone to buy meat again?" Yin Mu inquired. Yin Dazhuang blinked and pondered. "No, today mother only went to the town to buy cigarettes." After uttering this, he eagerly took Yin Xiaoshuang's hand and scampered away. Yin Fu pulled out a cigarette, observing its uniform color and broad leaves, confirming it was indeed a fine smoke. Yin Dazhuang's mother had not been negligent in her selection. Yin Mu murmured, "That third daughter-in-law wouldn't have gone to town solely for your cigarettes, would she?" Upon reflection, she deemed this speculation absurd. For the preparation of crispy meat demands considerable oil, a luxury she would indulge in. Although the crispy meat is delectable, they seldom prepare it even during the festive seasons. "Let her be," Yin Fu remarked. "Look how plump both Dazhuang and Xiaoshuang have become." This was indeed true, especially Yin Dazhuang, who appeared round and radiant. The elderly tend to favor chubby children. Yin Mu glanced at Yin Kai and Yin Yuan, resembling dry little monkeys, and served each of them a piece of egg. Meanwhile, Yun Yiyi took out half a pound of leg meat, slicing it into thick strips, and also retrieved 2 ribs. In the past, she preferred meat with bones rather than pure lean cuts. She then mixed in eggs, salt, starch, and pepper, preparing to marinate the meat. "Mother, isn't it ready yet?" Yin Dazhuang expressed his disappointment upon noticing the kitchen's inactivity. "It won't be ready so soon. Let the meat marinate a bit longer," Yun Yiyi replied. After another 20 minutes, once the meat had absorbed the flavors, she poured oil into the pot and added the meat. As the battered meat gradually changed color to a golden hue, it indicated that the insides were cooked. Yin Daswang, with his pointed nose, had already caught the delightful aroma and reached out to snag a piece of meat. Yun Yiyi remained silent, her gaze fixed on him, prompting him to sheepishly retract his hand behind his back. In his eyes, Mother could be quite lenient and rarely scolded him, yet he feared her disappointment most of all. Yun Yiyi had previously taught her children table manners, one of which forbade them from using their hands to grab food. Though such formalities are unnecessary in rural life, she aspired to raise her children to be cultured individuals. Yin Daswang let out a small whimper, recalling his mother's admonition against sneaking bites. He obediently trotted off to find Yin Xiaoshuang, only to discover his brother engrossed in reviewing a picture book. Yin Daswang prodded him. "Brother." Yin Xiaoshuang did not even glance his way, deepening his sense of grievance. In his moments of sadness, Yin Xiaoshuang seemed solely focused on his studies. Fortunately, Yun Yiyi soon completed the dishes, and the crispy meat filled a large bowl. Delightfully crispy and crunchy. She also prepared a vegetable dish, signaling it was time to eat. Yin Daswang stuffed his mouth with meat, his fragile little heart finally soothed. Chapter 33. The laying of eggs nowadays. Nearly every household has finished their grain harvest, and Yin Dage's family has a basket brimming with corn, with several people gathered in the yard to shuck the cobs. Yin Deseo gently cradled her child, soothing him. Under the sun, the small, thin baby was full of vitality, reaching out with tiny hands and babbling. Yin Kai sat nearby, shucking corn kernels, although only 7 years old. He was accustomed to farm work and knew how to shuck corn swiftly. Once dried, the corn kernels could be stored for a long time and later ground in a flour for corn cakes or added to porridge, a staple they cherished. In addition to corn, they also had some greens, peppers, and radishes. Yin Deseo cleaned the peppers and laid them out to dry, then began slicing a radish, which was about the size of a fist. She hung the radish slices under the eaves to air dry naturally. Once the moisture evaporated, they would be transformed into preserved radish, which could be stored for an extended period and used to make delicious soups. After contemplating, she decided to set aside some radishes to prepare pickles. Every household was bustling with activity, and Yun Yiyi had just finished her lessons when she gazed outside. Feeling quite disheartened, the temperature had risen, the sun was glaring, and standing outside made it difficult to open her eyes, with the ground feeling as if it might melt. Early that morning, she had prepared a large pot of refreshing mung bean porridge, along with several cold dishes, including cucumber salad, cold mushrooms, and seaweed strips, capped off with a stir-fried tomato and egg dish. The weather was too hot for her to eat, so she decided to check on the chicken coop. She touched the outside of the coop, feeling it had been scorched by the sun, then checked inside, where the thick roof kept the temperature relatively pleasant. The plants surrounding the coop provided shade, and a large tree next to it blocked some sunlight. She felt this was the coolest spot. She called for Yin Daswang and Yin Xiaoshuang to help cool down the coop while she took a basin of water to sprinkle around. The boys joyfully splashed water inside the coop, and before long, it became a fun activity rather than a chore. Yin Daswang dipped his hands in the water, feeling considerably cooler. The water quickly evaporated under the sun, prompting Yun Yiyi to sprinkle more. Once she felt satisfied with the cooling, the chicks nestled comfortably together, basking in their newfound comfort. The hens and roosters had different growth patterns and lifestyles, and raising them together could hinder the chicks' development. Initially, when she began raising chickens, she lacked the energy to construct 2 coops, so she only raised hens. Now, those hens were in the process of maturing, and there were no longer chirping chicks. Each was making a different sound, indicating they were growing well. Once fully matured, they would cluck contentedly. After cooling and sanitizing the coop, Yun Yiyi returned to the chicks, offering them water. She intentionally provided plenty of water, knowing that in such scorching weather, it would help lower their temperatures. A cluster of chickens, already thirsty, rushed over, eager to drink. After observing for a while, she noticed a few hens had not approached at all. Those particular hens were the healthiest, plump and large. She walked over to them, and one particularly bold hen merely glanced at her without moving an inch. "Is it sick?" Yun Yiyi furrowed her brows and reached out to touch it. Upon contact, the hen suddenly stood, revealing 2 warm eggs beneath her. The hen clucked softly. Yun Yiyi, taken aback, continued to check the other hens, discovering that each had laid 2 eggs. The hens, feeling the absence of their eggs, soon left together to drink water, clucking as they went, while the others made a series of peeps. Yun Yiyi's expression was complex, although she recognized that the chickens had grown. Seeing them daily made it difficult to gauge their size. Yet, Now that the hens were laying eggs, it was clear they had matured. Upon closer inspection, the hens appeared quite plump. It was not surprising that each hen laid 2 eggs, as she consistently fed them high-quality grain and provided medication to prevent illness, along with some approved hormones. Even if each hen produced several eggs, she found it entirely reasonable. She placed the 10 eggs into a basket, and Yin Da-Huang, with keen eyes, immediately inquired, "Mother, where did these eggs come from?" Yun Yiyi replied, "The hens just laid them. A few days ago." She narrated the tale of the chicken lays an egg, and the egg hatches into a chicken to her 2 little ones, who found it quite unremarkable. Although a brief period had elapsed, and the chicks had grown, the children were oblivious to the passage of time, regarding it as entirely normal. Under Yun Yiyi's nurturing guidance, they believed all her actions to be right. Others would have been astonished that the chicks had matured in such a short span. In reality, many modern chickens reach maturity in merely a month. These are broiler chickens, infused with numerous hormones and medications to hasten their growth. Such chickens, while not particularly flavorful, are still non-toxic. Despite the additives, they comply with national standards and are deemed safe. Conversely, free-range chickens are more susceptible to illness. The other chicks were not significantly smaller than the plump ones, and it wouldn't be long before they too would grow. Her intention in raising chickens was purely for profit, with no desire to keep them around for long. Knowing that the chicks were nearing adulthood lightened her steps considerably. Yin Xiaoshuang gazed thoughtfully at the few eggs, stroking his chin. Seizing the moment when Yun Yiyi was distracted, he stealthily touched the eggs, warm to the touch and still retaining the heat of being freshly laid. A smile graced his lips, revealing 2 tiny dimples on his cheeks. To Yun Yiyi, a few eggs were inconsequential. After placing them down, she washed her hands and prepared to eat, completely unaware that Yin Xiaoshuang had discreetly taken 2 eggs. The morning porridge had cooled considerably. It was refreshing. Yun Yiyi found her appetite returning and consumed 2 bowls of plain porridge. After finishing their meal, the 2 little ones went off to sleep. As soon as he lay on the bed, Yin Xiaoshuang mysteriously produced an egg and presented it to the Shuang, wearing an expression that suggested he had something to share. Though the Shuang did not know what Yin Xiaoshuang was planning, he was filled with excitement. "Brother, what are you doing with the egg?" he exclaimed, unable to conceal his joy. Yin Xiaoshuang's eyes sparkled as he recalled Yun Yiyi's words. "The chicken lays an egg, and the egg hatches into a chicken. Let's hatch the chicks," he declared. Yin Shuang responded eagerly, "All right, how do we do it?" Having been absorbed in his studies these past few days, he was thrilled to finally engage in such an entertaining endeavor. Yin Xiaoshuang pondered momentarily, recalling that their mother had mentioned hens sit on their eggs. "We should sit on them too," he suggested. He then remembered that Yun Yiyi had taught them about human anatomy, noting that the belly is situated beneath the chest, and that the hen's belly and backside are connected. "We should place the eggs on our bellies," he murmured, tucking the egg into his clothing against his round belly. At that moment, Yin Shuang did not catch the latter part of Xiaoshuang's statement and suddenly shrieked. It was rare for him to express such a sound. Alarmed by the commotion, Yun Yiyi, who had intended to take a brief nap, immediately became alert. Rubbing her eyes, she hurried over to find a broken egg on the bedsheet. Yolk and egg white splattered everywhere, creating a rather distressing sight. Upon seeing Yun Yiyi, Yin Shuang grew anxious, pouting and turning to reveal that his backside was smeared with egg liquid. He looked utterly pitiful. Yin Xiaoshuang pursed his lips. "It's not my brother's fault. I wanted to hatch the chicks and secretly took the eggs," he insisted, repeating, "It really has nothing to do with my brother." If it weren't for the innocence reflected in his clear eyes, Yun Yiyi might have suspected he was shifting the blame onto Yin Xiaoshuang. However, the little ones were still too young to harbor such cunning. Yin Shuang's actions were clearly an attempt to protect Xiaoshuang. Yun Yiyi huffed, choosing silence instead. She understood her 2 children well. Should a Shuang wish to sneak a taste of the eggs, she would believe it. Hatching chicks? That excuse was unconvincing to her. Scanning the scene, she suddenly noticed a bulge in Yin Xiaoshuang's belly, causing her lips to twitch. "Did you really do this?" she asked, looking down. Yin Shuang puffed out his chest and affirmed yes. A smile graced Yun Yiyi's face. "Very well. As punishment, you shall not have dinner tonight." Yin Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief, misty with tears. "Mother, I stole the eggs," Yin Xiaoshuang suddenly interjected, his little face tense. "I wanted to hatch the chicks. It has nothing to do with the pot." Yin Shuang reached out his chubby hand toward him, touched by his brother's defense. Ignoring De Shuang's earnest gesture, Yin Xiaoshuang anxiously awaited Yun Yi's response, seemingly bracing for a reprimand. Clearly, she held a considerable authority over them. Yun Yiyi cleared her throat and stated, "Mistakes are not to be feared. What truly matters is your willingness to take responsibility. Do you understand?" And Yin Shuang, protecting your brother was wrong. Startled to be called out, Yin Shuang pouted nervously. Yun Yiyi continued, "However, considering your good intentions on behalf of your brother, I shall not punish you by withholding dinner tonight." Yin Shuang grasped that his mother had allowed him to eat, his face brightening with joy. Though he did not fully comprehend the situation, he recognized his wrongdoing, yet felt relieved that his mother would not punish him. Yun Yi chuckled softly at him. "However, you both must wash the bedsheet and your pants. You must resolve the consequences of your actions." The two little ones responded eagerly and rushed off to do the laundry. Yin Xiaoshuang pulled the bedsheet down, cleverly folding it into a neat square resembling tofu. Meanwhile, Yin Shuang had already entered the kitchen, standing on a stool to scoop water. Just as he was about to remove his pants to wash them, he heard Yun Yi's voice. "Shuang, you cannot remove your pants. First, go inside and change." Chapter 34. Gathering firewood. The weather had been particularly scorching in recent days, prompting Yun Yiyi to stay indoors. On the day of the market, she chose not to venture into town, knowing that the shopkeeper had informed her Mr. Ji would be present at the market, and she intended to wait for the weather to cool before going. Yun Yiyi, not being a farmer, found herself too lethargic to plant the seed she had bought, and the two little ones mimicked her lazy demeanor. It was not until the firewood supply dwindled that Yun Yiyi reluctantly decided to venture up the mountain. Although gathering firewood was inconvenient, she still relished the aroma of the meals cooked over it, imbued with a primal freshness that far surpassed the flavor of rice prepared in a modern electric cooker. As dusk approached and the sun dipped below the horizon, Yun Yiyi slowly made her way up the mountain. "You two stay home obediently, understood?" she instructed. Yin Shuang initially wished to accompany her, but remembered the punishment he had received a few days prior, and chose to remain silent, deciding to heed his mother's words. Yin Xiaoshuang shook his head in agreement. Satisfied, Yun Yiyi continued her ascent. The mountain was littered with dead branches and leaves, and as she walked, she collected plenty of dry twigs. This time, she took a closer look and discovered the forest was teeming with various wild grasses and vegetables. To her surprise, she even spotted a cluster of mushrooms growing on a tree trunk. The primitive nature of the surroundings intrigued her, and before she knew it, she found herself deep within the forest. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught her attention, and before she could react, she saw a creature dart past her. With a loud thud, it fell just a short distance away. She gasped in shock. "There's someone here." Two figures emerged from the bushes behind her. One was a rugged man with a bushy beard wielding a bow and arrow, and the other, a younger lad with thick eyebrows and large eyes. Instantly, Yun Yiyi recognized them as Zhou Lurong and his son, Zhou Cheng, Yin family's third daughter-in-law. "What brings you here?" Zhou Lurong asked in astonishment, while Zhou Cheng swiftly retrieved the arrow from the creature. "Father, it's a deer," Zhou Cheng exclaimed. Zhou Lurong nodded, turning to Yun Yiyi with a warning. "You should avoid venturing deep into these woods alone. There are wild beasts lurking about. If you encounter a large predator, even I would struggle to handle it." The Zhou hunters' family possessed no land, relying solely on hunting for their livelihood. They were intimately familiar with these deep mountains, often waiting an entire day and night to catch their prey. Yun Yiyi had indeed been startled earlier, but now, regaining her composure, she patted her chest and reassured herself, stating that she had merely come to gather firewood and had inadvertently wandered in. The Zhou hunter observed the basket on her back, which contained some firewood but was not filled to capacity. He then suggested, "Send Shifu from the Yin family if you find yourself short on firewood. Let Zhou Cheng bring you some." Yun Yiyi hurriedly waved her hands, feeling embarrassed at the suggestion. The Zhou hunter continued, "After all, Zhou Cheng goes out to chop wood every day. It would be no trouble for him to bring you some. You and the two children hardly use much firewood." Recalling that although Zhou Cheng was only 15 this year, he had begun learning the art of hunting under the guidance of the Zhou hunter, Yun Yiyi reflected on his primary role being that of an assistant. He typically helped the women and children of the village with gathering firewood or farming, accepting no payment other than some vegetables or a meal as compensation, thus developing a side occupation. After a moment's thought, Yun Yiyi said to Zhou Cheng, "Then I shall trouble you with this." Zhou Cheng scratched his head and replied earnestly, "It's no trouble, aunt. The deer he caught would be sufficient for their winter needs, and he had no intention of selling the meat, choosing instead to keep it for his family's consumption. Is it truly possible for just the two of you to carry such a large deer? Yun Yiyi asked, expressing her curiosity. As she continued to pick up firewood, Zhou Cheng, feeling idle, assisted her in gathering more. Yun Yiyi praised her own rare cleverness, completely oblivious to the fact that she had no reputation to speak of. True to his word, early the next morning, Zhou Cheng delivered the firewood. The bundle he brought was not composed of mere dead branches and leaves. It was what he had cut himself with a knife, and there were varying grades of firewood. The quality of this firewood was such that it could fetch a decent price at a restaurant. "Aunt, I saved some firewood for you," Zhou Cheng announced as he placed it at the entrance, not even glancing into Yun Yiyi's home as he prepared to leave. What a truly honest person he was. "Wait a moment. I have another favor to ask of you," Yun Yiyi called out from inside. Zhou Cheng halted, waiting politely. The sound of footsteps approached, and he initially assumed it was Yun Yiyi, but upon closer inspection, he found it was the two little ones who had rolled out. Zhou Cheng had little interaction with the Yin family, as he lived farther away and spent most of his time in mountains. However, he had seen the two children before. They had been so thin they appeared almost skeletal. To his surprise, they had changed drastically in such a short time. Now round and plump, the little chubby one looked up and said, "Mother said to have you wait a moment." The other, a fair child, stared at him indifferently, affirming, The two little ones remained motionless, fixated on him as if he were a prisoner, which made him feel somewhat anxious. While cooking, Yun Yiyi accidentally spilled soy sauce on her clothes and changed before emerging with a basket of eggs to offer Zhou Cheng. He paused, taken aback, and replied, "I cannot accept." He had promised Yun Yiyi the day before that he would deliver firewood today without expecting any reward in return. Yun Yiyi increasingly found him to be quite commendable. Despite being only a few years younger than him, her marriage had elevated her status. "Please take it. I have plenty of eggs," she insisted. "It is not a gift without reason. In the future, whenever you chop wood, I ask that you bring me a share. Additionally, I have other tasks for you." Upon hearing that she would require his help with more work, Zhou Cheng finally accepted the basket. When he uncovered the white cloth, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Aunt, I cannot possibly take so many eggs." He did not chop wood every day. Typically, he would deliver wood only once a week. Though the bundle appeared substantial, it was worth at most 3 won, while a single egg was valued at 4 won. The eggs Yun Yiyi provided were likely more than that. They were large, shiny, and clearly produced by high-quality hens. A quick estimation indicated there were at least 20 or 30, making the basket heavy in his hands. He had heard tales of Yun Yiyi's extravagant spending. However, he had not felt the impact of those rumors until now. The entire basket of eggs could sustain a family through the winter, and she was offering it all to him. "Take it. I still have other matters to ask of you. My two little ones are far too young to be of any help," she said. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Cheng felt the sharp gaze of the two children upon him, causing him to instinctively step back. Yin Dazhuang jumped up and poked Zhou Cheng's belly, exclaiming, "Mother, he has no belly." The other child countered, "He does have one." Yun Yiyi rubbed Yin Dazhuang's round belly and assured, "Just accept it. I have plenty of eggs. You can see those chickens over there. I raised them myself." She did not particularly enjoy eating eggs, only boiling 3 each morning, 1 for each person. With numerous eggs in her backpack and 2 new hens recently acquired, she was collecting over 10 eggs daily, which she found to be excessive. Zhou Cheng was a kind person, and it was beneficial to befriend him since he often assisted the villagers with their tasks. After planting some water bamboo, Yun Yiyi realized she was ill-suited for hard labor. If she could hire someone to assist her, it would be truly advantageous. Her land was nearly prepared for planting, and she had some seeds left, hoping to enlist Zhou Cheng's help in sowing them. However, it had not been long since their last encounter. Zhou Cheng calculated the time and found it somewhat confusing. Had it been less than 3 months? No, perhaps only 2. The chickens in the coop were all plump, their feathers clean and smooth, appearing quite lively. Have they grown this much already? Zhou Cheng thought in disbelief, knowing that in rural settings, raising chickens typically took at least a year and a half, and the fully grown chickens were often scrawny. Having lived in the village all his life, he had never seen such magnificent hens. Most of these chickens had not yet fully matured. Their clucking indicated they were still young. Nonetheless, their plumpness and size made them appear more robust than chickens that had been raised for years. Zhou Cheng swallowed hard and turned to inquire, "Aunt, are these the chicks you bought before?" Yun Yiyi casually responded, "Yes, each one lays 2 eggs a day. For me, these eggs are insignificant. Please take them." This time, he did not refuse, his heart filled with a complex array of emotions. Currently, hens that laid eggs frequently were rare, as they required proper nutrition. Some hens considered it an achievement to lay even one egg a day. Zhou Cheng did not doubt Yun Yiyi's words. The mere existence of such plump chickens was remarkable. So, Anne is quite skilled at raising chickens. Chapter 35. Planting vegetables. Zhou Cheng felt a surge of complex emotions, as if he alone were awake while others were intoxicated. Convinced that Yun Yiyi was truly an extraordinary individual. He then heard her ask, "Zhou Cheng, do you have time today?" His gaze towards her was imbued with newfound admiration. "I have time, whatever you need. Aunt, I will take care of it." Motivated by the prospect of work, Zhou Cheng was eager to assist her in planting the seeds. He agreed without inquiring about the specifics of her request and quickly dashed off with the basket of eggs. Youthful energy propelled him forward. As Yun Yiyi intended to fetch a hoe, she noticed her two little ones standing nearby. Yin Xiaoshuang declared, "We each take one end. I will take the lower end." Yin Dazhuang, stroking his chin, replied, "All right, I will take the upper end." The hoe leaned against the wall, but Yin Dazhuang jumped several times without reaching it. Yin Xiaoshuang suggested, "Go fetch a stool." "Fetch what? Don't come up with silly ideas. I've told you countless times not to touch these dangerous items." Yun Yiyi exclaimed, exasperated. She swiftly picked up the hoe, realizing such tools were not meant for little ones to play with. Yin Xiaoshuang pressed her lips together, while Yin Dazhuang accused, "Mother, you said we are useless." Yun Yiyi reflected for a moment, gently stroking the heads of her two little ones. "Very well, this is the fault of their mother. I shall not err again. However, you must also refrain from playing with dangerous items, understand?" Previously, on a whim, she had taken the little ones to explore the household items, cautioning them against touching certain things such as fire, boiling water, and kitchen knives. The hoe was among them. Yin Dazhuang did not expect her mother to apologize, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Mother, I was wrong." Yin Xiaoshuang quickly followed suit. "I was wrong too." He had made a trip and did not even appear to be sweating. "And I've come." Yun Yiyi emerged from inside. "So soon? I thought you would arrive later today." "Aren't you hunting with your father?" Zhou Cheng replied, "We do not need to go these days. We have enough venison to last us." "Ah, I had forgotten about that. Come with me. I have something I need your assistance with," Yun Yiyi said. Zhou Cheng glanced at the plump hens and felt that Yun Yiyi's stature appeared quite imposing. He was willing to assist her with any task she required. The statuesque Yun Yiyi, he pointed to the vegetable seeds and hoe nearby. "Could you help me plant these vegetable seeds?" Zhou Cheng hesitated. I'm not very skilled at this." She seemed slightly bashful. "If you're willing to help me sow all these seeds, I can provide you with a basket of eggs in a few days." The image of the towering Yun Yiyi collapsed in Zhou Cheng's mind, and he chuckled bitterly. "Aunt, what did you just say?" Yun Yiyi smiled. "Were you lost in thought? Look here, I have various seeds, including some rare ones." Although Zhou Cheng did not possess land, he was no stranger to crops. Each spring, he helped others with their vegetable planting, and he recognized these seeds. "Aunt, this is not the season for planting. And are you sure you haven't been deceived? Some of these seeds will not yield anything." Zhou Cheng sighed. In the past, the government had distributed free seeds, promising substantial rewards for successfully growing even one type. Everyone loved a good bargain and wanted to try, but the results were clear. They ended up with nothing, wasting time and nearly running out of food. No one would even bother picking up these seeds if thrown on the ground. It was a time when villagers preferred to cultivate edible grains rather than allow dubious seeds to monopolize their land, resulting in a complete loss. Yun Yiyi had heard such tales, which was why she sought help from others. She feared that asking the Yin family might result in scolding. She raised an eyebrow, choosing not to explain the intricacies of the matter, as he would not comprehend. "Will you assist me? If you are willing, please plant all these seeds. If not, I shall do it myself." She glanced at her delicate white hands, contemplating whether to try making some hand cream for maintenance. Zhou Cheng, of course, agreed to help, setting aside the fact that he had come to fulfill a promise. It would be ungrateful to leave after accepting so many of Yun Yiyi's eggs. He gritted his teeth and said, "Aunt, I will help you." Yun Yiyi then smiled. "Thank you." Zhou Cheng had spent the previous days helping others gather grain, and now he found himself planting vegetables, which stirred a strangely complex feeling within him. It was as if he understood that these seeds were destined to fail, yet he still invested effort into planting them diligently. This sensation was intricate. He knew he was engaging in futile labor, yet he approached the task with sincerity. However, as he continued working, he felt a persistent unease watching these good seeds, knowing that they would perish come winter. After Yun Yiyi finished preparing the meal, she, along with her two little ones, set out to deliver the food. The three of them wore peculiar hats adorned with large bows, appearing exquisitely charming. Each held a bowl. Zhou Cheng was still working when he suddenly saw this delightful sight and was momentarily taken aback. "Aunt, what brings you here?" "I brought you lunch," Yun Yiyi replied, handing over a lunchbox. Yin Xiaoshuang offered a box of sweetened mung bean soup to cool off. Zhou Cheng sensed that the little one seemed rather indifferent towards him. His gaze filled with hostility. Yun Yiyi chuckled. "Do not mind him. Xiaoshuang tend to speak this way." Yin Xiaoshuang often picked up new vocabulary and adapted it to his own speech style. For instance, he had just told Zhou Cheng that the mung bean soup had the effect of clearing heat and relieving summer fatigue, encouraging them to drink more. Zhou Cheng wiped his sweat and took a sip, the cool, sweet liquid coursing through him, refreshing his entire being. Yun Yiyi had cooked the mung beans until soft, then mashed them, generously adding sugar, and prepared it early in the morning. Now, it had cooled down nicely, and the mung bean paste required no effort to chew. It was utterly delightful. Zhou Cheng finished it in a few gulps before saying, "It's all right. Xiaoshuang is quite endearing." Yin Dashuang huffed, handing him a bowl of tomato egg drop soup for your stomach. "Thank you," Zhou Cheng replied, taking the egg drop soup while scratching the back of his head. Yin Dashuang scrutinized him with bright eyes, huffing again, wondering what was so appealing about a person so dark and thin. Surely he could help his mother with chores when he grew up. Yun Yiyi had prepared a large box of food containing 2 stir-fried dishes, 1 cold dish of sliced meat, and a sautéed eggplant, along with a tantalizing pickled vegetable. The mound of meat left him momentarily stunned. He used his chopsticks to dig down, revealing a bed of white rice beneath, with no coarse grains mixed in. This was fine rice. Zhou Cheng took a bite of rice, feeling a wave of gratitude swell within him. Although he was indifferent to what he ate, the kindness Yun Yiyi showed him felt incredibly heartfelt. Though he called her aunt out of respect, their relationship was not blood-related. Yet her sincere treatment of another made him determined to work diligently. Yun Yiyi surely prepared this meal to express her gratitude, and it was no wonder the two little ones had been somewhat unfriendly. They likely had never tasted such fine grains before. Zhou Cheng believed this meal was prepared solely for him, which was not entirely unreasonable. After all, without a celebration, who would feast so lavishly? A broad smile spread across his face, radiating youthful exuberance as he asked Yin Xiaoshuang, "Would you like some, Xiaoshuang?" Yin Xiaoshuang glanced at him with disinterest before turning away, presenting his back to him. For some reason, Zhou Cheng felt as though Yin Xiaoshuang looked at him as if he were a fool from next door. With Zhou Cheng preoccupied with the fields, Yun Yiyi felt somewhat relieved. In recent days, she had also crafted a sunshade, akin to an ancient oiled paper umbrella, but thicker and larger. And she planned to select a day to visit the town's bookstore. This time, the two little ones need not accompany her. They had become much more obedient under her guidance and understood many things, so she felt at ease leaving them in the house. In the morning, she prepared the meal, steaming a pot of rice, making several cold dishes, and heating a few buns and purple sweet potato buns. She instructed the two little ones, if the dishes cool down, place them in a rice pot to keep warm, but do not touch the fire, understood? The two little ones blinked in unison. Yin Xiaoshuang cheerfully responded, "I will wait for mother on the bed." He enjoyed listening to stories, yet their mother did not narrate them daily. It had been 2 days without a tale, but he knew she had drawn a picture book. Had Yun Yiyi known Yin Xiaoshuang's thoughts, she would have protested that her storytelling schedule was designed to prevent them from becoming too fatigued. After ensuring the two little ones were settled, Yun Yiyi finally ventured out with her umbrella. It was still morning, and the weather was refreshing. Yun Yiyi understood that even on cloudy days, UV rays persisted. Though she was not overly meticulous, she took the opportunity to open her umbrella. Each market day, she donned vibrant attire. Last time, she wore a unique hat, and this time she brought along a beautiful floral umbrella, always setting herself apart from others. A group of women and young ladies exchanged covert glances, rolling their eyes as they observed Yun Yiyi departing into the distance. She was genuinely anxious that the sun would soon rise, and it was imperative to resolve the matter at hand swiftly. Chapter 36. Accomplishment. Yun Yiyi made a beeline for the direction of the bookstore. Before she could reach it, the proprietor rushed out to greet her. "Madam, you have finally arrived." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yun Yiyi replied, "I was delayed by some matters last time and intended to return after a few days." "Has Mr. G come today?" "Ah, he has indeed. When Mr. G was here last time, I informed him of this matter. He waited for you all day and returned the next day, the proprietor recounted, expressing his surprise at the usually composed, owner's urgency. Naturally, Yun Yiyi had not returned the following day, prompting the proprietor to question if she had been jesting. However, Mr. G had mentioned he would come to see her again during the next market day. Feeling slightly guilty, Yun Yiyi thought it trivial that she had failed to arrive on time simply due to the heat. The bookstore was tranquil, with only the proprietor and a young apprentice present. The apprentice was diligently cleaning the books and shelves with a cloth, reflecting a deep appreciation for the literature. Outside, the atmosphere was lively, starkly contrasting the serene interior. After waiting for a while without seeing anyone, Yun Yiyi inquired, "Proprietor, did you not say Mr. G would be here? Why have I not yet seen him?" The proprietor rubbed his hands together and replied, "Madam, please hold on a moment. Mr. G will arrive shortly. He is quite busy, and since his home is not in this town, it takes him some time to reach here. Last time, he instructed me to ensure you're welcomed should you come, and he promised to arrive as quickly as possible for each market day." Yun Yiyi nodded, feeling a sense of ease knowing he would indeed come. The apprentice brewed a pot of tea for her, using the finest Zweiking. After taking a sip, she savored the delightful flavor. It seemed that despite the poverty of the Dezhou kingdom, the minds of its citizens were not closed, as even such books could be openly sold in the bookstore. As she read a book about a scholar winning over his first lady, a melodious voice reached her ears. "Madam, I apologize for keeping you waiting. It is of no concern. I have not waited long," Yun Yiyi replied, rising to greet him. Mr. G, dressed in a blue robe, wore a gentle smile as he gazed at her. His eyes briefly scanned the items in her hands before he averted his gaze in a manner that was neither intrusive nor unpleasant. Though Yun Yiyi sensed he was observing her. "Since you have arrived, perhaps we could discuss matters in the inner room," he suggested, gesturing for her to lead the way. Yun Yiyi had never engaged in business dealings before, but her intentions were straightforward. If a deal could be struck, she would ask Mr. G to assist in printing several illustrated volumes. If not, she would not be troubled. However, seeing his earnest demeanor inspired her to treat the matter with due seriousness. To her surprise, the bookstore even had a staircase leading to the second floor, which housed only blank sheets of paper, presumably for the purpose of book production. Once seated, Mr. G inquired, "Chun-Si mentioned that you possess a solution to the issue of inadequate books." In truth, Chun-Si had stated that she could find individuals to transcribe several hundred to several thousand books within a month. Mr. G, however, found this hard to believe, as literacy was scarce in Dezhou, let alone those who could copy books. Chun-Si is indeed the proprietor of a bookstore, Yun Yiyi confirmed with a composed expression, which suggested she might indeed have a viable solution. Mr. G, not wishing to withhold information, then explained the situation regarding the bookstore. There are few bookstores in Dezhou, all operated by the G family. We supply books not only to the common folk, but also to the imperial palace. Occasionally, we even sell books to other countries during exchanges. It seemed that international trading had already commenced, which was not surprising considering Dezhou had also introduced seeds from other nations. Although relations between countries were often strained, as long as there was no overt conflict, amicable exchanges still occurred. Yun Yiyi recalled a saying, "Between nations, there are no eternal friends or enemies, only everlasting interests." Noticing her attentiveness and occasional nods, Mr. G continued, "The current emperor places great emphasis on education and has encouraged the G family to open more bookstores. However, this is challenging, as the supply of books is insufficient, and their high cost limits the audience. We are currently rushing to produce new books in preparation for the upcoming school year, but despite my high offers to recruit copyists, I cannot fill the positions." After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Yun Yiyi, awaiting her response. Yun Yiyi absorbed the information and understood that although the G family monopolized the book trade, the number of bookstores was limited. The high cost of books made them inaccessible to the average person, and the general populace's literacy was low, with many struggling for basic sustenance, leaving little room for book purchases. Furthermore, the slow production of literature could not keep pace with demand. There were indeed literate individuals in Dezhou, particularly in the capital, as passing the imperial examinations could lead to great success. While wealthy families could afford education, ordinary families were also willing to invest effort and resources into nurturing a child. This created a situation where other types of books remained unsold, gathering dust in the bookstores, while the books necessary for the examinations were perpetually in short supply. The emperor had been reforming education, leading to additions and deletions in examination materials every few years, resulting in the need for the bookstores to reproduce texts, which they could not manage due to insufficient manpower. Madam, if you can consistently assist the bookstore in resolving this issue, feel free to voice your demands, Mr. G proposed. The number of students was increasing each year, doubling due to those who had failed the previous examination refusing to give up and joining the ranks of learners. Yun Yiyi pondered briefly before stating, I can resolve this issue, and I have a request. If successful, would you be able to provide me with a few books for free? Her illustrated volumes would, when bound together, amount to the thickness of a single book. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Mr. G's eyes. Initially, he assumed she would make exorbitant demands, given her apparent lack of need for just a few books. However, who would refuse a bargain? This condition is agreeable to me, he affirmed. Yun Yiyi's eyes brightened. Then let us formalize this agreement. She was astute enough to recognize that in ancient times, a written agreement or a handprint was necessary for validity. With a smile, Mr. G replied, very well. Could you now enlighten me on how many literate individuals you can find willing to copy books? How long are they willing to commit? This intrigued Mr. G, as literate individuals typically held themselves in high regard. Aside from those in dire financial circumstances who might transcribe books in their spare time, most would be unwilling. He was curious about Yun Yiyi's ability to recruit such a number. With an air of a gentleman, Mr. G observed her as she blinked and produced a wooden board. She had come prepared, even bringing ink along. Mr. G, perplexed, inquired, Madam, what do you intend to do with that? Without answering, Yun Yiyi demonstrated her technique. Applying ink to the raised characters on the board and then pressing a sheet of paper onto it, producing a clear and precise imprint. This process was straightforward, easily comprehensible to the discerning eye. Yun Yiyi explained, it is certainly simpler to recruit manual laborers than intellectuals. While crafting a book is not without its challenges. If you gather several individuals and assign them specific tasks, it can be accomplished efficiently. Once a book has been sculpted, the number of copies to be printed is entirely at your discretion. However, few have ever considered that books can indeed be printed. The prevailing mindset has led many to believe that books are meant solely for copying. Ji-sun pondered this in his mind, his heart suddenly racing with excitement. If this technology were to succeed and be widely adopted in the bookstores, it could not only resolve the current printing dilemma, but also significantly reduce the cost of books. Although G's elder brother currently held power in the G family, and he merely assisted in managing the various bookstores, he was acutely aware of how high the cost of a book could be, which was the very reason for the persistent high prices. Implementing this technology in book production would not only yield profits, but also herald a revolution, potentially attracting the emperor's attention, thus elevating the G family to the status of the most esteemed commercial house. Suppressing the tumult of his emotions, he inquired, what is this? After taking a sip of tea and swallowing hard, Yun Yiyi replied, this is a woodblock printing press, which I refer to as woodblock printing technique. Chick, he paused, then added, woodblock printing technique is indeed quite fitting. Yun Yiyi nodded in agreement, explaining that the name derived naturally from its principle. Ji-sun contemplated briefly before saying, Madam, this woodblock printing press is still quite unfamiliar to the bookstores. They have never employed such a method of printing before, and we will certainly need to invest both manpower and finances for trial runs. Our bookstore is willing to give it a try. If it fails, it will not be your concern, but if it succeeds, we would be inclined to collaborate with you long-term. What do you think? Although he had high hopes for this printing method, he was wary of committing to Yun Yiyi without prior experimentation. After all, every business venture carries its risks, and should it not suit the bookstores, they would need to seek alternatives. Chapter 37. The book token. Of course, the woodblock printing technique would not fail. It is far more convenient than gathering a multitude of people to copy books. Yet, understanding the other's concerns, Yun Yiyi nodded readily, very well. Ji-sun smiled and said, to demonstrate sincerity, you may choose any book from the bookstore to take with you today. Previously, Yun Yiyi had expressed her desire for several books from the bookstore, and Ji-sun had assumed it was a long-term request, such as receiving a few books each month. Yun Yiyi shook her head, indicating that she had no significant interest in the bookstore's offerings at the moment. What I mean is that I have written some material myself. Could you assist me by printing a few copies while you test the woodblock printing technique? Just a few. 3 copies of each would suffice. Ji-sun appeared somewhat perplexed. You have written a book? In the great Zhou kingdom, it was rare for an individual to pen a book, especially a woman. He had initially thought Yun Yiyi was merely a well-to-do young lady who recognized a few characters, unaware that she could write. Embarrassed, Yun Yiyi produced several sketches and handed them to him, waving her hand dismissively. No, it's just some casual doodles. The drawings are not very intricate, and there are few words. Could you do me a favor? As the images lay before him on the table, Ji-sun fell silent for a moment, struggling to comprehend what he was seeing. Eventually, he began to understand the illustrations in conjunction with the text below. Having encountered many renowned artists and their profound masterpieces, he recognized that a painting of great value contained deep meaning. These drawings, however, were rather unrefined. Even the basic proportions were flawed, such as the tiny figure with an oversized head and a nearly invisible body. Yet, upon closer inspection, he found that the images were indeed vivid, capturing the essential characteristics of each object. He was left bemused. Madam, is this truly your work? The drawings, while simplistic, were indeed easy to carve, since the small figures were composed of merely a few sticks. If matches existed in this era, Ji-sun would have realized they represented stick figures. Nevertheless, Yun Yi's astute appearance made it difficult for him to believe such drawings were her creations. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she explained, I just doodle for fun, to serve as an educational book for my two little ones. They would not understand overly intricate illustrations. You teach those two children? Ji-sun was taken aback. A few days prior, Chun-si had informed him that the two children could read, and he had assumed that Yun Yiyi had hired a tutor for them. Yes, Yun Yiyi replied, casting him a puzzled glance, but they are still quite young. So I only teach them some basic principles for now. Learning proper knowledge will have to wait until they grow older. Ji-sun's gaze towards Yun Yiyi became somewhat peculiar as he contemplated this revelation. After a moment, he stated, very well, I can assist you in printing these sketchbooks free of charge. Should it prove successful, the bookstore will offer to print any future works of yours free of charge as well. Let's begin drafting a contract now. Should you have any matters to attend to, you may find me at any of the bookstores. With that, he commenced drafting the contract, and upon Yun Yiyi's review, she found no issues and affixed her signature and seal. Each retained a copy for themselves. Before departing, Ji-sun presented her with a book token, the size of a jade pendant, engraved with the character G, exquisitely crafted and petite. Chun-si, having witnessed this, was visibly astonished. Once Yun Yiyi had walked away, he asked, Mr. G, why did you give her the G family book token? Only distinguished guests are entitled to receive such a gift. The G family's book tokens are limited edition custom works. Only 20 have been commissioned in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom, and he had bestowed one upon Yun Yiyi. It is worth noting that although the G family hails from a merchant background, they also have many descendants in government positions. Moreover, they monopolize the book trade and hold a significant status. Who would not wish to ally with the G family? By giving her such a rare token, Ji-sun's regard for her becomes evident, even if she is capable of finding a few helpers and offering a greater sum for her needs. He need not have squandered such a valuable token. Ji-sun replied calmly, I have my reasons. If the woodblock printing technique can truly succeed and be widely implemented in the bookstores, what significance does a single book token hold? His gaze fell upon the sketchbook in his hands, and he suddenly smiled gently. That smile was pure and untainted, as he recalled the oil paper umbrella Yun Yiyi had set aside, made of a particularly unique material he had never encountered before. Perhaps it was yet another creation of hers. He found himself curious about the workings of her mind. Having spoken with Ji-sun in the second floor and finding nothing amiss, she stepped outside to feel the radiant sunlight. Fortunately, the umbrella she carried shielded her completely, allowing her to relax her brow and eyes. Upon returning home, her immediate instinct was to check on her two little ones. Yin Dazhuang and Yin Xiaozhuang were awake but obediently lying on the bed playing. Mother, I put the vegetables in the pot, Yin Dazhuang said eagerly. Mother, it's time to eat, Yin Xiaozhuang added. These two little ones had begun to show concern for others. She gently caressed their faces and asked, What did you both do today? Yin Xiaozhuang counted on his fingers, speaking earnestly, We ate, watched the chickens, and slept. Yin Dazhuang chimed in, After you left, I ate first. I had meat buns and they were delicious, and I also had steamed buns, which were delicious too. After hearing Dazhuang's enthusiastic recounting, Yun Yiyi praised, You both have been very well behaved. After I finish eating, I will tell you a story. The eyes of the two little ones sparkled with anticipation. They had been following Yun Yiyi's instructions all day, eagerly awaiting this moment. Even when Yin Kai invited them to play outside, they had declined. The food in the kitchen was still warm, and a plate of stir-fried vegetables remained in the pot. After finishing her meal, she entered the room, intending to tell her two little ones a bedtime story. This time, Yun Yiyi did not illustrate any pictures, but simply wished to narrate a sleep story. At that moment, a wolf knocked at the door, saying, "Rabbit, rabbit, I am your mother. Open the door quickly." The two little ones listened and felt drowsy, their heavy eyelids slowly closing. Yin Dazhuang's hand still grasped Yun Yiyi's, but his eyes were already shut. "Mother, the rabbit is so foolish. I am much smarter and would never mistake my mother." Yun Yiyi acknowledged softly, gradually slowing her speech until her voice faded into silence. The two little ones on the bed peacefully drifted into slumber, while Yun Yiyi leaned against the pillow and dozed off herself. In this era, the number of individuals possessing a horse is exceedingly few, yet the Ji family remarkably keeps several, illustrating their substantial strength. A few days prior, he had informed his elder brother of a potential solution to the issue concerning books, though he felt a twinge of unease within. As he disembarked from the carriage, someone informed him that Ji Dage had arrived. Ji Sun's expression changed, and he hurried to the central bookstore in the county town. Ji Dage, known as Ji Xiaoyong, although they shared the same father, were not of the same mother. Yet their relationship was exceptionally close. The bookstore in the county was considerably larger, with an extensive array of book classifications. Many individuals frequented the county to read, some flipping through the books and purchasing those they found appealing. Ji Xiaoyong surveyed the bookstore, a rare expression of concern etched between his brows. "Elder brother, what brings you here?" Ji Sun inquired urgently upon seeing him by the bookshelf. Ji Xiaoyong, in his 30s, bore a well-formed countenance, with a resemblance to Ji Sun in his eyes and brows. He turned slowly and replied, "Waiting for you." Ji Xiaoyong lowered his gaze, concealing a glimmer of brilliance, and nodded slightly. The Ji family resided together in the capital, forming an extensive clan, yet as merchants, they often traveled for business, leaving only Ji Fu and Ji Mu at the ancestral home. The family's primary industry was books, nearly monopolizing the market. However, their business dealings were complex, as they also sold writing materials, understanding that books are inseparable from paper and thus requiring negotiations with paper merchants over prices. Although Ji Sun was in his 20s and unmarried, he had taken on a portion of the family business, assisting in management, yet his involvement was minimal. To evade marriage pressures, he had purchased a residence in the county, allowing him a degree of freedom. This was not Ji Xiaoyong's first visit. He remarked, "You truly have a leisurely disposition." The courtyard was filled with bamboo and featured a pond where several goldfish swam, presenting a picturesque scene. Ji Sun shook his head, dismissing it as mere pretentiousness. "By the way, elder brother, I met that young woman today. She indeed possesses a method to produce a substantial quantity of books in a short time." Ji Xiaoyong's eyes lit up with interest. "Really? Have you inquired about her identity? Is she reliable?" Ji Sun shook his head once more. "She did not voluntarily disclose her identity. Perhaps she is reluctant to reveal it. I did not press her for details. However, I did know her name is Yun Yiyi. It was during the contract signing that Ji Sun had learned her name." Ji Xiaoyong felt speechless. Conducting business without inquiring about the other party's identity seemed reckless, as a scammer could easily lead them astray. Ji Sun, though intelligent, sometimes failed to consider the thoughts of others. He had attained the title of Xiaocai at a young age, but lacked grand ambitions, choosing instead to become a teacher in this small county. There are many families with the surname Yun. I have not heard of any affluent ones. Could she truly possess the means to recruit so many scribes? Ji Xiaoyong was skeptical. Ji Sun chuckled softly. "When did I mention hiring scribes?" "What do you mean?" Ji Xiaoyong asked. Ji Sun then demonstrated the principles of woodblock printing as Yun Yiyi had shown him, leaving Ji Xiaoyong astonished. "What do you think, elder brother? Should we find someone to experiment with this? If it proves effective, we won't need to hire scribes later." Ji Xiaoyong regarded him with intense scrutiny, his mind racing. "I will send someone to find a carpenter to test it immediately. Meanwhile, we must continue with the scribes as a precaution." He would also explore whether the woodblock printing technique could succeed. Chapter 38. Yin Ersaw Zhou Cheng worked with remarkable efficiency, having already sown the vegetable seeds. Yun Yiyi inspected the field. Though it appeared barren, she enriched the soil by adding some miscellaneous weeds, wood ash, and river mud. She learned that many preferred manure as fertilizer for their crops. Yet Yun Yiyi, not being a farmer, found the task distasteful and unclean. There exists a variety of fertilizers, both inorganic and organic, aimed at enhancing soil quality and fostering healthy plant growth. Relying solely on one type is insufficient. Thus, Yun Yiyi added wood ash, salt, and even brine to serve as fertilizer. After some time, she returned to check on the field and discovered someone had even watered the vegetables for her. She smiled, mentally noting this kindness. It could only have been Zhou Cheng. Oddly, Zhou Cheng found it peculiar. He initially thought sowing seeds at this time was a foolish endeavor. Yet after a few days, he couldn't resist checking the plot. Upon seeing Yun Yiyi scatter some unusual substances on the surface, he decided to spread manure on the soil to aid the vegetable's growth. After completing this, he felt somewhat absurd. Realizing it was an impossible feat, however, he appreciated Yun Yiyi and, despite not agreeing with her methods, refrained from mocking her. Periodically, he assisted others with firewood deliveries and would also help Yun Yiyi, who later returned the favor with eggs and pastries, motivating him to assist her further with the land. As the weather gradually cooled, Yun Yiyi grew increasingly fond of making soup, preparing various nutritious broths. Today, she simmered lotus root and beef soup. The dish contained chunks of lotus root and beef, along with astragalus, rice wine, and salt, cooked for several hours until tender. After serving a bowl, the beef melted in the mouth, much to the delight of Yin Dashuang and Yin Xiaoshuang. In recent days, Yin Xiaoshuang had diligently studied, managing to awkwardly write his name with a brush. Though his characters were not particularly elegant, this soup nourished the heart and calmed the spirit, perfect for those who spent their days in study. Serving as a reward for the two children and herself, Yun Yiyi poured another bowl of soup, sipping leisurely while the two little ones ventured out to play. The children ran far ahead, with Yin Dashuang sprinting swiftly, though swift was relative to Yin Xiaoshuang's pace, as his short legs could not carry him quickly. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoshuang ambled leisurely behind. Each time Yin Dashuang took a few steps, he paused to wait for him. The two little ones had arranged to meet Yin Kai and Yin Yuan to search for a four-leaf clover. Yin Yuan exclaimed, "I heard Grandma say that finding such a clover brings good fortune." Yin Dashuang inquired, "What is good fortune?" Yin Yuan pondered for a moment, perhaps imagining it meant their mother would prepare meat for dinner. Yin Xiaoshuang pouted, "We just had meat." Yin Yuan, feeling envious, asked, "Really? I haven't eaten meat in a long time." Yin Xiaoshuang lowered his gaze, choosing not to respond. Yin Dashuang, brimming with excitement, began to recount what he had eaten each day, boasting about the delicious meals prepared by their mother. Yin Yuan's eyes widened. Every day, Yin Dashuang puffed with pride, detailing his meals from today, yesterday, the day before, and even the day prior to that. The three children were of similar ages and heights, yet Yin Yuan appeared significantly thinner. Yin Dashuang, plump and fair, appeared to be twice Yin Yuan's size. "Your mother's truly wonderful." Yin Yuan listened intently, his heart filled with envy. As they chatted, they approached the Yin family's vicinity. Yin Xiaoshuang spotted a four-leaf clover by the ditch and tapped Yin Yuan's hand. "Is this it?" Yin Yuan beamed. "That's the one. Be careful not to drop it in the ditch. You three should head inside." A woman's voice called from above. "Yan Yuan shutet, ar auntie, ar uncle." Yin Dashuang and Yin Xiaoshuang remained silent. Yin Ersaw squinted at the chubby children, feeling displeased. "What is this? It hasn't been long, and you can't even greet people? Is this how your mother teaches you?" Yin Dashuang retorted, "You mustn't speak ill of my mother." S gaze turned cold, and she simply replied with a curt feeling displeased, ignored the two rascally children and walked away. Gently caressed chubby chin and kindly suggested she go play inside. They were still young and had yet to bear children. However, held a fondness for these soft, pudgy kids, especially such plump little ones. Glanced at him, but remained silent. Dressed in a clean robe with slightly frayed edges, appeared quite handsome, and bore some resemblance to him. It was not surprising, as the villagers had often remarked that and looked the most alike, and it was perfectly normal for a nephew to resemble his uncle. "Enough, why are you shouting?" Expressed her displeasure, noting that the second sister-in-law had a penchant for raising her voice. Upon seeing emerge, immediately chimed in with a hint of bitterness, "Mother, we have come to bring you money." "When has the third sister-in-law ever thought of you?" S' expression stiffened, and she fell silent. Standing nearby, interjected with a sigh, "The third sister-in-law just bought me some fine tobacco." It was peculiar. While and had previously bought tobacco without much effect, the third sister-in-law, who had never paid him any attention, had earned his favor with just a small token of goodwill, had a notoriously poor relationship with. Her outspoken nature was in stark contrast to his patience. Whenever she perceived unfairness, she would voice her thoughts immediately. Yet, she often found herself unable to outshine, which infuriated her like a pufferfish. However, her anger was fleeting. Upon hearing speak favorably of, she felt a twinge of injustice and remarked, "Father, I also brought you some tobacco this time." Approached, cradling a little meatball and nodded in agreement. This time, not only did we buy tobacco for father, but I also brought some cotton for mother to make clothes. The rest could be shared with older brother and sister-in-law. Nodded appreciatively, acknowledging the generosity of the second brother and sister-in-law. His mood lifted considerably. "As long as you know, I am far better than some people." Pulled her gently. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Fell silent, though a hint of resentment lingered on her face. She was, in fact, quite attractive in her own right, differing from vibrant beauty. With a slightly plump figure, round face, and fair skin, she exuded a cheerful aura. Had perceived her as a propitious match, which led to their union. Although it was not as virtuous as, they managed to live comfortably. Their residence was somewhat distant, as had secured a position in the county, where he helped manage a shop, leading a relatively leisurely life. He earned a modest income each month. With his cleverness and charm, both new and regular customers enjoyed shopping there. Just last month, his boss had even raised his salary, and the cotton was a gift from his employer. He used the cotton to make warm clothing for the two of them, and only then did she bring the remaining cotton to the family. However, they took care to mention that the cotton had been purchased with money, ensuring that the family would recognize their effort, thereby evoking gratitude from their parents. Found this reasoning quite sound. Cotton was indeed necessary for winter. Last time, had also bought some with the intention of conserving it, yet unexpectedly received a delightful surprise. The group engaged in amicable conversation, sat down and produced a silver ingot from his sleeve, saying, "Mother, this is the living allowance for this year." Could not help but interject, "This is what we saved by tightening our belts." Such eloquence was rare for, and was quite pleased, casting her a delighted glance that left her feeling somewhat bashful. In truth, typically earned 500 when each month, and selling larger items brought additional rewards, making it easy to save 1 or 2 ingots. However, he was also somewhat indulgent, sharing a similar disposition with. Upon receiving their wages, they would often spend their earnings on entertainment, nearly exhausting their funds each month. Thus, managing to save this 1 or 2 ingots was indeed an accomplishment. Well aware of their tendencies, cast a sidelong glance at the couple. "When do you plan to have a child?" At the mention of this, felt a pang of guilt. They did indeed like children. Yet, she believed that having a child would entail responsibilities, such as sharing a chicken leg with the child, and Evan's attention would need to be divided. Considered this and concurred. He felt his monthly earnings were already scant, and having to allocate half for a child seemed imprudent. It must be said that the couple shared a mutual understanding. Hesitantly replied, "Let's discuss this later. We are still young, aren't we?" Incensed, retorted, "You are still young? Can you be younger than the third? And would soon turn 4. After she spoke, she looked at the 2 chubby children squatting and gazing at her with wide eyes, and her heart melted. "Look at these adorable, plump children. Don't you wish to raise one?" Felt a flicker of yearning as he pinched cheek, wondering how the third family's children could be so round. Recalled the earlier conversation among the children and felt a twinge of envy, saying, "Well, they eat meat every meal. Of course, their children are plump. Just look at, he is so much smaller in comparison." This remark caused everyone's gaze to naturally drift towards the 3 little ones. Continued, "Mother, I personally heard say they only had meat today. If the third sister-in-law is living so well, why hasn't she thought of showing you any filial piety?" Her implication was clear. She was dissatisfied with for not providing living expenses. Looked at the slender with a moment of surprise. Initially, she thought all children were similarly thin, but this comparison left her feeling somewhat discontented. Nature was well understood by, who shot her a stern look, "Enough. Stop blabbering. You know full well that the third went to war. It's not easy for the third sister-in-law to manage the children alone." Upon mentioning this matter, fell silent, reflecting that had not injured his leg, he would have been the one to go. In such a case, how would she cope? She closed her mouth, still feeling somewhat resentful. Managing 2 children was not an easy task. After all, didn't the government allocate a significant sum? She observed seemingly blissful life, evident from the roundness of her children. Shot her a sidelong glance. "Don't think that just because you're silent, I'm unaware of your thoughts. Ask. The third sister-in-law has brought us good things these past few days." Remained unconvinced, muttering, "Mother, I have not said anything." Then produced some sugar, salt, and a jar of oil for her to see, These were all sent by the third sister-in-law. She also brought some pastries and fruits, which we have long since finished. Was taken aback. She sent these? How could she be so generous? The sugar was dense, pure white, and appeared to weigh several pounds. How could possibly part with it? It must be acknowledged that the individuals who know you best are often those who oppose you. Realized that, given its character, it was more likely she would buy candy for herself. Perplexed, understood how to undermine her second daughter-in-law, and remarked, "Why is it impossible? People can change. Who, like you, shows no signs of growth, only knowing how to eat? Mother, I've already moved out. Why are you still scolding me?" Implored, glancing at for support. When she noticed offering no defense, she retreated behind. Is indeed a formidable character. YNDSO is virtuous, striving for fairness and justice in all matters. However, this sometimes leads to an inner imbalance, prompting YNM to seize the opportunity to enlighten her, encouraging her to willingly radiate warmth and light for the family. YNRSO, though not inherently malicious, speaks her mind without a filter, often sowing discord. YNM typically employs a suppressive approach towards her. As for YNYY, YNM generally adopts the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Nevertheless, should YNRSO cause trouble, after all, while YNYY may be selfish, as long as she enjoys her life, adorned in new garments and able to afford cosmetics, she largely ignores others. YNRSO, on the other hand, is a different story. Her outbursts create chaos, necessitating suppression. Feeling dejected after being subdued, YNRSO finds the motivation to assist YNDSO, who has begun preparing a meal. YNDSO casts a reproachful glance at her, remarking on the abundance of vegetables to be cooked. As YNRSO washes the greens, she briefly soaks them before hastily chopping them, her cuts uneven. Internally, she disagrees with YNDSO's perspective, thinking that vegetables could never compare to rice in taste. She silently criticizes her sister-in-law for being stingy. While YNRSO is still chopping, she leans closer to YNDSO and asks playfully, "Do you truly have no thoughts on the matter? You and DG have it tough caring for our parents. SNDM contributes nothing and give you not a single coin. Although we are grateful for SND's willingness to go to war, have you ever wondered how little the compensation truly is?" YNDSO remains silent, focused on stoking the fire, arranging the pot, and pouring in water, executing her tasks seamlessly, seemingly undisturbed by the conversation. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry and cook," she says as she begins stirring the rice to prevent it from sticking. You can say she isn't living well, but I've heard from Di Shuing that she eats meat every meal and lives extravagantly. With such a lifestyle, she ought to contribute some of that money to our parents so you could have it a bit easier. YNDSO purses her lips, responding, "RDM, these items were indeed sent by SNDM. She is not a bad person." Not a bad person? YNRSO seems incredulous, her voice dropping as she retorts, "Then everyone must be good." YNM claims the salt and sugar were gifts from YNYY, and YNRSO believes only half of it, having been suppressed by YNM before. Moreover, she has never personally witnessed YNYY delivering anything, leading her to feel that YNM is biased towards YNYY. As for YNDSO, YNRSO rolls her eyes. She sees no reason to hold any expectations for someone who has never stood up for her against YNYY's bullying. The kitchen falls into silence as YNRSO picks up a bunch of scallions, washing them with care. The warm water, kissed by the sun, flows over her palms, allowing her a momentary respite from her thoughts. The day before, YNYY had noticed that all the hens had grown overnight, as they were no longer clucking but rather proudly cackling. Most importantly, YNYY had discovered over 100 eggs in the hen house, and by the following day, the number had doubled. The hens strutted with pride, and YNYY initially felt joy, but soon the burden of such abundance weighed on her. Although eggs can be stored, they eventually spoil. How many eggs could she and her two little ones possibly consume? The jars at home were already overflowing with eggs, and the hens showed no signs of slowing down. YNYY wished she could cover their behinds to prevent them from laying more. These hens were plump, with many capable of laying 2 eggs a day, while others laid 1. When ZHUCHing arrived to deliver firewood, YNYY offered him 20 eggs. He intended to refuse, believing the previous batch of eggs was sufficient to cover the cost of the firewood. However, Yun insisted, "Take them. I have too many eggs, and I cannot eat them all. Accepting them will lighten my load." Zhuching thought she was merely being polite, as who would refuse food. Yet when he saw the mountains of eggs with no place left to store them, he reconsidered. He asked, "Auntie, are these all from your hens?" Yun openly replied, "Yes, they lay eggs every day. In just 2 days I've amassed this many, and I'm contemplating how to manage them." He suggested, "Auntie, you could take the eggs to the county to sell. Your eggs are of good quality and can provide a stable supply. Perhaps the taverns in the county would buy them." Y's interest piqued. "Really? They can be sold?" "Absolutely. When I catch good game with my father, we sell it to taverns. They offer fair prices, and it's much easier than selling individually." This made sense. Selling meat would require cutting it into small pieces and weighing it for various customers, which was labor-intensive. Delivering directly to the tavern, though slightly cheaper, was more stable and time-efficient. Curious, how do you all transport the game to the county? It's not feasible to carry such large catches. Zhuching clarified, "It's not expensive," and Yun nodded in understanding. Yun Shuing, holding a sprig of green grass, raised her little head and presented it to Yun, saying, "For mother." "4-leaf clover?" Yun chuckled, thanking Shuing for the sweet gift. Shuing's cheeks flushed with pride. Yun Shuing exclaimed, "Mother, someone is scolding you." Zhuching felt a bit awkward and quickly said, "Annie, I must go learn hunting from my father, so I'll take my leave." Yun nodded, "Take care." As Zhuching walked away, he pondered why such a wonderful person like Yun was often subjected to scorn. Recently, the little ones had become increasingly aware, distinguishing between kind words and harsh ones. Yun Shuing blinked and wandered off to her grandmother's house, where she encountered RBM. "Mother," she scolded, "that's not right." She and T called out to her at all, which also felt wrong. Their mother had taught them to be polite. "Chuckled softly, it's all right." Yun Shuing added, "Our SHSH has also come, and they brought package." Yun paused, deep in thought. Although the Yun family had divided their households, with the eldest living with YNF and YNM, the other two were still expected to contribute financially. During the autumn harvest, when every household had money and grain, Yun recalled that each family was supposed to provide a couple of silver coins. The protagonist had never given anything. However, Yun knew she could not withhold assistance, not only out of responsibility for this body, but also due to the values instilled in her as a child, which emphasized respect for the elderly and care for the young. Although her funds were limited, she had enough, and 1 or 2 silver coins were not a significant concern. With this in mind, Yun gathered 50 or 60 eggs and set out with 2 silver coins toward the Yun household. Upon her arrival at the Yun residence, she found everyone still waiting for their meal, as the porridge continued to simmer and the vegetables were ready. With everyone chatting in the main hall, Yun was particularly eloquent, embellishing his tales of prowess in the county, basking in the praise of the shopkeeper. Yet not a word was mentioned about squandering his entire wages. YNRSO and YNDSO had little to add, listening attentively, with YNRSO nodding enthusiastically. In contrast, YNM cast a sidelong glance at YNRG, remaining silent. She was well aware of his true character. "Father, mother," a soft, melodious voice called out. YNM saw YNYY struggling to set down a basket beside her, smiling brightly as she stood there. "What brings you here?" Genuinely curious, for YNYY rarely made such visits on her own accord. The last time, even when asked to watch the children for a moment, it was the little ones who had come to her. "Isn't the autumn harvest already completed?" Yun Yiyi remarked. "Second brother and sister-in-law have come to provide support for our parents, so I naturally must be here. This is a matter of duty, and this sum of money is something I ought to contribute." However, Yunmu felt as if the sun had risen from the west. It was quite surprising that the third sister-in-law would voluntarily come bearing gifts of money. Yin Seo's expression stiffened as she glanced at the basket, inquiring, "What has the third sister-in-law brought? It looks quite heavy." Yin Mu shot her a glance. "If you do not speak, no one will mistake you for a mute." Yin Seo pouted. Accustomed to Yin Mu's rebukes, she had no intention of arguing and proceeded to lift the white cloth covering the basket. A neat row of eggs came into view. Yin Mu was taken aback. "Have you bought more eggs?" "So many." How much did this cost? She felt a flicker of joy, but upon realizing that this was all funded by the third son, a pang of heartache followed. Each egg appeared large and fresh, clearly of superior quality, and she wondered where Yun Yiyi had acquired them. Yin Urseo cautiously counted the eggs. Wow, there are 66 eggs. That must cost at least 200 or 300 won. Yun Yiyi replied truthfully, I didn't buy them. They're from our own chickens. Upon hearing this, Yin Mu was rendered speechless. She was aware that the third sister-in-law had recently purchased chicks, and it had not been long enough for them to mature. So it seemed improbable that they could produce so many eggs. Yet, she refrained from calling out Yun Yiyi on her boastfulness, as the latter was quite proud, and she might take offense. Clearing her throat, Yin Mu said, It is good that you and the second sister-in-law are here. Let us eat together. Yin Urseo thought to herself that by this time, they would have finished cooking, which would render Yun Yi's presence unnecessary. She truly knew how to choose her moments. Just then, Yun Yiyi produced 2 taels of silver from her sleeve and handed it to Yin Mu, saying, Mother, I have been solely responsible for taking care of the Shuang and Xiao Shuang, and it was exhausting. I could hardly manage, so I did not provide you with living expenses. Now that I have more time and also raise chickens, I will ensure to contribute this money moving forward. Yin Dajiang cast several glances at her. Although the money was given to Yin Mu, the ultimate beneficiaries were still their family. Such funds were typically kept in a designated spot, and Yin Dajiang could access them, but utilizing a substantial amount required discussion. Unable to help herself, Yin Dajiang spoke up. Sister-in-law, is this a bit excessive? This is 2 taels of silver, although it was only 1 tael more than usual. Such an amount was not easily obtainable for common folk. Yun Yiyi graciously responded, It is not excessive. According to custom, I should have provided this money before. Now, I will be more frugal. I plan to give you an extra tael each time until I have repaid all past living expenses. What do you think, sister-in-law? Yin Dajiang had little to say. Even if Yun Yiyi had given nothing, she would not voice any dissent, though she might feel slightly uncomfortable. Reflecting on her earlier thoughts about Yin Urseo, she acknowledged her own pettiness. Yin Urseo scrutinized Yun Yi's increasingly fair and plump face, thinking how she claimed to be frugal while speaking so boldly. Nevertheless, her words soothed Yin Dajiang and quelled Yin Urseo's irritation, for none would refuse money. The meal was quite harmonious. Yin Dajiang prepared a large pot of vegetable porridge, with more vegetables than rice, resulting in a rather watery dish. After Yun Yiyi drank a bowl, she felt quite full, as if she had consumed a great deal of water. The table featured a decent array of dishes, a large plate of stir-fried corn kernels, sot egg cabbage, cold vegetable salad, corn soup, and a plate of freshly fried scallion eggs. The eggs had been brought by Yun Yiyi, and Yin Dajiang had used 6 of them. Yin Dajiang's cooking was commendable. Today, she seemed particularly cheerful and had added extra oil, making each dish delightful, causing Yin Urseo to praise her continuously, momentarily forgetting her troubles. After taking a bite of the egg, its rich aroma spread across her palate. Sister-in-law, where did you buy these eggs? They are not only large, but also fragrant. I haven't seen any like them in the county. Although Yin Urseo's family had a hen, it laid eggs sporadically, sometimes going 3 days without producing one, sometimes laying just 1 a week, which hardly sufficed for her needs, prompting her to buy from the county. Yun Yiyi set down her chopsticks, having nearly finished her meal, and curiously asked, Sister-in-law, do you also buy eggs from the county? Yin Urseo immediately launched into a lengthy account. Of course, I bought from several vendors in the county, but none compare to yours. Yin Mu cast a sidelong glance at her, seemingly with intent. Yin Urseo shivered slightly, suddenly recalling that she had moved out and no longer had to rely on Yin Mu's authority, straightening her back. Presently, she still bore some psychological scars from their past interactions. For when each, much smaller than yours, Yin Urseo remarked, a hint of envy in her voice. Quickly tell me where you purchased them. Yun Yiyi replied, Didn't I just say? These are from my own hen. Yin Urseo saw her speaking with eyes wide open and was about to retort, but Yin Mu coughed, prompting her to huff in response. She chose not to argue further, recognizing that her own hen had never laid so many eggs, and she had never heard of Yun Yiyi raising chickens. This was not particularly surprising. Yin Urseo was indeed a peculiar individual. While she lived in the village and had chickens and land, neither she nor her husband seemed to embody the essence of farmers. Despite having a sizable plot, they hardly produced enough grain for self-sufficiency, often needing to purchase food from the county, including expensive pastries and snacks. Though their family was not wealthy, they maintained a mindset that they would not starve tomorrow, thus refraining from saving money. Yun Yiyi typically lounged at home, occasionally visiting Yun Yiyi, enjoying a relatively free life, and was mostly oblivious to village affairs. After the meal, Yun Yiyi excused herself, citing the presence of two little ones at home, and hurriedly departed. She had hardly eaten, merely drinking a bowl of porridge, leaving most of the dishes untouched. Yun Yiyi felt somewhat sour, thinking that Yun Yiyi had acted rather casually, treating herself like a guest, leaving the washing up to her and Yun Dajiang. Yan Mutamarkt. If you eat less, you may skip washing the dishes. Yun Yiyi was known for having the largest appetite. During their cohabitation, she had eaten more than Yun father, boasting an astonishing capacity, which Yun Yiyi appreciated, believing that being able to eat was a blessing. Yun Yiyi had consumed 2 full bowls of porridge and handed her bowl to Yun Yiyi, who promptly filled it again. "Mother, every household has grain now," she said, taking a big gulp of porridge, which still tasted like the bland, watery concoction Yun Dajiang had made in the past. Yun Mu found it difficult to respond to this statement. Yun Yiyi beamed with pride, whispering, "Sister-in-law is boasting that these eggs are from her hen. When did she ever raise a hen? It's clear she must have spent a fortune on them." Still, her willingness to spend money on Yun father and Yun mother was commendable. Yun Dajiang lowered her gaze, saying, "Didn't the second sister-in-law know? The third sister-in-law indeed brought home some chicks to raise a while back. I didn't see any when I visited last time. Don't conspire with her to deceive me, sister-in-law." Yun Yiyi replied, skeptical. Yun Dajiang insisted, "It's true. It was about 2 months ago. I heard she raised quite a few chicks." Yun Yiyi responded with an "oh," while chewing on her food. "Only 2 months? Those must still be chicks. It's no wonder she dares to boast." This was indeed the case. Their chickens laid 2 eggs each day, and they had only managed to save about 40 for the winter. Regardless, they would not face hardship this winter. Yun Yiyi stared intently at the hens in the coop, nearly drooling, causing the hens to scatter in fright. "I will make you all fruit tanyuan tonight," Yun Yiyi announced. Essentially, these were small round dumplings made from glutinous rice flour boiled in water, served in a bowl with sugar and various fruits. Yun Yiyi also added some peanuts, sesame seeds, and raisins, making it sweet and delightful, much to the liking of both little ones. Chapter 41. The first income. Yun Yiyi diligently visited the chicken coop each day to feed the hens. The hens had developed a hearty appetite and required good grain for their meals, which she generously provided. The fine rice, vegetables, and corn kernels that would typically be reserved for her family were all offered to the hens. It had become a daily ritual for her to check for eggs in the coop, and today was no exception. After gently patting the large hens, she discovered a collection of warm eggs. Yin Xiaoshuang accompanied her, eager to feel the eggs as well. Since Yin Dazhuang had broken an egg last time, Yun Yiyi forbade him from touching them, leaving him feeling quite aggrieved as he stood to the side. The pristine white eggs piled high in the basket, now overflowing, while a sheet of paper on the ground held a collection of surplus eggs as well. The sight was truly impressive. Taking advantage of the distraction, Yin Dazhuang wandered into the kitchen to count the eggs on his fingers. 1, 2, 1, 2. He counted for quite a while and arrived at the same total of 2, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Today they had collected over 100 eggs, and Yun Yiyi, observing the kitchen brimming with them, decided to take them to the county town for sale. Unlike the bustling market in the town, the county was vibrant every day. Today, Zhou Liar and the village chief were also heading to the county, prompting Yun Yiyi to time her visit accordingly, intending to sell the eggs along the way. Unsure if the tavern would accept her eggs, she brought 400 along. A few days prior, Zhou Liar had caught 2 wild rabbits and a deer. Having enough food for the year, he planned to deliver these to the tavern to earn some money for a cotton coat for his son. After coordinating their plans, they soon spotted the village chief arriving with his ox cart, accompanied by his wife, presumably to attend to some matters in the county. "Has the third daughter-in-law prepared? Let us go," the village chief called out. "Wait a moment," Yun Yiyi replied as she placed the eggs into a large basket, wrapping it in cotton to prevent breakage. The village chief, appearing to be around 50, inquired as he saw Yun Yiyi dragging the basket. "Where you up to, third daughter-in-law?" He presumed she was going to the county to purchase goods. As the village chief responsible for managing hundreds of families, he was well aware of local affairs, including Yun Yiyi's penchant for extravagant shopping. "I am selling goods," Yun Yiyi responded. With her slender arms and legs, lifting the basket was quite a feat. prompting the village chief to assist her in loading the eggs onto the cart. This ox cart, essentially a flatbed cart with a large rectangular platform, could carry several people and some cargo, moving slowly along with the ox in front. They then went to fetch Zhou Liar, while Zhou Chang remained behind to guard the house. The two children sat closely together on the cart, brimming with curiosity about this journey. Although the village chief's wife was no longer young, her smile revealed distinct wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She appeared very kind as she pulled a handful of peanuts from her pocket and offered them to the children. Here, the Xiao Shuang, have some peanuts. The children politely accepted, saying, "Thank you, Grandma." Yin Shuang placed the peanuts in her pocket and sat up straight, while Yin Dazhuang began munching on the peanuts, secretly stashing a few shells in his bag. Yun Yiyi cautioned, "Those are for selling. Do not waste them." The cart was filled with a large bag of peanuts, clearly intended for sale in the county. The village chief's wife remarked, "It's fine. I just adore these plump children. They eat well." She sighed, "You've raised them well." Yin Shuang was commendable, and Yin Dazhuang, knowing not to litter peanut shells, was indeed a well-mannered child. With his cheeks stuffed with peanuts, he resembled a little hamster. Noticing the praise directed at him, he turned to smile at the village chief's wife, who found him charming and offered him another handful of peanuts. Yun Yiyi shook her head, choosing to ignore this little trickster. Upon arriving in the county, they found it still early. The village chief secured a spot at the market, placing the peanuts and scale there to begin trading. Zhou Liar asked, "Third daughter-in-law, I'm off to deliver meat to the tavern. Would you like to join me?" He had heard from Zhou Chang that Yun Yiyi's hens had laid many eggs and was curious to deliver them, though he was uncertain if the tavern would accept them. Yun Yiyi nodded. "Yes, I plan to inquire at the tavern." Zhou Liar informed the village chief, then drove the ox cart in another direction. The county was vast, and Zhou Liar guided her through a bustling street lined with vendors selling all manner of intriguing items. Not only were the children thrilled, but even Yun Yiyi longed to disembark and explore. The Zue Xiaolu Tavern stood impressively 3 stories high and was the very establishment Zhou Liar frequented to deliver meat. Wei Yi arrived, Zhou Liar murmured, opting for a side entrance that led directly to the kitchen, where a flurry of activity surrounded the preparation of ingredients. Zhou Liar confidently called out, "I'm looking for Manager Song." The kitchen staff recognized him immediately and called out for Manager Song, announcing the delivery of meat. Shortly, a man emerged. Zhou Liar quickly approached him, stating, "Today we have 2 wild rabbits and half a deer." Manager Song inspected the meat, feeling it with his hands and sniffing it to confirm its freshness before nodding in satisfaction. "Very well, we'll stick with the previous pricing." Zhou Liar agreed and hesitated before asking, "Do you accept eggs?" Zue Xiaolu was a tavern frequented by the affluent, although he regularly delivered meat. He had never dined there and was unaware of their egg-related dishes. Manager Song replied, "Indeed, do you have eggs? If you do, you can bring them along." Eggs were always in demand, necessary for frying meat and baking pastries. Yun Yiyi eagerly interjected, "Manager Song, I happen to have some eggs. Would you like to take a look? They are fresh from our own hens." Manager Song examined one of the eggs, noting its large, smooth surface, clearly a quality egg. He observed that each egg was nearly the same size, indicating excellent quality. This was the first time Manager Song had seen such large eggs, and he exclaimed, "Are these from your own hens?" Misunderstanding her intent, he assumed she was representing the entire village or several villages. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "These eggs are indeed remarkable. How about I offer you 4 each this time? If the quality remains this high next time, we can increase it to 5. Yun Yiyi pondered this and agreed, finalizing the deal. Manager Song then summoned 2 kitchen assistants to help count the eggs. A total of 450 eggs were counted. After the assistants finished, they reported the total. Manager Song paid them, and Yun Yiyi, deep in thought, stroked her chin. She had purchased these eggs for about 800, which felt rather meager. In this era, for many rural folk, 1 tael of silver was a significant sum, yet Yun Yiyi felt it was far too little. Some toiled tirelessly for an entire month to earn a single tael, while she had earned this amount in one go. The Zue Xiaolu always faced a shortage of eggs. If Yun Yiyi were willing to supply them consistently, she could earn at least 7 to 8 taels a month, an unimaginable prospect for an ordinary family. Third daughter-in-law of the Yin family. "I'm preparing to buy some things in the county. Why don't you come along and browse?" Zhou Liar suggested. Yun Yiyi replied, "All right, let us part ways here." She held onto 2 little ones, having inexplicably produced a length of rope to bind them. The two children stood side by side, arms outstretched, exhibiting no confusion. There's a saying, one becomes accustomed to being bound. The street was bustling with life as Yun Yiyi strolled along with the two children. On either side of the road were various tea houses, workshops, and taverns, their architecture steeped in an ancient charm that was truly delightful to behold. Vendors called out their wares, and pedestrians flowed continuously. By this time, Yun Yiyi had already purchased a considerable amount of snacks and had even treated the two children to sugar figurines. To her surprise, she spotted a vendor selling shaved ice, who took a large square block of ice, smashed it into shards, and placed it into small bowls before adding syrup and dried fruits, creating a refreshingly cool treat. Yun Yiyi, pulling along the two children, ordered 3 bowls. She noticed the vendor had placed a large ice block back into a thick box, wrapped in heavy white cloth. Yet the ice continued to melt slowly. In this era devoid of refrigerators, it was astonishing that someone was selling ice. The price was steep. For such a small bowl containing only a few pieces of ice, she was charged an entire tael of silver, effectively depleting her recent earnings. Yun Yiyi frowned, questioning the exorbitant price of the ice. The vendor chuckled, "Madam, my ice is quite affordable. This is my first time selling ice. Usually, it is reserved by the county magistrate." His tone suggested a sense of pride in providing Yun Yiyi with a piece of ice. In modern times, a ton of ice costs no more than 200 yuan. This seemed excessively high. Noticing Yun Yiyi's incredulous expression, the vendor explained, "Madam, preserving ice is quite troublesome. We store ice blocks in ice cellars during winter, but by summer, much of it has melted. Now, there remains only this small piece, which no one wants. So I decided to sell it. I doubt it will last much longer." Indeed, preserving ice in ancient times was a laborious task. After finishing her ice, Yun Yiyi paid and suddenly had a brilliant idea. Why not make ice herself? Chapter 42. A chance encounter. Yun Yiyi recalled that saltpeter could dissolve in water and absorb heat, causing the water to crystallize into ice blocks. She was uncertain whether saltpeter was available in this era, but she figured that a place selling gunpowder would likely have it. However, after wandering about, she found no vendors selling gunpowder. After inquiring with several people, none seemed to know what gunpowder was. It appeared they recognized the first character. Yun Yiyi chuckled, realizing they were in a bookstore. "Do you wish to read?" Yin Xiaoshuang pouted, unable to understand. Yin Dadwo replied, "We want to see what mother paints." They had a few books at home that the two children had often flipped through, but most of the characters were beyond their comprehension, and they eventually lost interest. Yun Yiyi suppressed a laugh. "Very well, let us not read then. Let's go." The two little ones nodded eagerly. Just then, a voice called from behind, "Madam Yun, please hold on." Curious, Yun Yiyi turned to find a familiar face in this county town. Ji Sun, dressed in a green robe with unbound black hair, had a few strands tied back with a ribbon of the same color, the rest cascading freely. His attire today was considerably more casual than usual. "Mr. Ji, what a coincidence!" Yun Yiyi exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Ji Sun smiled. "Indeed, encounters are fateful. Might I invite you for a chat? I have some business matters to discuss." Considering her own pending art portfolio, Yun Yiyi agreed. The two children, unfazed by their bindings, chimed in unison, "Uncle Ji, what a coincidence." Ji Sun couldn't help but chuckle, intrigued by the rope binding the children. "What is this?" Yun Yiyi waved her hand dismissively. "Just an ordinary rope. I fear they might wander off." Ji Sun noted that her thought process seemed unlike that of ordinary people, always brimming with novel ideas. While it may seem amusing upon reflection, it was indeed a form of innovation, serving its purpose quite effectively. Ji Sun invited Yun Yiyi for tea at the Xiangming Pavilion, which bustled with patrons, mostly men of various ages, with few women present. Upon entering, all the men instinctively turned their heads to look at her, partly due to the rarity of women in such establishments, and partly because of Yun Yiyi's striking beauty. The two children followed her inside, where Yin Dadwo remarked, "Mother, there's so many people." As a regular patron, Ji Sun was warmly greeted by the proprietor, Mr. Ji. "The usual?" Ji Sun replied gently, "Today, I have brought a friend." He then asked, "Madam Yin, what would you like to drink?" Yun Yiyi was unfamiliar with tea, responding, "Anything is fine." Ji Sun winked and took the liberty of ordering for her. They ascended to a private room on the second floor, where two women entered holding teapots, and performed a tea ceremony. Watching the small cup of green tea before her, Yun Yiyi drank it under Ji Sun's smiling gaze. It bore little flavor, akin to ordinary tea, and she preferred milk tea instead. Ji-sun inquired, "What do you think of this tea?" Yin Xiaoshuang, seated beside her, imitated Yun Yiyi, taking a small sip and nodding seriously. "Very good." Yin Dadwa gulped his down, still feeling thirsty, reaching for another small cup. "Uncle Ji, this water is too little. I'm still thirsty." Ji-sun's smile faltered momentarily, and he discreetly raised his chin to conceal something, then quietly summoned a waiter to order. "Please bring a few more plates of snacks and some plain water. Children should not drink tea. It could lead to restless dreams and sleeplessness." Upon hearing about snacks, Yin Dadwa perked up, sitting up straight. The waiter soon returned with a pot of boiling water and several plates of pastries. The delicate treats were presented beautifully. With only a few small pieces per plate, the portions modest, but the dishes were exquisite blue and white porcelain, adorned with floral designs. Yun Yiyi realized that these were not merely snacks, but a display of taste, and their price was undoubtedly steep. The pastries included dates and walnut cakes, green rice cakes, and osmanthus cakes, crafted to accompany tea and leaning towards the sweet side. After tasting an osmanthus cake, Yun Yiyi found its texture refined yet overwhelmingly sweet. Prompting her to sip her tea, Yin Xiaoshuang mimicked her, picking up a piece of pastry to taste, followed by a sip of plain water. These small pastries were quite expensive, not something an ordinary household could afford. While Yun Yiyi could feign sophistication, the children appeared entirely at ease, clearly accustomed to such delicacies. In contrast, Yin Dadwa behaved like a typical child. His eyes lit up at the sight of the pastries, and he eagerly sampled each one, resorting to using his hands when he struggled to grasp a piece. He devoured the pastries quickly, finishing one in just a couple of bites, yet he maintained impeccable manners, leaving not a crumb on his clothing. The osmanthus cake was too sweet, lacking the fragrance of osmanthus, while the date cake was too hard and unpalatable. The walnut cake was decent. After consuming most of the pastries, Yin Dadwa leaned back, his little belly protruding as he began to critique them. Ji-sun's smile faded as he realized he had mistakenly thought the child was ordinary. Yet, for a child to name, these pastries indicated familiarity, aside from frequent consumption. He could think of no other reason. Ji-sun had indeed genuinely intended to invite Yun Yiyi for a gathering today, but he suddenly changed his mind. Wanted to test her. The woodblock printing technique was currently in progress. Ji-dage had found craftsmen who were working day and night, and it was said that they were close to finishing a book, soon to reveal the results. They had nearly calculated the costs, and while the woodblock printing technique was still expensive, it was significantly less so than before. Compared to the laborious task of hand-copying books, they found this method to be remarkably convenient. Brother Ji tentatively calculated that if he could indeed replace manual copying with this woodblock printing technique, he hoped the other party would sell him this technology. Yes, he wished for it to belong entirely to the Ji family. A person capable of devising such a technique must be extraordinary. However, over the past few days, Brother Ji had inquired among the wealthy and noble, but found no one named Yun Yiyi. Coincidentally, during this time, Yun Yiyi had not sought out Ji-sun, leaving him at a loss. Brother Ji had never met Yun Yiyi and speculated that she might be a rural woman, perhaps a widow with 2 children. Yet Ji-sun felt otherwise. Indeed, she did not fit that mold. Upon closer observation, she bore no resemblance to a pampered young lady, her demeanor far from pretentious. It was truly peculiar. This was the first time Ji-sun found himself unable to comprehend someone. Was she an otherworldly sage? That notion he quickly dismissed, for she seemed quite worldly. He inquired, "Madam Yun, do you reside nearby?" Yun Yiyi initially intended to disclose her village's name, but reconsidered, opting for discretion. Modern individuals tend to be somewhat cautious, reluctant to divulge their precise addresses, especially as she feared potential negative repercussions from the woodblock printing technique. Although such worries might seem unfounded, she preferred to remain low-key. Ji-sun, having been educated from a young age and possessing a reputation for integrity, would not impose upon her. Noticing her vague response, he did not press her further. "Madam Yun, have you come to the county for something important? I am well acquainted with this place. If you require assistance, I would be happy to lend a hand." She had merely come to sell eggs and purchase a few items. "Do you know where I might find sulfur or white phosphorus for sale?" Yun Yiyi asked. Ji-sun nodded, affirming his knowledge of such places. Elated, she urged, "Then please lead me there. I have long wished to make a purchase." Ji-sun appeared contemplative. After settling the bill with a small ingot of silver, he guided Yun Yiyi away, and she noticed the expense seemed rather steep, as they had not even dined sufficiently. Evidently, The ambience and environment bore a price. Ji-sun led her through a street and pointed to an unassuming general store, stating, "There is sulfur available here." Upon uttering this, his gaze turned somewhat odd. Why would a woman come to the county to purchase sulfur instead of jewelry or clothing? Sulfur served two purposes. First, it was used by those selling steamed buns to enhance their whiteness. Second, it could be utilized in bathing to treat skin ailments. However, it was seldom used by women due to its foul odor. Even he would refrain from using it for bathing. Ji-sun pondered what she intended to do with it. In addition to sulfur, Yun Yiyi noticed some mountain soil and other materials. The shopkeeper glanced at her indifferently without attempting to promote his wares. But she purchased a considerable quantity. Ji-sun's eyes rested on her with a mix of curiosity and restraint, contemplating asking her why she was buying so much sulfur. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Having acquired what she desired, Yun Yiyi appeared quite pleased. With about an hour remaining until their agreed meeting time, she prepared to head out. "By the way, Mr. G, have you found someone to assist me with the engraving of my sketchbook?" Yun Yiyi inquired. She had been working on new illustrations for days, hoping to obtain the printed sketchbook soon. This was someone else's property. Ji-sun and his friends naturally objected. However, the child had been quite insistent, refusing to leave otherwise, and he reluctantly lent it for 3 days, yet it had yet to be returned. Ji-sun lowered his gaze, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I shall not forget my promise to you. In 7 days' time, come to any bookstore to find me, and it will surely be ready." Chapter 43. The county magistrate's son Ji-sun traversed the street and arrived at another residence, where 2 imposing stone lions flanked the entrance, accompanied by a guard. Indicating this was indeed the affluent district of the county. The vigilant guard immediately recognized Ji-sun. "Mr. Ji, you have arrived. The county magistrate has been awaiting your presence." Without further ado, the guard ushered him inside. Ji-sun nodded, for today the magistrate was on leave, and they had long agreed upon his visit to guide the magistrate's son. Next year, the magistrate's son would formally enter the school, and predictably, Ji-sun would be his teacher. The magistrate had personally recommended his son to Ji-sun, hoping he would provide thorough instruction. However, the boy seemed rather disinterested in learning, or perhaps entirely averse to studying. He smiled wryly, his mind involuntarily recalling the contrasting personalities of the twins. "Mr. Ji, you have come. Please take a seat." The magistrate, with no pressing matters today, had anticipated Ji-sun's visit, passing the time by reading. Ji-sun chuckled, "Brother Zhong, you seem to be in quite a leisurely spirit today." Zhong Shuyong, the county magistrate, was scarcely 30 years old, with 2 daughters and a son, the youngest of whom would be 6 next year, eligible for schooling. Zhong Shuyong could have hired a tutor to instruct his children at home. However, his son was notoriously disobedient, perpetually devising ways to drive away teachers, prompting his decision to send him to school next year. Shaking his head, Zhong Shuyong remarked, "Do not mock me. You know all the troubles I face with my son. At his young age, he can take things slowly. I brought a new edition of the Sanzi Jing. You might let him take a look," Ji-sun suggested, placing a book on the table. The Sanzi Jing was an essential text for school newcomers, accompanied by other foundational works like the Tang Shi San by Shou and Introductory Arithmetic, all aimed at early education. Zhong Shuyong nodded in gratitude, yet his heart was heavy with worry. He hoped his son would one day carry on his legacy. But the boy was far too playful, entirely unlike Zhong Shuyong's own childhood. Having grown up in poverty, he had only begun studying in his teens, driven by determination. Ji-sun reassured him, "Every child has their own fortune. He will grow up and heed your words. Why trouble yourself? Alas, a child's nature may be set by 3. You cannot fathom the situation with my son. Please wait. I will summon him." Zhong Shuyong ordered a servant to fetch the child. Ji-sun smiled but remained silent. Before long, a small boy bounded to the doorway, seemingly recalling something, and he straightened his clothes before slowly entering. "Father, why did you call for me?" he asked in a bright voice. Zhong Shuyong, feeling exasperated, admonished what manners. "Address Mr. G properly." The child appeared somewhat intimidated by his father and weakly uttered, "Mr. G." Seeing his son's lack of decorum, Zhong Shuyong was about to reprimand him further when Ji-sun interjected, "It matters not. I find the child quite endearing." Zhong Wenshi, at 5.5 years old, sported 2 small buns atop his head, dressed in a red outfit that accentuated his fair cheeks. He was taller and slimmer than his peers, with bright, sparkling eyes. Zhong Shuyong asked, "Sure to. Have you been diligently reviewing your studies these past few days?" Zhong Wenshi promptly stood at attention, his expression turning sour. Zhong Shuyong's face darkened. He held high expectations for his son. I heard you had not stepped outside recently, so I assumed you were studying well. Pray tell, what have you been occupied with? Zhong Wenshi had spent his days playing outside, captivated by cricket fighting. He blinked rapidly and replied, Father, I have been reading. I love reading. It makes me happy. Such nonsense. I know your true demeanor. Very well. Recite a poem you learned recently for me, Zhong Shuyong said, his irritation palpable. Zhong Wenshi had been studying the Shao Er Shirgu for over a month, yet he could not recall a single poem. To his surprise, he managed to recite 2 poems effortlessly, leaving even Zhong Wenshi astonished, and Zhong Shuyong's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhong Wenshi, scratching the back of his head in confusion, was taken aback by his father's first-ever praise. I told you were my son. How could you not memorize a few poems? Well done. Can you recite more? The 3rd poem, what was it again? Zhong Wenshi pondered for a long time, but could not recall a single word. He expected his father to scold him as usual, but to his surprise, Zhong Shuyong spoke gently, saying, It's all right, take your time to learn. At noon, I'll have the kitchen prepare some pig trotters to nourish your brain. Zhong Wenshi shifted uneasily, feeling uncomfortable with his father's sudden tenderness. Normally, his father would reprimand him, tugging at his ear and urging him to study diligently. Observing this exchange, Ji-sun remarked, Your son is quite clever, not at all inferior to Zhong Xiong. What cleverness? Zhong Shuyong thought to himself. Though he was indeed pleased with Wenshi's performance, he said, Sure too, come here. This will be your teacher from now on. Today he will guide you. Zhong Wenshi was disheartened, responding with a lackluster, oh, his eyelids drooping heavily. Ji-sun and Zhong Shuyong had been friends for many years, and Zhong Wenshi was not unfamiliar with Ji-sun. The thought of him becoming his teacher made him apprehensive, as he could not treat him as he did with other teachers. Having displayed such talent today, Zhong Shuyong was very satisfied and believed that the boy had truly awakened to his potential, thus allowing Ji-sun to take him to the study for lessons. The county governor's residence had 2 studies. One was Zhong Shuyong's, where he usually read and worked, and the other, a smaller room, was dedicated to Zhong Wenshi, indicating the importance placed on his education. Ji-sun headed to Zhong Shuyong's small study. The study contained only a modest collection of books. Ji-sun noticed that the book Shao Er Shirgu by Shou lay in a corner gathering dust. He dusted it off and said, Your nickname is Shi too, so I shall call you that. Today, let us begin with the Sanzi Jing. Zhong Wenshi nonchalantly nodded, finding these books exceedingly dull. Thus, Ji-sun began teaching, and Zhong Wenshi followed along. Being young, his attention wavered, distracted first by a butterfly outside, then by his own hands, never quite settling down. After an hour, their progress was dismally low. No wonder the previous teachers had given up on him. If Zhong Wenshi were truly uninterested in studying, they could have punished him. Alas, it appeared he was attempting to learn, yet his mind was completely elsewhere. Even if forced to study, there was little that could be done with such a disposition. Ji-sun inquired, Do you prefer poetry? Zhong Wenshi honestly shook his head. I do not like it. This teacher did not scold him, which emboldened him further. I do not like any of these books. May I not study them? He reiterated, I do not like them. Ji-sun was taken aback and then laughed. Then tell me, how did you manage to recite those 2 poems? Zhong Wenshi found it peculiar. How had he memorized them so easily? Despite his father hurling the book at him, he had been unable to memorize anything. It was indeed strange. Could it be that he was the prodigy others spoke of? Zhong Wenshi felt a swell of pride within. Ji-sun remarked, I heard from Zhong Xiong that you have been studying poetry for over a month, and previously struggled even with the first poem. Yet, in just a few days, you can recite it completely. Do you know why? Zhong Wenshi was utterly bewildered, gazing at him with wide eyes, silently asking why. Ji-sun smiled gently. Diligence can compensate for lack of talent. You see it daily and learn it nightly. Thus, these poems naturally imprint upon your mind. Therefore, you must have faith in yourself. Seeing the young boy accepting his perspective, Ji-sun's smile deepened. I will return in a few days to teach you poetry. In the meantime, prepare well. Zhong Wenshi agreed verbally, but contemplated going to the river with a go-air to collect stones once Ji-sun departed. Zhong Wenshi's expression stiffened, seemingly reluctant. But he had to return what belonged to another. He retrieved the stacks of illustrated books from the drawer and eagerly asked Mr. Ji, Are there more of these illustrated books? I wish to purchase one. Upon taking the paper, he paused. The sheets were somewhat wrinkled, as if frequently handled. Never mind. Perhaps I can print a few more for Yun Yiyi. But that wouldn't he do. These were drawn by a friend and not for sale. Nor was it his place to decide. Ji-sun noted his attitude and patiently explained. Zhong Wenshi felt a twinge of disappointment and curiously asked, "Is there a continuation? I want to know what happened to that rabbit." Ji-sun responded with a puzzled expression. Zhong Wenshi flipped open one of the illustrated books, pointing at an image. "Look, this story isn't finished. I suspect the goose stole the cabbage from the big yellow chicken, and the rabbit must have been wronged." Ji-sun had only glanced through the books previously and had not examined them in detail, but now he discovered that the subsequent pages formed a series of stories, complete with titles, such as Mingbu Kuai Pang Zhu. The tales were simple, yet engaging, consisting of a series of short stories. He thoroughly perused a few pages and found that they included Yun Yiyi and Qi Shang, with Yun Yiyi cleverly breaking down the poetry and incorporating it as clues beneath the illustrations for better comprehension. As an adult, Ji-sun found the illustrated books somewhat novel, but felt no particular attachment, for the content was exceedingly simple to him. However, viewing it from a child's perspective sparked a curious thought within him. Ji-sun remarked, "Perhaps there are more continuations. If so, I will certainly inform you." Zhong Wenshi's eyes brightened, revealing a child's innocent smile. "Great. If there are new ones, please let me know promptly." Chapter 44. Matches and Ice. After bidding farewell to the county magistrate, Ji-sun departed. At night, he examined the illustrated books closely and found them genuinely intriguing. The events of the day replayed in his mind. Zhong Wenshi's aversion to studying meant that after a month, he could not recite a single poem. Yet, after engaging with the illustrated books, he was able to recite them effortlessly. If these illustrated books could indeed enhance learning efficiency, he might consider introducing them into the school curriculum. He contemplated this thoughtfully. The next day, Ji-sun gathered several children for an experiment. He awkwardly narrated the stories, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet the children listened intently, their eyes wide with curiosity as they posed a series of childish questions. In previous lessons, he had never witnessed such enthusiasm from them. The children he gathered were between 6 and 8 years old, all former students of his. After half an hour, he discovered that these children recognized many characters, demonstrating far superior learning efficiency compared to their previous classroom experiences. One child exclaimed, "Mr. G, is there more? This story clearly isn't finished, and the culprit hasn't been caught." Ji-sun lowered his gaze and asked, "Do you enjoy this?" The children eagerly nodded. "Is this our new book? We like it. It's simple and easy to understand. I love that little mouse. It's so cute. Why do these animals walk upright like humans?" Ji-sun's lips twitched. He too was curious about that question, but as he was not the illustrator, he could not explain. The children, having only absorbed half the story, excitedly scattered. Ji-sun watched their retreating figures, stroking his chin. If these illustrated books could indeed enhance learning efficiency, then introducing them widely across various schools would pose no issue. The Dezhou Kingdom was a nation of continuous development and reform, with progressive ideals. In fact, the laws of Dezhou even permitted women to hold official positions, a result of the reforms initiated by Emperor Zhou. He was a great emperor who, during his reign, elevated the status of merchants, significantly reduced taxes for the common people, encouraged cultural exchanges with foreign nations, and greatly improved education, advocating for everyone to read more and cultivate talented individuals for Dezhou. Children could enter schools for initial education at the age of 6, a proposal by Emperor Zhou. Prior to this, various nations had isolated themselves, fearing that others might uncover their secrets. However, the Dezhou Kingdom shattered this norm. Renowned for its cotton production, Dezhou engaged in amicable exchanges with the Qi Kingdom, which was famous for its dairy cattle. For the first time in history, a mutually beneficial exchange occurred as cotton was traded for milk, marking a monumental breakthrough. Subsequently, it became apparent to all that Dezhou was flourishing more than ever before. Ji-sun had always believed that if he followed in the footsteps of Emperor Zhou, Dezhou would eradicate poverty within 2 decades. The populace placed their unwavering trust in him. Tragically, he passed away too soon. Emperor Zhou ruled for a mere 5 years before his untimely death, reportedly due to overexertion. The current emperor is Zhou Qing's brother, who, despite his diligent efforts to adhere to his predecessor's path, lacks the same exceptional talent. Contemplating this, Ji-sun took a collection of illustrations to the bookshop and instructed the carpenter, "Please carve these illustrations as swiftly as possible and print several copies." The carpenter inquired, How many copies should I print? They had recently been engraving a book, but their responsibilities were divided, and he had completed his smaller portion. Ji-sun pondered for a moment and replied, "Print as many as you can." The carpenter accepted the illustrations with a nod. Yesterday, Yun Yiyi was sore all over from the jolting of the ox cart. Upon rising the next day and having breakfast, she filled several basins with water and then added saltpeter. She had purchased numerous items, including snacks and goods from the general store. She acquired a considerable amount of sulfur, which is used in making gunpowder, though it seemed this era had not yet embraced gunpowder, with everyone still favoring cold weapons. The hunter Zhou primarily relied on arrows during his hunts. Today, Yun Yiyi intended to first create matches, with the hope of eventually producing gunpowder if the opportunity arose. Although matches may seem trivial, their production is not straightforward. Matches consist of matchboxes and match heads, and the lack of certain raw materials here meant she could not replicate the delicate matches of later ages. For instance, manganese dioxide requires laboratory conditions for preparation. Even if she were provided with a laboratory now, she could not ensure success, particularly in such a rudimentary environment. Yun Yiyi began by whittling down a dozen matchsticks, which were uneven and significantly larger than modern matches. Given that this was her first attempt, she held no great expectations. The primary component of match heads is red phosphorus, which necessitates the creation of white phosphorus first. White phosphorus is not difficult to obtain, as it is contained in the soil and merely requires extraction. Yun Yiyi ventured to the back mountain, dug up a large clump of mud, and then heated it. After several rounds of heating and sifting, she produced a pile of white material, which was white phosphorus. She then continued heating this substance to obtain red phosphorus. After applying red phosphorus to the match heads, Yun Yiyi coated the matchsticks with sulfur and other substances. When she gently rubbed one match against the surface, it instantly ignited, producing a flame that lasted a considerable time before burning out, at which point she discarded the stick. This was indeed a success. She carefully wrapped a few matches in paper, intending to show them to Yin Shaoshuang to quell his incessant inquiries. "Yin Shaoshuang, come quickly and see the matches," Yun Yiyi called out. The two little ones were in the hall, perusing the illustrations, and rushed over upon hearing her. To her surprise, Yin Shaoshuang dashed ahead of Yin Shuang this time. Yin Shaoshuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Mom, where are the matches? I want to see." He was unaware that she had purchased matches earlier. Yun Yiyi instructed, "Take a step back." Following her command, he witnessed his mother take a small stick and, with a swift motion, produce a bright light. "Wow, what is this?" Yin Shuang gasped in astonishment. Yin Shaoshuang was completely captivated, perceiving the flame before him as something ethereal beyond his comprehension. It turned out that what his mother had said was indeed true, and the illustrations were real. "Mom, how'd you do that? Why did it ignite with just a motion of your hand?" Yin Shuang asked eagerly, his curiosity piqued by this phenomenon. Yun Yiyi chuckled, "Would you like to try?" Yin Shuang's eyes widened with excitement. "Can I really?" He was filled with doubt. Yun Yiyi took Yin Shuang's hand and guided him to strike the match against the surface, swiftly igniting it. Initially friganid, Yin Shuang frozy. But as the flame gradually diminished, he became exhilarated, examining the charred matchstick for an extended period. "Mom, I want to try too," he said, his round face scrunching in determination. Although she had made only a few matches, ample raw materials remained, allowing her to create countless more without any regret. After observing the ignition process of 2 matches, Yin Shaoshuang gained some experience. He carefully struck the match head with his right hand and, upon seeing the spark, shielded it from the wind with his left hand, wishing for the flame to last longer. Yun Yiyi found it amusing and said, "All right, throw the match away, now to avoid burning your hand." Yin Shaoshuang was entranced, asking, "Did you really make all of this?" Suddenly, Yun Yiyi hesitated. While she had never intentionally concealed her experiments from the two little ones, she had always kept them at a distance due to the inherent dangers involved. After all, any experiment could pose risks, and the last thing she wanted was for them to inhale toxic fumes. She recognized that although her children were intelligent, she still viewed them as naive and uninformed. At their age, they were meant to passively accept what she provided, and she would strive to offer them the best. Previously, they had never considered such matters. Even if meat and rice appeared out of thin air, they would simply revel in the feast without pondering their origins. Now, however, they were beginning to question. Yun Yiyi had not anticipated that her education had broadened their minds. Eggs come from hens, and pork comes from pigs. So the only truth about the matches is that Mom made them, Yin Shuang declared, forming a classic pose of the famous detective with his right thumb and index finger forming an H shape beneath his chin. In the future, not only will she make matches, but she will also create many other things. Yun Yiyi sighed and said, "Yes, I made them. Do you like them?" Yin Shuang's south eyes crinkled into crescent moons as he replied sweetly, "I like them." Unfazed by their lack of edibility, Yin Shuang, seeing his brother's delight, declared, "I like them too." In the afternoon, Yun Yiyi sought out the carpenter once more. Her request was peculiar, as she did not bring any paper but described in detail her desire for thousands of small sticks, the smaller, the better, along with a few larger boxes to hold them. Upon hearing her request, old Lu felt that the sticks would be easy to carve and the boxes simple to construct. But thousands of sticks proved to be an overwhelming task for one person. Yun Yiyi reassured him, "It's fine, just carve 200 sticks for now. You can take your time with the rest. I'm not in a hurry. How about I pay you for every 200 sticks?" This arrangement worked well for old Lu, as there was no deadline, and he could carve whenever he needed money. He readily agreed. "All right, once I finish a few bowls, I'll help you with the sticks." Yun Yiyi nodded, recognizing that matches were a consumable item. Each use meant one less stick, so a steady supply was advantageous. Moreover, she only needed a few matches each time, making it manageable. After concluding her transaction with old Lu, the midday sun emerged. The basin in the kitchen had formed ice, which Yun Yiyi placed in the chicken coop and yard, and also scattered some in her hall. After a while, she felt a noticeable coolness. A villager passing by happened to spot what appeared to be melting ice on the ground, emitting wisps of steam, and he was momentarily bewildered. At this moment, how could there possibly be ice cubes? Such luxuries are reserved for the royal family. The individual shook his head, suspecting that he must be seeing things, and hurriedly departed. Chapter 45. The flood. Old Lu truly exemplified professionalism. He crafted several boxes merely from Yun Yiyi's description. Each box, palm-sized and fashioned from wood, contained over 200 matchsticks, with ample space remaining. These boxes were exquisitely made and reusable, far superior to the flimsy matchboxes of later eras. The matchsticks were well crafted, each one uniform in size, though there were slight variations. Their lengths were consistent. Yun Yiyi applied red phosphorus to the side of the box to create the striking surface and coated each match with a head. Since the advent of matches, her cooking efficiency had markedly improved. Previously, merely igniting a fire took several minutes, and sometimes it took an entire day to produce a flame. Now, such concerns were a thing of the past. With an abundance of eggs from her hens, Yun Yiyi visited the village chief to borrow an ox cart after a week. Drawing on her experience, she sold a full 1,000 eggs to the tavern. The eggs from her previous batch had been delightful and flavorful, earning her praise from all who dined there. Consequently, the tavern decided to temporarily cease ordering from other suppliers, opting to collaborate exclusively with Yun Yiyi, and even increased her payment to 5 per egg. This time, Yun Yiyi earned 5 taels of silver. She dreamed of owning a cart, envisioning the convenience it would bring as she traveled to various locales. However, such a notion was not easily realizable in ancient times. For instance, the village chief's cart was expensive. The price of a single ox alone was 5 taels of silver. This price was one consideration. More importantly, finding a healthy and robust ox suitable for pulling a cart was no small feat. The chief's ox had been raised and trained by him since it was a calf, making it obedient. Regarding finances, Yun Yiyi felt no anxiety. She still possessed some money and was capable of earning, albeit what she considered a modest sum. Nonetheless, this did not hinder her tendency to spend freely. In her view, money was depreciating. If not spent now, when would be the right time? With matches in hand, an abundance of eggs, and sufficient water, she occasionally tended to her vegetable garden, living a life of steady contentment. During moments of boredom, Yun Yiyi enjoyed preparing food at home, experimenting with new recipes that left Yin Dashuang so delighted he had little desire to venture outdoors. As the day gradually cooled, she placed her sun hat in the wardrobe and ceased her ice-making efforts. One afternoon, however, dark clouds rolled in, and the sky suddenly turned black, followed by torrents of rain. The chicks in the yard were startled, clucking in fear as they huddled together. The rain intensified, falling like beads from a broken string, accompanied by the rumble of distant thunder. A jagged flash of lightning split the sky, and the relentless downpour inundated everything, bearing an overwhelming force. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed as those still working outside sought refuge. For them, such torrential rain signified impending disaster. Crops risked drowning, fences could be washed away, and floods or landslides might occur. Thus, during violent rainstorms, everyone remained indoors. With the arrival of autumn rains came a refreshing chill. Yun Yiyi felt elated, as this heralded the end of the sweltering heat she so despised. Meanwhile, the other villagers began to worry about another winter of scarcity, uncertain if their supplies would suffice. Yun Yiyi moved a stool into the main hall to watch the rain, with her two children curiously sitting beside her. "Mother, what are you watching?" Yin Daswang inquired. "I am observing the hens," Yun Yiyi replied. The hen house was sturdy, and despite the rain pounding down, it remained entirely unaffected. Initially, the hens were startled, but after a while, they realized the rain posed no threat and scattered, clucking once more. The apparatus designed to protect them from heat now served as a barrier against rain and wind. Though it was still early, around 6 in the evening, darkness enveloped the surroundings. With no light, the hens grew quiet. "Let us go inside," Yun Yiyi instructed. The two children obediently returned the stool to its original position as she locked the front door, bringing the day to a close. The next day, the rain had ceased, and the weather was indeed much cooler. She continued her routine of fetching water to wash rice and prepare porridge, cooking a large pot of fragrant mushroom and pork congee, along with a plate of scallion and egg pancakes. The ground of her home, as well as the trees, had been washed clean by the rain, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and grass. Yun Yiyi's yard was level, with a slope ditch on the right allowing rainwater to flow away, preventing any accumulation. She relished this kind of weather and moved a table into the yard for breakfast with the three of them. Having accumulated a pile of laundry over the days, she filled a basin with water, intending to wash the clothes shortly. When Zhou Cheng arrived with firewood, she and her children were still eating. Noticing he carried an unusually large load, she called out, "Would you like to join us for a bite?" "No, aunt. I may come later with the firewood, so I collected a bit extra this time," Zhou Cheng replied earnestly. The weather had begun to change unpredictably. If it snowed in the future, no one would venture into the mountains to gather firewood. With the rain just having stopped, a heavy downpour would not immediately follow. Eagerly, he had ventured into the mountains to gather wood, not only stockpiling for himself, but also assisting others. Yun Yiyi nodded, uncertain if she fully grasped his meaning, but replied, "All right." Zhou Cheng glanced at the large basin of water beside her, momentarily taken aback. "Aunt, what is this?" The basin was quite large and filled to the brim with clean water, holding only a few items of clothing. "The laundry area is too far, and I find it troublesome, so I decided to wash at home," Yun Yiyi explained. Zhou Cheng inquired, puzzled, "Aunt, is this water from the water tank?" He could not comprehend why his reaction was so pronounced. Even if the spring water was meant for drinking, it surely could also serve for washing clothes. "What's the matter?" Yun Yiyi asked, taking a sip of her porridge. Zhou Cheng chuckled ruefully. He had heard tales of Yun Yiyi's eccentricities before. However, he had later come to view her through a different lens, finding her actions often reasonable. Yet now, he felt she was somewhat naive. Families were struggling for water, and here she was wasting on laundry. "Aunt, don't you know? Last night, there was a torrential downpour, and now the rivers and lakes are overflowing. The water is so murky that it's unsuitable for washing, let alone drinking," Zhou Cheng explained patiently to this oblivious young lady. "When I delivered firewood today, I encountered several households lacking water. Normally, everyone would have stored enough, but this sudden rainstorm caught many off guard," Zhou Cheng lamented. "It's fine. In a few days, when the flood recedes, it will be all right," Yun Yiyi reassured him. "That is true, but the next few days will be difficult. Aunt, you should conserve your usage," Zhou Cheng advised. Yun Yiyi responded nonchalantly, clearly not taking his words to heart. Zhou Cheng glanced at the lively, plump hens in the hen house, feeling a sense of relief. If he had 100 such hens, he would have no worries at all. Reluctantly accepting a pancake, Zhou Cheng departed. After he left, Yun Yiyi swiftly washed the clothes clean and hung them out to dry in the yard. Zhou Cheng's words lingered in her mind. The village was experiencing flooding, yet she felt no impact. This morning, she had turned on the tap and found the water crystal clear. Yun Yiyi approached the water source, pulling the pipe from the filter, and in that instant, murky water gushed forth. This was the water's true nature. The murky water, once filtered, lost its impurities and transformed into something clean and clear. Yun Yiyi exhaled in relief, realizing that she had successfully produced activated carbon for water filtration. Given the rudimentary conditions, she felt a sense of pride in her ability to create such pure activated carbon. This success was partly due to the fact that ancient water was not overly contaminated. At least it did not contain industrial waste or complex chemical substances, but rather consisted of coarse dirt and yellow sand, impurities that were not difficult to eliminate. In her joy, she decided to prepare a sumptuous meal for lunch. However, she refrained from mentioning it, knowing that Yin Dazhuang would be overjoyed and would not be able to focus on playing for the entire morning. The recent downpour had not damaged the chicken coop. Yet Yun Yiyi remained apprehensive. She retrieved the oilcloth and straw she had previously purchased and placed them atop the coop, securing them with bricks to insulate it against the cold. To prevent the hens from freezing, she spread a generous amount of dry straw, rice husks, and wood shavings inside the coop. After the heavy rain from the previous day, Yun Yiyi went to check on her vegetables and discovered that some had already sprouted. With the weather turning cooler, she considered nurturing them a little longer. If it got any colder, she would have to construct a shelter. While she was in high spirits, others in the village were lamenting their misfortunes. Among the many families in the village, only a few had failed to store water, and they were indeed in the minority, as most were aware that water scarcity could arise unexpectedly and had prepared in advance. Yet, Yin Erseo was one of the exceptions. Due to the rain, the road had been washed out, preventing Yin Ergong from going to work in the county. Consequently, when he woke up that morning, there was not a drop of water left in the water jar. How can we eat without water? He grumbled. This situation left him displeased. Look at other families. They have at least half a jar of water. What about you, lazy woman, not even fetching water? Yin Erseo was equally unhappy. It's usually you who fetches the water. Why are you blaming me? Yin Ergong typically had meals provided at work where the food was decent, and Yin Erseo often visited him in the county to enjoy free meals. However, no one could recall when the water jar had last been full. Yin Ergong sighed. It seems we haven't had water for days. We should go find Mother. Yin Erseo nodded, reluctantly following him to seek Yin Mu. Chapter 46. The invention of printing the harvest of the Yin family had concluded, and everyone was huddled inside the house. Yin Kai was outside catching bugs when he spotted the figures of his uncle and aunt arriving. But I'm the only one in the courtyard, he remarked, though no one paid him any heed. After a moment, Yin Mu looked at the couple, her brows furrowing deeply. What brings you two here? Yin Erseo felt somewhat guilty. Mother, what do you mean? Qingren and I were just thinking of you. What is there to think about? You see each other every day in the village. Yin Mu replied skeptically. This was true. Just the day before, Yin Mu had encountered Yin Erseo in the village and had not found her particularly friendly. Yin Ergong had already begun searching for water. Brother, have you boiled water? I'm quite thirsty. Yin Dajie replied, yes, it's in a small pot on the ground. I just boiled it this morning. Yin Ergong acknowledged this and took 2 bowls to pour water, handing one to Yin Erseo as he exited. She quickly accepted the bowl and drank, feeling revitalized. Mother, what are we having for lunch? Yin Erseo inquired, indicating her intention to join them for a meal. Yin Ergong felt a bit embarrassed. Mother, we have no water left. He added, not a single drop. It seemed they had been out of water for several days. Yin Mu glared at them, filled with disdain. What have you two been doing? Other families have at least half a jar of water, unlike you. Yin Ergong explained, Mother, I've been busy in the county every day. Yin Mu turned her gaze to Yin Erseo, who was visibly anxious but stubbornly refused to admit her mistake. Mother, it was an accident. It won't happen again. Yin Mu became enraged. There shouldn't be a next time. Yin Ergong tugged at Yin Erseo, prompting her to fall silent, lowering her head to accept the reprimand, though it seemed to go in one ear and out the other. Despite the morning-s disruption, they ultimately agreed to share a meal together. Yin Erseo quickly forgot her earlier displeasure and eagerly helped in the kitchen. Observing that Yin Mu was making porridge clearer than what Yin Daji usually prepared, she felt a twinge of discontent and muttered under her breath. Yin Erseo immediately put on a flattering smile. What are you saying, Mother? I love your cooking the most. Yin Mu huffed and continued stirring the porridge. Meanwhile, Yin Erseo found a jar of pickled vegetables and tried to scoop out as much as she could. As the day was unsuitable for outdoor activities, Yun Yiyi began experimenting with various culinary delights. Today, she filled a large pot with oil to fry an array of snacks. Beside her, a basin held pre-prepared ingredients, including fish, spare ribs, chunks of meat, and dumplings, all coated in flour and seasoned. Once the oil was heated, she began to fry the items. First, She added steamed buns and pancakes, frying them until they were golden and crispy before removing them from the pot. She then added spare ribs, meatballs, and small chunks of meat that had no fishy odor. Once the spare ribs and meat chunks were finished frying, they turned out to be crispy. Finally, she lowered 2 large fish into the hot oil, carefully frying one side before gently flipping them to cook the other side until they were perfectly crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The array of fried delights filled a large basin, more than enough to last for a while, but that was fine. They could enjoy them slowly. Just as she finished frying, Yin Dazhuang and Yin Xiaoshuang watched eagerly, yet they dared not touch the food without their mother's permission. Both children adored fried foods, for they were incredibly fragrant. However, the freshly cooked items were too hot to eat immediately, so Yun Yiyi insisted they wait a moment for them to cool. In silence, Yun Yiyi observed as they peered in from the doorway. Amused, she picked up a small piece of meatball, blew on it, and then Yin Kai rushed over. Brother, third aunt, grandmother is calling you for lunch. His eyes were fixed on the meatball in Yun Yiyi's hand as he swallowed hard. Yun Yiyi brought the meatball close to his mouth, and he quickly took a bite, chewing eagerly as his eyes sparkled. Third aunt, what is this? It's delicious. He had tasted meatballs before, but they had always been made from fatty meat boiled in a large pot. Who would fry them in so much oil? Meatballs? Why did your grandmother call me to eat? Yun Yiyi asked. Yin Kai, nearly 8 years old, had entered the kitchen and was instantly enveloped by the rich aroma. He glanced around, catching sight of a basin, and thought to himself that third aunt must have made a lot of delicious meatballs, explaining why his 2 younger brothers were so chubby. Because Urseo is also here, and grandmother thought it would be nice for everyone to gather, Yin Kai replied. Yun Yiyi raised an eyebrow, wondering if they were planning a reunion meal. It was also possible that Yin Mu missed the 2 children. All right, just wait a moment, she said. Yin Kai stole a glance at her, noticing that Yun Yiyi had taken some of the snacks from the basin, which made him excited. Today we have meat to eat. Upon learning that Yun Yiyi would be joining them, Yin Urseo felt somewhat displeased, grumbling, Mother, why did you call her here? Yin Mu shot her a glare. She is your sister-in-law. If you can come, so can she. Although their relationships were strained, it had always been an unspoken understanding. For instance, Yin Dajia and Yun Yiyi had never gotten along, but in the past, Yin Dajia had always put on a good front. Now that Yun Yiyi was willing to engage with them, Yin Mu treated them equally, considering them all her daughters-in-law, especially since Yun Yiyi had given birth to 2 lovely grandchildren. As soon as the words left her lips, several of them arrived. Yin Kai proudly carried a bowl of fried meat and fish, exclaiming, Grandmother, we have meat for lunch. Yin Yuan, hearing this, also came over, pointing at the platter and saying, Meat? Yin Dajia was taken aback. Third sister-in-law, you needn't bring any dishes. We have prepared everything already. Yun Yiyi replied, These are just things the children enjoy. I made too much, so I brought some for everyone to try. Yin saw cast a glance and remarked with a hint of acidity, Indeed, Sandi Mei, there is no need for you to feign modesty. Yanmu, upon hearing this, chuckled. You are always justified, but do refrain from indulging in the dishes brought by San's wife. They're all meat, and even from here, the rich aroma wafts in, making it impossible for her to resist. Yin San saw had not brought anything, her mouth muttering a few words about Yun Yiyi, yet her heart was calculating how to secure a few more pieces during the meal. Yun Yiyi had brought a fried fish and a bowl of fried meat. Yin Dasaw immediately drizzled sauce over the fried fish and placed the crispy meat and meatballs into the boiled vegetable soup, swiftly preparing 2 additional dishes. By the end of the meal, everyone was in high spirits. Yin Kai expressed his fondness for fish, repeatedly exclaiming, San Ani's cooking is the best. Yin Yuan echoed his sentiments. Yin saw mused that with so much oil used for frying, it was no wonder it tasted delightful. Yet with her mouth full, she had no opportunity to speak. The crispy meatballs burst in her mouth, revealing a fragrant sweetness accompanied by a hint of vinegar, perfectly aligning with her palate. She gazed at Yun Yiyi and suddenly found her less disagreeable. Unbeknownst to her, a single meal had altered her perception, while Yun Yiyi savored her food slowly. With a small appetite, she could only manage half a bowl of rice when others consumed a full bowl. This time, she ate even more slowly, waiting for everyone to finish before they collectively tidied the table and washed the dishes. Yin saw, feeling stuffed, reclined in her chair, unable to move. While washing the dishes, Yin Dasaw inquired, Sandi Mei, do you have enough water? It's quite troublesome for you to fetch it alone in the future. You may have Qingfu assist you. Yun Yiyi graciously declined the offer, stating that the water in her tank was still sufficient. Upon hearing this, Yin Mu immediately reprimanded Yin Ersaw. Look at how she knows to conserve water while you do not. Yin Ersaw rubbed her belly. I simply forgot. Didn't I? Yun Yiyi noted that the water Yin Saw was using was not from the tank, but rather from a bucket set aside, which contained the water left over from washing rice and vegetables that could still be used for flushing the latrine. Yin Saw remarked that several basins and wooden buckets in the kitchen were filled with water, indicating her constant preparation. Yet, Yin Saw wore a worried expression. I wonder when the water will become clear again. It's quite inconvenient. And I've been unable to do laundry these past few days. Yun Yiyi reassured her, do not worry, it will pass soon. She had long experienced the inconveniences of ancient times and could empathize. However, she pondered whether she could share her methods for water piping with the villagers. Would they be receptive? After some contemplation, she decided to refrain from taking action for the time being. After all, this was ancient times. Should anyone reject such innovations and hurl insults at her, it could adversely affect her life. Ji Xiaoyong had gathered a group to carve a book. Being a trial run, he chose a collection of children's poems, which served as an introductory education, featuring few and simple characters, and it was soon completed. He then commenced the printing of books, having already tackled the most complex aspects. The printing itself required little technical skill. Merely applying ink to wooden boards and affixing paper sufficed. The Ji family lacked for laborers, so many joined the ranks of the printing endeavor. On the first day, they printed around 100 books, albeit slowly due to their inexperience. Ji Xiaoyong received the first freshly printed book, which carried a faint scent of ink, with each character etched clearly. As he flipped through the other books, his excitement grew. Each printed book was identical, showcasing the advantages over handwritten texts. He promptly ordered that all other employees at the bookstore join in the printing efforts. In a brief period, they produced over 2,000 books. Ji Xiaoyong personally oversaw the entire process, and even so, he felt exhilarated at the sheer volume produced in such a short time. He instructed the account staff to conduct a rough estimate of the expenses, concluding that they would soon implement the woodblock printing technique. Chapter 47. Slaughtering the Pig in the Study. Ji Xiaoyong was somewhat entranced as he perused the books. Ji Sun flipped through a few volumes, expressing no particular astonishment. These books are quite well printed. Handwritten text had many shortcomings, as each individual's handwriting was unique. However, with each book identical, it enhanced the solemnity of reading, allowing him to teach his students more effectively. Ji Xiaoyong, on the other hand, contemplated another aspect. He had his account staff calculate the costs and discovered that once woodblock printing was introduced, the cost of books could be reduced by at least half, a conservative estimate, possibly even lower. What did this signify? Profits were one aspect. The Ji family was not lacking in wealth, and since the market for books was monopolized by them, they had no fear of unsold inventory. Moreover, this represented a reform in publishing, a progression of the era. If he could integrate woodblock printing and maintain its operation over time, the Dezhou kingdom might recognize him, potentially even reaching the ears of the emperor, thereby elevating the Ji family to the status of the nation's most esteemed merchants. Ji Xiaoyong's mind raced with possibilities as he stated, it's not just that the books are well printed. What's more important is the speed. In these few days, we have printed a full 2,000 volumes, and the costs have been cut by at least half. This succinctly encapsulated the situation, and Ji Sun understood its implications. He had anticipated success, though he had not expected it to be so complete. Elder brother, what are your plans now? Yixun inquired, setting the books aside and gazing at him intently. Ji Xiaoyong's expression grew serious. I have already instructed them to begin carving additional texts, widely employing woodblock printing to gradually replace handwritten copies. As the Emperor Zhou stated, we must extract the essence and discard the dross. Handwritten texts are laborious and inefficient. Perhaps the dross he referred to. Ji Sun nodded in agreement with his perspective, affirming, since this woodblock printing technique is so remarkable, I naturally support you, elder brother. A smile graced Ji Xiaoyong's face, but he suddenly added, yet I wonder if that lady would agree as well. After all, it was her innovation, and the original agreement did not address this matter. I am uncertain of her thoughts. You should introduce me to her. The agreement was indeed quite unfair to Yun Yiyi. It merely stipulated that she would receive a few printed volumes periodically. The terms were set by Yun Yiyi, as though she were indifferent to the details. Ji Sun hesitated. I'm not certain where she resides. Ji Xiaoyong frowned. Ji Sun continued, however, she will certainly come to find me. We agreed previously that she would need my help in printing a few volumes. Recalling the recently printed volumes, a smile crept across his lips. Yesterday, he had revisited those illustrations, finding them vividly engaging, which explained why the children adored them. Ji Xiaoyong found no interest in the illustrations. Did she mention when she would come to see you? Ji Sun calculated the time and confidently responded. It should be within these few days. Only then did Ji Xiaoyong feel a sense of relief. I am merely concerned that she might disclose this technique to others. As a businessman, though not a villain, he was nonetheless profit-driven. The Ji family had always been in the book trade. They were daring to adopt this method of printing. And during this critical period, they could not afford to have opportunists create crises. For instance, if someone else employed the same technique to reduce book prices, the Ji family would undoubtedly face repercussions. Ji Sun lamented, "Elder brother, are you overthinking? In this era, many struggle to secure enough food. How many in the capital could rival the Ji family and devise a scheme against you?" Ji Xiaoyong considered this and found merit in the argument. Those dealing in silk, operating taverns, or even pawnbrokers had competitors, yet the Ji family remained unique. After hearing Ji Sun's words, he regained his composure. "Then let us wait for her arrival. I shall discuss it with her then." Ji Sun replied, "Agreed." Strangely, they waited for several days without seeing the woman. It seemed she had completely forgotten about the matter, reminiscent of the saying the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are. However, the two could never have anticipated that Yun Yiyi remained indoors solely due to a torrential downpour. This deluge had turned the village's land into a quagmire, making it quite arduous to step outside, as one would surely return covered in mud. Moreover, the soil was so soft that a careless misstep could lead to a fall. She certainly would not venture out merely for a few illustrated albums. Once the flood receded, the villagers resumed their normal routines, fetching water and washing clothes by the small river. Since that day of heavy rain, Yun Yiyi observed that the weather had mostly turned overcast, which was the climate she cherished. The villagers subtly donned additional layers of clothing. In the neighboring village, Sun Tufu prepared to butcher pigs. He had 2 large fat pigs and had announced this plan days in advance. This news reached Yun Yiyi as well. Yin Dazhuang eagerly inquired, "Mother, shall we go buy meat?" "A lot of it." He had heard that there would be no meat available during winter, and having enjoyed ample food these days, he could hardly fathom a winter spent chewing on vegetable roots. Yun Yiyi contemplated, "Let's go take a look," although she was not particularly inclined to purchase meat. As her backpack was already well stocked, she feared raising suspicions in the 2 little ones, who had become increasingly astute, especially Yin Xiaoshuang, who could now adeptly write everyone's names. Yin Dazhuang felt a surge of joy, reassured that he would still have meat to eat. Yun Yiyi pinched his cheek, shaking her head. "Dazhuang, you have truly gained more weight than Xiaoshuang lately." Spending each day with the 2 little ones, she usually wouldn't notice their weight fluctuations, but lately, Yin Dazhuang had indulged in too many fatty foods, and the flesh on his face was noticeably thicker than that of Yin Xiaoshuang. Yin Dazhuang cupped his cheeks in his hands, squishing them, and then attempted to do the same to Yin Xiaoshuang, who deftly evaded him. Yin Dazhuang immediately shot him an accusatory glance. Yin Xiaoshuang glared back, refusing to relent. After a brief standoff, Yin Xiaoshuang had a clever idea. "Mother, where is your copper mirror?" "It is on the dressing table in my room," Yun Yiyi replied. Yin Xiaoshuang dashed to her room and retrieved the mirror. "Look," he said, positioning the mirror to reflect Yin Dazhuang's face, which immediately revealed his chubby visage. Yin Dazhuang was astonished, feeling his cheeks and marveling at his own appearance. Even without a mirror, he was aware of his looks, having seen his reflection in the river. Yin Xiaoshuang then pointed to his own face. "This is my nest." Yin Dazhuang examined his reflection and then looked at Yin Xiaoshuang, finding little difference. He placed the mirror on the table and leaned in closer, pulling Yin Xiaoshuang beside him, continuously adjusting the angle so that both their faces fit within the frame. The 2 heads were closely aligned, whispering to each other, oblivious to their antics. Yun Yiyi assumed they were merely playing. After much comparison, Yin Dazhuang concluded, "Brother, I still think we look different." Everyone claimed they were the most identical twins, but Yin Dazhuang realized that was not the case. Yin Xiaoshuang blinked, his delicate and refined features betraying no expression, his long and thick eyelashes resembling tiny brushes resting upon his eyelids. Yin Dazhuang scrutinized his brother's eyes, stroking his chin. "Why do I feel like my eyes are smaller than yours?" Yun Yiyi, overhearing, rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking that is because you have gained weight. Yun Yiyi had devised a plan for Yin Dazhuang's weight loss. She had been preparing meals with less sugar and oil, secretly working on reducing fat. Naturally, the two little ones could not discern this, still relishing their meals. On the day Sun Tufu butchered the pigs, many people queued before dawn. Unbeknownst to Yun Yiyi, she continued to enjoy her beauty sleep. As dawn broke, Sun Tufu arose, proceeded to slaughter the pigs, and began selling the meat as soon as it was placed on the table. A throng gathered around him, squeezing tightly. Nowadays, people had money, and those at the front would call out, "Sun Tufu, give me 5 pounds of fat meat and 5 pounds of pork belly." Sun Tufu would swiftly slice and weigh the meat, his decades of experience enabling him to gauge the weight by touch. For instance, people preferred purchasing 5, 10, or 20 pounds. While he was not always precise, a slight excess of meat was of little concern to him. If he fell short, he would make it up later, which endeared him to his customers. Pork prices were high due to the scarcity of pig farmers, and the value of various cuts of meat varied accordingly. Fatty meat was the most expensive, costing 8 won per pound, while lean meat was 6 won, and bone-in cuts were even cheaper, as few wished to buy them. However, those who arrived late and found no meat available would still purchase the last remaining cuts. In no time, a pig was completely sold out, save for some large bones and internal organs. Sun Tufu remained unhurried, quickly bringing forth a second pig, which also vanished in a flash. He reserved a few dozen pounds for himself. Once the crowd dispersed, he prepared to close up shop. By midday, Yun Yiyi finally brought the two little ones to buy meat. From a distance, Sun Tufu noticed their approach and waved. "There is no meat left." There had been latecomers who failed to secure any, but surely they couldn't have arrived this late. Yun Yiyi glanced at the 4 kidneys and the fatty intestines before her, saying, "Isn't there meat here?" Sun Tufu mistakenly thought she referred to the leftover fat he had saved for making oil. Shaking his head, "This is reserved for my own use. It is not for sale." Beside him hung a large chunk of white fat, causing Yun Yiyi to twitch her lips. "No, I want these kidneys and the large intestines." "How much are they?" She pointed to the meat on the board. This particular item was notoriously unpalatable, with kidneys often possessing a peculiar taste. Sun Tufu had not intended to sell them, so he offered them to her at a bargain. After witnessing her delighted departure, he found himself somewhat perplexed. Yin Dazhuang turned to Yun Yiyi, inquiring, "Mother, what is this? I have never eaten it before." He had not even seen it before. Though internal organs are high in cholesterol and should not be consumed in excess, an occasional indulgence was delightful, and Yun Yiyi longed for their taste as well. Chapter 48. Stir-fried fat intestines and kidney. Typically, they would not purchase such a substantial quantity of meat, but this year they were financially comfortable, allowing them to buy more, especially since the third brother's wife had recently gifted them dozens of eggs. Now that the weather had turned cold, the hens in the yard had ceased laying eggs, and seeing the ample supply in the winnowing basket brought them comfort. This was the first time they had used salt. In a few days, they would cure it again to ensure the meat would not spoil. This meat was reserved for winter. The two little ones had never encountered these two items and appeared quite curious. Yun Yiyi usually cooked while keeping them at bay, but upon noticing their inquisitive gazes, she beckoned them over, "Come and watch." They would soon turn 4, and it would be beneficial to teach them how to cook early. In Yun Yiyi's view, regardless of gender, both boys and girls should know how to cook, so that when hunger struck, they need not rely on others. She couldn't possibly cook for them for a lifetime. Thus, showing them the steps of cooking was quite appropriate. The two little ones were oblivious to Yun Yiyi's thoughts, merely finding the experience extremely amusing. Yin Xiaoshuang reached out to poke the kidney, which felt soft. In this era, pig intestines were seldom consumed due to their uncleanliness and unpleasant odor. Kidneys, too, had a strong fishy scent. Yet, Yun Yiyi knew how to clean them. She skillfully sliced a kidney in half, removing the white substance inside and discarding it all. In her hands, the kidney transformed as if by magic, swiftly sliced into delicate floral shapes. Yin Dashi blinked in astonishment, exclaiming, "Mother, you are remarkably quick." She set the neatly cut kidney aside, soaking it in clean water, before commencing the preparation of the pig intestines. The intestines were notoriously difficult to handle, yet when done correctly, they offered a delectable taste. Yun Yiyi sprinkled salt and white vinegar into the basin, then began washing the intestines. She meticulously turned the intestines inside out, removing excess fat with her hands, and gradually cleaning away any attached impurities. Yin Xiaoshuang stood by, entranced, her eyes wide and unblinking. With great patience, Yun Yiyi rinsed the intestines in clean water, then massaged them with salt again, determined to cleanse them thoroughly. After a while, Yin Dashi grew bored, yawning widely, tears clinging to her eyelashes. Yun Yiyi glanced at him with a knowing smile, saying, "Now you understand how challenging it is for me to cook daily." Yin Xiaoshuang approached, tugging at her pant leg. "Mother, when I grow up, I will cook for you." At that moment, Yin Dashi yawned again, an exceptionally long yawn, and by the time he finished, Yun Yiyi had already lit the fire and placed the pot on it. With matches now available, she could ignite a fire in just a second. Yin Xiaoshuang had already run outside, eager to revisit the new story their mother had told him the previous day. The two children often played together, yet Yun Yiyi observed that it was mostly Yin Dashi who clung to Yin Xiaoshuang. At this moment, however, Dashi dashed over to embrace Yun Yiyi's leg. "What are you doing? I'm about to stir-fry. Go play with Xiaoshuang." Yun Yiyi gently moved her leg, not exerting much force. Yin Dashi's desire to survive was quite strong. He too wished to cook for his mother. "Wait until you are as tall as a stove, then we can talk. Now off you go." Yun Yiyi began to usher them away, wishing to teach them cooking gradually. Next, she added oil and seasonings, commencing to stir-fry the kidney and intestines. The stir-fried kidney was devoid of any unpleasant odor, tender to the bite, and rich in flavor, a long-missed delight. The intestines were cut into large chunks, making them difficult to chew, so Yun Yiyi chopped them into smaller pieces. She first prepared a stir-fried dish with the intestines, and realizing there was an excess, she crafted a soup from the remaining ones, blanching some vegetables in the broth to balance the richness. The two children eagerly tasted this new dish, feeling as though they had swallowed their tongues. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Yin Kai arrived, holding a small bowl of peanut tang yuan. Today, Yin Dajia had procured some glutinous rice flour and made a pot of tang yuan. She decided to bring a bowl to Yun Yiyi. Yin Mu observed and remarked, "Don't give her too much. I suspect she is picky. Just offer her a small bowl as a snack." The third daughter-in-law was notoriously finicky, and Yin Dajia was well aware of this from their time living together. Now that she had moved out, it seemed her pickiness had only intensified. One must commend Yin Mu for her keen understanding of people. Yin Dajia fetched a small bowl and filled it with tang yuan, intending to deliver it to Yin Erji, while Yin Kai volunteered to accompany her. He genuinely enjoyed visiting his third aunt's home. Although many claimed she was fierce, he found her quite beautiful. Last time, she had personally fed him meat, and there was a delightful fragrance about her, though he could not quite articulate its essence. Arriving at Yun Yiyi's home, he called out, "Third aunt, I have brought you some fermented rice cakes." The familiar voice made Yun Yiyi's eyes brighten. Yin Kai's tall, slender figure stood at the door, and as he stood outside, he caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma. Was it the scent of meat? In the past, he would have simply walked in, but now, an inexplicable sense of formality prevented him from doing so. Oddly enough, he was not truly afraid of Yun Yiyi. "What are you dawdling for? Come in. Have you eaten yet?" Yun Yiyi inquired. Only then did Yin Kai step inside, placing the small bowl on the table. Though he had eaten tang yuan earlier, the sight of the bountiful spread made him feel somewhat hungry again. "I have eaten, third aunt," Yin Kai said, fidgeting with the hem of his clothes. Feeling a bit shy, the two chubby children at the table chimed in, "Brother Yin Kai." Mother said to be polite. Yin Kai felt even more bashful, scratching the back of his head. For them, these fermented rice cakes were a rare delicacy, something they seldom enjoyed. Their grandmother often remarked on third aunt's pickiness. But Yin Kai dismissed such claims, realizing, upon seeing their meals, that he was but a frog at the bottom of a well. Perhaps third aunt truly did not enjoy tang yuan. "Would you like to sit and have some?" Yun Yiyi inquired, picking up a piece of the intestines. The dishes were beautifully arranged, vibrant with red and green hues, garnished with scallions and bell peppers, appearing delectable. Yet upon closer inspection, it did not resemble meat. The large bowl of fragrant dishes instead resembled some sort of intestines. Yin Kai had never seen such dishes before. He swallowed hard, hoping no one would notice his apprehension, and lowered his head, asking, "Third aunt, what is this? I have never seen it before." Yun Yiyi picked up another piece, and Yin Kai's eyes followed it intently. But unfortunately, she consumed it in one bite. In truth, Yin Kai was overthinking. The last time Yun Yiyi had fed him, she had used communal chopsticks, while these were her personal pair, making it impossible for her to serve him food. "You have certainly seen it, just never eaten it before. This is pig intestine," Yun Yiyi explained, crunching down on several pieces. She had always enjoyed the crispiness of cooked intestines. Yin Kai was familiar with pig intestines. But did they truly appear this way in his memory? He recalled their taste as rather unpleasant, with an off-putting odor, to the extent that even butchers would discard them. Yet this stir-fried dish looked incredibly appetizing, nothing like the pig intestines he remembered. Meanwhile, Yin Dashi had finished his meal, swallowing a small piece of tang yuan, which was not sweet. Yun Yiyi shot him a glance, advising, eat less. Yin Xiaoshuang had some restraint. Once he was full, he would not eat more, but Yin Dashi could always manage a little more. Noticing the glint of eagerness in Dashi's eyes, Yun Yiyi chuckled. There is no shame in it. Look, I still have a large bowl here. Your brothers are still small and cannot eat much, so help them out. Yin Kai glanced at the two chubby children, feeling a sense of duty to assist them in consuming their vegetables, especially since Yin Dashi's round belly worried him. As he stepped outside, he suddenly heard a series of clucking sounds, reminiscent of a flock of hens. Curiosity piqued. He recalled hearing that third aunt raised a multitude of chicks. Yet he had not noticed any hens until now. Previously captivated by third aunt's cooking, he had overlooked the chicken coop. Now he discovered a large structure nearby, built like a small house. Could this be where third aunt kept her chicks? Intrigued, he was about to approach when Yun Yiyi emerged, reminding him, Yin Kai, remember to thank your mother. The tang yuan she sent is delicious. Yin Kai quickly agreed and rushed off with the bowl. As Yin Dajie and Yin Mu intended to maintain a good relationship with her, he too needed to extend some courteous words. However, the protagonist's nature was not inherently warm, and such praise was already her limit. After tasting a piece of the fermented rice cake, Yun Yiyi found the flavor quite delightful, although not overly sweet. The rich aroma of the fermented rice blended perfectly with the tang yuan. The so-called fermented rice was merely sweet wine, containing alcohol, something children should not consume excessively. Concerned they might become intoxicated, Yun Yiyi decided to set it aside for her own enjoyment. Yin Kai conveyed Yun Yiyi's words to Yin Dajie, who was momentarily taken aback, likely surprised that Yun Yiyi would praise her culinary skills. Chapter 49, Choosing Clothes. What is this? Zankai et gleam fuli. This is the pig intestine stir-fry made by third aunt. It smells wonderful. Mother, I want to eat it now. The Yin household had yet to commence their meal. Furrowed her brow and questioned, is this pig intestine edible? Yin Mu gazed at the peculiar bowl of food, skeptical. Surely not. It must be quite foul-smelling. How could the third daughter-in-law prepare this? Last I saw, she seemed quite well off. Yin Dagu, with his honest demeanor, responded, indeed, the butcher, son, had pig intestines left over after the slaughter, and no one wanted them. Though we are currently facing a food shortage, people are still hesitant to try the unknown, such as these pig intestines, which look filthy and reek. Who would be willing to take that first bite? What if it's poisonous? Of course, the likelihood of poison was minimal, as they originated from a pig, which is generally safe. Yin Kai grew anxious, insisting, no, it truly is edible. I saw San Auntie and the younger brothers enjoying it, and they relished every bite. Observing the skepticism on everyone's faces, Yin Kai declared, regardless, I must have a taste. He hurried to the kitchen, grabbed chopsticks, and picked up a piece of the fatty intestine, placing it in his mouth. He found it both crunchy and tender, imbued with a rich and delightful flavor, making him long for a bowl of white rice to accompany it. He recalled seeing San Aunty's family enjoying their rice and regretted not having the courage to join them at the table. Yin Yuan, noticing his delight, could not resist asking, how is it? Delicious, Yin Kai mumbled, chewing, finding that the more he chewed, the more flavorful it became. Such was the essence of culinary delight. Yin Yuan, nearly drooling, also took a piece to taste, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, this is exquisite. It was akin to witnessing a culinary broadcast, and Yin Mu, initially uninterested, found her curiosity piqued. Soon, all of them could not resist sampling the dish. Yin Mu was astonished, devouring several pieces in rapid succession. Is this genuinely pig intestine? Were we not told it was inedible? The pig intestines were not only devoid of foulness, but also remarkably crunchy, surpassing even the taste of meat. Yanfu, becoming quite enamored with the dish, marveled at the culinary prowess of the third daughter-in-law, pondering how she managed to keep the Shuang and Xiao Shuang so well fed. The image of the plump de Shuang floated in Yin Mu's mind, and she nodded in agreement. As the weather turned cooler, Yun Yiyi planned to buy new clothes for her two children. She intended to visit the town to purchase ready-made garments. The fabric store in town offered ready-made clothes crafted by specialized embroiderers, boasting a greater variety and superior designs. Villagers typically preferred to sew their own clothes, seemingly every household possessing a skilled hand, though Yun Yiyi considered herself less adept than Yin Xiaoshuang. Initially, she thought Yin Xiaoshuang's attempts at mending her own tattered clothes were haphazard, only to discover they had been stitched multiple times, resulting in a mess of threads. If she were to mend them, the outcome would likely be dismal. This time, Yun Yiyi decided to allow her children to choose their own clothes, believing that independence should be cultivated from a young age. The two children felt a bit anxious, especially Yin Xiaoshuang, who tightly pursed her lips and remained silent before even stepping outside. Yin Shuang's voice diminished as he asked, "Mother, can I really choose my own clothes?" "Of course. Once we reach the clothing store, you can try on whatever you like. If you love it, I will buy it for you," Yun Yiyi assured. Yin Shuang became even more bashful, questioning whether everything was permissible. "Yes, as long as you choose something, I can afford a few outfits." Yin Shuang nodded vigorously, though his expression remained tense, despite Yun Yiyi's kindness and her general willingness to fulfill their wishes. The children were still quite young and lacked an understanding of their wants. They accepted whatever she provided. This was their first experience selecting clothing. The children felt bewildered, their understanding of clothing shallow. They could frolic freely in patched garments, and while new clothes would bring them joy, their lives would remain unchanged. Today was not a market day, yet with the harvest completed, the townsfolk had ample provisions, resulting in a livelier street scene than usual, with some individuals out shopping. Inside the clothing store, a few customers were browsing fabrics. Upon entering, the two children tensed up. Yun Yiyi could sense their unease but did not dwell on it, knowing that in years to come, many decisions would rest solely on their shoulders. They would eventually become accustomed to it. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged woman, not particularly beautiful, yet exuding a vibrant energy. Many patrons frequented the fabric store, but few sought ready-made clothes. Yun Yiyi often visited to purchase garments for herself and had previously bought clothes for her children, so the shopkeeper recognized her. "Madam, are you purchasing clothes for yourself, or for the two little ones?" the proprietress inquired warmly. Yun Yiyi brought her two children forward and smiled. "I am buying ready-made clothes for my sons. Do you have any recommendations?" The two chubby children fixed serious gazes upon her, prompting the shopkeeper to chuckle. "Your sons are truly adorable, so round." Yin Shuang instinctively touched his belly at the remark. Amused, the shopkeeper continued, "Just recently, the embroiderers finished several children's jackets. Would you like to take a look?" Yin Yi nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, please." She beckoned her children, who approached hesitantly, feeling as though they were about to face a test, palms sweaty with apprehension. The shopkeeper led them to the second floor, where ordinary fabrics and sewing supplies were displayed on the first floor, while the second floor showcased an array of finished garments. The delightful small clothes and shoes appeared captivating. "What do you think? This is the latest trend in embroidery," the shopkeeper remarked. Yun Yi, a regular patron who purchased new clothes annually at a premium price, had long been regarded as a valued customer by the shopkeeper. As she perused the offerings in awe, she noticed the selection was quite comprehensive, primarily featuring women's and children's ready-made clothing, suggesting that throughout history, women and children were profitable markets. Among the garments was a young girl's dress, its embroidery and design rivaling even that of modern times, adorned with intricately stitched flowers that resembled real blossoms, prompting her to instinctively reach out and touch it. The shopkeeper beamed with pride. "Isn't it lovely? It was crafted by the finest embroiderers in the county." Yun Yi gasped in astonishment. "You managed to hire embroiderers from the county?" "Of course. I source my fabrics from the county, and if I can't sell these garments, I entrust them to the local clothing store owners to sell for me," the shopkeeper explained. In modern times, this would not be surprising, as it reflects a mutually beneficial partnership, yet it was unexpected to encounter such awareness in ancient times. Unbeknownst to her, many of these theories were proposed by Emperor Zhou Qing, advocating for such practices. Yin Xiaoshuang stood mesmerized before the array of children's clothing. Having gazed for quite some time, his eyes unblinking as he mimicked Yun Yiyi's movements, feeling the fabric. He touched each piece, yet found himself unable to discern anything, his serious demeanor masking a blank mind. "Oh no," he thought, "I don't even know what I like." Suddenly, two little figures appeared in his mind. A white figure suggested, "Choose this one. It's pretty and won't get dirty easily." Meanwhile, a black figure sneered, "Don't listen to him. This one is better. It will keep you warmer. Yun Yiyi scanned the room, only to find Yin Xiaoshuang standing alone. Curiously, she asked, Xiaoshuang, where's your brother? Yin Xiaoshuang looked up, bewildered. Huh? Yun Yiyi's urgency increased, prompting her to ask, where's Yin Shuang? Wasn't he just with you? Yin Xiaoshuang's confusion deepened. He had no recollection of when Yin Shuang had disappeared. Today, there were fewer people, and Yun Yiyi hadn't secured them with safety straps, believing there would be no issues. However, after engaging in conversation with the shopkeeper for a while, she realized her child was missing. A sense of urgency welled within her, complicated by the bond they had formed over time. Whereas Yin Dazhuang truly gone. Yun Yiyi called out, Yin Dazhuang. Initially devoid of hope and ready to venture out in search of him, she was suddenly graced by a small voice. Mother. I'm nestled here. Not far away on the wall hung a long men's robe, which, upon closer inspection, appeared oddly bulging. Yin Dazhuang emerged from beneath the robe, bouncing towards her with sheer delight illuminating his face. Yun Yiyi felt a fleeting moment of surprise. Yin Dazhuang was wearing a crookedly fitted red belly band, intricately embroidered with golden and silver threads depicting a serene lotus pond, looking remarkably lifelike and beautiful. Mother, I want this outfit. The big flower is lovely. Yin Dazhuang touched the lotus on the belly band, having never seen such attire before, finding it simple yet time-efficient, making it a hassle-free choice for future wear. Yun Yiyi's expression darkened. The shopkeeper stifled a laugh, saying, Little one, this garment is not meant for you. Come and see the clothes over here. Yin Dazhuang, puzzled, asked, Why? Mother said I could buy whatever I like. Yun Yiyi felt as though she had inadvertently struck her own foot with her own shoe. Brother, which outfit do you like? Yin Dazhuang quickly forgot about the belly band and began contemplating the children as clothes. Seeing them seriously selecting garments, Yun Yiyi felt satisfied and refrained from offering opinions, hoping they would choose what they truly desired. Mother, I want this. Yin Dazhuang pointed at a bright red cotton coat adorned with an embroidered yellow tiger on the shoulder. Since it was tailored for children, the tiger appeared more like a fluffy kitten, soft and adorable. Yun Yiyi agreed, that looks nice. Shopkeeper, please wrap this one up. The shopkeeper's spirits lifted, and she couldn't help but recommend further. This coat comes with matching shoes. The little one will surely look splendid in them. The shoes were exquisitely crafted, featuring a black base with two tiny tigers on the toes, identical to the design on the coat. Very well, I will take these shoes as well. Yun Yiyi promptly decided. The shopkeeper joyfully went to wrap the clothes. Yet, Yin Xiaoshuang was still in a quandary. Chapter 50. Rumors based on previous behavior. Yun Yiyi had anticipated that Yin Xiaoshuang would be more decisive, capable of making quick choices. However, the reality was quite the opposite. She held up a light green garment against Yin Xiaoshuang and inquired, Do you like this one? The bamboo embroidery, though simple, is just right and quite appealing. This was a subtly elegant piece, and Yun Yiyi felt it suited him well. Yin Xiaoshuang lowered his gaze and replied, I like it. Yun Yiyi thought to herself that she truly understood him. She then picked up a deep purple garment, adorned with cloud patterns at the cuffs, which lent it a touch of sophistication, significantly reducing its childishness. What about this one? Yin Xiaoshuang glanced at it and said he liked it. Yun Yiyi's mouth turned down slightly. It seemed he wanted them all. Smiling, she asked, Do you like the one Yin Dazhuang chose? Yin Dazhuang immediately shot a wary look at her. Yin Xiaoshuang hesitated, sensing the trap upon seeing Yin Dazhuang's expression. He tilted his head, displaying pure innocence and confusion, and asked, Mother, why must I choose? Can't I have them all? His tone resembled that of a modern-day scoundrel, asking a girlfriend why he should make a choice when he could simply have everything. The shopkeeper nodded vigorously, finding this child remarkably promising. Although Yun Yiyi could afford all the garments combined, she refused to indulge them excessively. She gently ruffled Yin Xiaoshuang's hair and explained, While the decisions are yours to make, it is I who will pay. Yin Xiaoshuang could not comprehend such profound words. Thus, Yun Yiyi directly selected a pink coat for him, embellished with a butterfly on the chest, looking quite unique. Shopkeeper, I will take this one, Yun Yiyi said as she handed the garment over. The shopkeeper acknowledged, but upon reflection, chose not to voice her thoughts. After all, they were just children. What distinction could there be between genders? Indeed, the coat Yun Yiyi selected was for a girl, and since he did not choose, she would make the decision for him. Yin Xiaoshuang pouted, entirely unaware that he had been led astray, destined to don a pink coat, parading around, looking like a delicate little girl. Yun Yiyi had no ulterior motive in choosing this coat. She merely thought that since Yin Dazhuang had selected a bright red one, she would find a matching outfit for Yin Xiaoshuang. Unfortunately, the remaining colors did not include red, and this pink was the only one that somewhat conformed to her aesthetic. Naturally, since Yin Xiaoshuang liked it, she would choose this one. Observers, unaware of the circumstances, looked on enviously at her bundle. Some began to speculate in hushed tones. How can Yin Zhejia's third wife be so wealthy? She never seems to work the fields, yet she can always buy so many things. Her words held a grain of truth, for winter was fast approaching. While she could feign ignorance during the harvest, when the time came for scarcity, one's wealth or poverty would become evident. Ma Xiaoxiao envied Yun Yi's lifestyle. In truth, many villagers, though not fond of her, harbored a tinge of jealousy. She lived so freely, never laboring even after marriage, always venturing out to purchase new garments. And although her mother-in-law was a formidable character, she indulged her whims, ignoring the gossip stirred by others. Sister Wang Fong, I heard she is farming too, Ma Xiaoxiao remarked. Wang Fong scoffed. Oh, that's common knowledge. We are already gathering grain. And she is off farming alone? It's laughable. Initially, Wang Fong reveled in spreading such rumors to tarnish Yun Yi's reputation, finding it quite amusing. However, she soon realized that regardless of her taunts, Yun Yiyi remained unfazed, calmly wading into the fields to cultivate water bamboo, leaving Wang Fong with the feeling of striking a pillow with her fist. Moreover, she had heard that Yun Yiyi had reclaimed her family as fallow land and planted vegetables. Only a fool would undertake such labor. Ma Xiaoxiao found her reasoning sound. Under Wang Fong's years of disparagement, Yun Yiyi had become the village's disgrace. And although Ma Xiaoxiao was not yet married, she firmly believed she could never emulate such a person, despite feeling a hint of envy. Her own wardrobe had not seen an addition in 2 years. She could not compare to Yun Yiyi, who bought at will. Yet, envy aside, if she were to become like Yun Yiyi, she would likely never find a husband. Yun Yiyi likely never anticipated that each time she stepped outside, she would become the center of attention, sparking discussions. Nevertheless, even if she were aware, she remained indifferent. Upon returning, she placed the garments in the cupboard, while Yin Dazhuang, unable to part with them, yearned to don them immediately. Yun Yiyi cast a glance at him, remarking that it was too hot for such attire in the current weather. The cotton coat looked thick, intended for winter warmth. Yin Dazhuang pouted. I just want to try it on. Yun Yiyi easily discerned his intentions, but chose not to expose him. All right, but don't get it dirty. Thank you, mother. Yin Dazhuang hurriedly dashed into the house. With the new clothes, he forgot about his mother, prompting Yun Yiyi to quietly grumble while she headed to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. Meanwhile, Yin Dazhuang had stripped down, wearing only his underpants as he climbed onto the bed. Yin Xiaoshuang sat nearby, diligently examining a drawing book, occasionally mimicking the characters within. Yin Dazhuang, now clad in the red tiger coat and new shoes, frolicked on the bed. Yin Xiaoshuang practiced with a brush on a sheet of white paper. Brother, does it look good? Yin Dazhuang exclaimed excitedly. Yin Xiaoshuang glanced at him, feeling indifferent. It was akin to seeing another version of himself and questioning whether he was indeed handsome. Was it truly such a sight to behold? Yin Xiaoshuang blinked in confusion, taking out a pink butterfly jacket to measure in front of the bronze mirror. It appeared somewhat appealing. Yun Yiyi, unable to comprehend the vanity of children, particularly those who have just picked out new clothes for the first time, felt a surge of excitement and satisfaction within. Today, she prepared a sweet red date and peach gum soup with snow-white tremella that resembled a fan, looking both clean and appetizing, adorned with a few red dates. As if a splash of color had graced the snowy landscape, just enough. Upon taking a sip, the sweet flavor blossomed in her mouth, with the tremella offering a delightful crunch and chewiness. Yun Yiyi had a fondness for such soups, and so did her 2 little ones. After Yin Dazhuang drank a small bowl, he developed a liking for the red dates and specifically requested to fish some out to eat. She had placed 7 or 8 red dates in the soup, but after Yin Dazhuang nibbled on 2, she restricted him from having more, as excessive consumption could lead to internal heat. She did not conceal the reason from Yin Dazhuang. He inquired, what does internal heat mean? She explained that it would cause red bumps to appear on his face, making him look less attractive. Yin Dazhuang immediately adopted a serious expression and declared, I shall not eat any more. Yin Dajia's family had also purchased quite a bit of fabric, and after they finished their meal, she began to make clothes. The fabric she bought was of darker hues, gray and deep blue, durable and resistant to dirt. Yamu assisted by sewing insoles. Yin Dage re-marinated the meat again to ensure its longevity. This meat needed to be marinated at least 3 times to enhance the flavor. He also sprinkled some chopped chili into the mixture. Nowadays, few ventured outside, as every household prepared for the winter at home. Yin Mu's skills were impressive. She had completed one insole and was now working on another. With merely 2 colors of thread, she intricately crafted blooming flowers on the insole, creating a stunning visual. This insole appeared to be tailored for Yin Yuan. It was only natural, for they first made clothes and shoes for the little ones, and whatever fabric remained would be used for the adults. Although Yin Mu had not ventured out these past few days, visitors would occasionally drop by for a chat. She stitched another seam and remarked, "I heard that the 3rd brother's wife went to the town again to buy clothes." Yin Daji replied, "Everyone has been busy making cotton garments lately. Perhaps the 3rd sister-in-law went to purchase clothes for the children." She also silently added that she might be buying clothes for herself, feeling less of the strange emotions she once had. Perhaps it was because Yun Yiyi was willing to pay now, making her indifferent to the matter. Following this, silence enveloped the room as everyone busied themselves with their own lives. The first piece of clothing Yin Dajia made was also for Yin Yuan. Her speed was remarkable. She had already fashioned the basic model and was now stuffing it with cotton. Once the fluffy white cotton was inserted, the garment appeared pleasantly plump and warm. After adequately filling it with cotton, she began to sew it together, stitch by stitch. The children, aware of their busy endeavors, refrained from interrupting and played in the courtyard. Yin Kai sat on a chair holding his 1-year-old little sister, occasionally poking her cheek. Hearing her coo, he pouted in disdain. "Why can't you speak? Call me brother." Yi was still young. Babies in this era struggle with nutrition, growing slowly and speaking even slower. Yin Yuan, having played outside and returned drenched in sweat, found himself on the receiving end of Yin Kai's accusatory gaze. He too wished to play outside, but was currently tasked with looking after his sister, unable to go anywhere. Yin Yuan scratched his scalp in frustration. At that moment, Yi unexpectedly reached out her tiny hand to tug at Yin Kai's. Yin Kai was momentarily stunned, neglecting to glance at Yin Yuan, and bent down to look at Yi, asking, "What did you say?" Yi was small and thin, her face devoid of any flesh, yet her skin was fair, contrasting sharply with her 2 darker brothers. With a slight smile, she wiggled her feet and uttered, "Guogua." Yin Kai, filled with delight, carried his sister indoors, shouting, "Mother, my sister spoke to me." Chapter 51. A fortuitous windfall. He had recently hired numerous individuals to carve various texts, and the results thus far were promising. Every year, their bookstore would receive students' texts. But next year would surely be different, as they had already printed many books. However, Ji Xiuyong found it peculiar that the woman had yet to visit. This technology yielded substantial profits, and he had initially intended to agree to any reasonable conditions she proposed. Recently, the bookstore had also begun to sell some texts. Although they had yet to find consistent handwriting in each book, he believed Yun Yiyi would undoubtedly be aware, as it was her idea, and she would keep an eye on the situation. Ji Xiuyong, as a merchant, always viewed others through a lens of calculation. He never imagined that Yun Yiyi had not even visited the bookstore. Ji Sun shook his head while holding a teacup, saying, "I have been inquiring about her these past few days, but have found nothing. Logically, since I provided her with the Ji family's bookplate, she should understand its significance and come to find us soon." Ji Xiuyong replied, "You ought to have clarified who she is and where she resides." Ji Sun frowned, feeling that such an inquiry would have been too abrupt. However, he now regretted not having asked, as he had not anticipated her disappearance. "You are right. I should have asked," he admitted. During these days, he had inquired around the county, but found no one who recognized her. Ji Sun had initially assumed that Yun Yiyi resided within the county, despite having encountered her in town last time. He rarely visited the town, typically leaving right after delivering the books, and never thought to search for her there. Otherwise, he might have had some leads. Ji Xiuyong drained his teacup, dissatisfied with its small size, and summoned a waiter to exchange it for a larger bowl. He tilted the teapot, pouring a generous amount of tea into the bowl, allowing it to cool before saying, "You should have done this sooner. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence. I doubt that woman will cause any trouble. To avoid unnecessary complications, it is best to find her and settle the matter with a sum of money." The tea was clear and green, with the occasional green leaf floating on the surface. Having eaten noodles for breakfast, Ji Xiuyong felt exceedingly thirsty. He seized a large bowl and gulped it down in one go, his throat moving as he swallowed the tea. Ji Sun, lost in thought, did not notice. Once the teacup was empty, he reached for the teapot, only to find it surprisingly light. Ji-sun stared in astonishment as his elder brother finished the last of the tea, sighing, "Brother, this is fine Westlake Longjing tea." Ji Xiaoyong retorted, "Whether it's Longjing or Shijing, to me, it's merely water to quench my thirst." Ji-sun fell silent, opting not to elaborate further. "If you find her, just follow my advice and offer her some of money as compensation for her creativity. It would not be unfair to her," Ji Xiaoyong suggested. Yik-sun nodded, seemingly in agreement, though he felt uncertain about whether she would ever reappear. After Ji Xiaoyong departed, Ji-sun proceeded to teach the children their morning lessons. Classes had yet to commence, so he took the opportunity to give a few young ones a head start, hoping to evaluate the effectiveness of this illustrated teaching method. Ji-sun had gained some renown in the county, and parents were eager to place their children in his care. With the new school year approaching, he had gathered 7 or 8 young children for preliminary instruction. These children hailed from affluent families, as only such households could afford to send their offspring to school. Upon hearing that Mr. Ji would offer early tutoring, they readily agreed, happily sending their children along. The children, still quite young, had just reached the school age, with the youngest being 6 and the oldest 7. Around 9 in the morning, the first of them arrived, having visited 3 days prior. They felt a mix of excitement and nervousness, their eyes darting about. Ji-sun smiled and opened the illustrated album, beginning to narrate stories to the several small children seated before him. Each child had an album placed on their table, and they were captivated by the illustrations of the large white goose. Last time, Ji-sun had recounted a tale, and this time he chose to tell the story of Cho Xiaoya, the ugly duckling. Having perused these albums countless times, he had contemplated how to make the storytelling engaging and comprehensible for the children. However, he later deemed such thoughts unnecessary, realizing that Yun Yiyi, in her artistry, perhaps did not intend for the children to grasp the profound meanings of the stories, but merely to capture their attention. The more he examined these albums, the more he marveled at the seemingly childish tales that, in fact, convey profound significance, insights that even adults might struggle to fully comprehend, let alone the children. Through recent experimental teaching, he discovered that the children adored these stories and could absorb the knowledge entirely. For instance, they were now able to recite the accompanying poems with remarkable proficiency. It was no wonder that Zhong Wenshi could memorize so much content so quickly. Sun, being astute, harbored a bold thought. He believed that images were far more alluring to the children than words. The little ones eagerly touched the illustrations in their albums and referred to the text beneath, finding joy in reading. Ji-sun taught with ease, and the children learned effortlessly. Over the years, he had encountered various students, particularly younger ones, who were often the most challenging to manage. Yet this was the first time everything flowed so smoothly. Ji-sun was eager to see Yun Yiyi again. Beyond the matter of woodblock printing, he wished to seek her guidance on teaching. These albums were her own creations, designed to instruct her 2 sons, and thus she must possess even greater knowledge. Just then, a young assistant from the bookshop hurried in, breathlessly announcing, "Mr. Ji, she has arrived, carrying a book plate and asking for the albums." The owner had instructed that if a woman arrived with a book plate to collect albums, Ji-sun should be informed immediately, and they should keep her there. The assistant rushed over in haste. Upon hearing this, Ji-sun's eyes lit up. Yun Yiyi had not brought her 2 little ones today. Since her last visit to deliver eggs to Zue Xiaolu, it had been quite some time, and now she had sold a larger quantity of eggs. It had been long enough, so he planned to inquire whether her albums had been printed successfully. In this era devoid of rapid printing and copying, Yun Yiyi found it quite inconvenient. Even a trip to the county town was no easy task, which was quite vexing. Initially, the owner of the bookshop had disregarded her, but upon seeing her produce the book plate, his demeanor changed markedly, becoming quite amiable as he promptly said, "We have completed the printing, madam. Please take a seat while we fetch it for you." Yun Yiyi nodded, thinking of her 2 little ones waiting at home and wishing to retrieve the albums as swiftly as possible. "Madam Yun, I have finally arrived," Ji-sun announced, appearing almost breathless as he seemed to have just rushed over. His hair was slightly damp, clinging to his forehead, and droplets of water occasionally fell from his hair. His usually calm and gentle eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing her, revealing a rare display of emotion. This was the first time Yun Yiyi had witnessed such an uncharacteristic demeanor from him. She raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed. Was he truly so pleased over her mere collection of an album? "Mr. Ji, what is this?" she inquired, observing the several albums in his hands. Her heart settling as it appeared they had indeed been printed. Ji-sun had printed dozens of these albums, and he handed her 3 copies, neither more nor less, meticulously bound, despite each containing only 4 illustrations. Ji-sun lowered his gaze to her, finding her somewhat inscrutable. Madam Yun, do you find this acceptable? After all, the engraver is not an artist, so there may be some discrepancies. It's fine, quite fine indeed. I am very satisfied, Yun Yiyi replied with a smile, feeling a bit bashful as she considered that her work was merely simplistic sketches, lacking any technical prowess. After receiving the albums, she intended to leave. In recent days, she had found this process rather troublesome and resolved to create her own albums in the future, avoiding the need to seek Ji-sun's engraving services. If it rained again, she would be trapped in the village. How wonderful it would be to have a courier service, though that was merely a fleeting thought. Upon hearing her words, Ji-sun discreetly curved his lips. It's a trivial matter. Should you require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out. We have already adopted the woodblock printing technique you mentioned last time, and the books in the shop were printed using this method. Yun Yiyi replied nonchalantly. Is that so? That is quite good, but there are still many issues. The drawbacks of woodblock printing were evident. It required substantial financial resources to hire a multitude of engravers, and each block could only be used once. For her, it was quite labor-intensive. Otherwise, she could print the books herself at home. What appeared to be a remarkable printing method to the Ji family held little practical value for Yun Yiyi. At the time, she had been impulsive, seeking someone to print her albums, but now she realized the process was exceedingly cumbersome, especially in an era with such limited transportation. Ji-sun had not anticipated that after waiting so many days, he would receive such a response. He had discussed extensively with his elder brother, agreeing to accommodate any conditions proposed by the other party, given the significant profits involved. Yet, Yun Yiyi seemed intent on leaving with her items. Was her true intention merely to have them assist her in printing the albums? This rationale seemed somewhat absurd, yet Ji-sun found himself believing it. Madam Yun, I wish to discuss the matter of the ownership of the woodblock printing technique with you. Ji-sun interjected as she attempted to depart. Yun Yiyi replied curiously. Did you not just say it was successful? My albums have been printed, after all. Her expression conveyed a clear message. If there was nothing more to discuss, she would prefer to be left alone. Ji-sun hesitated, slowly exhaling. I wish to discuss the ownership of the printing technique in more detail. Specifically, I would like to offer you a sum to buy out the rights to the woodblock printing technique, ensuring that you do not disclose this knowledge to others. Upon finishing his statement, he observed Yun Yiyi with a hint of nervousness. Chapter 52. Amusement in Education. Ji-sun found it difficult to decipher her thoughts. His brother's intent was to resolve the dispute financially to avert future complications. After all, he was a businessman proceeding with utmost caution. Yet, Ji-sun harbored additional aspirations, hoping for future collaboration and friendship with her. Madam Yun, I have conferred with my brother and proposed to purchase the rights for 200 taels. What say you? Ji-sun inquired. Yun Yiyi, having pondered the situation, realized they were indeed offering to buy her patent rights, a notion she had not expected to encounter in this era. In truth, Emperor Zhou Qing valued merchants and had introduced numerous commercial management practices and mechanisms, which many emulated. Among the laws of the Great Zhou, there was a stipulation against appropriating others' ideas and innovations for commercial purposes. 200 taels, how much was that? Yun Yiyi calculated in her mind. Her arduous efforts selling eggs yielded at most a few taels each time. For many, a single tael was already a significant amount. Yet she had spent nearly half a tael on cotton clothing for her 2 little ones. She readily agreed. Very well. I shall not utilize the woodblock printing technique in the future. This would also reassure Ji-sun's brother. Ji-sun produced another contract, and after Yun Yiyi signed it, she received her payment. This was her first encounter with a banknote. Once everything was settled, Ji-sun lowered his gaze, stating, I have one more request. Yun Yiyi Bilinkit. What can I possibly assist you with? Perhaps having just received the payment, she felt more at ease, her tone softening considerably. She had also prepared glutinous rice cakes for her 2 little ones that morning. They should not go hungry, she thought. Madam, do you still have the albums? Ji-sun asked. Yun Yiyi paused, raising the album in her hand. Is this what you mean? Seeing him nod, her expression turned curious. While her children's stories might appear peculiar, surely they did not warrant such scrutiny. Did Ji-sun also enjoy such things? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she shook her head, It was nothing extraordinary, merely something she occasionally sketched, Yun Yiyi remarked. Ji-sun's eyes sparkled. I recall the lady mentioning that this was for the enlightenment of your two sons. His gaze was fervent, as if he had a desire to delve deeply into the topic. Yun Yiyi blinked in confusion and nodded. Yes. Is there a problem? Ji-sun could hardly conceal his elation. To be frank, I had them printed in greater quantities, and over the past few days, I experimented with using this illustrated book to teach the students. I discovered that this method facilitates their acceptance significantly. How did the lady conceive of this? He appeared slightly bashful about having printed additional copies in secret, yet he was candid, sharing the matter of Zhong Wenshi as well. My lady, I sincerely apologize for having printed extra copies without your consent. I was merely too curious, Ji-sun stated. Yun Yiyi was indifferent. She was merely curious if those children truly enjoyed these stories. Indeed, therefore, when the new school year begins, I hope to introduce this method into the classroom. If the lady has other illustrated books, we could continue our collaboration. Yun Yiyi contemplated. If Mr. Ji is sincere, I could sell these illustrated books to you. After all, she would continue to create illustrated books for her two little ones, and if she can earn some profit, why not? However, these illustrated books are only suitable for younger children. They would not be appropriate for older ones, Yun Yiyi added. Ji-sun found it curious why these children could grasp knowledge so adeptly in a short time, with a learning efficiency far surpassing that of the students he had previously taught. If such efficiency truly existed, would not every student be able to pass the imperial examination? In fact, this teaching method could also be adopted in the future, Ji-sun mused. Illustrated books with numerous images and few words are solely aimed at young children. For students with a certain level of comprehension, they can easily understand most of the text and content. If too many illustrations are added, it may divert their attention. Ji-sun's expression gradually turned serious as he propped his chin, seemingly pondering Yun Yiyi's words. After a moment, he remarked, "The lady is indeed correct. No wonder you have taught your children so well." Hearing him praise her two little ones, Yun Yiyi's eyes brightened, though she replied, "Mr. Ji, please do not commend them. They are quite the headache." Ji-sun stared at her intently for a long while. Although he repeatedly addressed her as my lady, Yun Yiyi was younger than him. Despite her hair styled in a lady's bun and her eyes sparkling with brilliance, occasionally flickering with allure, her face still bore the innocence of youth. Ignoring her striking beauty, she appeared to be in her teenage years. Suddenly, Ji-sun felt an unprecedented curiosity about her. What sort of family could raise such a woman? Having read extensively, Ji-sun was familiar with the essential texts of the great Zhou kingdom, yet he had never encountered the theories of Yun Yiyi. Some of the terms she used were peculiar, but with a little thought, he could comprehend their meanings. Upon further reflection, he found her reasoning quite sound. These theories bore a resemblance to some policies proposed by Emperor Zhou. He recalled that Emperor Zhou had introduced the concept of combining education with entertainment, urging them to abandon the tedious method of rote knowledge impartation. However, Emperor Zhou passed away too early, having only proposed a theory without specific measures, leaving the esteemed teachers of the great Zhou kingdom at a loss for implementation. Ji-sun could hardly contain his excitement. "My lady, may I inquire where you reside? In the future, I could send someone to collect the illustrated books. Rest assured, I shall compensate you according to market prices." She had been elusive, and as he had not seen her for some time, Ji-sun was determined to ascertain her address. After stating this, Ji-sun anxiously gazed at her. Yun Yiyi furrowed her brow, seemingly troubled. Her residence was rather remote, and Ji-sun's home was in the capital, while she resided in a county town, far from any secluded village. Perhaps it was best to let it be. "Let us do this. I will set a time and visit the bookshop every 7 days to deliver an illustrated book," Yun Yiyi suggested. The village where she lived was not only difficult to locate, but also quite isolated, a place where modern deliveries could not reach. It was better not to trouble him. Ji-sun evidently misunderstood her intent, believing she was reluctant to disclose her privacy, and he could not hide his disappointment. "Very well, I shall trouble you, my lady. No worries. There will be many instances in the future where I shall require your assistance, and I have some illustrated books at home. I will deliver them to the bookshop tomorrow. Would that be acceptable?" Yun Yiyi contemplated. It would merely be the bookshop in the town. Ji-sun quickly replied, "Yes, any bookshop will do. Even if I am not present, it suffices for you to inform them." Yun Yiyi stated, "I may frequently visit the bookshop in town from now on." Ji-sun paused, wondering if he had misjudged. Perhaps Yun Yiyi's home was indeed in the town, and he would inquire about it one day. Having already delayed for some time, Yun Yiyi did not linger. After concluding their discussion, she took her leave. Having promised to collaborate long-term, she intended to deliver the illustrated books to the town punctually, regardless of the weather. Should she consider acquiring a vehicle soon? With the 200 taels of silver now at her disposal, she could undertake many ventures. However, Yin Xiaoduan solemnly nodded. Yes. These two little ones are becoming increasingly astute. Had I known, I should not have taught them the concept of time. She found it amusing as she bent down to bring herself to their eye level. This time, it was my fault. I apologize, but I had my reasons. Yin Dazhuang was immediately led astray by her words and innocently inquired about the reasons. Yin Xiaoduan felt something was amiss, stroking his chin but unable to discern the reason. Mimicking Yin Dazhuang's wide-eyed gaze, Yin Dazhuang quickly became captivated by her words, starting to search for the so-called delicacies. Mother, where are they? What delicious things are there? Yun Yiyi pinched his chubby cheek. I shall prepare it soon, but you must eat a little less, for it seems you have gained some weight. Yin Dazhuang evidently only heard the first half of her statement and joyfully nodded. Though Yun Yiyi often advised him to eat less, she had never truly restricted him. In reality, Yin Dazhuang's appetite was within a normal range. If he were in modern times, he would hardly be considered overweight. At most, he had a baby fat face. However, in ancient times, most children were thin and bony. Standing there, Yin Dazhuang appeared quite plump. Recently, having seen many slender children, Yun Yiyi had also been somewhat influenced. Feeling slightly heavier herself, Yin Xiaoduan asked, Mother, what delicious food are you going to make? For some reason, he felt that something was off. Yun Yiyi glanced at the little one inexplicably. I will prepare marinated dishes for you. Marinated dishes? What is that? Yin Xiaoduan had never heard of it before. Realizing that his mother was not deceiving him and was indeed going to get them something delicious. His voice was soft and questioning. Is it tasty? Yun Yiyi chuckled lightly at him. Very well, you are quite the flatterer. Go and play while I prepare it. Chapter 53, Marinated Dishes. Yun Yiyi was indeed craving them as well. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed marinated dishes. Previously, there were many vendors selling them at the snack street, with a variety of dishes available for several dozen taels per pound. A full bowl would only cost her a few taels, enough to savor throughout the afternoon. Now, Yun Yiyi longed for that mildly spicy flavor. The key to making marinated dishes lies in the preparation of the marinade. Yun Yiyi had often made marinated dishes herself in the past, using pre-packaged marinade from the supermarket. All she needed to do was pour the marinade into a pot, add an appropriate amount of water, and heat it. However, after rummaging through her bag, she found no ready-made marinade packets, so she had to prepare the marinade herself. She took out 2 pig bones from her bag, boiled them in water to remove the blood foam, cleaned them thoroughly, and then added fresh water along with green onions to continue simmering the broth. On another stove, she had already set up a pot and poured in oil to begin sought ing white sugar. As the dense, white sugar gradually transformed into large, yellow bubbles, she swiftly stirred it. Once the yellow deepened into a rich brown and the large bubbles turned into smaller ones, she added a touch of water to eliminate the raw flavor. At this moment, the syrup in the pot shimmered with a golden hue, exuding an irresistible sweetness. She then placed the caramelized sugar into a soup pot for further boiling. Next, she added a variety of spices, including star anise, bay leaves, dried tangerine peel, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, and chili peppers. Following this, she poured in soy sauce, salt, and chopped green onions. Earlier, she had purchased some bok choy, dried tofu, bamboo shoots, and rice noodles from the county town. She also retrieved some shiitake mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, and black fungus from her backpack. In this era, fungi were abundant. However, some mushrooms were toxic, and many people struggled to distinguish between edible and poisonous varieties, leading to few daring to forage for mushrooms. The vegetables were easy to clean. After thoroughly washing them, Yun Yiyi chopped the ingredients into small pieces and set them aside in a basin. Only cleaning the shiitake mushrooms proved somewhat laborious, as the plump mushrooms resembled umbrellas, with their stems caked in mud, making them impossible to wash thoroughly in one go. She soaked the shiitake mushrooms for a while until they expanded, making them much easier to clean. After trimming off the unwashed parts, she finally placed the mushrooms into the basin. There were indeed meat options. Her backpack contained fewer vegetables, but a plethora of meat, a result of her earlier indulgence in acquiring supplies. She pulled out some pork, pig ears, pig trotters, and included the unfinished fatty intestines as part of the braised dishes. Once the braising liquid in the pot reached a boil, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Yun Yiyi added all the vegetables at once and pressed them down with chopsticks to ensure the braising liquid covered the vegetables completely. Since the vegetables cooked quickly, she chopped them into small pieces, yet she continued to simmer them for a while longer to ensure they absorbed the flavors thoroughly. Sensing the time was right, she picked up a piece of black fungus to taste. The mildly spicy and fragrant flavor blossomed on her palate, confirming that her braised dish was a success. Yun Yiyi fetched several bowls, transferring the braised vegetables into them before preparing to add the meat. She was careful not to mix the meat with the vegetables to prevent flavor contamination, which was why she had refrained from placing all the ingredients in the pot earlier. At this point, she could at least ensure that the vegetables remained uncontaminated. It was impractical to prepare a new batch of braising liquid, as it would be time-consuming and wasteful. Concerned that the broth might become too bland, she added more soy sauce and salt before pouring in the chopped meat and covering the pot with a lid. The meat required a longer cooking time, so Yun Yiyi added a few more sticks of firewood to the stove and took the braised vegetables outside. The two little ones had already caught the enticing aroma, especially Yin Da-swang, who had stolen several glances in between but refrained from sneaking a taste when Yun Yiyi admonished him. Upon seeing the large platter of food, he eagerly grabbed a plump shiitake mushroom. The braised dish had a slight spiciness, yet was not overwhelmingly hot. Instead, it was predominantly savory. Yin Da-swang chewed with his cheeks puffed out, exclaiming how delicious it was. He added that it was crunchy and soft, a phrase he had recently learned, having remembered it during Yun Yiyi's lessons. Previously, he could only say delicious regardless of the food, but now he had begun to describe it more vividly. Yun Yiyi smiled gently, her voice laced with affection as she encouraged him to eat more, but cautioned him to savor it and not overindulge, for there was still meat to come. Upon hearing about the meat, Yin Da-swang slowed his eating pace, beginning to savor each bite. Yin Xiaoshuang picked up a piece of bok choy, recalling his mother's words that eating vegetables would help him grow taller. He remembered this well. Interestingly, Yin Da-swang's taste preferences aligned closely with Yun Yiyi's. She enjoyed mushrooms and rice noodles, and so did he, particularly the shiitake mushrooms, which he found reminiscent of meat. The vegetables were not neglected. After a while of eating, Yun Yiyi noticed bubbling sounds emanating from the pot and lifted the lid to check. The pork had shrunk significantly, its surface glazed with a golden hue, indicating it was nearly done. She scooped out a few smaller pieces of lean meat, pig ears, and fatty intestines, preparing a dipping sauce with sesame oil, chili, and soy sauce. Yin Da-swang had enjoyed the fatty intestines before and was particularly fond of their flavor. So upon seeing the large bowl of meat, he immediately reached for the intestines. The braised intestines, having been cooked for a long time, were not only chewy, but also infused with a delectable aroma. Yin Da-swang savored each bite, his eyes narrowing in delight, leaving little time for conversation. Yin Xiaoshuang preferred the crispy texture of the pig ears, eating slowly, seemingly cautious of the spice, and after a few pieces of braised food, he took a sip of plain water. Without any steamed rice at noon, they had eaten enough braised dishes to feel quite full, likely leaving little appetite for dinner later. Yun Yiyi decided to cook a pot of porridge to accompany the braised dishes for the evening meal. After finishing her meal, she strolled leisurely to inspect her plot of land behind the house. To her surprise, she saw a vibrant green expanse, which had sprouted up after the recent rains. Having neglected her garden for several days, she was pleasantly surprised to see small sprouts emerging everywhere. The soil and environment of the Dazhou Kingdom were evidently well suited for planting. Although she didn't know what seeds had sprouted, she would soon find out when they bore fruit next year. The rapid growth of these seedlings might have been due to the rain. Perhaps they thrived on moisture. She would need to water them more in the future. The sight of the green sprouts filled her with confidence. If they all flourished, she would have her very own vegetable garden, a thought that thrilled her immensely. She sliced 3 oranges into wedges to share with the 2 little ones and began to tell them new stories, having illustrated dozens of tales in her sketchbooks. The 2 children had shown remarkable comprehension, especially Yin Xiaoshuang, who could now recognize many characters. Yun Yiyi knew he sometimes practiced writing in secret. Though she had not taught him strokes, his writing resembled a worm crawling up a tree, twisted and uncoordinated. Yin Xiaoshuang was aware of this, often crumpling his written papers to hide them, attempting to erase any evidence. Last time, Yun Yiyi had even found one in his shoe. She refrained from confronting him, allowing him to practice on his own. In Yun Yiyi's view, Yin Xiaoshuang was still young and not at the ideal age for learning to write. Writing was inherently a tedious and unexciting process, and she merely wished to lay a solid foundation for them. In the future, should they desire to learn, she hoped they would find better teachers. After all, traditional characters were not her forte. If she were to teach him now, Yin Xiaoshuang might initially find intriguing, but would likely lose interest over time. Importantly, Yun Yiyi wished to treat both brothers fairly. It was evident that Yin Dashuang was not inclined to learn writing. However, she did not restrict their interests. Noticing they were running low on paper, she made a special trip to acquire a substantial amount of paper and writing tools. The next day, Yun Yiyi organized all her sketchbooks and took them to the town's bookstore. Chen Si seemed to have anticipated her arrival, warmly inviting her inside and offering to gift her with writing materials. This was all arranged by Ji Sun. Although she initially considered declining, she accepted, realizing she had two little ones at home who consumed paper rapidly. Although the writing materials were costly, they paled in comparison to the 200 taels Ji Sun had given her. They were now partners, which explained his warm demeanor towards her. Yun Yiyi's visit to the town was not solely for delivering the sketchbooks. She had another matter to address. There was a blacksmith shop in town that often assisted locals in crafting iron pots and kitchen knives. This time, Yun Yiyi sought his help for some items. In this era, iron is not cheap, and the items she intends to create require a considerable amount of it, which cannot be produced hastily. The blacksmithing is carried out by a father and daughter duo. The father, known as Nyoda, is remarkably robust, while his daughter, Nyo Air, bears a striking resemblance to him. Taller than Yun Yiyi by a head, she is currently forging a kitchen knife. Upon noticing a visitor, she booms with vigor, inquiring, "What do you wish to forge?" Yun Yiyi describes her request, seeking to know if they can create an arch framework, specifically steel pipes of uniform size that can be assembled. Nyo Air, however, appears perplexed, gazing at Yun Yiyi with an utterly bewildered expression. Despite her rugged and powerful appearance, her eyes are innocent and childlike, creating a rather odd juxtaposition. Suddenly, she shouts into the workshop, "Father, we have a big business." Yun Yiyi feels the ground tremble slightly, though it may have been her imagination. Nyoda emerges from within, and Yun Yiyi reiterates her request, presenting the drawing she had prepared earlier. The design is not complex, appearing quite straightforward, yet she is uncertain about its actual nature. It features dozens of identical elongated objects laid horizontally atop, dozens of similar objects standing vertically in the ground for support. What could this possibly be? Chapter 54. Vegetable Greenhouse. This is a vegetable greenhouse. Yun Yiyi considers that, as the weather turns cold, constructing a greenhouse over the garden will be essential for continuing vegetable cultivation through the winter. The manufacture of such greenhouses is simple, and once completed, they provide excellent insulation. Her vegetables are thriving, and she believes that by next year, fresh produce will be plentiful. She has also contemplated the materials for constructing the greenhouse. Although she previously had a modest amount of money in her backpack, it was insufficient for extravagant expenditures. Thus, she sought the carpenter's assistance to build a bamboo and wood greenhouse. However, bamboo and wood are not resilient against snow and tend to rot easily, possibly failing to withstand the winter. Now that she has funds, she has a better option and immediately turns to the blacksmith. Nyoda, unsure of what she is describing, does not inquire further, but asks how many pieces are needed and their lengths, appearing quite professional. Yun Yiyi provides him with the details and asks, "Master, is it feasible?" Not only does she require a significant amount of iron for this project, but the quantity is also substantial, far beyond the simplicity of forging a knife. Yun Yiyi furrows her brow, as he does not provide a definite time frame. Nyoda gazes at her with a blank expression, feeling a sense of helplessness. Yun Yiyi inquires once more about the estimated duration. Initially doubtful, she finds herself inexplicably trusting Nyoda's clear and sincere gaze. The materials for her construction are plentiful. She has already paid a deposit of over 2 taels, a mere fraction of what will ultimately be required, and anticipates that the final price will be high. However, even if it is elevated, it won't be excessively so, as she now possesses savings. Nyoda, listening intently, retrieves a piece of charcoal and sketches some notes on paper. His expression unchanged as he asks, "Is this correct?" Yun Yiyi had feared he might not comprehend her, but to her surprise, he proves to be significantly more astute than she had anticipated. Indeed, even the most taciturn individuals possess an undeniable expertise in their respective fields. She sets aside her previous skepticism. Nyota states, if that is the case, it will take an additional 10 days. Yun Yiyi initially thought the time frame was arbitrary, but it becomes evident that he has conducted a thorough calculation, indicating he can indeed complete it within that period. Her expression grows more serious as she replies, very well. I will return at the designated time. The current weather is neither too cold nor too warm, predominantly overcast with occasional light rain. These items are necessary, and the more, the better. She accepts everything and pays a considerable sum to Old Lu. Old Lu, if you have time, could you make me a cabinet? Yun Yiyi requests. Old Lu, smiling, nods in agreement. Sure, what size do you need? How many shelves? A wardrobe? He is quite familiar with crafting cabinets. However, Yun Yiyi does not seek a conventional cabinet. She envisions a refrigerator. She had long contemplated this during the hot weather, but had procrastinated due to her laziness. Now, with some funds at her disposal, she wishes to improve her home. A refrigerator is essential, for she does not wish to worry about her food spoiling. She describes the general appearance to him, and although Old Lu finds it peculiar, it is far less strange than her previous requests. All right, once I finish, I will deliver it to you. He readily agrees. Yun Yiyi smiles and nods, pleased that delivery is included. Suddenly, as she moves, she collides with another person. Despite the petite stature of the individual, Yun Yiyi only stumbles back a step, while the other girl falls to the ground, her items scattering. I am so sorry. I am so sorry, the girl exclaims as she looks up, her face paling upon recognizing Yun Yiyi, her eyes revealing a hint of fear. Yun Yiyi, confused, gently touches her own face, certain she does not know this girl. Why is she so frightened of her? Is her appearance truly that intimidating? Sister, the eggs are all broken. A small child emerges from behind the girl, lamenting pitifully. Ma Xiaoxiao's expression changes dramatically as she rushes to inspect the overturned basket. Indeed, all the eggs have shattered, and a few corn kernels have spilled onto the ground. With a sorrowful expression, she begins to gather the muddy kernels. Knowing they're still edible, the small child also squats down to help. It seems they have forgotten all about Yun Yiyi. Could you please step aside? Yun Yiyi starts to say, but the girl immediately responds defensively. What more do you want? I have already apologized. Yun Yiyi is somewhat bewildered. She merely wishes to pass by, unsure of what kind of impression she has left on others. Yet, the girl's reaction is not entirely unwarranted. Today, her mind has been preoccupied with thoughts of refrigerators and vegetable greenhouses, and she hardly noticed her surroundings, inadvertently taking larger strides that led to the collision. I mean no harm. I simply wasn't paying attention, Yun Yiyi explains. The girl glances at her, but remains silent, shifting slightly to the side. She finds it strange that Yun Yiyi seems to be apologizing. That cannot be. Wang Feng had warned her that Yun Yiyi is a fearsome woman, petty and vengeful, and she does not wish to incur her wrath. Yet, as she gazes at the broken eggs on the ground, her heart aches. These are essential winter provisions meant for her younger brother. Overcome with sadness, she continues to collect the kernels, her eyes reddening. The small child, after picking up kernels for a while, approaches and gently tugs at her sleeve, whispering, Sister, I've gathered quite a lot. This gesture offers her some comfort. She forces a smile, ruffling his hair, I'm fine, but internally, her heart feels heavy. Yun Yiyi takes a few steps forward when she hears the sound of quiet sobbing behind her, followed by muffled voices of consolation. She pauses, glancing back at the two individuals bent over the ground, her heart filled with mixed emotions. This era suffers from a scarcity of food, with many impoverished individuals struggling to meet even their basic needs. Countless people perish from hunger each year. She is aware of these hardships, but having been born in modern times and arriving here with a backpack full of provisions, she cannot fully empathize. Although the Yin family is also poor, they are relatively better off in this village. Yan's son is industrious and capable, possessing land, and is already married young, having grandchildren. This places them among the upper echelon of the village, considering that some individuals remain unmarried, even to the end of their days. At this moment, Yun Yiyi recalls how Yin Dashuang and Yin Xiaoshuang once appeared, indeed emaciated to the point of resembling walking skeletons. She was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Yet this matter was indeed her responsibility. Ma Xiaoxiao had gathered all the corn she could find, amounting to less than a pound. Just as despair began to settle in her heart, she noticed someone who was supposed to have left suddenly standing before her, gazing at her with an impassive expression. Terms such as shrew, wasteful daughter-in-law, bully, selfish, and malevolent were often used to describe Yun Yiyi. During idle chatter, the village women frequently concocted such narratives about her. The corners of Yun Yiyi's eyes naturally lifted, adding a touch of arrogance to her demeanor. Ma Xiaoxiao could not ascertain the other's beauty, but perceived a face marked by cruelty. These were sentiments echoed by the village women. And although Ma Xiaoxiao had heard them often, this was her first direct encounter with Yun Yiyi, leaving her heart taut with tension. "What do you want?" she stammered, her voice dropping several tones. Sensing her anxiety, the little child beside her wrapped his arms around Ma Xiaoxiao's leg, wide-eyed and glaring at Yun Yiyi. Yun Yiyi, perplexed, wondered if she truly appeared so fearsome. "I propose you come to my home to rest. This young lady, your clothes are quite dirty. I acknowledge my fault in this matter and shall take responsibility." Ma Xiaoxiao, who had fallen to the ground, did indeed have a patch of mud on the back of her skirt, but having spent many days gathering firewood and cutting grass, she had often been dirtier without concern. Yun Yiyi smirked. "Am I going to beat you? I am alone at home with just my 2 little ones. What is there to fear? I am not afraid." Ma Xiaoxiao blurted out, meeting Yun Yiyi's gaze and feeling an unexpected twinge of guilt, wondering how Yun Yiyi could discern her thoughts. "Since you're not afraid, then come with me. Your eggs have broken, and I shall compensate you for them." Ma Xiaoxiao was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words, fearing she had misheard. The little boy chimed in eagerly. "Are you serious? Will this big sister really give us eggs?" Yun Yiyi looked at the frail child and nodded affirmatively, "Of course. I will compensate you. I have some eggs at home." The child exclaimed, "Sister, let us go. She said she will give us eggs." For the first time in many days, Yun Yiyi's home welcomed such guests. Her 2 little ones were waiting inside, and upon seeing their mother, they rushed out to embrace her legs. Yin Dashuang said, "Mother, I missed you." Yin Xiaoshuang added, "Mm." Ma Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, looking down at the 2 chubby children. These were Yun Yiyi's sons. Wasn't he had said they had a poor relationship? Wasn't he had claimed that Yun Yiyi never cared for her children, almost letting them starve? Yet this did not appear to be the case. With 3 younger brothers of her own, Ma Xiaoxiao understood children's psychology well. Despite their small stature, they could discern who treated them kindly and would not cling to someone without reason. Yun Yiyi affectionately ruffled her sons' heads, exclaiming, "All right, we have guests." The former protagonist was not well liked, and typically, no one visited her home. The most frequent visitors were merely messengers from Yan's family delivering goods or messages. Or sometimes Zhou would come to help with farm work, for which Yun Yiyi would offer a modest payment, never taking advantage of others. The 2 children released Yun Yiyi's legs, having learned a sense of propriety under her guidance. Even Yin Dashuang understood that such behavior was not appropriate in front of outsiders. Their mother had said they must grow into strong men, and they were to conduct themselves accordingly. Yin Dashuang cleared his throat, and upon seeing the small, thin child behind Ma Xiaoxiao, he glanced at his own plump arms, feeling a swell of pride, convinced that he was the most handsome of the 3. As Yin Xiaoshuang lowered his hands, his demeanor became cool and distant, greeting the child with a simple, "Hello, sister." Yin Dashuang followed suit, expressionless, "Hello." The 2 children stood erect, with Yin Xiaoshuang resembling a tender white cabbage, while Yin Dashuang's belly protruded slightly. Ma Xiaoxiao was left utterly bewildered. The little boy behind her chirped brightly, "Hello, Annie." Yin Yi smiled gently. "What is your name?" The little boy replied, "I am Ma Xiaoshan." At 6 years old, he was about the same height as Yun Yiyi's sons, albeit considerably slimmer than Yin Dashuang. Yun Yiyi also patted his head. "You haven't had dinner yet. Why not eat at your Anna's house?" She hoped he would call her sister, but alas, her own children raised his status, causing her some frustration. Ma Xiaoshan bit his lip, seemingly tempted. They usually had 2 meals a day, and breakfast had long been digested. "Leave him hungry." He looked at Yun Yiyi, opening his mouth but saying nothing. Yin Dashuang said, "Come on, mother has made delicious braised meat today, crispy and tender." Ma Xiaoshan only understood one word, meat. Were they having meat today? Yin Xiaoshuang confirmed, "Yes, it's really good." Unable to resist the allure of meat, Ma Xiaoshan allowed himself to be led inside by the 2 children. Just as Ma Xiaoxiao intended to call out to the boy, Yun Yiyi suggested, "Do you want to change clothes? My figure is similar to yours. You should be able to wear my clothes." Dressed in a light green cotton coat embroidered with yellow plum blossoms, adorned with a matching shawl, Yun Yiyi exuded elegance and grace, her figure alluringly curvaceous, reminiscent of a blooming peony. In that instant, Ma Xiaoxiao's mind conjured images of early spring blossoms, and she realized why people found her so unlikable. As she pondered, she glanced down at her own meager bosom, feeling a stark contrast. Despite Yun Yiyi's lack of expression, Ma Xiaoxiao perceived mockery and disdain in her eyes. No need. Didn't you say you would compensate me for the eggs? I have 30 of them. Her expression grew somewhat awkward, her tone becoming impatient, as her hands unconsciously twisted together. Yun Yiyi raised an eyebrow, unclear as to what had struck a nerve, and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, I do." Having said this, she disregarded Ma Xiaoxiao and walked away. If one were to speak of sympathy, Yun Yiyi might possess a trace of it. Yet it was not enough to compel her to assist, for there were countless impoverished souls in this world. She was no saint and could not aid everyone. This incident merely coincidentally fell upon her shoulders, being her responsibility, prompting her to rectify her error. Yet the situation bore fault on both sides. She had not watched where she was going, nor had the other party. Now that the other party had incurred a loss, she was willing to compensate, believing that mutual goodwill should prevail. If Ma Xiaoxiao thought she could confront her with such impatience, then Yun Yiyi saw no reason to grant her a pleasant demeanor. Inside, the 3 children were already seated neatly, with braised meat laid out on the table. Yin Dashuang was enthusiastically explaining the dish to Ma Xiaoshan, peppering his speech with words like braised meat, braised mushrooms, and tender. The enticing aroma lingered around Ma Xiaoshan, who had no clue what braised meat was but recognized it as meat, which he had not eaten in a long time. As he listened to Yin Dashuang's descriptions, he yearned to taste it. Yun Yiyi did not keep them waiting long. She entered and announced, "Dinner is ready. You may serve yourselves." The 2 children cheered and dashed to the kitchen. Yun Yiyi glanced at the motionless Ma Xiaoshan, asking, "Why are you standing there? You should come too." The light flickered in Ma Xiaoshan's eyes as he glanced back at Ma Xiaoxiao, whispering, "Where's my sister?" "Her? I'm not sure. Perhaps she is not hungry." Yun Yiyi replied casually. She had extended kindness to a stranger, but if the other did not accept it, that was their choice. Nonetheless, children understood little of such nuances. Ma Xiaoshan was unsure if he comprehended, but he sensed no malice from Yun Yiyi, and the 2 children, though small, interacted with him amicably. Yin Dashuang continued to engage him in conversation. Ma Xiaoshan followed the 2 little ones to fetch a bowl, then scooped a spoonful of rice. He remarked with a hint of curiosity, "Why is your rice so different from ours? It is so white and fine, and upon tasting it, it is fragrant and soft." Yin Dashiang replied, "This is dry rice." Ma Xiaoshan acknowledged this with an "oh," no longer concerned about the matter, and eagerly picked up a piece of dried tofu. It had a hint of spiciness and sweetness. He had never tasted anything so delicious. The dishes from his own family were often bland, with very little salt, favoring plain congee and boiled vegetables. This was his first experience with food so richly flavored. Yun Yiyi offered him a generous piece of meat, encouraging him to enjoy it. She had prepared extra, knowing that the children loved braised meat, while she herself had grown tired of it and had no intention of eating today. But she casually picked up another pair of chopsticks to serve Ma Xiaoshan. This boy was so honest. Despite clearly wanting the meat, he hesitated to serve himself. Observing the meat in his bowl, Ma Xiaoshan felt an inexplicable emotion and treasured the morsel as he ate it. It was even more delicious than he had imagined, and he quickly finished it, digging into another large spoonful of rice, only to find a huge pig's trotter added to his bowl. It was truly enormous, much larger than his fist. He looked up at Yun Yiyi, who said, "Take whatever you desire." Yin Xiaoshuang objected, "Mother." Yun Yiyi ignored him. Yin Xiaoshuang cast a sullen glance at Ma Xiaoshan, who immediately lowered his head to gnaw on the pig's trotter, finding it delectable, the tender meat almost bringing him to tears. "What about me?" Yin Xiaoshuang poked at Yun Yiyi with his chubby little hand. Yun Yiyi suppressed a laugh then, as a gesture of reciprocity, placed a small piece of cabbage on his plate. Satisfied, Yin Xiaoshuang happily munched on the cabbage, believing it would help him grow taller. Yin Dashiang, who had been voraciously consuming the meat, now felt a twinge of loneliness and quietly placed the mountain of meat from his bowl into Ma Xiaoshan's. Ma Xiaoshan, oblivious, felt even more touched and whispered, "Thank you, little brother." He now thought this family was truly wonderful, and Yin Dashiang was a new friend. Unbeknownst to him, Yin Dashiang, having received a good person card, pushed his empty bowl towards Yun Yiyi, saying, "Mother, I want more." He too desired the pig's trotter that his mother would serve him. Yun Yiyi glanced at him, and, in response to his eager eyes, placed a small piece of cabbage on his plate. Yin Dashiang exclaimed in frustration, "I want the trotter, the trotter, the trotter. Look how happy your brother is eating his greens. You should eat some too," Yun Yiyi advised. Yin Dashiang, upset but determined not to cry, resolutely stuffed the leafy greens into his mouth, failing to discern their taste. Though the three little ones were hungry, their appetites were not vast, and they felt satisfied after consuming 2 small bowls of rice. Ma Xiaoshan, who had initially been reserved, became more lively, and after finishing the meal, he actively helped the 2 little ones clear their bowls. Inside the house, Ma Xiaoxiao was aware that they were having a meal, but feeling embarrassed about her earlier behavior. She stood awkwardly outside, unsure whether to leave or enter. The distant sound of clucking intrigued her, and she quietly approached the large shed. To keep the hens warm, Yun Yiyi had built a straw shelter over the chicken coop, nearly concealing them all. As she reached the coop, Ma Xiaoxiao peered through the mesh and was astonished to see an uncountable number of plump hens. For a moment, she thought she was mistaken. The hens, sensing a stranger's presence, were unafraid, going about their business, some sitting, some standing, some strolling, and others drinking water. Ma Xiaoxiao rubbed her eyes and covered her mouth in astonishment. How was Yun Yiyi managing to care for so many hens? Hadn't they said she only raised a bunch of chicks, and that they were not thriving? No, that was not the main point. The crucial matter was that Yun Yiyi's promise to compensate her with eggs was not a deception. It was genuine. With so many hens, she surely had an abundance of eggs. Anxiously pacing outside, Ma Xiaoxiao spotted Ma Xiaoshan emerging with a basket. He cradled the basket in his arms, taking steady steps. Ma Xiaoxiao hurried over to take the basket, her voice somewhat hoarse. Have you all eaten? Ma Xiaoshan, unaware of their earlier dispute, nodded enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling. Aunt said all the eggs are in here, and she even gifted me some braised meat. Aunt is truly a kind person. Ma Xiaoxiao was taken aback. You think she's a good person? Ma Xiaoshan nodded vigorously. Yes, Aunt is very, very nice. Just a moment ago, I praised her meat, and she gave me so much. On their way back, Ma Xiaoxiao remained silent, and once they were far enough away to ensure Yun Yiyi could not see them, she opened the basket. It was filled with large eggs, each one considerably bigger than the one she had previously seen. She counted them, exactly 30, neither more nor less, and beside them lay a cloth wrapped around 2 golden pieces of cooked meat, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Ma Xiaoshan exclaimed, Sister, this is the braised meat Aunt made. I tasted it earlier, and it was delicious. Ma Xiaoxiao responded with a soft As they walked through the mountains, the moon began to rise, shyly revealing half of its face, and their figures gradually faded into the night. Chapter 56. Mushroom foraging. The aroma of the braised meat was indeed enticing, and since it was cooked food, they feared it would spoil. That evening, they sliced off a piece, weighing over a pound, filling a large dish. In the Ma household, meat was divided among family members, and Ma Xiaoxiao hesitated to take any. Ma Mu first distributed several slices to the younger brothers before finally giving her 2 smaller pieces. She eagerly stuffed it into her mouth, feeling as if her taste buds had awakened, a rich aroma blossoming, mingling sweet, salty, and spicy flavors that tantalized her senses. Ma Xiaoshan's 2 older brothers nodded in agreement. Mother, this meat is so delicious. I've never had meat this good before. Mamu also found it delightful, though she felt puzzled. Surely, this meat must have been seasoned generously. These dishes were brought back by Ma Xiaoxiao from her maternal home, and while they were not taken without exchange, with the Ma family having shared some vegetables with them, there had been no mention of meat initially. Moreover, her maternal family seldom spared such generous seasoning. After taking a bite, Mamu concluded that it must have contained a fair amount of soy sauce, sugar, and chili, items that were quite precious. She remarked in confusion, It's strange. Your grandmother usually puts very little salt in her cooking, yet she managed to create such flavorful meat. The 2 brothers were oblivious to these thoughts, gulping down 2 large bowls of congee alongside the braised meat, feeling fuller than ever before. Ma Xiaoshan blinked in confusion. After all, it was Aunt who provided this, not their grandmother, whose eggs and corn had already been dropped. Just as he was about to explain to his mother, an intuition held him back, and he fell silent. Ma Xiaoxiao kept quiet as well. She had merely told her mother that she had accidentally stumbled and dropped some corn. Though Ma Mu had been angry, her temper had softened upon seeing the other food. The quality of these items exceeded her expectations. For instance, the 30 eggs were a delightful surprise, each large and satisfying. Ma Mu felt she had come out ahead, especially with the meat scent from her maternal family. Ma Xiaoxiao lowered her head, feeling a little guilty. Perhaps her grandmother was simply in a good mood. Ma Mu did not dwell on this matter. After the family finished their meal, Ma Xiao went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, the cold water flowing over her hands. Yet her feelings were complex. Ma Xiao, still awake and in high spirits, wished to share his joy with his sister. He called out to Ma Xiao several times, and upon receiving no response, he tugged at her sleeve. Ma Xiao set the clean dishes aside and turned to him. Xiaoshan, what is it? Ma Xiaoshan excitedly exclaimed, Sister, can I play with Yin Chu and Yin Hen in the future? They're so clever and told me so many things I didn't know. In a moment of confusion, Ma Xiao uttered a small exclamation, then remarked, Ah, the pair of twins from the Yin family. Lowering her gaze, she resumed washing the dishes, adding, of course, children should make more friends. They're still just kids. Influenced by Yun Yiyi, Yin Shuang and Yin Xiao seem to rarely venture out to play. Nowadays, children are often left to roam freely, their figures scattered across the mountains. However, the twins from the Yin family seldom appear in public. They're either at home, accompanying Yun Yiyi on outings, or seeking out other children from the Yin family to play with. They do not quite fit in. The children raised by Yun Yiyi are akin to her in nature. Nevertheless, despite this, the little ones remain innocent. Some even claim that Yun Yiyi mistreats her two children by preventing them from going out, imposing strict rules on them. It is said that when they do go out, they are treated like dogs, tethered by ropes, creating a scene that brings tears to the eyes of listeners and sorrow to onlookers. Yet, Ma Xiao harbors doubts. How could such mistreatment yield two plump children? Today, she told a lie, fearing her mother's reprimand. She falsely claimed she had only spilled corn kernels. If her mother were to discover that she had smashed all the eggs, it would have been disastrous. Yet, she felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart, the reason for which she could not articulate. Although the vegetables in her backpack appeared plentiful, they were not substantial enough to satisfy hunger. After all, a small amount of meat is filling, while vegetables do little to stave off hunger. No matter how she varied her cooking, it could not sustain her for long. Once her backpack contained only about 10 pounds of vegetables. Yun Yiyi became reluctant to use them, much like a parched individual in a desert who cherishes an apple, saving it for the last moment. With no vegetables to eat, she had no choice but to purchase some in town, where a few vendors sold produce. However, the prices were exorbitant and the quality poor. After a few days, she grew weary of them, especially since it was always the same few varieties. The meat in her backpack was abundant, with plenty remaining, a sight dominated by various cuts of pork and beef, predominantly pork. Yun Yiyi was not particularly fond of meat, so she prepared it mainly for the little ones. Today, the weather was splendid, and Yun Yiyi picked up a stick, slung a basket over her shoulder, and set out to forage for wild vegetables on the mountain. The last time she collected firewood, she noticed an abundance of edible wild vegetables in the area. Although Yun Yiyi was somewhat of a local celebrity in the village, she was still perceived as reclusive. This was due to her lack of social interaction. She spent her time either at home or shopping in the county town, making her a topic of gossip among the women in the village. In truth, Yun Yiyi simply did not engage with those women, as she had connections with the Yin family, the village carpenter, the Hunter Wong family, and the village chief, all of whom she interacted with harmoniously. After several days of overcast weather, the skies suddenly cleared, and more people ventured up the mountain. 7 or 8 women and girls ascended together, some gathering firewood, while others dug for wild vegetables, which were primarily intended to feed their pigs, chickens, ducks, and even cows. The group of girls, dressed in simple attire, walked and laughed, the sunlight casting a bright glare upon them. Yun Yiyi, however, trailed behind at a leisurely pace. Once within the forest, the group dispersed, each attending to their tasks, and Yun Yiyi found herself amidst them. Her presence soon caught the attention of others, and one girl paused in surprise, cautiously glancing at Yun Yiyi. When had she begun to follow them? The girl wondered if their earlier laughter had included any remarks about Yun Yiyi, and if so, it would surely be awkward if she had overheard. Yet, Yun Yiyi was oblivious, as she was preoccupied with observing the plants around her. Upon spotting a cluster of wild mushrooms in the grass, her heart leaped with joy, and she approached to gather them. Noticing someone watching her, she looked up and met the gaze of a pair of sharp eyes. The other person huffed, but remained silent. Wang Feng. Yun Yiyi recalled the individual, probably avoiding her due to their previous confrontation. She scanned the area and noticed mostly young girls, one of whom seemed familiar, prompting her to observe a little longer. Yun Yiyi held no ill intentions. She simply struggled with a slight case of face blindness. having only seen Ma Xiao once before. She needed a moment to recognize her, especially since Ma Xiao had changed her hairstyle. Yun Yiyi was not the type to hold grudges. Although Ma Xiao had not treated her well on that occasion, they did not have any deep-seated animosity. Recently, Ma Xiao had taken to playing with Yin Shuang. The child was quite obedient, believing everything Yin Shuang told him, and the two had seemingly become good friends. Occasionally, when Yun Yiyi baked treats, she would share them, and the little one would happily eat anything, expressing sweet gratitude. Ma Xiao felt a shiver run through her. She sensed that Yun Yiyi's gaze held a deeper meaning. These wild mushrooms resembled the usual ones she consumed, albeit with a slightly darker hue, growing in clusters. Yun Yiyi only gathered a modest amount, sufficient to last her for a few days. She then moved to a nearby bamboo grove to dig for bamboo shoots, which were somewhat mature but still edible when stir-fried. The forest was filled with bamboo, yet few ventured to cut it, and no one had ever come to harvest bamboo shoots, resulting in an accumulation of many shoots. These shoots were not easy to extract, one being as thick as her calf, and she expended considerable effort to pull one out. The onlookers regarded her peculiar actions with furrowed brows. At that moment, Ma Xiao had already gathered a significant amount of pig grass. After contemplating, she braved the gazes of the others and approached Yun Yiyi. A shadow loomed over her. Yun Yiyi paused her actions and looked up at her. Under Yun Yiyi's scrutiny, Ma Xiao's face inexplicably flushed. She pushed her basket forward, saying, "I have plenty of pig grass. Let me share half with you." Yun Yiyi responded with a perplexed expression. Ma Xiao's voice softened. "Most mushrooms in the forest are inedible and toxic. Be careful not to gather them. If you need to feed chickens, these vegetables will suffice." Yun Yiyi glanced at the wild vegetables in Ma Xiao's basket and politely declined. "I'm not feeding chickens. I'm eating them myself." Ma Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. Laughter erupted from those around them. It was one thing not to be appreciated, but to approach further was rather embarrassing. Ma Xiao clenched her fists in silence, her complexion suddenly paling. Chapter 57. They were all mistaken. Even in this small village, cliques formed, and those who got along tended to cluster together, forming little factions. Naturally, Ma Xiao was one of them. They relished going up the mountain together to gather vegetables, collecting firewood, washing clothes, gossiping, and sharing tidbits from each household. Ma Xiao was aware that these individuals secretly excluded Yun Yiyi, and she was no exception. Humans possess a tendency to conform. When the majority speak ill of someone, it is only natural for others to adopt the same sentiment. Yet, they were all mistaken. Ma Xiao had previously felt pity for Yun Yiyi, but just a few days ago, she suddenly realized that it was not Yun Yiyi who rejected them, but rather, she looked down upon them. They spoke ill of Yun Yiyi behind her back, deriving psychological pleasure from it. Yet, Yun Yiyi had never uttered a single negative word about them. In truth, she did not care and was unaware of who they were. Reflecting on this, how tragic it was. Although this course of action may lead to her expulsion from the sisterhood, Ma Xiao feels no remorse. In her most desperate moments, her sisters had never offered any assistance. Despite her awareness of the hardships faced by each household, the contrast has deepened her gratitude towards Yun Yiyi. Yet, she ponders why Yun Yiyi refuses her goodwill. Is it due to an unresolved grudge? With so many hens in her yard, what else could she possibly feed them? Ma Xiao finds it hard to believe that she would consume the very things that even they are reluctant to eat. As for the mushrooms, while many in the forest may be toxic, they are not necessarily fatal. Some can induce hallucinations, while others might cause excessive exhilaration. Yet, none can differentiate between edible and poisonous varieties, thus no one dares to sample them. But why is she digging for bamboo? That hard substance hardly resembles food. Wang Fang scoffed. In spring, you don't plant grains, and now you're foraging everywhere because there's nothing to eat. She spoke with an evident cleverness, avoiding direct confrontation and refraining from glancing at Yun Yiyi, though each word was unmistakably aimed at her. Yun Yiyi remained silent, observing her indifference. The others assumed she was feeling guilty and voiced loudly. Even foraging for wild vegetables requires some common sense. Can you eat that hard bamboo? Biting into it might break your teeth. Yun Yiyi dug out 3 bamboo shoots before ceasing her efforts. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon a tree trunk covered in wood ear mushrooms, prompting her to gather them instead. What on earth are those? A dark, dense mass resembling ears that is quite repulsive to behold. As Yun Yiyi lost her mind pursuing such things? Even in times of dire need, they would never resort to consuming these. A few, initially intent on mocking her, found it unbearable to watch and dispersed, casting a fierce glare at Ma Xiao, the perceived traitor, as they left. Ma Xiao pressed her lips together, watching their departing figures, ultimately refraining from following. She had seen such things before, occasionally growing on damp tree trunks. They do indeed appear unappealing and possess a slippery, soft texture. She placed the gathered wood ears into Yun Yiyi's basket. The hand that reached out beside her was rough and slender, palms and fingers calloused, a sight hard to reconcile with that of a mere teenage girl. Yun Yiyi followed the hand's path and quietly uttered, "Thank you." Ma Xiao's eyes brightened suddenly, albeit her voice was barely a whisper. "It's nothing. I should be the one thanking you, for I misunderstood you that day." Yun Yiyi merely acknowledged with a distant hum, showing no curiosity about the supposed misunderstanding. Ma Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment, hoping Yun Yiyi would inquire further, to share what others had said behind her back, and clarify that her actions had not been intentional. However, Yun Yiyi remained indifferent, focusing intently on gathering wood ears. The clusters of wood ears were abundant, and she meticulously harvested them, cautious not to damage any. What exactly are these things? Surely, even the hens would not eat them. Ma Xiao asked tentatively, "Do you feed these to the chickens?" Her mind swirled with images of plump hens. If she had so many, she would never have to worry again. It would be a substantial fortune, providing a daily supply of eggs. Yun Yiyi shot her a sidelong glance, clearly having forgotten Ma Xiao's earlier comments. She placed the last of the wood ears into her basket and replied coolly, "I'll eat them myself." With that declaration, she gestured to her basket, indicating that the vegetables within were solely for her consumption. Ma Xiao's expression grew complex. She opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Observing what Yun Yiyi was harvesting, she instinctively aided in gathering. Unbeknownst to them, Yun Yiyi's basket was soon filled. Yun Yiyi paid no mind to Ma Xiao's gaze, nor did she reject her assistance. Ma Xiao, not being particularly articulate, struggled to find words, while Yun Yiyi, bound by her character, refrained from excessive warmth. As they exited the forest, they stumbled upon 3 little ones. Yin Shuang poked about with a stick while Yin Xiaoshuang stood by, hands clasped behind his back. Yin Mashan mimicked Yin Shuang, prodding the mud. As they approached closer, they could hear Yin Shuang's instructions, a bit to the left. Yin Mashan obediently shifted to the left. "No, it needs to be a bit more to the right." Yin Mashan pulled the stick out and prodded again to the right, clearly looking up to Yin Shuang for guidance. Yin Shuang, satisfied, praised, "Good child." Yun Yiyi felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. Was this not her usual praise for the 2 little ones? "What are you all doing?" Yun Yiyi inquired. The 2 little ones squealed in excitement upon seeing her, rolling over like 2 plum balls. "Mama," they cooed. Yun Yiyi pushed Yin Shuang away, visibly disgusted. "Your hands are all muddy. Don't touch me." Yin Shuang nearly burst into tears. Yin Mashan earnestly said, "Annie, we're going to catch ants again." The mountains were swarming with ants. What was so fascinating about poking them? Some boys do enjoy catching insects in their youth, but with the cold weather, there were hardly any bugs around. Though Yun Yiyi couldn't comprehend their interests, she refrained from curbing their hobbies. Yin Mashan's clothes were dirted, evidently from Yin Shuang's influence. She frowned slightly. "Your clothes are dirty, Xiaoshan." Yin Mashan dusted off the dirt from his clothes, smiling widely. "It's fine, Annie. My clothes are always like this." Indeed, children's clothes often bear dirt. They are not overly concerned about appearances. Only Yun Yiyi tends to be particular, regularly insisting on keeping their clothes clean. Yin Xiaoshuang might be excused, but Yin Shuang's garments frequently required cleaning. As Yun Yiyi would insist, he washed them himself. Over time, Yin Shuang developed a good habit of cleanliness. Yin Xiaoshuang, well aware that Yun Yiyi had gone foraging for treats, curiously asked, "Mama, what did you gather?" The basket was filled, clearly containing a considerable haul. "Bamboo shoots, mushrooms, wood ears, and wild cabbage," Yun Yiyi replied. These vegetables were familiar to Yin Xiaoshuang, while Yin Shuang, favoring meat, showed little interest. "Xiaoshan, why don't you stay for dinner at our place?" Yun Yiyi suggested. Yin Ma Shan shook his head, especially upon noticing the sister following behind, shaking his head vigorously as if it were a rattle drum. He often felt embarrassed receiving Yun Yiyi's small favors. Ma Xiao called out to Shan, and he immediately scurried over. Yin Shuang, stroking his chin, also wanted to help Yun Yiyi carry the vegetables. Ma Xiao was taken aback, realizing that Yun Yiyi was indeed speaking to her. She opened her mouth. No need. We had porridge in the morning, and we still need to feed the pigs later, so we don't have time. Yun Yiyi, of course, was aware they had eaten breakfast, as everyone followed a 2-meal schedule, while her family adhered to the steadfast 3-meal routine. Ma Xiao was quite nimble and had gathered a decent amount. Yun Yiyi displayed no signs of pleasure, merely twitching her lips, observing Yun Yiyi's expression before saying, "All right, I'll bring Shan along later." Yin Ma Shan felt a surge of joy and bid them farewell. Only Ma Xiao felt a tinge of complexity in her emotions. In this village, being invited for a meal was a rarity, considering the preciousness of food. Her peers would never invite her casually. Yun Yiyi's invitation was sincere, stemming from her gratitude for the help with her so-called vegetables. Yet, as she reflected on what Yun Yiyi had gathered, an unease settled in her heart, leaving her utterly disinclined to attend. Setting aside whether those items were edible, the mushrooms were still a mystery. Yun Yiyi claimed they were shiitake, but they appeared undeniably dirty and black, emanating a strong, earthy scent. Chapter 58. Mixed soup. Yun Yiyi, hailing from the southern regions, possesses a fondness for exquisite and aesthetically pleasing cuisine. Her appetite is modest, allowing her to consume but a small amount. Delicate and charming pastries readily capture her affection, and they are among her favorite creations. In contrast, those from the northern territories favor hearty, substantial dishes that are both plentiful and delectable. This marks Yun Yiyi's inaugural attempt at crafting a large pot of mixed soup. Yin Xiaoshuang busied herself with cleaning mushrooms, while Yin Dashong took on the task of washing the black fungus. Meanwhile, Yun Yiyi tended to the bamboo shoots. They often observed her in the kitchen, and it was reasonable to assume they had gleaned some knowledge from her. Yin Xiaoshuang soaked the mushrooms in lukewarm water and diligently cleaned each one, her movements meticulous. Yin Dashong, on the other hand, was experiencing his first instance of being directed by Yun Yiyi to perform this task, yet he put forth great effort, eager to contribute to the collective endeavor. The kitchen was soon filled with the sounds of food preparation. Once the bamboo shoots were thoroughly cleaned, Yun Yiyi sliced them into pieces. Each shoot was substantial enough to sustain her for 2 meals, but considering the presence of guests, she retrieved a smaller one to chop as well. Yin Dashong completed washing the black fungus and carefully soaked it in water. Recalling how Yun Yiyi had done this during their previous cooking session, where she had transformed the desiccated fungus into a bountiful portion. However, the black fungus they had just picked was fresh and would not swell to such an extent. With the bamboo shoots cut, and both children having finished washing the vegetables, they gazed at Yun Yiyi with eager anticipation. Amused, she first inspected the black fungus and praised Yin Dashong for his efforts. Then, she checked the mushrooms, affectionately ruffling Yin Xiaoshuang's hair. After receiving compliments, both children's cheeks flushed with joy, their happiness evident. Yin Dashong felt a sense of elation surpassing that of consuming a delectable piece of meat. Yun Yiyi was sincere in her evaluations. The task of washing vegetables was simple, yet the 2 children executed it with such care that their results surpassed her own. She had always approached the 2 with earnestness, and although they had only grasped the superficial aspects of her teachings, they performed their tasks with greater diligence. They listened to her every word, having developed a subconscious reliance on her, which later evolved into admiration. A mere compliment from Yun Yiyi was enough to satisfy them. Seizing the moment while their attention wavered, Yun Yiyi produced 2 tomatoes from her bag, not for consumption, but to enhance the flavor of the soup. There was little need to wash the tomatoes, yet the children, with their keen eyes, recalled her recent praise and felt a surge of confidence. Yin Dashong rolled up his sleeves, declaring, "Mother, I shall peel the tomatoes." Yin Xiaoshuang silently cradled a large tomato in his hands. Yin Dashong, feeling slighted, protested, "Mother hasn't agreed yet." Pouting, he reluctantly settled for a smaller tomato. This tomato was inherently clean, its vibrant red hue and round shape appealing, yet its skin was taut and firmly attached. After washing the tomatoes, the 2 children commenced peeling the skin. Yun Yiyi, engrossed in her task, began slicing the plump mushrooms, while the soft black fungus required no cutting, merely needing to be torn into smaller pieces. Upon completing the preparation of these vegetables, several platters filled with an abundance of ingredients were laid out. reminiscent of the array of dishes seen during a hot pot meal. However, Yun Yiyi was acutely aware that the contents would reduce in volume once cooked. Peeling the tomatoes proved to be a challenge. Yin Dashong toiled for a considerable time, managing to remove only a small piece. Turning her head, Yun Yiyi noticed the mangled tomato, marred by numerous fingerprints as Yin Dashong continued to struggle with it. Lacking nails, he relied on the tips of his fingers, which Yun Yiyi regularly trimmed for him. Yin Xiaoshuang, in contrast, had not yet touched his tomato, which remained intact, and appeared deep in thought as he contemplated his next move. He then stood on tiptoe, reaching for the sickle hanging on the wall. "Stop," Yun Yiyi commanded. Moments later, she drew the two children close and imparted a lesson with great seriousness, particularly to Yin Xiaoshuang. "You are not to wield a knife. I have told you so many times." Yin Dashong, brimming with pride, replied, "Mother, I haven't used one." Yun Yiyi, glancing at the ravaged tomato in his grasp, felt a headache coming on. Yin Xiaoshuang puffed his cheeks, retorting, "But one can only peel it with a knife." Yin Dashong served as a cautionary example, having incorrectly demonstrated the use of a knife when Yun Yiyi peeled pears. Yun Yiyi, both amused and exasperated, found humor in the fact that her children had grown to the point of justifying their actions. She pinched Yin Xiaoshuang's cheek gently, applying just enough pressure to leave a small mark, rendering him looking pitiful and helpless. Suppressing her laughter, she stated seriously, "Who told you that you can only peel with a knife? I can do it directly." Yin Xiaoshuang gazed at her fingers with confusion. Her fingers were slender, each nail meticulously manicured, clean and perfectly rounded. In her effort to lead by example, she regularly maintained her own nails. Such delicate fingers, naturally, were not suited for peeling tomatoes. Yin Xiaoshuang pressed his lips together tightly, his expression reflecting disbelief. Whereas in the past he had unconditionally trusted Yun Yiyi, he now exhibited independent thought. While possessing the ability to think for oneself is commendable, Yun Yiyi still desired their obedience. This time, she was determined to convince Yin Xiaoshuang wholeheartedly. Yin Dashong blinked rapidly and exclaimed, "Mother, you are truly remarkable." This flattery, however, was misplaced, as she hadn't even begun peeling yet. Yun Yiyi instructed, "Watch closely." She ladled some boiling water from the pot, briefly submerged the tomatoes, then scraped them gently with the back of a knife before rinsing them with cold water. Taking Yin Dashong's tomato, she effortlessly peeled off a large section. The two children were astounded, with Yin Dashong exclaiming, "Mother, let me try. I want to peel." He grasped the tomato, and indeed, the skin came off easily, allowing him to complete the task with remarkable speed. Yin Xiaoshuang, undeterred, held his large tomato carefully, and upon attempting to peel it, managed to remove a substantial piece. How wondrous! He squinted his eyes in disbelief. Yun Yiyi, without needing to look, could sense his thoughts and remarked coolly, "Enough, do not get carried away. This method only applies to tomatoes. It will not work for other items." Disappointment flickered across Yin Xiaoshuang's face. He was clearly contemplating how effective this technique could be on various other fruits and vegetables. She had also planted some tomatoes. Once they ripened, it would provide Yin Xiaoshuang ample opportunity to practice. Once the tomatoes were peeled, Yun Yiyi rinsed them once more in clean water and then sliced them in preparation. She expertly heated the pot, adding a spoonful of oil along with salt, sugar, and other seasonings before incorporating the previously marinated meat and sautéing until fragrant. Once the aroma permeated the air, she poured in several bowls of water and added the bamboo shoots. The black fungus, tomatoes, and wild cabbage required minimal cooking time. Thus, she waited a while before adding them. The bamboo shoots simmered slowly, releasing their flavors, and once the water reached a boil, she added the black fungus and tomatoes. The wild cabbage needed only a brief blanch to cook through. Ma Xiaoshan arrived, brimming with excitement, and waved at the two children in the yard, Yin Chu, Yin Hen. Initially, Ma Xiaoshan had referred to them as Big Brother Dashong and Little Brother Xiaoshuang due to his older age, a title that felt appropriate. However, upon addressing them, Yin Dashong could hardly believe his ears, exclaiming, "What did you call me?" Yin Xiaoshuang shot him a cold stare, uttering a disdainful noise. Ma Xiaoshan immediately felt deflated. Having become familiar over time, Yin Dashong waved his chubby hand, thinking that this was his little brother and he should show some courtesy. Yin Xiaoshuang lazily raised his hand, then let it fall. They were all good friends. He hurried over and was just in time to see Yun Yiyi stepping out, politely greeting her with, "Hello, Annie." Yun Yiyi smiled back, asking, "Where's your sister?" "My sister will be here shortly. I just finished feeding the pigs and came over to find my brothers to play." Ma Xiaoshan replied cheerfully, inadvertently revealing his true thoughts. The two children's gazes converged sharply on him. Yin Dashan scoffed. "I regarded you as my little brother, and yet you dare to secretly consider me your younger sibling." Yin Xiaoshuang chimed in with a laugh. Yun Yiyi remained blissfully unaware of the complex emotions swirling within the children, believing instead that their camaraderie was flourishing and felt a sense of contentment. The meat and vegetables in the pot had been stewed to perfection, and a rich aroma wafted through the air. Ma Xiaoshan sniffed the fragrant scent, instantly drawn toward it. Although he typically did not eat lunch, the enticing aroma made him feel as though his breakfast had already been digested. What was his aunt preparing? Ma Xiaoshan swallowed hard. Observing him, Yun Yiyi found his expression amusing and chuckled softly. "It's a hodgepodge," she remarked. Ma Xiaoshan did not comprehend her words, but sensed the grandeur of the dish. He had never encountered such a tantalizing fragrance before. Yin Dazhuang. Without waiting for Yun Yiyi to elaborate, interjected, "It's when various ingredients are cooked together, like cabbage, tomatoes, and meat," as he counted off on his fingers. Ma Xiaoshan looked at him with admiration. Yin Dazhuang relished this attention, for after all, he was still the elder brother. He felt a surge of pride, almost lifting his invisible tail in joy. Yun Yi watched in bemusement. These two little ones had once been much like Ma Xiaoshan. Whenever she prepared a meal, Yin Dazhuang would display a look of surprise, persistently asking her, "This is delicious. What is it?" with a look of utter innocence. Now that they had grown a bit older, they had lost some of their charm. Reflecting on this, she playfully pinched Yin Dazhuang and Yin Xiaoshuang's cheeks, leaving them baffled. The soup in the pot was ready, and Yun Yi added the cabbage for a brief boil before lifting it off the heat. At that moment, Ma Xiaoshan arrived. Having never entered Yun Yi's home before, she appeared somewhat apprehensive. "All three little ones are in the kitchen fetching bowls and chopsticks. You should go as well," Yun Yi suggested. Ma Xiaoshan nodded and headed to the kitchen to retrieve a bowl, feeling much more at ease. However, she was uncertain about the term "three little ones," only knowing that calling someone a little rabbit was an insult. In the main room, a basin larger than a face was brimming with an abundance of food, nearly overflowing. Upon seeing it, Ma Xiaoshan recognized all the vegetables she had picked that day in the soup basin. Unfamiliar mushrooms, dark plants, and the hard objects buried beneath bamboo. Yun Yi had astonishingly combined all these peculiar ingredients into one pot. Surely, this soup could not be poisonous. Yin Dazhuang adeptly scooped a generous bowl of soup and vegetables, skillfully avoiding the vegetables to select only the meat. There was quite a bit of meat as well, but with so many vegetables piled together, some inevitably slipped into his bowl, causing him to stomp his feet in frustration. Yin Xiaoshuang filled half a bowl, waiting for the food to cool before slowly eating. After they had all served themselves, Ma Xiaoshan finally took her turn. Ma Xiaoshan had remained still, her unease evident as Yun Yi entered and settled down with her own bowl of soup, prompting her to fixate anxiously on the pot. "It shouldn't be poisonous, right? It smells quite fragrant." In disbelief, Ma Xiaoshan exclaimed, "You even added meat." The slices of meat in the dish were unmistakably pork, explaining the delightful aroma. Yun Yi nodded, taking a sip of the soup, and encouraged you should try some too. Her nonchalant demeanor left no room for Ma Xiaoshan's objections. Yet, this felt like a squandering of precious ingredients. How could such valuable meat be mixed with these items? The group enjoyed their meal heartily, and Ma Xiaoshan added another bowl. Asking her, "Sister, why aren't you eating?" Ma Xiaoshan could not voice her fear of poison. She had accepted the invitation to dine and could not simply sit idle. She scooped a small portion in her bowl, picked up a pair of dark wood ear mushrooms, closed her eyes, and popped them into her mouth. The appearance of the food was sticky, but upon tasting, it was fragrant, crisp, and surprisingly chewy. Delicious. She sampled the bamboo shoots and shiitake mushrooms, discovering them even more delectable than the meat. The tender, sweet bamboo shoots, paired with the broth, were simply exquisite. No wonder everyone was enjoying the meal. Yun Yi had not prepared rice. They all feasted on this single dish until their bellies were full. Once the entire basin was emptied, Ma Xiaoshan went to wash it, accustomed to such chores at home and finding it entirely normal. Yun Yi did not react much, allowing her to proceed. After washing the bowl, she noticed a pile of vegetables beside Yun Yi: bamboo shoots, wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and wild cabbage. As a first-time crab eater, she no longer found these vegetables strange, having just savored so many of them, and perceived them as extremely delicious. How had they not known these items were edible? Ma Xiaoshan resolved to remember the appearance of these vegetables for future foraging, though she feared making a mistake. The mountains were abundant with wild vegetables, many resembling each other, and they only recognized a handful, primarily used to feed pigs and chickens. After the three little ones finished their meal, they went outside to play, while Yun Yiyi sat in the yard, enjoying the breeze. Ma Xiaoshan bit her lip, wanting to converse with Yun Yiyi, but unsure what to say. In the past, when with her friends, they would chat about trivial matters, such as which family's dog had given birth or which girl was getting married. Yet, Ma Xiaoshan sensed that Yun Yiyi did not favor such topics. Sitting there, the lazy sunlight bathed her in warmth, and for a moment, Ma Xiaoshan felt as if she were glowing. When that radiant figure turned to glance at her, she instantly blushed and felt flustered. It would have been strange not to notice such an intense gaze. Yun Yiyi inquired, "Do you need something?" Ma Xiaoshan's heart raced faster, her voice dropping to a whisper. Previously, she had looked down upon Yun Yiyi and had even harbored a slight fear of her, but now, with a newfound admiration, she felt nervous. "I just wanted to ask how you choose mushrooms. The mushrooms in the mountains all look alike, yet many are poisonous." "Do they?" Yun Yiyi had seen many mushrooms but did not recognize them, thus refraining from picking them. While it was true that most mushrooms appeared quite similar, upon closer inspection, they revealed differences. Yun Yiyi shook her head. "I can only identify a few types of mushrooms, like this one called shiitake, which is edible. As for the others, I am unsure." Ma Xiaoshan wished to inquire how Yun Yiyi had come to know about shiitake mushrooms, but hesitated, fearing that she would be seen as bothersome. Nevertheless, this did not diminish her admiration for Yun Yiyi. Surely, she had discovered this on her own. The thought of Yun Yiyi foraging in the mountains alone, through countless efforts, finally identifying these edible wild vegetables, made Ma Xiaoshan's heart swell with excitement. No wonder she rarely encountered anyone else in the mountains. It turned out she had been researching the various wild vegetables all along. Ma Xiaoshan felt a flush rise to her cheeks as she covertly glanced at Yun Yiyi, her heart pounding. On her way home, she decided to cook a large pot of soup using those shiitake mushrooms. The soup contained only a bit of oil and salt. It was still bursting with flavor. Ma's mother looked at the mushrooms with concern. "What is this? Can it be eaten?" Ma Xiaoshan confidently assured her it was perfectly safe. "There are mushrooms everywhere in the mountains. What if some are poisonous? You shouldn't pick them carelessly. We are not in such dire straits for food," Ma's mother fretted. "Mother, it's really fine," Ma Xiaoshan insisted, placing a piece of shiitake mushroom in her mouth. Ma Xiaoshan recognized the mushroom and joyfully fetched a bowl, drinking a huge mouthful of soup before her mother could intervene. The two enjoyed their meal heartily, attracting the attention of the other two children. Ma's mother sighed and, joining in, picked up a piece of shiitake mushroom, finding it surprisingly delightful. At Yun Yiyi's home, an unexpected visitor arrived. Old Lu and his son carried a wooden cabinet, encountering many people along the way. Everyone inquired where Old Lu was heading, to which he replied, "I am delivering a cabinet to the third daughter-in-law of the Yin family." This prompted a wave of murmurs, for the Yin family's third daughter-in-law had no apparent reason to receive such a fine cabinet. Cabinets, beds, and dressing tables were typically crafted for weddings or moving. Yun Yiyi typically purchases such items without much thought, which some may consider extravagant. Lao Lu merely spoke the truth without overanalyzing. In fact, the price of this cabinet was quite reasonable, especially compared to the previous creations tailored for Yun Yiyi. However, the weight of the cabinet necessitated a move. When he and his son transported it to the courtyard, they called out to Yun Yiyi. She hurried outside, and upon seeing the large object, a smile graced her lips. "Thank you, Lao Lu. Not a problem. Where shall I place it?" he inquired. Yun Yiyi pointed to the kitchen, saying, "Just set it here." She had already tidied up the kitchen, making it a perfect fit. Lao Lu and his son exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why a cabinet would be placed in such a location, especially one meant for cooking. What if it caught fire? Yet, with a cheerful demeanor, Yun Yiyi insisted, "Please, just put it here," even gesturing to emphasize her request. Lao Lu nodded in agreement, but left with a lingering sense of confusion about placing a cabinet in such an odd spot. After all, Yun Yiyi was indeed an eccentric individual. Upon opening the cabinet, she was quite pleased. Lao Lu proved to be a meticulous carpenter. The craftsmanship of the cabinet was exquisite, both airtight and sturdy. Two little ones rushed over. Yin Dasha, upon seeing the wooden cabinet, lost interest and wandered off. Yin Xiaoshuang echoed the carpenter's question. "Mother, why is the wardrobe here?" Yun Yiyi replied, because this is not a wardrobe. Without further explanation, she wiped down the cabinet inside and out. After observing for a while, Yin Xiaoshuang gradually discerned its uniqueness. This cabinet differed from the wardrobes in their home. For one, it was smaller, with shelves separating the top and bottom sections. He blinked and exclaimed, "Mother, this is a food cabinet." Yun Yiyi paused and smiled gently. Indeed, it is designed for storing ingredients. Yin Xiaoshuang remained, eagerly watching as she organized the food. He noticed that she hadn't yet transferred any food and decided to take 2 eggs and place them inside. Yun Yiyi raised an eyebrow. As he fetched another pair of eggs, seeing his determination to fill the cabinet, she shook her head. "All right, you can help me move the ingredients shortly." This was no ordinary food cabinet. It was called a refrigerator. Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Yin Xiaoshuang was intrigued rather than confused. A refrigerator? He mused, recognizing it as a box for storing ice. He noted how it resembled a large container when upright. In the summer heat, food spoils quickly, but in winter it does not. Hence, she planned to create a cold storage box to preserve food for a longer duration. Previously, Yun Yiyi had explained the principles of high and low temperatures, which Yin Xiaoshuang comprehended easily. He recalled the ice cubes she had made. They felt delightfully cold to the touch, a natural low-temperature material. Pondering, he realized he understood the concept. Yun Yiyi was beginning to make ice cubes, using the ample nitrate she had purchased earlier. The ice cubes produced from nitrate were indeed practical. It's amusing to think that ancient people mined nitrate for fireworks, only to later deem it of little use and cheap. Yin Xiaoshuang, though perplexed by this, recognized that these ice cubes were a product of Yun Yiyi's ingenuity. Each layer of the refrigerator contained a separate compartment, with a hole leading downwards. Yun Yiyi placed a basin behind the refrigerator, where she would store the prepared ice cubes. Then told Yin Xiaoshuang, "You can now place the food inside." Yin Xiaoshuang exclaimed in delight, scurrying to retrieve a large bamboo shoot. As he touched the interior, he felt a rush of cold air. The ice cubes would eventually melt, and even though Yun Yiyi had enhanced the refrigerator, making it thicker than a typical wooden cabinet, the ice would still liquefy. The holes in each compartment allowed melted water to drain, preventing the entire refrigerator from becoming a soggy mess. This was the simplest refrigerator she could conceive at present. Fortunately, nitrate was still reasonably priced, allowing her to afford it. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoshuang was eager to help. Despite his small stature and limited strength, he cleverly brought over a basket and filled it with various vegetables. Yun Yiyi watched him, amused, as he struggled to pull the basket. He found it fascinating, reminiscent of the excitement he felt while building the chicken coop, as he often had to touch and explore it. Observing him continuously fill the cabinet with food, Yun Yiyi allowed him to indulge. "Remember to close the door later," she reminded him. "Yes." Yin Xiaoshuang nodded seriously, committing it to memory. Chapter 60. Preserved meat. Creating a refrigerator from wood is not ideal, as wooden products are prone to decay. Prolonged exposure to ice would eventually dampen the wooden refrigerator, shortening its lifespan. Yun Yiyi considered applying a layer of paint or using better materials, but seemed that such substances did not exist in this world. Alternatives would be costly and challenging to work with. She had yet to ascertain the availability of skilled blacksmiths or artisans in this region. What fascinated the children was merely a temporary solution in her eyes. She planned to utilize the best materials when the opportunity arose. In this world without plastic, perhaps she could explore using brass or similar materials. Yun Yiyi calculated rapidly in her mind, realizing that to achieve a better life, she needed to earn more money. Her current efforts were merely a beginning. With winter approaching, she also intended to prepare some dried goods. Now that the weather had turned cold, and with her new refrigerator, she could store more food. Yun Yiyi aimed to make preserved meat, believing it tastier and more flavorful than fresh meat, a tradition her family upheld annually. Although ancient societies experienced 4 distinct seasons, she noted that summer was fleeting, characterized only by brief moments of heat. This was not surprising, given the pristine air quality and absence of industrial pollutants in ancient times. The environment remained unspoiled, leading to cooler temperatures for most of the year, which posed a challenge for many. However, the cool climate was ideal for food preservation. In preparation, Yun Yiyi retrieved over a dozen large pieces of meat from her storage, each layered with fat and weighing several pounds. Given that preserved meat lasts long, she planned to make a substantial batch to enjoy gradually. She placed the meat in a large basin, then turned her attention to cooking rice and stir-frying 2 small dishes, finally preparing an egg soup ready to eat. She had become quite adept at cooking, completing her tasks swiftly. Within half an hour, the dishes were prepared, yet the rice needed more time to cook. Hearing the sounds of cooking, the two little ones entered the kitchen, naturally spotting the meat. Yandasha, seeing such a bounty for the first time, pointed at the basin in astonishment. Meat, meat, so much meat. Although they regularly ate meat, Yandasha had never seen such a quantity together. The sight was indeed impressive. In Yin Xiaoshuang's eyes, the meat appeared abundant, enough to last for a long time. Yet in Yin Dasha's imagination, the meat transformed into fragrant braised dishes, stews, and meatballs, eliciting a gleeful smile as he licked his lips. Yun Yiyi cast a sideways glance at them, asking, "What are you laughing about? Hurry and bring the dishes inside." She then carried a bowl of egg-drop soup, which had just come to a boil, careful not to spill it, as it could burn. Generally, she did not allow the children to carry such items. The two children understood and carefully brought in a plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers and a plate of sautéed bok choy, both with serious expressions. Afraid of spilling the food, today was a rest day, and the two little ones did not have to attend classes. Yun Yiyi decided not to hold a class for the two little ones, intending instead to let them retire for the night while she attended to the meat. However, the two children were brimming with energy, their bright, watery eyes fixed on her, unwilling to leave. Yin Daswang approached and hugged her leg, rubbing his chubby face against her, saying, "Mother, I want to see the meat." Yun Yiyi replied, "What is there to see about meat? Don't you eat it every day?" Yin Xiaoshuang tilted his head back and insisted, "Mother will certainly handle all that meat. There is so much that the refrigerator can't hold it all. It will spoil." He gestured with his hands, forming a large circle to indicate just how much meat there was. Yin Daswang didn't quite understand what a refrigerator was, but knowing that Xiaoshuang shared the same sentiment, he nodded in agreement. He even understood the principle of analogical reasoning, realizing that while a refrigerator can store food, it cannot accommodate such a vast quantity of meat. Nonetheless, Yun Yiyi recognized that although the refrigerator preserves food, it merely prolongs its freshness rather than offers eternal preservation. Given Yin Xiaoshuang's strong learning ability, she felt she should seize the opportunity to explain this in detail to avoid misleading him. "All right, I plan to make this meat into cured meat so it can be preserved longer. If you're interested, come over," Yun Yiyi announced as she stood up. Yin Dashuang's eyes lit up, and unlike his usual lethargy, he eagerly grabbed the bowls and chopsticks, scampering after Yin Xiaoshuang like a curious little creature, asking, "Mother, what is cured meat?" He knew it was meat and that it must be delicious. Yun Yiyi found it amusing. It was only when it came to food that Yin Daswang exhibited such enthusiasm. She could not explain the intricacies of cured meat in a short time, so she simply said, "It involves applying a lot of seasoning to the meat, then smoking it. It's always quite tasty." Yin Dashuang's eyes twinkled as he repeated, "Delicious." He looked as though he could hardly wait to take a bite. After washing her own bowl and the dish, Yun Yiyi stepped aside, allowing the two little ones to clean their own bowls and chopsticks. The rice bowls, free of grease and freshly used, were easy to wash, yet they immersed them in hot water, diligently scrubbing them over and over. Yun Yiyi did not intend for them to take on a heavy workload, but she hoped they could manage these small tasks independently. This not only nurtured their self-sufficiency, but also fostered a sense of belonging and accomplishment within the family. In the past, when she enjoyed conducting experiments, she always did so alone in the kitchen, keeping the two little ones at bay to prevent them from thinking they should stay away. This time, however, as she prepared cured meat, she invited them to join in, imparting new knowledge to them. Indeed, while cured meat existed in this world, few people bothered to make it. They typically opted for marinated meat, skipping the final smoking step. Yun Yiyi simply loved the flavor of cured meat. "Please bring the stools over," she instructed the two little ones. They obediently brought 2 small stools. Yun Yiyi laid out the necessary seasonings on the table and sat down, speaking as she worked. "This meat needs to be coated with 1,000 grams of salt, evenly distributed." As she poured the salt onto the meat, Yin Daswang observed the snow-white layer of salt forming on the surface, resembling a blanket of snow, glistening and beautiful, making him swallow hard. Yin Xiaoshuang asked, "What is 1,000 grams?" Yin Daswang, who understood simple arithmetic, would count using his fingers, and when that was insufficient, he would resort to his toes. However, Yun Yiyi was quite satisfied with their basic understanding. She and taught them the conversions between grams and kilograms. The world of knowledge is boundless, and if she were to systematically feed them everything, it might do more harm than good. Furthermore, they were still young, and she did not wish to force knowledge upon them. Yet, with the current opportunity, she took the time to enlighten them. Yin Daswang showed little interest in the numbers. His gaze fixed on the meat, his little hands itching to touch it. Yun Yiyi said, "If you wish to experience it, you may." After washing his hands thoroughly, Yin Daswang excitedly touched the meat, attempting to apply salt to it. Due to the ambient temperature, the meat was naturally cold to the touch, firm, with the occasional piece being quite soft. Yin Xiaoshuang seemed to still be contemplating the amount of salt, and Yun Yiyi paid no mind to whether they understood, waving him over to try as well. Yin Daswang's eyes widened. Wow. It was his first time engaging in such an activity, carefully sprinkling salt over the meat, anxious about applying too much in one spot or too little in another. However, upon seeing Yun Yiyi's neutral expression, he finally relaxed and joined in on the fun, discovering increasing enjoyment in the process. While they played, Yun Yiyi shared some stories with them, and by the time she felt the salt had adequately penetrated the meat, an hour had passed. Only then did she add an appropriate amount of soy sauce, white sugar, and white wine to the bowl, stirring it occasionally. Yin Daswang curiously inquired, "Mother, is that all?" "Not so fast. It needs to marinate for a few days before it can be smoked," Yun Yiyi explained. Oh. Yin Daswang glanced at the meat in the bowl, his eyes narrowing contentedly, his hands smelling of meat. Yun Yiyi prepared a basin of warm water for them to wash their hands thoroughly. As the meat continued to marinate, Yun Yiyi remembered to check on it periodically, ensuring it was thoroughly infused with flavor. The two little ones often thought about the cured meat. The following day, as the flavors developed, Yun Yiyi pierced each piece of meat with a hole, threading them with cotton string and hanging them from the eaves of the kitchen. She intended to let them hang for a few days before beginning the smoking process. Yun Yiyi had heard that cured meat in this area was often brushed with sulfur, enhancing the pork's vibrant color. However, knowing that excessive sulfur could be harmful, she naturally would not follow suit. Smoking the meat required a smoking rack, and since no one in the village engaged in this practice, Yun Yiyi found herself in a bit of a quandary. Without a rack, she could find a substitute. After all she needed was a frame. She could simply construct a makeshift shelter for smoking the meat, but that came with risks. The only substitute she could find would be wooden items, and if the fire became too intense, igniting the wooden frame could shorten the smoking time and perhaps compromise the flavor. The two little ones were oblivious to Yun Yiyi's concerns, only aware that the cured meat was nearing completion, lamenting the absence of a smoking rack. Chapter 61. The smoking rack what? You want to smoke meat? Yin Mu suddenly asked. The children were playing nearby, with Yin Dashuang's loud voice discussing cured meat. This meat was something he had personally marinated, albeit with only a small contribution. Yin Yuan blinked, turning his small body to ask, "Grandmother, what is cured meat?" Yin Mu had eaten cured meat before. It was not a rare delicacy, just labor-intensive and requiring a lot of firewood, which discouraged people from making it. Yin Daswang chimed in, "Mother said it's delicious meat. Better than marinated meat." Yin Mu frowned, asking, "Where's your mother? Did she go to buy meat again? If there's only a little for smoking, it would waste firewood." Cured meat requires smoking, and whether it's a small piece or a large batch, the smoking time remains the same. In the past, when a village butcher slaughtered pigs, he had not sold the meat during the birth of his daughter-in-law's child. To preserve it, he smoked the cured meat. Later, when the child had a full month celebration, everyone in the village attended, and each table had a few pieces of cured meat. Yunmu did not find it particularly tasty, but after all, it was still meat. However, she questioned why the third daughter-in-law was busying herself with such tasks. Wouldn't it be simpler to just marinate the meat? She gently patted Yin Xiaoshuang's head and quietly asked, "Xiaoshuang, tell grandmother why your mother plans to smoke the meat?" Yin Xiaoshuang pouted, pondering for a few seconds before replying. "Because the pot likes to eat," was momentarily taken aback, turning her head to gaze at the plump. Although had overheard their conversation, he did not grasp the implication of S' subtle deflection. With his chest puffed out, he proudly proclaimed, "Grandmother, I love to eat cured meat. Not only cured meat, but also braised pork, meatballs, and fish-flavored shredded pork." He relished anything his mother prepared. How could know about cured meat? A thought flickered through his mind. Yet she failed to capture it. Naturally, she did not suspect that would lie. She merely assumed that had heard about cured meat from somewhere and insisted on asking to make it. Was indeed a doting mother, although was unaware of their opinion of. His little heart sensed that earlier demeanor towards his mother was not very friendly. He lowered his gaze and remarked, "But grandmother, we cannot smoke the meat." Suddenly, recalled this matter as well, Flailing his arms joyfully, Mother said we do not have a smoking rack. The two little ones appeared a tad disappointed, their little tufts of hair drooping. Cured meat was quite troublesome. Perhaps it specially set aside some meat for them. Wall did not agree with this notion. She endeavored to assist them. You should ask your mother if she needs any help. I can reach out to the family of. Immediately responded, we need it. Chuckled. I recall that families sell such items. They should be able to lend us one. Although unaware of the specific purpose of a smoking rack, understood that having it meant he could enjoy cured meat, thus feeling immensely satisfied. Gathered her two little ones on her lap, somewhat surprised. You two have truly become resourceful. You even know how to help me solve problems. Previously, she had intended to craft a smoking rack from a few bamboo sticks herself, as she believed no one in the village possessed one, and she had not planned to seek assistance. Unexpectedly, her two little ones provided a delightful surprise. The shop where worked seemed to sell sundries, and it was possible that they might use a smoking rack themselves. Beamed, it was my idea. Shot him a cool glance, but remained silent. The fact that they lacked a smoking rack was indeed disclosed by himself. Smiled, you two are quite clever. As a reward, let us make some snacks together tonight. As eyes widen, make snacks? Since their last experience of marinating meat together, had discovered that her little ones cherished engaging in hands-on activities, and she felt it was a splendid way to enhance their practical skills. Why not indulge in this? Focused on the snacks, asking softly, what snack shall we make? Ponder for a moment. Let us make red bean paste buns. She had plenty of red bean paste in her bag, packaged neatly, and had not yet brought it out to eat. After all, with ready-made snacks available, she found it tedious to prepare them herself. On a whim, she decided to give it a try. Who easily gained weight, eagerly favored sweet delicacies. He adored all sorts of treats, be it red bean paste buns or custard buns, and upon hearing they could make some, he nodded enthusiastically. However, contemplated the shape and amount of filling for the red bean paste buns they had eaten days prior, determined not to embarrass himself later. Yet, after much thought, he could only conjure a vague impression. His puzzled expression made him appear somewhat silly. Seizing the moment, had already poured the ready-made red bean paste into a bowl. The paste looked appealing, with visible bits of red bean skins, indicating it was genuine red beans crushed into paste. A delightful sweetness wafted from the bowl, rich and fragrant, making one yearn to taste it immediately. In another bowl, had poured in flour. Given the current weather, ordinary flour was not conducive to fermentation. Thus, she retrieved a packet of self-rising bun flour from her bag. As the name suggests, once the flour is kneaded, it can rise on its own, resulting in fluffy and soft steam buns. This particular packet of flour seemed tailored for children, as it included several adorable molds. Added warm water and began kneading the flour. The two little ones had already washed their hands thoroughly and rolled their sleeves up to their elbows, awaiting instructions. Naturally, would not allow the children to knead the dough, as it would create a mess that would be difficult to clean. The flour was sticky, and she moistened her hands to prevent the dough from adhering. If it became too wet, she would add more flour. If it was too dry, she would add more water. Gradually, under her skillful hands, the self-rising bun flour transformed into a large dough ball, visibly rising. This should be about right. Turning around, she noticed the two little ones gazing at her intently. Chuckled. Can you wrap them? Pursed his lips, remaining silent. Replied, Mother will teach me. Said, all right, I will first wrap a red bean paste bun. You both watch closely. She lowered the kneaded dough so that both children could reach it. Initially intending to wrap a standard red bean paste bun, she was inspired by the molds beside her and thought of something different. Also spotted the intriguing metal molds he had never seen before and found them quite novel. Picking one up and turning it over in his hands, Mother, what is this? Looked on with some confusion. A star? A duck? Yes. These are molds for making red bean paste buns. Pay attention. Did not elaborate further, knowing that once she demonstrated, they would understand. She rolled some dough into a ball, flattened it, placed some red bean paste in the center, and then pressed the star-shaped mold onto the dough, creating a large star pattern. This looked incredibly fun, and was instantly captivated, excitedly patting his hands against his pants, eager to try it himself. Seeing this, said, wash your hands again. There were several molds, including stars, ducks, little rabbits, and fish. Having seen many of his illustrated books, the two little ones felt no sense of dissonance, only immense delight. Also crafted numerous little ducks. Initially, their red bean paste buns were somewhat abstract, but gradually they became more proficient, and by the end, S. Little Rabbit was exquisitely crafted and utterly adorable. Of course, the molds contributed to the charm, but his dough-making skills were improving as well. Not using molds, also fashioned a few small buns. Children naturally love to imitate adults, and seeing work without molds, the two little ones blinked and put down their molds. They busily created many small animal-shaped red bean paste buns. But soon they felt a bit of aesthetic fatigue and wished to make something more interesting. Previously, they had enjoyed molding clay figures. So now they took some dough in their hands, disregarding the red bean paste filling, and focused intently on shaping it. Did not interrupt their creative process. Noticing the time was nearing, she struck a match to start a fire and placed a pot of water on the stove. The water boiled quickly, and when steam began to rise from the pot, she placed the red bean paste buns made by the children inside. The two little ones continued shaping their dough, and upon seeing starting to steam the buns, they were filled with joy. "Mother, when will they be ready?" "Estimated about 10 minutes, I suppose." She had previously mentioned that a tea break equated to 10 minutes when explaining time to the children. Seemed to recall this, nodding earnestly, while vaguely remembered the short duration and hastened his pace, determined to create a magnificent masterpiece for the second batch. Crafted a round head and then a larger, rounder body, with two long, flat ovals made as wings beside it. Glanced over and praised, "This duck is very well made. I almost mistook it for a real one." These words are naturally meant to encourage the little ones. Although she usually appears stern with them, she never fails to offer words of praise, hoping to instill in them a profound sense of accomplishment. Indeed, Yin Xiaoshuang's cheeks puffed up with a hint of rosy hue on the right side, and he became even more earnest in his efforts. Yin Dazhuang, observing this, seemed similarly inspired, putting forth greater effort. Yun Yiyi approached, intending to commend him as well. But despite her keen observation, she could not discern what he had created. In Chapter 62, Do Sha Bao, Yin Dazhuang wore a serious expression, seemingly engaged in the creation of a remarkable masterpiece. His steam bun was quite large, composed of numerous round shapes, a big circle accompanied by an even larger one, adorned with several smaller circles affixed to the larger one. Yun Yiyi, unable to comprehend this, found her words of praise lingering unspoken on her lips. Yin Dazhuang looked up at her expectantly, calling out, "Mother." Upon noticing the two plump legs beneath the large circle, she recalled the various items the little ones had interacted with, most of which she had explained to them. She remarked, "Dazhuang, this pig is wonderfully chubby." Yin Dazhuang's eyes dimmed with disappointment as he lowered his gaze. Yun Yiyi looked at the chaotic creation, her lips twitching slightly, remaining silent. Yin Dazhuang pointed to the large circle, declaring, "This is Mother-S head," then gestured to the larger circle, "This is Mother-S body," and indicated the two pig legs. "These are Mother-S legs." As he continued to elaborate, Yun Yiyi gently pinched his cheek and said kindly, "Dazhuang, perhaps it would be better if you refrained from molding Mother in the future." Yin Dazhuang innocently asked why. A sudden memory struck Yun Yiyi when she first arrived. Yin Dazhuang had been outside playing with mud, loudly proclaiming that his version of Mother was quite lifelike. She mused that some thoughts were better left unexamined. If it weren't for Yin Dazhuang's crystal-clear eyes, she might have believed he was intentionally teasing her. She wished to avoid further instances of him molding her, yet could not shatter the child's confidence. Thus, she advised, "You should not always mold the same thing. Try creating other items to improve your skills." Yin Dazhuang's eyes lit up with understanding as he nodded in agreement. Yun Yiyi sighed in relief. She calculated the time. The dough sha bao in the pot was nearly ready, so she fetched a damp cloth to place over the lid before lifting it. A delightful sight greeted her. A plethora of plump little animal-shaped dough sha bao emerged. Some were rather misshapen, yet their forms were still discernible, appearing quite pleasing. Dozens of others were remarkably crafted, vividly lifelike. Yun Yiyi transferred the dough sha bao onto a plate for the little ones to marvel at their creations. Their eyes indeed sparkled with excitement. Yin Xiaoshuang picked up a duck-shaped dough sha bao with chopsticks, and within his eyes, it seemed as if little stars twinkled. This particular dough sha bao was crafted by him, likely a later endeavor, and was exceptionally well made with an attractive design. Yin Dazhuang also seized the duck, cruelly biting off its head, causing a rich filling of sweet bean paste to ooze out. With a second bite, he devoured nearly half of its body. Yun Yiyi placed the remaining dough into the pot, smiling as she inquired, "Is it delicious?" Yin Dazhuang replied, "Delicious." Perhaps it was the fact that he had made them himself, but he felt these dough sha bao tasted better than ever before. Initially reluctant, Yin Xiaoshuang soon followed suit, taking a bite of a star-shaped dough sha bao he had crafted. While making the dough, sha bao, he had secretly marked one of the star's corners with the tip of his chopsticks. Yun Yiyi also began to enjoy a few dough sha bao. The second batch was ready, and both children eagerly glanced over. Yun Yiyi peeked into the pot, but winced slightly. The shapes of the two buns were entirely indistinguishable, likely due to an overly successful fermentation. Yin Xiaoshuang's duck-shaped bun remained somewhat recognizable, though its eyes and mouth had swollen disproportionately. As for Yin Dazhuang's creation, it was merely a shapeless mass. She placed the final products on a plate. Yin Dazhuang's bun, already large, appeared even more colossal after steaming, nearly obscuring the smaller dough sha bao beneath it. He took a bite, only to grimace, while not unpleasant. The bun lacked sweetness as Yun Yiyi had omitted sugar from the dough. He pushed the bun forward, believing he was unobserved. Yun Yiyi casually remarked, "Since you have taken a bite, you must finish it." Yin Dazhuang reluctantly lifted his head, clearly unwilling. He even contemplated asking Yun Yiyi to help him eat it, wanting to act cute, but upon seeing her serious expression, he resignedly picked up the bun. That particular look on his mother's face indicated she would show no mercy. The dough was quite filling. A small amount was sufficient to satiate, especially for Yin Dazhuang. After consuming his giant bun, his belly had noticeably expanded. He resolved never to mold mother again, thinking next time he might mold his younger brother instead, as his brother was smaller and would require far less dough. Most importantly, he would not have to eat as much. After enjoying the dough sha bao, he soon felt thirsty. When dough absorbs water, it expands. There's a saying that consuming a bun and then drinking copious amounts of water is akin to having eaten 10 buns. Concerned they might feel uncomfortable from fullness, Yun Yiyi temporarily forbade them from drinking water. The two little ones, though puzzled, refrained from quenching their thirst. Observing this, Yun Yiyi offered them 2 apples to alleviate their thirst. The plate still held many dough sha bao, all crafted by the 2 children. Yin Dazhuang selected the more aesthetically pleasing ones to eat, while Yin Xiaoshuang opted for the less attractive ones, resulting in a rather uneven quality among the dough sha bao. Yun Yiyi took out a few for them, suggesting, "These dough sha bao are your creations. Why not share some with Grandma?" Yin Dazhuang, who had been lounging about, perked up at this, exclaiming, "Can we?" In recent days, he had learned that the white flour they consumed was quite precious, only available because mother provided it for every meal. Though he was too young to ponder where she obtained the money to buy such flour, he understood that she treated them with utmost care. As these dough sha bao were crafted by his own hands, he yearned to showcase them. Ideally, he wished to stand beneath the sky and proclaim to all, "Come and see, these are all my creations," unaware of his childlike musings. Yun Yiyi replied with a gentle smile, "Of course, you may share them with Grandma and Grandpa. After all, you poured your hearts into creating them. However, you have just eaten, so perhaps you should wait a while before going." Yin Xiaoshuang nodded, using his chopsticks to place the best-looking dough sha bao on top, revealing his desire to show off. Yin Erseo cheered as she snatched a meat pie and took a large bite, discovering it was filled with plenty of ingredients, pork mingled with cabbage, all fatty and sizzling with oil. Though it had cooled, it retained its delightful aroma. After consuming most of the pie, she inquired, "Did you eat?" Yin Urge glanced over, shaking his head before nodding. "I already ate in the county." The pot still held warm porridge. He had not eaten dinner and could help himself to some. Yin Erseo finished the last morsel of the pie. She was not particularly skilled in cooking. The vegetables in the porridge were chopped irregularly, but Yin Urge didn't mind, mixing it with pickled vegetables for a bowl. At that moment, Yin Kai rushed over. "Second aunt, second uncle." Upon finishing her pie, Yin Erseo was in good spirits and greeted him. "Yin Kai, what brings you here? Did mother send you to relay a message?" "Zan Kai zet ponde." Grandma said that third aunt plans to make cured meat and asked if second uncle could lend her a smoking rack. Yun Yiyi intends to smoke cured meat, and she wants to trouble Yin Qingren. Yin Erseo immediately felt displeased, her expression darkening. "Why doesn't she come to me directly? Why send you to relay the message? If she needs help, shouldn't she come to me in person? Only then would I consider it." Yin Kai scratched his head, unsure of what was on Yin Erseo's mind. However, sensing her discontent, he swiftly shifted his focus back to Yin Urge. Yin Ergu had just finished a bowl of congee and overheard Yin Kai's words. So he stepped outside. Sandy may wants to smoke meat, but her family has no pigs. In this day and age, very few people engage in smoking meat. Only those who have slaughtered pigs would consider it. There's a saying that smoked meat lasts longer than salted meat, and only those with an abundance of meat would undertake such a task. However, In these times, many struggle to fill their own bellies, let alone raise pigs. Where'd one find pigs to slaughter? Yun Yiyi's family was even less likely to have any, as she had not raised any. Yin Saw's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Why would she bother to make cured meat with just 1 pound of meat? And she even wants your second uncle to borrow things. You're too young to understand. Borrowing things from others can be quite awkward, and one often has to lower their head." She had purchased 7 or 8 pounds of meat herself to make preserved meat, but for some reason, it had begun to smell a bit foul. Nevertheless, Yin Saw paid little heed, as she recalled that the meat from previous years had been similar, and it had not upset her stomach. In fact, there were years when they had no meat at all. Yin Erge cleared his throat and remarked that the shopkeeper indeed had an old meat smoking rack that he rarely used. Borrowing it for a day or two wouldn't be difficult. Yin Saw fell silent, though she still felt a tinge of displeasure. Yin Erge patted her shoulder in a comforting gesture, saying, "I will bring you meat pies tomorrow." Yin Saw's eyes gleamed, but she feigned reluctance, saying, "That will cost quite a bit of money. Our boss knows the vendor selling the pies, and each pie can save us a copper coin. If I buy 1, it's equivalent to saving a penny. If I buy 2 tomorrow, we save 2 pennies. Upon reflection, Yin Saw realized the truth in this reasoning and smiled brightly, declaring, "Then I want 2. The meat pies were indeed delicious, and she felt she hadn't eaten enough and longed for more. Yin Erge sighed in relief and promptly agreed. Yin Kai stood nearby, fixated on his shoes, unsure how to insert himself into their conversation. A glance at Yin Saw, who had said nothing, prompted him to hastily complete his task and depart. Chapter 63. The beginning of smoking meat. Yin Shuang and Yin Shuang brought their homemade red bean paste buns to Yin Mu's house. Yin Mu had always enjoyed giving them treats, so the 2 little ones had a good rapport with her. As soon as Yin Shuang arrived outside, he called out, "Grandma, Grandma." The days were growing darker earlier now, and as dusk settled, Yin Mu was busy sewing by the dim light when she heard his voice. Yin Shuang strode ahead, carrying a basket, while Yin Shuang, also with a basket, struggled to keep pace behind him. "Be careful, you too," Yin Mu cautioned. "Grandma, try the red bean buns." Yin Shuang set the basket down and lifted the white cloth covering it, revealing dozens of plump red bean paste buns shaped like ducks, stars, rabbits, and fish, all looking quite adorable. While these charming treats were visually appealing, Yin Mu was concerned about another matter. This was fine white flour. Furrowing her brow, she asked, "When did your mother buy white flour again?" Yin Shuang replied, "She hasn't tea. He hasn't tea gone out these days. But we eat white flour every day, so she must have bought it before." Yin Mu's frown remained as she listened to Yin Shuang continue. "We have plenty at home." Yin Mu sighed, took a small red bean bun, and bit into it. The fine flour was indeed delightful, yielding a tender texture. And with another bite, she discovered the sweet aroma of red bean paste within. "Is it delicious, Grandma?" Yin Shuang inquired. Noticing the red bean bun in Yin Mu's hand appeared to be one of his creations. Nodding, Yin Mu affirmed, "It's delicious." She took one from the basket and offered it to each of the little ones, but both declined. Yin Shuang mentioned, "Wo and Gua have already eaten a lot." Yin Shuang proudly proclaimed, "I even had an apple." Seeing their refusal, Yin Mu ceased her insistence. The red bean buns were small, and after Yin Mu finished the last bite, Yin Shuang beamed, declaring, "Grandma, that star-shaped one is mine." "What?" Yin Mu momentarily faltered. Yin Shuang pointed to the buns in the basket, saying, "These are the ones I made, and those are my brother's." In truth, he couldn't distinguish which were his creations, but he pointed randomly, claiming half. Yin Shuang, seizing the moment, nodded in agreement, "Yes." "You too claimed these white flour buns are your handiwork? What about your mother?" Yan Mu inquired, somewhat disapprovingly, thinking that the third daughter-in-law must be quite lazy to waste such valuable flour on 3-year-old children. Yin Shuang immediately replied, "Mother made them too." Wu and Gua insisted on helping with the red bean buns. Yin Shuang boasted, "Didn't I do well?" In truth, he was most proud of the one shaped like Yun Yiyi, but alas, he had already devoured it, leaving nothing for display. The red bean buns were indeed excellently crafted, despite their small size revealing their origin as children's work. Each was endearingly cute. This rabbit, at first glance, seemed a bit silly, but upon closer inspection, it was quite amusing. Unfamiliar with the cartoon-style rabbit, Yin Mu simply smiled kindly. "You did well." Grinning widely, Yin Shuang said, "I want to take one to find Yin Yuan." Typically, white flour buns were meant to be shared, but since they were a gift from the children, Yin Mu nodded, "Go ahead." The 2 little ones set off to find Yin Yuan, who was playing alone by the drainage ditch at that moment. Upon finding him, Yin Shuang offered him a rabbit bun, and soon their little heads huddled together, discussing plans for fishing the next day. Yin Mu shook her head, saying, "These are from your third aunt. Wash your hands before you eat." Yin Yuan promptly agreed, quickly washed his hands, and grabbed a white flour bun, only to discover it had a filling. After finishing one, he sought another, and Yin Mu did not stop him. These red bean buns were small, each no bigger than a child's fist, and being fermented, they were even smaller before baking. After consuming two, Yin Yuan felt no discomfort in his belly. He simply enjoyed the taste and desired more. Though children from impoverished families often mature quickly, they were still quite young. Yin Yuan was not even made to do chores. Yin Fu paid little mind to these details. As he savored a duck-shaped red bean bun, he praised, "Not bad. Who would have thought we could enjoy the buns made by the Shuang and Xiao Shuang?" At this moment, Yin Fu thought how these little grandchildren were already showing such filial piety. Yin Mu, meanwhile, could not comprehend why Yun Yiyi had chosen to do this. Initially, she assumed Yun Yiyi was merely lazy, but after hearing Yin Xiaoshuang's words, she realized this was a matter of indulging the children. Ultimately, how they lived was of no concern to her. Once the dozens of red bean buns were shared, they began to rest, and the day passed just like that. When Yin Ergo began work, he inquired about the smoking rack with the shopkeeper, who readily replied, "If you need it, take it. Just return it to the storage room when you're done. We won't be using it this year." The smoking rack was not large, made of iron, and could be folded in the middle. Though it had some weight, it was quite convenient to carry. After work, Yin Ergo made his way directly to Yun Yiyi's home, intending to return the smoking rack and offer his assistance. The three brothers had maintained a good relationship. Yet since Yin Qing's departure, he had not visited their home in quite some time. It was not that he did not wish to go. Rather, Yun Yiyi did not welcome them. He hoped that, by lending her something, he would not be turned away this time. As these thoughts wandered through his mind, he heard Yin Shuang call out, "Second uncle." Yin Xiaoshuang was not by his side. Perhaps due to their twin bond, the pair usually stayed together, prompting Yin Ergo to curiously ask, "Where is Xiaoshuang?" Yin Shuang, feeling a bit wronged, replied, "My brother is studying." Today, Yun Yiyi had told them a new story, and Yin Xiaoshuang was not playing with him, dedicating himself to his studies. Finding it dull, he wandered alone, poking around with a stick. Yin Ergo had attended school for a few years, but due to poverty, he had to drop out, and he was not particularly studious. Having learned only a few characters, he began attending school at the age of 8, while these two little ones are merely 3 years old. I have not heard of them engaging in any studies. Furthermore, at this age, no one would accept them. Just as Yin Ergo was about to inquire further, Yun Yiyi emerged from within, inviting him, "Ergo, please come in and sit." "No need," he replied. "I heard from Mother that Sandy May would be preparing smoked meat, so I borrowed the smoking rack for you to inspect." Instantly, Yin Ergo forgot about his previous thoughts. What need was there to discuss education? It was likely just the innocent musings of Yin Shuang. Although the rack was rudimentary, it bore similarities to the roasting apparatus of later times, exceeding her expectations considerably. Indeed, the wisdom of ancient peoples is boundless. She nodded with satisfaction, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Ergo." On his last visit, Yun Yiyi had treated him with icy disdain. Yet since Sandy had fought on their behalf, he felt a lingering sense of indebtedness and bore no resentment. Now, witnessing Yun Yiyi's normal demeanor, he felt somewhat flattered by her warmth. Lowering his voice, he said, "Sandy May, do not be so formal. If you require further assistance, please feel free to ask." Yun Yiyi's eyes sparkled as she thought of a request. Yin Ergo inquired, "What is it?" "I plan to smoke the meat tomorrow, so I would like to set up the smoking shed tonight. Could you lend me a hand?" She replied. Yin Ergo readily agreed, though he pondered how large a shed was truly necessary for smoking just a piece of meat. Yun Yiyi had previously gathered a substantial amount of firewood, including some cypress branches, which he had asked Zhou Cheng to cut, for these branches yield the most fragrant cured meat. Although Yin Ergo had never smoked meat himself, he had assisted his employer in building similar structures before and found the task manageable. He placed the smoking rack in the spacious courtyard, spread straw over it, and arranged some of the firewood beneath the rack, setting the remainder aside. "Sandy May, you have prepared an abundance of firewood. It is rather excessive," he remarked as he moved the logs. "This amount could smoke an entire fat pig." Yun Yiyi responded, "It is not excessive. I intend to smoke the meat from morning until afternoon. Yin Ergo was taken aback. Typically, others would only smoke meat for a couple of hours before the firewood was consumed, but Yun Yiyi's plan would surely require constant replenishing of the wood. He understood that voicing his thoughts would likely provoke her disapproval, so he kept silent, merely nodding in understanding. Yun Yiyi's eyes narrowed with a smile. This method ensures the cured meat is flavorful. You have assisted me greatly, so as a token of my appreciation, I shall share a piece of the cured meat with you. Yin Ergu paused momentarily before insisting. No need, Sandime. You need not be so courteous. It is merely a small favor. Does Saw share your sentiments? Yun Yiyi inweeded. Her words bore a sharpness that rendered Yin Ergu momentarily speechless. Turning to observe her as she busied herself at the firewood, he noted her alabaster complexion and bright eyes, devoid of sarcasm, simply stating a fact. In his recollection, Yun Yiyi had always been this way, offering no easy way out. However, given the current situation, he found her demeanor somewhat more agreeable. At least she was willing to communicate with relatives and accept their assistance. I have already spoken with Saw. Do not worry, she will not object. Yanegi Asuot. In truth, the vendor selling meat pies had not arrived today, and he had refrained from bringing any for Yin Saw, fearing an outburst, which is why he had come directly to Yun Yiyi's home. He was aware that the two women had a troubled relationship. Although he could not grasp the nuances of their disputes, he recognized the potential for conflict and sought to soothe the situation. Yun Yi blinked and smiled brightly. Is that so? Yin Ergu was unperturbed. Indeed, Sandime, rest assured that she will be pleased I am here to help. We are all family, and there are no lingering grudges. Yin Ergu was quite eloquent. Previously, Yun Yi had often quarreled with Yin Saw over trivial matters, but as issues accumulated, Yin Saw had held on to her grievances, as she was the one who suffered most. Men naturally do not comprehend the subtleties of women's feelings, assuming their disputes are mere trifles without significance. Yun Yi stated firmly, regardless, I must express my gratitude. I will certainly compensate you for your assistance, and I will ensure Mother receives her share as well. So please do not decline. Yin Ergu sensed something amiss. Had not Yin Mu said that Yun Yi had only purchased a small amount of meat? This sounded more akin to the weight of an entire pig. Sandime, how much meat did you buy? He inquired tentatively. Yun Yi candidly replied, approximately 100 or so jin. That was roughly the weight of a whole pig, Yin Ergu thought, astounded. The well-fed pigs raised here typically weighed around 200 jin. He did not refuse her offer, merely asking if she needed assistance the following day as he departed. Yun Yi smiled in agreement. She would be smoking meat all day and would welcome any help. Rising early in preparation for the smoking process, Yun Yiyi had allowed the marinated meat to hang for several days. She laid each piece evenly across the smoking rack, covered it, and struck a match to ignite the fire. Smoking meat is a lengthy endeavor, and the smoke filled the air. Unable to tolerate the smoke, Yun Yiyi retreated into the house after igniting the fire. She would occasionally step outside to check. If the fire waned, she would add more wood, and if it blazed too fiercely, she would sprinkle sawdust to temper the flames. At their age, the two little ones were particularly fascinated by fire. They ventured out several times to observe, but Yun Yiyi forbade them from approaching the flames. They stood at a distance, poking at the ash with sticks. Finding their antics amusing, Yun Yiyi retrieved 2 oranges from inside and set them to roast beneath the smoking rack. Yin Shuang inquired with curiosity, Mother, what are you doing? Mother is roasting oranges, Yun Yiyi replied. Can oranges be eaten this way? Yin Shuang asked. Of course. Roasted oranges are warm and perfect for cooler days. These fruits can be enjoyed even when cooked, she explained, as she recalled some peculiar culinary creations from her past life. She hesitated, deciding against sharing them with the children for fear they might waste food out of curiosity. Fortunately, the 2 little ones were solely focused on the roasted oranges and paid no mind to her musings. The flames roared, and the oranges buried beneath soon warmed up. Their flesh became tender, and Yun Yiyi knew not to roast them for too long. Once the timing was right, she retrieved the oranges, handing them to the 2 little ones. The freshly roasted oranges bore a grayish hue, warm in her palms. Yin Shuang eagerly peeled one open and tasted a segment, discovering it was indeed different from their usual consumption. He urged Yin Shuang, Brother, eat quickly before they cool down. If they're cold, it will have been for naught. In matters of food, Yin Shuang was remarkably quick-witted. Yin Shuang nodded in agreement. while the two little ones enjoyed their oranges. Yun Yiyi added more wood, ensuring the fire blazed even more vigorously. The thick cypress logs ignited, and she could almost smell the unique fragrance wafting through the air. Yun Yiyi's home was enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke, drawing attention. Initially, onlookers speculated that a fire had broken out, but upon learning it was Yun San's wife smoking meat, they were relieved. The swirling smoke persisted, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that it did not resemble a fire disaster. If something were amiss, someone would surely raise an alarm. Unbeknownst to them, it was said by Yin Mu that she was only smoking a small amount of meat, supposedly because the children desired it. The voices of the passers-by gradually diminished, realizing the true nature of the situation. As the flames subsided somewhat, Yun Yiyi lifted the straw and wheat chaff covering the meat. A dozen large pieces of meat, already smoked to a golden hue, were still dripping with oil, their vibrant colors exuding warmth. She turned each piece over, continuing the smoking process. In the afternoon, Yun Mu paid a visit. Yun Yiyi had not yet eaten and was playing with her two little ones in the inner room. Noticing the flickering flames, Yun Mu realized they were nearly extinguished and tossed in a few remaining branches. "Mother, what brings you here?" Yun Yiyi inquired upon seeing her, adding, "Thank you, mother. It's fortunate you helped me speak with Ergo. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this smoking rack for the meat." Yun Mu had heard that Yun Yiyi had purchased a pig and had come to check on her. In truth, what Yin Ergo had relayed was that Yun Yiyi had bought over 100 jin of meat, which was akin to a small pig. But somehow this information had morphed into the tale of a full pig. "Let us not discuss money just yet, but please do not ruin it," she cautioned. This morning, she had heard that the third daughter-in-law was smoking meat, and now, after such a long time, she wondered if it was necessary to smoke for so long. Fearing the meat might burn. "Why is the meat still being roasted? I worried you might be overwhelmed and came to assist you." The meat indeed seemed nearly done, and the firewood had been consumed. Yun Yiyi nodded. "All right, I shall fetch the meat now." Yun Mu sighed in relief. Beneath the smoking rack, residual heat lingered, and together they cautiously lifted the coverings. The glistening pieces of meat were revealed, and despite having heard about it, Yun Mu gasped. "Where did you buy such an abundance of meat?" Though it was not a whole pig, it was certainly equivalent to more than half a pig. The sizable, thick cuts were not something one could easily procure. Even if the butcher from the neighboring village had slaughtered pigs, it was unlikely he would sell so much to one person. "I bought a little from various places, spending some money to acquire it," Yun Yiyi replied nonchalantly. Yun Mu ceased her inquiries, realizing that some money had likely been spent. The freshly roasted meat was scorching. Together, they removed it and placed it into a basin to begin their preparations. The smoking rack was now charred and would need to be cleaned before returning it. The ground was littered with burnt wood, now reduced to ash, a place that required thorough sweeping. Yun Mu, diligent as ever, took a broom and tidied up the area, while Yun Yiyi scooped a basin of water to wash the ground. "This is drinking water. Why waste it like this?" Yun Mu chided. Yun Yiyi shrugged it off. "Thank you for today, mother. Please take a piece of this fine meat with you." Each piece felt substantial in hand, yet Yun Mu, not coveting the meat, declined, saying, "Since you found a way to get the meat, take good care of Shuang and Xiao Shuang. Just look at how they have grown." Initially intending to comment on their thinness, she was struck by the sight of her two pudgy grandchildren staring at the meat, realizing they had indeed filled out considerably. She had always wished for the families to coexist harmoniously. If the third daughter-in-law could lead a good life, it would bring her comfort. "Mother, you deserve my filial piety. We cannot possibly consume all this meat. When I purchased it, I also accounted for your and Ergo's share. So do take a piece for father to restore his strength." With this appeal, Yun Mu found it hard to refuse, especially with such quality meat. It would be disingenuous to claim indifference. Yun Yi's lengthy smoking process had its reasoning. She had just caught a whiff of an enticing aroma, a fragrance that was not solely that of the meat, but mingled with something distinct. She finally selected the smallest piece, which still weighed around 7 or 8 jin. On her way back, when Yin Dajia saw the substantial piece of cured meat Yun Mu was carrying, she quickly deduced it was a gift from Yun Yiyi. Recently salted meat was already hanging to dry, and she cleared a space to hang the cured meat as well. Having sat for a while, the cured meat had cooled, and Yin Dajuan sniffed the air. "Mother, I want to eat it now." The scent of the meat lingered enticingly, igniting his desire for a taste. Yun Yiyi shared his longing, but insisted it needed a few more days. Noting Yin Dajuan's expression, she chided playfully, "What are you thinking? This meat is raw and cannot be eaten directly. Yin Dajun blinked in confusion. But it has been roasted for so long. My oranges only need a brief roasting before they are ready to eat. Why can't the meat be eaten now? Yin Shaoshan appeared contemplative, seemingly sharing his brother's thoughts. Yun Yiyi climbed onto a stool to retrieve new cotton twine to string the meat up, laboriously hanging it on a bamboo pole. Since the meat was smoked rather than roasted, while the exterior looked splendid, the interior remained raw. Yin Dajuan felt disheartened, realizing he could not indulge in the meat immediately. It is no wonder that Yin Erge has managed to thrive in the county for so long. Though he may not be exceptionally clever, he possesses a remarkable ability to consider others' perspectives thoroughly. In contemporary terms, this reflects a high emotional intelligence. Once Yun Yiyi had hung the meat, she set aside a portion for Yin Erge. Upon his arrival, she greeted him warmly. Yin Erge, your timing is impeccable. I have just finished tidying up. The smoking rack is clean, the ground is swept, and the cured meat is hung. Ah, that one TB necessary. You should keep it for yourselves, he replied, taking hold of the rack, but not leaving, waiting for Yun Yiyi to call him back. He had faced a few complaints from Yin Saw over this matter yesterday, but her temper dissipated quickly. Indeed, Yin Yiyi promptly called to him, Yin Erge, please come in. I have set aside a share for you as well, and I will need your help in the future. The kitchen was filled with the sight of heavy pieces of meat hanging. At a glance, there were around 10, each ample enough to last for several days. Clearly, Yin Mu's words held truth. The third daughter-in-law had indeed procured a significant amount. With only 3 members in their household, they would not require such a bounty, even for winter. It was truly a luxury. On the ground lay a piece of cured meat that was neither too large nor too small, evidently set aside by the host. It is rare for even close relatives to gift meat, especially in such abundance, unless they were hunters with little else to offer. Yet, it would not be given without a trade for vegetables. Yun Yiyi could not fully grasp the value of grain here. Ultimately, Yin Erge left with the cured meat in one hand and the smoking rack in the other, appearing somewhat burdened. By this time, dusk had settled, and though the foot traffic was decent, some recognized Yin Erge. Lin Dage from the neighboring house remarked in surprise, Yin where did you buy such a large piece of meat? Have you struck it rich? Yin Erge chuckled wryly. How could that be? I haven't struck it rich. This was a gift from my third sister-in-law. The man recalled the news of the third daughter-in-law smoking meat that day, exclaiming, it seems your families have a good relationship. Rumors had circulated about their discord, yet this gesture of meat suggested otherwise. Yin Erge lowered his gaze with a faint smile. Indeed, while the sisters may quarrel at times, when it matters most, they are closer than anyone. Lin Dage expressed envy. It's evident, very evident. The Yin family had become a topic of conversation in the village. Where there are many people, there are many stories. And both Yin Saw and Yun Yiyi were known for their spirited nature, often causing stir. Nonetheless, Lin Dage observed that regardless of their disputes, they remained confined to their own household and had never created significant trouble. In this village, incidents often arise. Not long ago, Fish de Saw found herself in trouble for neglecting her elderly parents, which escalated to the village chief's attention. However, as they say, even the most upright officials struggle to resolve domestic disputes, making such matters difficult to govern. In comparison, the Yin family appears to be quite harmonious, perhaps. As Yin Erge suggested, their relationships are indeed amicable. Indeed, you have inquired several times whether there is anything to eat in the pot. Yin Erge set the meat aside and asked. Today, Yin Saw did not prepare a meal. She was inherently lazy and had not even dined herself, opting instead to consume 2 raw tomatoes for lunch. Upon entering the kitchen and finding the stove cold and the pot empty, Yin Erge could not help but furrow his brow. Generally, Yin Erge has a good temper. The men of the Yin family are known for their patience. However, there is a limit to one's endurance. After such a prolonged period of cohabitation, Yin Saw certainly discerned his emotions. Just before he could scold her, she quickly interjected. What meal? We have cured meat. Let's prepare that today. Yin Erge hesitated, questioning, are we starting to eat it now? Shouldn't we save some for winter? Yet, he was persuaded by her words and replied, very well, I shall light the fire. Yin Saw squinted with a smile and hurried to fetch water to wash the meat. The piece of meat was indeed hefty. A typical household could relish it for quite some time. Yin Saw, however, recklessly sliced off a large chunk, merely rinsing it in clean water. Yin Erge had already kindled the fire and turned to her, you washed the meat so quickly. Yin Er Saw affirmed, showing no signs of guilt. Let us begin cooking now. She filled a pot with water and promptly placed the substantial piece of meat inside. Yin Er Gu frowned. Is it really going to be cooked this way? Cured meat is best when stir-fried. Last year, when the boss treated him to a meal, he had enjoyed stir-fried cured meat with garlic shoots, which was truly aromatic. Yin Er Saw thought to herself how there was neither oil nor vegetables to fry the meat. And besides, that would be quite a hassle. Out loud, she insisted, cooking it this way makes it tastier. Yin Er Gu remained skeptical, but refrained from further argument. Meanwhile, Yin Er Saw decided to prepare some porridge. The cured meat was a vivid color, evenly marbled with fat and lean. As it simmered, it gradually changed hue, becoming increasingly appetizing while releasing a delightful aroma, distinctively appealing. Yin Er Saw felt a pang of hunger and mused, how could Yin Yi gift us such fine meat? It feels rather conspiratorial. When it comes to perspectives, men and women truly differ. Yin Er Saw often found Yun Yiyi to be rather affected, while Yin Er Gu regarded her more leniently, acknowledging that though she lacked practical skills, she was merely a bit spoiled. Women tend to be delicate, and Yin Er Gu could empathize with that. Occasionally, he would add firewood to the stove, and Yin Er Saw remarked, she should be grateful to me for lending her the smoking rack. Indeed, without his assistance, who would have helped her? Would she have been able to enjoy any smoked meat at all? She ought to be thankful. Yin Er Gu chuckled, but remained silent. The smoking rack was spotless, indicating that the other party was considerate, at least more so than his wife, who likely would not have thought of such details. Yin Er Saw was unaware of her husband's internal appraisal of her. Upon hearing the pot begin to bubble, she joyfully lifted the lid, nearly scalding herself. Slow down. It is not yet done, Yin Er Gu cautioned. Yin Er Saw observed that the meat appeared nearly ready. The water in the pot was boiling and bubbling over. And she complained, why isn't it cooked yet? Just the aroma was nearly unbearable. Such a large piece of meat, and you don't even know how to cut it. It won't cook that quickly, Yin Er Gu said, flipping the meat over and continuing to wait. After another half hour, he fished the meat out and sliced it in half, revealing the white, steaming interior. Yin Er Saw leaned forward. Husband, is it ready now? Yes, Yin Er Gu confirmed after inspecting the color. Yin Er Saw's eyes sparkled more brightly than usual. Really? Yin Er Gu chuckled at her excitement and offered her a piece the size of his thumb. Why not get a taste? The piece was still hot, with a rich fragrance wafting up. Yin Er Saw promptly popped it into her mouth, savoring the salty richness intermingled with a hint of sweetness, refreshing and delicious. One must admit, although Yun Yiyi may not be a paragon of virtue, her culinary skills are unmatched. This cured meat, so effortlessly boiled, was incredibly delicious. She decided to temporarily suspend her dislike for Yun Yiyi. Unbeknownst to her, a mere piece of cured meat had won over Yin Er Saw, while Yun Yiyi was presently engrossed in narrating stories to two little ones. Having nearly concluded her fairy tales, Yun Yiyi recently integrated mathematics into her stories to cultivate their numerical thinking abilities. This inspiration came from Yin Xiaoshuang, who had previously bombarded her with questions. Initially, when she told stories to the children, she did not think much of it. Now, recognizing their capacity to absorb knowledge, she wished to introduce more subjects for their joint learning, allowing for a play-and-learn approach that would foster their multifaceted development. Currently, Yin Yi only intended to teach language and mathematics. Other artistic subjects seemed unnecessary. Though she could play the piano and guitar, she only had a rudimentary grasp of them, rendering them impractical in this era. In her illustrated book, she had drawn numerous dumplings in various shapes, teaching them to count from 1 to 40. A few days prior, she had the little ones make red bean paste buns, effectively integrating real-life examples into her lessons for better understanding. When discussing the illustrations, Yun Yiyi had never systematically categorized them, simply speaking as thoughts arose. She had previously touched upon counting and even simple addition and subtraction, but after Yin Shuang counted his fingers and toes, he found himself at a loss. This time, however, he seemed to have an epiphany, lifting his hand high. Mother, I know. There are 34 dumplings in total. Yun Yiyi raised her brows in surprise and nodded. Well done. You counted excellently. Yin Shuang's cheeks flushed with pride. He had never miscounted food items. His eyes sparkled like stars, brimming with pride. Yet he said nothing about his reasoning. When it was time for the two children to go to sleep, Yin Xiaoshuang kept his round eyes wide open. Just as Yin Shuang was about to drift off, he poked his brother's belly with his short, pudgy finger, creating a small indentation. Yin Shuang sleepily rolled onto his side, inadvertently presenting his backside to Yin Shuang, who then poked his rear again, finally realizing that someone was interrupting his slumber. Turning his little head, illuminated by the moonlight, the two identical faces appeared as if gazing into a mirror. "What's wrong, brother? Why are you poking me?" Yin Shuang pursed his lips. "What is your secret? How did your mental calculation skills suddenly become so strong?" Today marked his first encounter with numbers exceeding 30, which he found challenging, yet Yin Shuang counted with such ease. This must be what Mother refers to as mental calculation. Yin Shuang blinked, not fully grasping the concept of mental calculation. He yawned, revealing a chubby chin. "It's quite simple. If we sit together with Mother and all raise our hands and feet simultaneously, we would have 60 fingers. We could just apply that." Upon finishing, he rubbed against his pillow and promptly fell asleep. Yin Shuang contemplated the image of himself lying flat, while simultaneously extending his hands and feet, furrowing his brow. This method was utterly unheard of, yet it felt somewhat flawed. For instance, if one were to count to 10,000, how many people would need to extend their hands and feet simultaneously? Chapter 66. Celery sprouts. For several consecutive days, the weather remained overcast. Although the wind felt cool against her face, it was the ideal weather for Yun Yiyi. Still, she worried about the hens freezing. So she wove thick curtains from wheat straw and rice straw to cover the chicken coop. From a distance, the entire coop appeared wrapped in a layer of straw, giving it a somewhat comical appearance. Even Yun Yiyi felt that the hens seemed to have gained weight. Initially, she thought the hens were unwell, but soon realized that each hen continued to lay eggs daily, full of vitality, and she understood they were merely being lazy. As Yun Yiyi listened to Zhou Liahu's words, she nodded continuously. Though she was not Zhou Liahu and could not fully comprehend his life, she understood the profound disappointment that would accompany a hunter's loss of prey. For the quarry constituted his means of sustenance. Encountering large game often posed a threat to life itself. Every vocation bore its difficulties. Furthermore, Zhou Liahu relied solely on sheer strength, wielding a machete and arrows as his instruments. The notion that better weaponry might ease their hunting endeavors flitted through Yun Yi's mind once more. Currently, she tended to the land herself, not visiting daily, but occasionally checking on the growth of her vegetables and the condition of the soil. On this particular visit, she spotted a small patch of green from a distance, which surprised her. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a few stalks of celery, vibrant and lush. This celery was a favored seasoning of Yun Yi's, one she enjoyed incorporating into various dishes, even in her preparation of sauerkraut fish, where a touch of celery would effectively counteract any fishy odor. It was said that celery seeds are notoriously difficult to germinate, requiring careful coaxing before they sprout. However, once they do, one could harvest celery within a month. While Yun Yiyi was well-versed in theoretical knowledge, she was not a seasoned farmer and remained unfamiliar with many seeds. Only upon the celery's emergence did she recognize it. For the first time, Yun Yiyi experienced the joy of harvest, plucking several stalks with the intent of stir-frying them for lunch. "This is called celery. It can be stir-fried with meat," she explained. Yin Shuang had long been craving cured meat and decided today would be the day to prepare it. Upon hearing that the vegetable would accompany meat, Yin Shuang became excited. "Mother, are you making cured meat today?" Yin Yi nodded in affirmation, confirming that the rice had already been steamed. She preferred dry rice over porridge, and the steaming process here was quite primitive, requiring the rice to be boiled, drained, and then steamed. Although somewhat cumbersome, the resulting rice was undeniably natural and far more delicious than that produced by an electric rice cooker. Yin Shuang had already checked the kitchen, confirming that the rice was indeed ready. "All right, I will now stir-fry the cured meat. Just wait for the delicious meal," Yun Yiyi declared. The cured meat should ideally be a mix of fat and lean portions, so she cut a sizable chunk from the cured meat, reasoning that since it was not intended for winter storage, it would be best enjoyed sooner rather than later. If left for too long, the meat would harden, becoming unchewable and ultimately wasted. She heated oil in the pan, sauteed green peppers and celery until fragrant before adding the sliced cured meat. The combination of cured meat and fresh greens was visually appealing. The two little ones clearly shared this sentiment. Following their lunch, as Yun Yiyi took a stroll to aid digestion, she returned to the field, inspired by the growth of the celery. She planted a few cloves of garlic in the nearby soil, knowing that garlic sprouts quickly, believing she would soon be able to enjoy garlic shoots. Seeing her vegetable garden flourish filled her with hope for the future. Although she was uncertain about some of the vegetable varieties at present, she was confident that by next year, she would possess that knowledge. Selecting a day, Yun Yiyi decided it was time to tidy up the house, a task she had long desired to undertake, but had been too preoccupied with other matters. The kitchen was cluttered with various useless items. The protagonist was inherently disorganized, accumulating everything in one place. Yun Yiyi sorted through broken and dirty bowls, intending to discard them all. The bowls in their cabinet were still sufficient. Old items must be cleared for new ones to enter. She needed to create more space for future storage. After a day of organizing, she had indeed made the kitchen feel more spacious. She relocated the refrigerator closer to the entrance, ensuring that any accidental spills would not flood the interior. The ice cubes in the refrigerator typically melted every 3 days, yet the internal temperature remained low enough to preserve food. Yun Yiyi routinely made new ice cubes every few days. Additionally, she created space for eggs. Even as the weather turned cold, the hens continued to lay an egg daily. Having recently delivered eggs to a local tavern, she now had a surplus, so she designated a specific area in the refrigerator for them. Yun Yiyi also tidied the room of the two little ones. Previously, their cabinet had been bare, but this time, she not only hung their clothes, but also organized their drawing albums, paper, and pens, ensuring everything was easily accessible. For the first time, the two little ones felt a sense of belonging, their eyes wide with wonder as they watched Yun Yiyi fill their cabinet, feeling as though this was their little world. Particularly, when they saw her placing snacks into the cabinet, Yin Shuang became quite anxious. Typically, Yun Yiyi was quite strict with them, allowing only limited quantities of snacks, even when they were available. Now, however, she was placing food directly in their room. Yin Shuang's heart raced at the thought of unrestricted access to snacks, even at midnight. Yin Xiaoshuang also felt delighted, watching Yun Yiyi's actions and imagining that these items were now his. Yun Yiyi had her reasons for allowing this. The little ones were still young and easily led astray. She knew she had to supervise them, but there was little entertainment in the village, and their interests were quite limited. Despite her efforts to provide them with various activities, some aspects of childhood were inherently lacking. While modern children might have access to electronic devices, such luxuries were unattainable here. Constantly monitoring the little ones might stifle their creativity. It was perhaps better to allow them some autonomy over certain things, providing them with opportunities for growth. However, she could not entirely indulge them. The snacks she placed in their cabinet were primarily nuts, fruits, and a few pieces of dried tofu. She avoided any sugary treats that could lead to weight gain. She glanced at Yin Shuang and said, "Yes, you may eat when you are hungry, but do not overindulge, understood? After eating snacks, you must brush your teeth, and you both need to supervise one another." Yin Shuang eagerly nodded, thrilled that mother was no longer restricting his snack consumption. He typically faced limitations regarding treats before and after meals. Yin Xiaoshuang listened intently, and upon hearing Yun Yiyi mention mutual supervision, he solemnly glanced at Yin Shuang and nodded in agreement. Additionally, no eating before bedtime, Yun Yiyi added. Once she departed, Yin Shuang eagerly opened the cabinet and scooped up the large bag of snacks, cradling it with glee, his face alight with ecstasy, relishing the notion that these were his personal treasures. Unfortunately, having just eaten, he felt too full to indulge further. He grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and offered some to Yin Xiaoshuang. Yin Xiaoshuang shook his head, retrieving the drawing album from the cabinet and pulling out a fresh sheet of paper, scribbling away with great concentration. Yin Shuang glanced over, noticing that he had drawn many ducks, though not as skillfully as Yun Yiyi. That night, as Yin Xiaoshuang furrowed his brow and diligently counted the ducks, Yin Shuang, having eaten his fill, settled into a blissful sleep, chuckling softly in his dreams, unaware of what delightful visions filled his slumber. Yun Yiyi had also created a substantial amount of work in her mathematics drawing album, enough to compile into a book. The two little ones proved to be much smarter than she had anticipated. She gradually lost sight of her original intentions and began to assemble a systematic mathematics drawing album, arranging knowledge from simple to complex for their easier comprehension. The knowledge in question is more challenging than what toddlers are typically expected to learn. It's simpler than what is taught to primary school students. Yun Yiyi initially had no intention of introducing these concepts to her little ones, but their enthusiasm was irresistible, prompting her to incorporate this knowledge into their curriculum. Just days ago, Yin Xiaoshuang struggled with counting, but recently, he has shown remarkable improvement. Even at the tender age of 3, the little ones require personal space. Yun Yiyi never intrudes upon their rooms. Although she suspects that Yin Xiaoshuang is diligently studying in private, each time she praises him, a spark of brilliance ignites in his eyes. Perhaps this is his sense of achievement and satisfaction, Yun Yiyi mused. She is unconcerned about their academic performance, as they will not need to pass exams to support the family in the future. However, everyone must discover something that brings them a sense of accomplishment in this world. And since Yin Xiaoshuang excels in reading, she encourages him to persevere. Chapter 67. An invitation to join in recent days. Aside from delivering eggs to the county and occasionally purchasing supplies, Yun Yiyi has seldom ventured outside. She has not visited the bookstore. Although she once sought assistance in printing her illustrated book, she realized the endeavor was time-consuming and labor-intensive. She had considered bringing her artwork to the bookstore for printing, but the lengthy process convinced her to focus on creating more illustrations, as there are only 2 little ones to cater to. The illustrated book emphasizes visuals with minimal text, thus requiring less effort. The last time Ji-sun paid her a substantial sum to acquire the copyright for the woodblock printing technique, he likely wished to sever ties with her, and she was reluctant to trouble him further. Consequently, even when purchasing paper and pens, she instinctively chose other vendors. Despite the Ji family monopolizing various books, numerous sellers of paper and writing instruments abound. Thus, she remains unaware that the Ji family has already printed a batch of introductory books aimed at early education, which contains simpler knowledge and fewer words. Nevertheless, the rapid production of such a large quantity of books is unprecedented. The Ji family has been diligently working on printing books, and the accountant has calculated the cost of this latest batch. After meticulously double-checking every entry, it took several days before arriving at a conclusion that confirmed the figures were accurate. He suppressed his astonishment and submitted the organized results to Ji Xiaoyong. In the study, Ji Xiaoyong perused the account books while listening to the reports from his subordinates. You mean to say that, according to market prices, the cost of each book could be reduced to around 200 won? Yixiuyok exclaimed incredulously. He had been closely monitoring the progress, aware that introducing this technology to the market would lower costs, but he had not anticipated such a significant decrease. Books of this nature typically range from 1 to 2 taels of silver, and despite the high prices, the profit margin is minimal due to labor costs. The accountant, habitually manipulating the abacus, confirmed, "Are you certain that the cost of each book has decreased by this amount?" He raised a hand. Ji Xiaoyong concealed his inner turmoil. The accountant added, "Of course, this reduction is not permanent. For more intricate ancient texts, the printing process could take over a year, making manual transcription more efficient. This is the drawback of woodblock printing. For thick and complex books, manual copying could actually be less time-consuming. However, since fewer people purchase complicated ancient texts, manual transcription remains the more expedient option." Ji Xiaoyong was unperturbed by this detail. The news of a 5-fold reduction in costs had left him reeling. This not only promises to enrich the Ji family's bookstore, but also heralds a revolution in the realm of literature, an endeavor initiated by the Ji family. The accountant whispered, "Should we consider lowering the prices of these books for sale? These books have already been ordered by students. Although the prices are steep, scholars are compelled to purchase them. Previously, a book was priced at around 1 tael of silver. Now that costs have decreased, it could genuinely benefit students." Ji Xiaoyong, being a businessman, pondered briefly before responding. "Yes, let it be known that the Ji family is benevolent. We will reduce the price of these books by 100 won each." The accountant regarded him with a skeptical eye. Reducing the price by 100 won for each book may seem significant and could elicit gratitude from scholars. But the current cost is less than 100 won. Ji Xiaoyong continued to examine the account books, while the accountant had already highlighted the crucial data and marked it for clarity. The implications became increasingly astonishing with each glance. If they could further optimize the technology, perhaps it would indeed be possible for everyone to afford books. The Ji family has always been immersed in the world of literature, despite Ji Xiaoyong's somewhat mercenary demeanor. He is a scholar at heart. Beyond merely amassing wealth, he aspires to establish bookstores in every locale, enabling everyone to access Ji family publications. However, the exorbitant prices have confined potential buyers to a limited demographic. If the price were to drop to 200 won per book, even less affluent families could manage to purchase 1 or 2. After much contemplation, Ji Xiaoyong set the account books aside just as Ji Sun entered, also prepared to report on the state of the printing technology. Elder brother, everyone has been working tirelessly to expedite the production of books, Ji Sun remarked. Ji Xiaoyong had already received the news and handed the account books to Ji Sun, stating, "Fifth brother has just shown me the accounts. He says that, given the current pace, the price of this batch of books could be reduced to 200 won each. For books that previously cost 1 tael of silver, the Ji family could earn 100 won per book. Now, if we can lower it to 100 won, it indicates that our costs will not exceed that amount." "How is that possible?" Ji Sun queried, astonished. While he understood that the printing technique could significantly enhance efficiency, he had not expected such a dramatic increase in profit margins. Not just profit, perhaps we could also build more bookstores, thus further decreasing book prices and making them accessible to a wider audience. Regardless of their circumstances, education must be prioritized, as emphasized by Emperor Zhou Qing. Unfortunately, productivity has stagnated and technological advancements have been slow to materialize, making implementation challenging. Now, we might finally have the opportunity to test this out. Indeed, it seems the two brothers think alike, Ji Sun acknowledged. "Elder brother, are we going to lower the price of this batch of books? They can be sold more affordably to students next year." Naturally, Ji Xiaoyong agreed. "I have already discussed this matter with fifth brother, instructing him to reduce the price of each book by 100 won. Ji Sun furrowed his brow. "Isn't that a loss? Reducing the price by 100 won, what difference does that make? Books are inherently expensive. Those who can afford a tael of silver will hardly quibble over 100 won, which makes it akin to selling at the original price. Of course, it makes a difference. Students will appreciate the Ji family, and those with wealth tend to enjoy minor bargains. Perhaps it will attract even more customers to purchase books. You must understand that the great Zhou dynasty is not lacking in misers. This might just open their purses." Ji Xiaoyong countered. This reasoning held some merit. But, Ji Sun suggested, shouldn't we significantly lower the prices to make books more accessible to everyone? Ji Xiaoyong shook his head. "Now is not the time. This batch of books has already been ordered by students and should be sold at the original price. Once we ascertain that this technology is viable for long-term use, we can report to the emperor and then mass-produce books at lower prices." Imagining the scene in his mind, Ji Sun felt a surge of excitement. At that point, the Ji family would be imperial merchants, enjoying an extraordinary status while igniting a nationwide reading fervor, a truly magnificent vision. He nodded, agreeing with Ji Xiaoyong's perspective, realizing that he had misjudged his elder brother as merely a shrewd businessman. Ji Xiongdao expressed a desire to meet the woman who invented the printing press. Although the contract clearly stated that she had transferred the technology to the Ji family, she remained the original creator of this remarkable invention. If possible, he wished to recruit her into the Ji family. Ji Sun, momentarily taken aback, simply acknowledged with a sound of agreement. Ji Xiaoyong glanced at him in confusion, wondering if she had not visited the bookstore recently. Hadn't he mentioned that she needed the Ji family's assistance in printing her books? Ji Sun lamented that since he had acquired the printing technique from her last time, he had not seen her at all. He hastily added that she did not seem like the type to avoid contact. During their last meeting, she had also been elusive, and he speculated that perhaps her family was strict, making it inconvenient for her to go out. Ji Xiaoyong remarked that if she were a woman from a wealthy family, it would not be appropriate for her name to be associated with their bookstore. Yet, he felt she had an exceptional intellect and might one day conceive even better ideas for the bookstore. It would be beneficial to befriend her. Ji Sun lowered his head, seemingly resigned, noting that he had given her the Ji family's book plate, but she had not come to visit, indicating her lack of interest in the Ji family bookstore. It appeared she did not regard the printing technique with much significance. During their previous discussion, everything had gone smoothly, and he even sensed that she would have willingly transferred the technology to the Ji family without monetary compensation. Perhaps she had not recognized the potential benefits this technology could bring. Ji Xiaoyong, with a hint of indifference, mused that one should not underestimate someone capable of inventing the printing press. Even a few hundred taels, or even a few thousand to secure the rights, would be worthwhile. If they were destined to meet her in the future, they should certainly express their gratitude. Ji Sun mentioned that she likely resided nearby, and that they might occasionally cross paths. The kingdom of the Zhou was neither too large nor too small, but the probability of encountering someone remained quite low. The Ji family was not a group of constables, unable to linger on the streets waiting for her arrival. If she were indeed a woman of high status, There were numerous customs she would need to observe, potentially confining her to her home for months at a time. Ji-sun was aware of this reality and felt a pang of disappointment. The distinctions between men and women hindered communication, especially since she was a married woman. Yet, he genuinely wished to cultivate a friendship. The winter weather in Dezhou was indeed biting. On another visit to the Zue Shaolu Tavern, Yun Yiyi noticed the grateful gaze of Manager Song directed towards her. In recent days, even the hunters had ceased to bring in game, as the animals were becoming increasingly elusive, preparing for hibernation. Yun Yiyi still had an abundance of eggs, as her hens laid daily. She inquired whether they could take as many as she had, noting that winter typically saw a decline in egg production. Manager Song readily agreed, affirming their willingness to accept her eggs. In a moment of curiosity, Yun Yiyi asked if they were also purchasing live hens. Manager Song was taken aback, wondering if she was referring to her own hens. Indeed, she affirmed. He responded that they would be interested, as several dishes at the tavern required chicken, such as the popular dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms. However, he refrained from mentioning that typically roosters were used, given that hens were more valuable due to their egg-laying capabilities. Yun Yiyi nodded in understanding, choosing not to elaborate further. Intrigued, Manager Song asked if she intended to sell her hens, expressing their willingness to make an offer if that were the case. He had interacted with the local hunter Zhou several times and recognized Yun Yiyi as one of the village women. However, he now harbored doubts about whether a farmer would part with their hens, which were often treasured assets to sustain the household. Yun Yiyi clarified that while they were indeed her own hens, she was not ready to sell just yet. She was merely inquiring. Manager Song was not disheartened, as he had anticipated such a response. He assured her that if she ever decided to sell, she could approach him anytime, promising the best price should that day come. Suddenly, the weather turned quite chilly. One morning, Yun Yiyi awoke to find her quilt cold and stiff, while the hens outside were more vociferous than usual. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a scene of pure white. Snow had fallen. This was her first encounter with snowfall, having previously lived in a warm place where winter never brought such a chill. The village, nestled among the mountains, had a naturally lower temperature, and while the county town might not have experienced the snowfall, the village had been blanketed for a day and a night. The snow was not heavy, and the ground remained wet without snowflakes, but the large trees, chicken coops, and grass were covered in a delicate layer of white, a testament to the snowfall. Though it was only early winter, this snowfall heralded the arrival of a harsh season, causing the villagers to retreat into their homes, anxiety creeping in. Yun Yiyi, however, remained blissfully unaware of the villagers' worries. She ventured out with an oiled paper umbrella to check on her hens, finding them huddled together for warmth. The sky was drizzling a mix of rain and snow, which melted upon hitting the ground, turning into cold water. The temperature had dropped significantly, and it was only natural that the hens struggled to adapt. Yun Yiyi added an extra layer of straw for insulation before checking on her two chicks, who were still nestled in slumber. Around 10 o'clock, Yun Yiyi gently prodded their cheeks to wake them. Yin Xiaoshuang opened his eyes groggily and, upon realizing it was snowing outside, exclaimed his desire to build a snowman. However, with the snow already melted, she reminded him to dress warmly, suggesting he wear the coat they had bought last time. Yin Xiaoshuang's expression stiffened at the mention of the coat, while Yin Dezhuang turned over, murmuring in his sleep, his face scrunching up in protest against rising. Yun Yiyi, not wanting to rush him, retrieved the coats from the cabinet. Yin Dezhuang's was red, while Yin Xiaoshuang's was pink. The sight of the small butterflies adorning the pink coat made Yin Xiaoshuang tense up even more, for he had developed a sense of aesthetics over the past few days. Noticing Yin Xiaoshuang sitting up obediently, she began to measure the coat against him, asking if he wanted to wear new clothes. Yin Dezhuang, still half asleep, mumbled something about new clothes. Yun Yiyi smiled and confirmed it. Yin Dezhuang first opened his left eye, then his right, declaring he also wanted to wear new clothes. The two children, though wearing new garments, found the process of dressing somewhat challenging. Yin Dezhuang clumsily donned his coat, appearing round and adorable, with the small tiger design enhancing his charm. The coat was quite thick, padded with several layers of cotton, and felt delightfully soft to Yun Yiyi's touch. Yin Xiaoshuang glanced down at the pink coat, his expression revealing a struggle and confusion, yet ultimately, he put it on, as he had chosen it. The process was slow and laborious, and Yun Yiyi, thinking he was still unaccustomed to dressing, offered guidance, occasionally helping him free his hands from the sleeves or adjusting the collar. This coat was significantly more intricate, resembling a style typically worn by women. And the embroiderer had put considerable effort into its design, incorporating hidden fastenings. Finally dressed, Yin Xiaoshuang wore a serious expression, possibly due to having not slept well, and furrowed his brow. Nonetheless, the pink attire made him look exceptionally charming. The collar was adorned with a colorful little butterfly, seemingly poised to take flight. Yun Yiyi was utterly charmed, wishing to adorn his hair with a similar butterfly accessory. She harbored the whimsical notion that these two little ones were a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. Mother? Yin Xiaoshuang called out in confusion as Yun Yiyi continued to poke his cheek, causing him to feel a slight sting. Yin Dazhuang, somewhat disgruntled, leaned in with his chubby face, indicating his desire to be poked as well. Mother, I want to look in the mirror, he stated, his gaze fervent, convinced of his own attractiveness and eager to admire himself. Yin Xiaoshuang nodded in agreement, wanting to see himself too. He sensed a slight difference in their clothing compared to Yin Dazhuang's, yet he could not articulate what it was. At such a tender age, his understanding of gender was still quite vague, and Yun Yiyi had yet to impart many essential truths to them. Even if he pondered endlessly, he would not realize that he was clad in garments meant for girls, as no child in the village wore such intricate attire. Many young girls donned the old clothes passed down from their brothers. In Yun Yiyi's room hung a copper mirror, the only one she possessed, and she resolved to place a mirror in the room of the two little ones in the future. Go on, I shall prepare dinner now, Yun Yiyi announced. Yin Dazhuang cheered and, along with Xiaoshuang, set off in search of a mirror. By the time she finished cooking, it was nearly noon. Yun Yiyi had diced the cured meat into sizes resembling mahjong tiles and stewed it with radishes, while also steaming a large basket of white rice. The stewed meat was fragrant and flavorful even without any seasoning. She ladled a bowl of soup, taking a gentle sip that revealed its rich and savory essence. Yin Dazhuang particularly relished such hearty meat chunks, large and satisfying. He instinctively loosened a few buttons on his clothes, intending to feast heartily. Noticing his small antics, Yun Yiyi chose to remain silent. Yin Xiaoshuang, however, was quite proper, with his silly tuft of hair appearing adorably rosy. He imitated Yun Yiyi and first scooped half a bowl of soup. Upon seeing him, Yun Yiyi felt an overwhelming sense of cuteness and could not help but gaze at him a few extra times. Yin Xiaoshuang, sensing her gaze, shrank away slightly, resembling a frightened little creature. After the snowfall, the temperature continued to drop over the following days, and even in the village, few people were seen moving about. She chose a moment to head to the town, which seemed to coincide with the market day, yet due to the cold weather, there were no stalls set up on either side, making it even more desolate than her first visit. Fortunately, the blacksmith shop remained open, and she heard the sound of hammering even before she arrived. Master, have you finished the item I requested last time? Yun Yiyi inquired. Niuer glanced at her before calling inside. Father. Niuda soon emerged, nodding at Yun Yiyi with a stoic expression, remaining quite the cool individual, prompting Yun Yiyi to touch her nose in response. It's ready. Come inside and take a look, Niuer said. Upon entering, Yun Yiyi found a shop filled with an array of iron implements, mostly knives, including kitchen knives, hoes, and sabers, presumably tools for the nearby villagers. In one corner lay many cylindrical iron rods, each neither long nor thick. She reached for one and found it to have an average weight. This was not what Yun Yiyi had envisioned. She had hoped the blacksmith could forge a large greenhouse directly, yet it appeared this was somewhat challenging in ancient times. The blacksmith had not grasped her meaning. Niuda, noticing her prolonged silence, stood silently beside her. Though the iron tools were not heavy, their sheer number made it cumbersome for her to handle them alone. Niuer suggested, Father can help you plant them in the ground. Yun Yiyi replied, Thank you very much. Although the items did not meet her expectations, their service was commendable, as she acknowledged her own lack of clarity in communication. To assist Yun Yiyi with the delivery, they closed the shop early and hired an ox cart to head towards the village. Upon arrival, Yun Yiyi led them to the field, where Niuda, typically taciturn, furrowed his brow upon seeing the vegetables she was planting. The father and daughter duo, indeed, bore a striking resemblance. Yun Yiyi fetched a hoe from her home to lend a hand, directing them to place the iron rods in the appropriate positions. Niuda and Niuer, with their impressive strength, worked efficiently, and soon enough, all the rods were positioned in the vacant spots of the field. These iron rods were not even half her height. She envisioned a greenhouse that would require wire to wrap around it, yet now, it stood bare above. Nevertheless, She remained undeterred and had already devised alternative methods to resolve the situation. Chapter 69. Oilcloth with some iron rods remaining. Yun Yiyi decided to insert them into the rice field, not wishing to trouble the father and daughter duo any further. After paying them, she expressed her gratitude and bid them farewell. For all those iron implements, they charged her only 3 or 2 taels of silver, which Yun Yiyi found exceedingly reasonable, considering they could be utilized for many years. Neo hesitated, finally mustering the courage to ask as they were about to leave, "Are you growing vegetables now?" Her face flushed upon uttering the words. Yun Yiyi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that his quiet demeanor stemmed from such shyness. It was unexpectedly endearing, and she pondered that she might seek their assistance in the future, smiling and nodding without further explanation. Yun Yiyi occasionally fertilized the rice field, knowing that if the xiaobai crop thrived, it could be harvested by March or April of the following year. Initially, she did not plan to build a shelter in the rice field, believing it unnecessary. However, the snowfall prompted a change of heart, as the temperatures here were lower than she had anticipated. If winter persisted with daily snowfall, the xiaobai would likely perish from a cold. The rice field was soft, allowing her to easily insert the iron rods into the ground, though treading in it could soil her trousers. After changing into a fresh outfit, she made her way to the rice field, finding the outside deserted and the edges of the fields appeared desolate. Once she completed her tasks, she scattered the fertilizer she had brought and departed. In recent days, Yin Xiaoshuang had smiled less frequently, though he was not typically a cheerful child. There was indeed a reason for his current demeanor. He had ventured out to play in a pink jacket, only for Yin Yuan to mistakenly identify him as a young girl from a neighboring village. It dawned on Yin Xiaoshuang that his attire was undoubtedly that of a girl. In a fit of frustration, he confronted Yun Yiyi, his face resembling a steamed bun. "Mother, they said my clothes belong to a little girl." Unfazed, Yun Yiyi replied, "Did you not choose this outfit yourself?" Yin Xiaoshuang puffed out his cheeks. "Even so, but at 3 years old, what does gender matter? Look at Xiaohua. She wears her brother's old clothes. Does anyone say anything about that? Yours is even new and costs quite a bit." Yun Yiyi gazed at the pink ball of fluff and could not resist giving him another gentle pinch. Confusion washed over Yin Xiaoshuang, as he felt something was amiss. Yet his mother's words seemed to carry a certain logic. Thus, he continued to wear his pink jacket, wandering off in a daze. Yun Yiyi couldn't help but chuckle. Although it was still early winter, the number of pedestrians on the street had dwindled by nearly half, with many taverns closing their doors. Indeed, the manager's song had not misled her. Returning to the county town filled Yun Yiyi with a sense of nostalgia. When she had come during warmer weather, the streets were bustling with vendors, but now the market was deserted, with only the shops on either side continuing to operate normally. It was said that the capital city thrived, surely not lacking in supplies even during winter. However, reaching the capital would take her several months, and given the challenges of ancient travel, it was no simple undertaking. Surely, she could not risk such dangers merely for shopping. She would have to proceed with caution. But she knew she would eventually visit the capital. With winter bringing much rain and snow, every household prepared for such weather. Finding an umbrella shop was not difficult. The owner displayed several oil paper umbrellas hanging from the eaves, adorned with designs of plum blossoms and bamboo, appearing exquisite and appealing, clearly items favored by young ladies. Upon entering the shop, she noticed several oil paper umbrellas laid out on the ground, all unfurled. Within the establishment, several maidens are meticulously selecting umbrellas, while 2 individuals nearby are engaged in the craft of creating YSN. Yun Yiyi is not particularly concerned about the aesthetic appeal of the umbrellas. Her gaze is fixated on the artisans. The YS has already been prepared, featuring a circular design that is meticulously cut out with scissors before the is affixed to the ribs of the umbrella. These 2 artisans appear to be quite adept, their fingers deftly maneuvering as they rotate and affix rendering the entire process a visual delight. After a prolonged observation, one of the women looks up and inquires what type of umbrella Yun Yiyi wishes to select. Despite her inquiry, her hands remain in motion, and soon enough, or is completed. Yun Yiyi has no intention of purchasing as she harbors a different idea, to replace plastic with, utilizing it as a cover for a greenhouse. She is uncertain whether this plan is feasible, yet she is eager to attempt it. The scarcity of ancient materials renders the search for substitutes exceedingly challenging. She gently touches the and asks, "Is it possible to purchase just the?" Uncertain, she inquires, "How much do you have available?" The woman pauses her work, eyeing her with skepticism. Are you considering buying to craft your own umbrella? Even if you purchase just it will not come cheap. Yun Yiyi realizes the misunderstanding. The woman assumes she intends to wholesale to create her own umbrellas, thereby encroaching upon her business. This merchant's mindset is evidently driven by profit from the outset. Instead of clarifying, Yun Yiyi merely caresses and poses a question. Can this paper withstand hail? The woman shakes her head. Of course not. It can only shield against rain and snow. Indeed, Yun Yiyi finds it perplexing. How can ordinary paper serve as protection against rain when it is inherently fragile? She touches the again, noticing that its texture is rather impressive, unlike typical paper. The maidens who were selecting umbrellas leave joyfully, and a few more customers enter, indicating that the umbrella shop is thriving. Observing Yun Yiyi's indecisiveness, the woman asks, will you make a purchase? Yun Yiyi smiles, rest assured, I am indeed hereby. I do not sell umbrellas. I merely wish to use them for wrapping items. The woman's demeanor brightens considerably. That is quite agreeable. Ours is the finest. All the nearby taverns source there from us. What do you intend to wrap? Upon realizing that Yun Yiyi is not there to undermine her business, her demeanor softens. The functions similarly to a modern packaging box. Patrons wishing to take away buns, steamed bread, or roasted chicken utilize it for wrapping. Yun Yiyi requires that a shield against wind and snow, ideally to keep her chicken coop warm. Should hail descend, the PSN of the wood render it ineffective. Curiously, she inquires, how is this made? What distinguishes it from ordinary paper that it does not tear under rain? The man, who had been focused on affixing lifts his gaze. Do you not know? This is naturally soaked in oil. While this is not a secret, as many are aware, not everyone possesses the skill to craft. Fear not. Our family has been in the business for 3 generations. The Paulownia trees are cultivated on our own land and flourish exceptionally well. After the paper is soaked in TNYU and dried, it becomes rain-resistant. To reinforce his claim, he offers her a look at the paper in his hand. Yun Yiyi comprehends the principle at play. He is the primary agent of protection. Although unfamiliar with, she can surmise its properties from their descriptions. It serves as an ancient form of varnish. Extracting the oil from the Paulownia tree and applying it to the paper grants it protective qualities. Perhaps she could apply to her homemade refrigerator and the iron rods in her field, thus providing a layer of protection once it dries. Feeling a surge of excitement, Yun Yiyi states, the items I intend to wrap are somewhat unique. This may sustain damage. May I purchase some as well? The woman responds. Are you planning to create your own? YUB. She evidently assumes Yun Yiyi's family engages in some form of business and adds, we also sell here. Follow me. Most customers come to buy, as this is primarily an umbrella shop, yet some do wholesale and typically old patrons whom the woman recognizes. Initially skeptical of Yun Yiyi, who appeared as a newcomer, her attitude shifts upon realizing she is a significant customer. The rear of the umbrella shop resembles a factory, with barrels of and soaked paper strewn across the floor. Rows of hang on bamboo poles, lending an organized appearance. The woman chuckles apologetically. Usually this work is completed earlier, but in this weather, it requires additional drying time. Yun Yiyi nods in understanding. As she walks a few steps, she notices a piece of black cloth hanging on the bamboo pole, smooth to the touch. This is the dried a few days ago. It is ready for collection. The woman explains, retrieving the cloth and placing it alongside a stack of, here, these are freshly made. How much would you like? The shelves display a neat array of fabric, which, while ordinary, lacks embellishments, primarily in shades of black and gray. These are used for making bundles and wrapping food. Yun Yiyi examines the fabrics closely, noticing variations in thickness. Some are more robust, suitable for rain protection and insulation. How many meters are in a piece of this? Yun Yiyi inquires. The woman replies, each piece is 4 zheng, equivalent to approximately 13 meters. Yun Yiyi calculates her land, including the rice fields and chicken coop, and estimates that she will require a substantial amount of fabric. Moreover, she may need in the future. Not wanting overly thin fabric, she selects the thicker available in the shop. The woman assumes Yun Yiyi is opening a store and offers to deliver the items, which she politely declines, stating that her NICH can transport the. After some discussion, she also purchases a barrel of, carefully applying a layer inside her refrigerator with a brush taken from her kitchenware. Chapter 70. An unexpected visitor at dawn. Yun Yiyi rises to prepare porridge. Having been occupied these past few days, she opts for a simple sweet porridge. She adds millet to the pot and, once cooked, sprinkles in a spoonful of sugar, creating a delightful sweetness. She also retrieves various buns and steamed rolls from her backpack to steam alongside. The freshly prepared breakfast, steaming and fragrant, draws her two little ones to the table. Yun Yiyi places her purchases in the cluttered storage room, which is nearly overflowing with items, dust swirling within, filled with all sorts of things, emitting a peculiar odor upon entry. Upon closer inspection, she discovers numerous unnecessary items, such as a few pairs of shoes nearly rotting beneath the bed, some torn rags, and even desiccated corn cobs. Rather than a storage room, it resembles a dump. Yun Yiyi rolls up her sleeves, determined to tidy the space. After her two little ones finish their meal and rest for a while, she instructs them to change into comfortable clothing and join her in the task. The rotting shoes are unnecessary, and the torn rags can be discarded, prompting the two little ones to excitedly carry items outside. Meanwhile, Yun Yiyi tackles larger objects, cleaning the bed and cabinet, scrubbing the floor several times. After her efforts, the storage room appears more spacious than their living quarters. She places the thick quilts and among her belongings in this area. The two little ones gaze in astonishment at the transformed space. Having visited the storage room previously, they remember it overflowing with clutter, now remarkably clean and tidy, even surpassing their own living space, all thanks to their collective efforts. Yun Yiyi feels a sense of accomplishment. After resting for a while in the morning, she plans to begin work on her greenhouse in the afternoon. The oilcloth had long been prepared, with several corners sewn to facilitate binding it to the iron poles. Yun Yiyi had merely constructed a rudimentary greenhouse. In the event of hail, it likely would not withstand the elements. However, crafting a more sophisticated greenhouse would require time. After draping the thick oilcloth over the ground, she ventured once more to the rice fields. Now the fields were adorned as well. A passerby, initially on his way to fetch water, could not help but chuckle at the amusing sight. Since the last snowfall, the area had been spared from both snow and hail. Yet the temperature continued to drop, and the biting wind felt like a blade against the skin. Though Yun Yiyi was somewhat clumsy, she endeavored to create hats, masks, gloves, and other items. The vibrant fabric she had previously purchased served her well. She selected a piece of red floral material, cut it into an oval shape, stuffed it with cotton, and stitched it together, resulting in a charming hat. The leftover fabric was fashioned into matching trinkets. The two little ones donned identical hats, masks, and gloves, appearing thoroughly equipped for the cold, with only their large, blinking eyes visible, exuding an innocent and lively charm. Satisfied that they would not succumb to the cold, Yun Yiyi allowed them to play outside. Indeed, winter was harsh here. One night, she awakened in the middle of the night from the chill, and that was not even the coldest it could get. Fortunately, she had purchased several thick quilts, and adding another made her feel considerably more comfortable. In this era devoid of cement, houses were constructed of wood, the most accessible material, yet its susceptibility to the cold was evident. As winter set in, the chill became palpable. Yun Yiyi had no choice but to provide the little ones with an extra quilt, as there was no electricity to power heaters. The hens were also feeling the cold, and egg production had significantly decreased. Yun Yiyi, being quite considerate, stuffed the chicken coop with cotton to block the frigid winds, which proved effective. The hens fluffed their feathers and regained their former vigor. She found solace in staying indoors, and today she had prepared a pot of fragrant pork congee, which both children relished. After their meal, they heard someone outside call out, "Andy." Yun Yiyi was momentarily taken aback as three individuals entered, two women and a boy of 7 or 8 years, the one who had addressed her as Andy. She stood there, momentarily stunned, as Yun Huisian had already settled into a chair, urging her to hurry, remarking on the cold outside, pointing out how little Zudongdong was shivering. Zudongdong, the boy who had called her auntie, had eyes that darted around, then turned to the young woman beside him, saying, "Mom, I'm so hungry." The congee on the table remained untouched. Although it had cooled since it was freshly made, it still emanated a robust aroma. The trio had just finished eating, but Yun Yiyi always prepared congee with a generous amount of rice and meat, rarely adding much water. Thus, the bowl before them was brimming with rice and pork. Yun Lian had noticed this upon entering, but refrained from commenting directly. When Zudongdong brought it up, she seized the opportunity, saying, "You must be hungry. Why not eat here at your auntie's? Go grab some bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen." Without consulting Yun Yiyi, she made her decision and added, "And please bring me and your elder sister a set of bowls and chopsticks as well." Zhu Dongdong nodded and dashed to the kitchen. Familiar with Yun Yiyi's home from previous visits, the two little ones blinked their big eyes and stood obediently to the side, sensing some familiarity with the newcomers, yet ultimately unsure of their identities. Their memories before the age of 2 were hazy, with only Yun Yiyi and the frequently visiting Yin Mu remaining clear in their minds. They had not retained many names. However, after spending time with the Yin family recently, they had grown accustomed to them. Yun Huixian observed the two plump little ones with a glint of intrigue in her eyes, smiling as she remarked, "De Shuang and Xiao Shuang have grown so much. Do you remember your elder aunt? I used to carry you when you were so little." She gestured to indicate how tiny they once were. The two little ones blinked in confusion, remaining still as they looked to Yun Yiyi for guidance. Without her prompting, they would not allow a stranger to embrace them. They were already prepared to visit Yin Yuan, wearing their hats and gloves, their little faces looking warm and soft. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Yun Huixian's face, but quickly faded. She commented to Yun Lian, "It seems they don't remember us, which is understandable. They were quite small back then." Yun Lian chuckled. Indeed, how could such tiny infants recognize anyone? She observed the exquisite fabric the children wore, envy flickering in her eyes as she said, "You have an eye for quality, little sister. What is it you have there? Is it something that's recently become fashionable? I've never seen anything like it in the village. It looks splendid, and the children are not even at risk of freezing their hands." Even Yun Yiyi, despite her simplicity, could deduce their identities. These were her maternal relatives, her elder sister Yun Huixian and second sister Yun Lian. Though both had married, they resided in the same village, only a few minutes from home, maintaining a close bond. Zhu Dongdong was the youngest son of her second sister, Yun Lian. Yun Yiyi was younger and found it challenging to connect with them as they were now in their 30s, while she herself was much younger. However, she shared a fondness for them, having grown up alongside her sisters. She recalled how Zhu Dongdong would rummage through her belongings during his visits. Once, he had even discovered the rock candy she had bought and stealthily consumed several pieces. Though initially annoyed, she quickly calmed down after her sister spoke a few soothing words. While the protagonist was often lazy and mischievous, she also possessed a certain naivete. A few kind words were enough to grant forgiveness. Although her elder and second sisters had not behaved excessively poorly, their frequent complaints elicited sympathy from Yun Yiyi, leading her to support them often. With her gaze lowered, she contemplated and beckoned the two little ones to her, with Yin Dashuang immediately wrapping his arms around her leg. Bundled in their thick clothing, they resembled little penguins, clumsy and adorable. "These are gloves, not some recent trend. I simply made them out of boredom by stuffing cotton into the fabric. It's quite simple. Not nearly as impressive as the clothes you make, second sister." Yun Yiyi smiled. Yun Lian, however, was not concerned with whether the items were fashionable. Her focus remained on the fine fabric. "It is your ingenuity that allows you to create such things. We, with our simple minds, can only manage to make clothes. These gloves are truly exquisite." With the cold setting in, Zhu Dongdong's hands have become chapped. "I would love to make a pair too." Yun Lian spoke with confidence, knowing that her sister had always appreciated compliments. By praising Yun Yiyi while belittling herself, she hoped to elicit a generous response, perhaps even receive other pairs of gloves that Yun Yiyi might have made. Upon hearing this, Yun Lian was taken aback. It was not what she had anticipated. After a closer look, she realized Yun Yiyi still bore that earnest demeanor, seemingly sincere in her offer to teach her how to make gloves. "No, that is not my intention," she said, rubbing her hands together awkwardly. "To be honest, this year has not been fruitful for my family, and my husband has not earned any money, leaving us with no means to purchase fabric." Chapter 71. An Unbecoming Appetite. As Yun Lian spoke, Yun Huixian remained silent. Yet she keenly observed the expressions of the two, occasionally nodding in agreement with Yun Lian's words. In these times, every household struggled financially. Even the once prosperous protagonist faced scarcity. Despite possessing a little money, she squandered it without a thought for the future. While she appeared carefree, it was evident to those who paid attention that her life was not easy. Even Yin Mu discreetly provided food for the two little ones. Yet, her two biological sisters only sought to take advantage of the situation. The protagonist neither cultivates the land nor raises pigs, yet she finds herself responsible for 2 children, with her husband absent and no additional income. Strangely, she occasionally gifts food and fabric to her 2 elder sisters. Although these gifts are voluntary, they accept them quite naturally and have formed a habit of such exchanges. Just as winter arrives, They come to visit Yun Yiyi empty-handed, without any presents. Yun Yiyi feels indifferent towards them. After all, to her, they are merely strangers. If their personalities align with her criteria for friendship, she may engage with them deeply. Otherwise, they shall remain familiar strangers, without affecting each other's lives. However, she has always harbored a disdain for those who seek unearned benefits. Upon hearing this, Yun Yiyi smirks inwardly, interpreting Yun Lian's words as a sign that she lacks sufficient resources and still desires more fabric. She quickly adds, "It has been a while since I made any clothes. But given my figure, I should refrain from wasting fabric. The fabric on my little sister looks exquisite. Is it a new style?" Yun Yiyi replies nonchalantly, "I bought it casually at the ready-made clothing store." Yun Yiyi continues, "You are fortunate, little sister. You can wear anything beautifully. I lack such fortune." Yun Yiyi sighs, realizing why the protagonist is so easily swayed by these two. People tend to favor flattering words, and the sisters exchange compliments so seamlessly that it almost overwhelms her. She feels no pride in it. Instead, she is filled with discomfort and states, "Elder sister, there is no need for flattery. I haven't purchased much fabric this year." "How could that be?" Yun Yiyi exclaims, realizing her slip and softening her tone. "I was merely surprised. Do you not buy fabric every year? I find a new clothes on Shuang and Xiao Shuang quite appealing." Yun Lian interjects, "Indeed, those garments must be exquisite, crafted by the tailor. They must not have come cheap." While this statement carries a hint of envy, Yun Lian is, in fact, offering compliments. Yun Yi's character is one that values appearances. She prefers others to praise her garments as luxurious and her beauty as striking. To acquire elegant clothing, she would willingly subsist on mere porridge daily. Over the years, the sisters have come to understand her disposition well and regard her as rather foolish. Yes, the second sister recognizes that these are ready-made garments. After I bought them, I had no funds left for fabric. Yun Yiyi finds humor in this. She knows that both elder sisters are aware of her situation, struggling to care for 2 children alone. The sisters had intended to share their grievances, but Yun Yi's comment leaves them at a loss for words. If anyone is to be considered unfortunate, it is undoubtedly Yun Yiyi, who, with no support, faces considerable challenges, as no one in the village has it harder than her. Yet, she is clad in fine garments, her hair neatly styled, her complexion radiantly fair, her fingers smooth and rounded, devoid of calluses. Even her 2 children appear plump and rosy-cheeked, resembling 2 fortunate dolls, which starkly contrasts with the notion of hardship. Yun Lian's smile falters. She wonders if little sister is merely deceiving them, for they have no interest in her fabric. Yun Yiyi consistently purchases fabric in ample quantities. Even at home, she uses her wealth to acquire more. This has been her custom for many years, and Yun Lian is unwilling to believe she has not bought any. Yun Yiyi remains silent, gazing at her, as if to question what it is they truly desire. Yun Lian, flustered, calls out, "Dong Dong, are you clumsy and tangled in something? Why are you taking so long with that bowl?" A sense of foreboding creeps into Yun Yi's heart. From the kitchen, the sound of her son, Zd Ngd Ing, exclaims with delight, "Mother, there is so much meat here." Yn Shuang's cheeks puff up, instinctively sensing a threat to his meat, and he enters a defensive posture. Yun Yiyi soothingly pats his head, and he rubs his chubby face against her palm, feeling utterly wronged. In the kitchen, Zd Ngd Ing holds a bowl and chopsticks, gazing enviously at the rows of meat. The refrigerator stands open, revealing an abundance of food: ribs, meat, buns, vegetables, milk powder, rock sugar, and more. Several baskets covered with cloth are lifted to reveal fresh eggs, amounting to several hundreds, perhaps even over 1,000. Despite the numerous cured meats, Yun Yiyi has barely consumed any, preparing a variety of dishes instead. Currently, a batch of cured meat hangs from the eaves, its color fading over time, appearing less vibrant than before. Seeing such a large quantity of meat is enough to make anyone salivate. Luckily, these are uncooked. Had they been prepared, Zd Ngd Ing might have devoured them all. Yun Lian, upon witnessing the abundance of meat, is momentarily stunned. She now believes Yun Yi's claim of not buying fabric. It appears she has spent all her resources on meat and eggs. However, this amount is overwhelming. Where could she have acquired such wealth? Yun Yi's eyes turn green with envy as she gazes at the food. Yan Shu Enji, still unaware of the unfolding scenario, instinctively dislikes everyone staring at the meat. After all, it belongs to him. Yan Xiaoshuing pipes up, "Mother, did you not say we cannot rummage through others' belongings? That is uncouth behavior." The kitchen falls silent. Though his words are innocent, they sound jarringly out of place. Yun Yiyi secretly admires Yan Xiaoshuing for his insight. Yun Lian dismisses the matter, gently admonishing, "Dong Dong, do not behave this way again." "Tuning to Yun Yiyi." She adds, "Do not be angry. He is just a child." Were she truly concerned about Zdi Ngding's behavior, she would not allow him to repeat such transgressions. Yan Shuing retorts, "I am still a child." However, Zdi Ngding is 8 years old. In rural settings, that age implies a degree of understanding. Yun Lian ignores him, her focus fixed on the eggs and meat, for they have come seeking these very items. Recently, they learned that Yan Qngr had procured a piece of cured meat from Yun Yiyi, leading them to inquire further and discover that she had indeed smoked a considerable amount of meat in a single day. Since Yan Qngr could receive a share, how could they, as Yun Yiyi's elder sisters, be left out? They waited at home for Yun Yiyi to bring them meat, but when she did not arrive, they came seeking it themselves. Initially, they worried that Yun Yiyi might have consumed all the meat, but upon seeing the plentiful supply, they felt reassured. Yun Yiyi lowered her gaze, concealing her thoughts, and closed the refrigerator, her tone devoid of warmth. Di Shuing is correct. If the second sister cannot discipline her child, I shall take it upon myself to do so next time. Feeling displeased, she thought, if he is just a child, then let it be. Yun Lian dared not offend her, promptly agreeing. They were not concerned about Zdi Ngding's rummaging. They simply wished for Yun Yiyi to distribute the meat and eggs. The quantity of meat was evident, and the two sisters calculated how they might divide it. Upon seeing the baskets full of eggs, their eyes sparkled. There were so many that even a single basket could sustain them for quite a while. Clearly, they had already begun to regard these items as their own. "Little sister, how did you acquire so many eggs?" Yun Huixian asked, greedily eyeing the baskets. Yun Yiyi replied, "It is indeed a bit excessive." Her impression of the two sisters was far from favorable, and her tone reflected her indifference. Yun Huixian, oblivious to the chill in her words, quickly added, "But with so many eggs, you cannot possibly consume them all, can you? I have not been well lately, and our food supplies have run out. Please share some with your elder sister." Yun Yiyi looked at her, pursed her lips, and replied, "Elder sister, I do not have enough food for myself either." "What a ridiculous joke. Your food is piled high." Yun Huixian immediately retorted. In times past, one might argue that hunger was a rarity, but in this era, who among us is not afflicted by a scarcity of food? Wen Shuang and Xiao Shuang were reduced to mere skin and bones. Where were you to extend a helping hand? Yun Yiyi remarked, "It is true that she and her 2 children have been living in difficult circumstances. Yet possessing wealth would prevent them from starving. The blame lies squarely on Yun Yiyi herself. However, given Yun Yiyi's temperament, it is no surprise that her 2 sisters share a similar disposition." Upon hearing her words, the 2 sisters appeared somewhat embarrassed, as if struck at the core. Yet after glancing at the little one, they replied, "What are you saying, little sister? The children look quite healthy, don't they? Just look at them, plump and rosy." Yun Lian added, "Indeed, they are even chubbier than Dong Dong." Yun Yiyi merely tugged at the corners of her mouth, her expression devoid of mirth. Yun Huixian gestured towards the cured meat above and chose 2 of the largest pieces, declaring, "I want the second and third pieces from the left." Observing her quick decision, Yun Lian immediately interjected, "Then I too shall have 2 pieces, the 2 on the far right." "Little sister, you have so many eggs. Let us not be greedy. We shall only take this basket," they decided among themselves, seemingly having reached a consensus. Yin Dashuang, understanding their intention to divide the meat, became anxious, his small face contorting in distress. Yet, Yun Yiyi remained silent, and he dared not speak, not out of fear of these 2 ants, but rather of incurring his mother's wrath. Chapter 72. Eldest sister and second sister Zhu Dongdong picked up a plump egg, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Mother, I have never seen such a large egg." As Yun Yiyi listened to their cheerful discussion and prepared to borrow a cart to transport their goods, she refrained from interjecting. It was only when they brought over a stool, intending to stand on it to reach the meat, that Yun Yiyi interrupted, "Eldest sister, second sister, isn't this meat mine?" The 2 seemed accustomed to taking things from here and were momentarily at a loss for words, expressing their confusion with a simple, "Hmm?" Yun Yiyi clarified, "I never agreed to give it to you." Yun Yiyi's expression shifted. You are being too greedy with so much cured meat. How could you possibly consume it all? Even if you cannot finish it, there is no obligation to gift it to us. Yun Yiyi raised an eyebrow, finding their reasoning quite peculiar. Yun Yiyi tugged at Yun Yiyi's sleeve and stepped forward, saying, "Little sister, I heard you gifted a piece of your cured meat to Yin Qingfu when you finished curing it. Surely you've shared with others from the Yin family as well?" This statement was laden with a hint of probing. Yun Yiyi did not conceal the truth, readily admitting, "Yes, I gave a piece to my sister-in-law and another to my second sister-in-law." The two exchanged glances, understanding each other with a shared look. Yun Yiyi continued, "Then it is settled. As sisters, our bond is even closer, and it is not unreasonable to ask for an additional piece of meat, is it?" Yun Yiyi added, "Indeed. We only require a basket of eggs at most." There were already 4 full baskets of eggs, with more in the refrigerator, nearly overflowing. Giving them a few would still leave Yun Yiyi with an abundance. This single basket contained several hundred eggs, far too many for the 2 women to carry away. Yun Yiyi's eyes darted, and she began selecting several eggs from the nearby basket, placing them into the basket she had chosen. Since she intended to share with her second sister, she naturally wished to add more. Greedily, she moved a few more eggs, striving to fill her basket to the brim, as if these items were rightfully hers. Yun Yiyi observed this spectacle, her initial irritation replaced by amusement. "Eldest sister, I fear these eggs cannot be given to you." Yun Yiyi immediately became defensive. "Why not? What reason could you possibly have?" "No reason at all," Yun Yiyi replied. "What is mine is mine. I may give it to whomever I choose. Must I provide a justification?" Inwardly, she thought, "These eggs are not purchased by me. Where would I acquire such a multitude? They are merely what I have gathered recently to sell in the county town, specifically meant for Manager Song at Zue Shaolu restaurant." Her explanation was so detailed, even disclosing the name of the restaurant, that it was evident she spoke the truth. Yun Yiyi's expression stiffened, revealing her reluctance. "Must you sell them all?" They, after all, were rather short-sighted, having rarely ventured beyond their village, let alone to the county town. Their curiosity about the source of Yun Yiyi's eggs was overshadowed by their desire to claim them. Yun Yiyi chuckled, "If you do not sell the eggs, will you support me?" Yun Yiyi chimed in, "Surely you have over 1,000 eggs. Keeping some for yourselves is acceptable. How about this? My sister and I will only take half a basket." She believed she had made a concession. Yun Yiyi nodded, but before the two could revel in their perceived victory, she added, "These eggs are worth 5 won each. This winter, I have relied solely upon these eggs for sustenance. You know I do not cultivate land nor raise pigs. I have heard, eldest sister, that your pigs have grown quite large. When it comes time to slaughter them, might you spare some meat in exchange for eggs?" This remark seemed oddly familiar, as if Yun Yiyi had appropriated their own lines, for it was usually they who lamented their hardships. Yun Yiyi indeed had a large and robust sow, which had recently given birth to several piglets, a prized possession for them, though the pig had grown considerably. Her greed prompted her to delay the slaughter, hoping for an even larger return. Yun Yiyi cast a glance at Yun Yiyi, seemingly intrigued by the pig. All relatives had their eyes set on it, and Yun Yiyi resolved that if the time came to slaughter it, she would discreetly close the door, ensuring none of these impoverished relatives received a share. Yun Yiyi spread her hands, feigning helplessness. "If eldest sister is unwilling to negotiate, then I must take these eggs to the county town to exchange for money. The household funds have been depleted, and these eggs are my only worth." Zhu Dongdong understood that he would not be receiving any of the eggs, so he held one in his hand and looked at Yun Yiyi with wide, pitiful eyes. "Mother, I want to eat an egg." Yun Yiyi's expression hardened as she scolded. "Eat what? Did you not hear your aunt say they are to be sold? You can't expect to eat eggs every day. Our household cannot afford such luxuries." She raised her voice, ostensibly reprimanding Zhu Dongdong, while her gaze flickered towards Yun Yiyi, as if hoping she might soften and simply hand over an egg to Dongdong. Zhu Dongdong pouted, on the verge of tears, but he turned to glance at Yun Yiyi. Yun Yiyi replied with a smile, "Indeed, your mother speaks the truth. These eggs are meant for sale. Be careful with it. If you drop it, it will cost 5 won." The little drama between mother and son was quite entertaining, yet Yun Yiyi saw through it with ease. She insisted that the eggs were for sale, leaving them with no choice but to refrain from outright theft. While they may have harbored such thoughts, they lacked the courage to act on them. Yun Yiyi managed to force a smile. "Then we will not take the eggs. Just a few pieces of meat will suffice." Yun Yiyi conceded, I will still take the 2 pieces on the right. Yun Yiyi inquired, eldest sister, with your household raising pigs. Do you truly find yourself lacking in pork? Yun Yiyi was particularly sensitive to the mention of pigs, fearing any discussion regarding the division of her pork. Her smile nearly cracked under the strain. Little sister, how could you say that? Pork is quite expensive. Every household is in need. Unlike you who has purchased so much at once. I spent all my savings on this meat. There is no choice in the matter, for I am rather gluttonous. While this has made my current situation somewhat challenging, should you find yourself without pork, I am certainly willing to share some with you. After all, we are sisters. Upon hearing this, Yun Yiyi perked up. Yes, we're the best of sisters. Do you remember our childhood days of fishing together? However, as Yun Yiyi sensed her sister's nostalgia, she interrupted, of course, I will not be giving it away for free. If I share half a piece with you now, then when you slaughter your pig, you must also share some with me. How's that sound? Yun Yiyi was taken aback by this proposition. Yun Yiyi concluded, surely this suggestion is not unreasonable. I assumed you would have planned to share pork with us when the time comes. Wouldn't you, second sister? Yun Yiyi cast a doubtful glance at Yun Yiyi, knowing well that the pig had long reached maturity, yet it remained unslaughtered for reasons unknown. Apart from butchers who specialize in the pork trade, others who slaughter pigs tend to host gatherings, sharing portions of the meat with family and friends. Yun Yiyi had been eagerly anticipating the day when she would partake in a pig slaughter, and upon hearing Yun Yiyi mention it, she readily agreed, wishing that Yun Yiyi would promptly carry out the deed and distribute the meat. A slight quiver passed over Yun Yiyi's face. Of course, she would share with them, but the time for slaughter had yet to arrive. Satisfied, Yun Yiyi removed a half piece of meat, appearing to weigh only 3 or 4 jin, remnants from her previous meal. She did not mind parting with this piece, but there would be no more to spare. Yun Yiyi scrutinized the rows of substantial cuts. What do you mean, little sister? You clearly indicated you wanted the 2 largest pieces. In the past, she would have found the half piece acceptable, but in comparison, it now seemed beneath her. This piece is meant for the eldest sister. When you slaughter pigs in the future, you may return a piece of equal weight to me. With a smirk, Yun Yiyi replied, I doubt the eldest sister will bestow a 10+ jin piece to everyone. A single pig cannot bear such generosity. Something is better than nothing, Yun Yiyi retorted. A clever woman who had already devised a plan to secretly slaughter a pig and concoct a story about swine fever, ensuring that no one would partake of her pork. It appeared that her little sister had become somewhat shrewder, for she hastily took the piece of cured meat and departed. Yun Yiyi lingered for a moment, but did not witness any action from Yun Yiyi. Even as Yun Yiyi prepared to take her leave, Yun Yiyi had yet to claim her share. Unable to restrain herself, Yun Yiyi coughed. Has the second sister caught a chill? The weather has turned cold. Do take care of your health, Yun Yiyi remarked upon witnessing her incessant coughing. Have you forgotten something? Yun Yiyi pressed. Yun Yiyi furuit herburuth, seemingly pondering something, and in response to Yun Yiyi's expectant gaze, she moved her lips to utter nothing. Yun Yiyi was not inclined to play guessing games. Where's the meat? You have yet to share it with me. The remaining meat was intact, and any piece would surpass that half given to the eldest sister. She was not greedy and considered obtaining even a single piece of profit. So, the second sister desires meat as well? Yun Yiyi inquired. Of course, otherwise, why would I have traveled so far? I am not idle. If the eldest sister has meat, I certainly deserve a share too. Ignoring her sister's longing gaze, Yun Yiyi replied, however, my cured meat was traded with the eldest sister. You have not raised pigs, so what could you possibly offer in exchange? Yun Yiyi belatedly realized she had been drawn into a negotiation. Their earlier conversation had indeed revolved around exchanging meat, and she falteringly stated, Little sister, we are all siblings. Why must we be so calculating? Even siblings keep accounts. This meat did not simply fall from the sky, Yun Yiyi countered. Perhaps this remark was too harsh. For Yun Yiyi's expression darkened. You did not keep accounts when sharing with the Yin family, yet you start counting here. Second sister, I treat others as they treat me. Do not presume that I'm overly generous with meat. When I'm away from home, they often bring food for the 2 children. What have you done? She continued. This rack for curing meat was borrowed from Yin ergo. Otherwise, I would have had no means to cure the meat. Are you aware of this? Chapter 73. Departure. Yun Yiyi, of course, was oblivious to these matters and did not wish to know. She was solely concerned with how much meat she might receive. Yun Yiyi's implication was that she would not receive even a single piece, which infuriated her. Even Yun Yiyi could no longer bear to watch and advised. Little sister, what are you doing? We are all family and must look out for one another. Yun Yiyi did not deny her words, nodding repeatedly. Before Yun Huixian could feel pleased, she stated, in that case, eldest sister, you may distribute that piece of meat. She pointed to the cured meat in Yun Huixian's hands, which was already small. Her eldest son was an adult, yet unmarried, still living at home with a hearty appetite, and this little meat would not suffice for long. How could she bear to part with half of it? This meat was given to you by Yun Yiyi. I have no intention of sharing it with Yun Lian. Had I known, I would not have spoken up for her. Regret filled Yun Huixian's heart, and she resolved to remain silent. However, Yun Yiyi did not let her off the hook. With a smile, she said, eldest sister, please share this piece with the second sister. I will not require anything in exchange from her. How you divide it is entirely your affair, and I have no objections. Just as Yun Huixian was about to refuse, Yun Lian interjected, let us proceed as little sister suggests. She felt anxious, fearing she might end up with nothing. Today's Yun Yiyi was different from before. She appeared cold and merciless. If she came away with nothing, it would be a disaster. Even a small amount of meat would be better than none. She gazed longingly at the piece of cured meat in Yun Huixian's possession, wishing she could slice half of it away immediately. Little sister, where do you keep your knife? I would like to borrow it. Since tidying up the kitchen, Yun Yiyi had stored away all the utensils, and Yun Lian scanned the area but found nothing. Her urgency to claim the meat was evident, and without further inquiry, she bid farewell to Yun Yiyi. Zhu Dongdong gazed longingly at the eggs, his eyes filled with a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Such a young child already harbored these thoughts. As Yun Lian stepped outside and called for Dongdong, he reluctantly departed. Once the two had left, Yun Yiyi pursed her lips and muttered to herself, I must install a security door in the courtyard. Yin Xiaoshuang asked, what is a security door? It is a door installed in the courtyard to prevent unwanted visitors from entering, Yun Yiyi explained. This courtyard is vast yet lacks even a single door. Anyone can waltz in uninvited. Previously, I had not realized this issue while others came. Whether it was the Yin family, Zhou Cheng, or even Ma Xiao Xiao, they all entered with my permission. What particularly irked her was that Zhu Dongdong rummaged through her belongings. Thankfully, he only ventured into the kitchen. Had he entered other rooms and discovered her snacks, they would surely have been squandered. Yin Deshuang recalled the cured meat and felt an indescribable sensation. Only when he grew older would he understand that it was a gnawing discomfort, the lament of a food lover who failed to defend his treasures. Mother, why did you give the meat to them? Yin Deshuang had witnessed their attempts to acquire more meat, yet Yun Yiyi had refused them. If that were the case, why did she still part with a piece? Wouldn't it be better to give nothing at all? Yun Yiyi shuruk nonchalantly. Do you know why they came today? The two young ones, encountering such matters for the first time, blinked in confusion. They came seeking something. If I had given them nothing, they might have caused a scene. However, it was merely a small piece of meat. I am more than willing to pay such a trivial price for peace. The two young ones, of course, could not comprehend this reasoning. Yin Deshuang clutched his chest, feeling distressed over his meat. Yun Yiyi was unfazed. These profound truths were merely casual remarks to her. Though the two were still young, she did not underestimate them. As they grew, they would inevitably grasp these subtleties through subtle influences. To Yun Yiyi, a single piece of meat held little significance. She had no intention of selling the eggs either. After delivering the eggs to the tavern, it seemed that Manager Song was about to close the door, and her stock of eggs continued to accumulate, likely to be stored until spring of the following year. In truth, she was weary of the excess eggs and lacked space for storage, but to gift them to those who lacked gratitude felt distasteful to her. Yin Deshuang had become irritable due to this incident, lacking energy throughout the day. There were leftovers of pork rib porridge from lunch, and although Yun Yiyi initially planned to settle for that, upon seeing Yin Deshuang's dispirited demeanor, she smiled wryly and placed the porridge in the refrigerator. Then she cleaned a piece of cured meat and declared, tonight, I shall prepare something special for you. Only food could brighten the spirits of a food lover, and indeed, Yin Deshuang's gloom lifted. What is it? Yun Yiyi glanced at him with a smile, claypot rice with cured meat. Indeed, it was a name that he had never heard before. Yin Daxiao felt a surge of excitement and decided to stay by the side, determined to watch Yun Yiyi cook. Yin Daxiao's mind was filled with the lesson from the previous day that he had not understood. Seizing the opportunity when the two were momentarily distracted, he dashed into the house. Preparing clay pot rice does not require much meat, and in this age where meat is precious, Yun Yiyi believed that too much pork was not good for one's health. She usually restricted Yin Daxiao's intake, but today, noticing his low spirits, she generously sliced more cured meat. She washed the rice thoroughly, soaking it in hot water, and began to prepare the cured meat, slicing it into thin pieces and also cutting some ginger into shreds for later use. She took several pieces of cabbage from the refrigerator and washed them as well. Yin Daxiao watched as Yun Yiyi set up the pot, adding water, and when it boiled, she briefly blanched the cabbage. After a short while, she removed the cabbage and placed it in a bowl aside. Yin Daxiao blinked in realization. This was how the vegetables he ate every day were prepared. However, he thought that such dishes would surely lack flavor, as Yun Yiyi had not added anything. Once she had prepared the ingredients, she began steaming the rice and cooking the cured meat. Being cautious of choking, she did not steam too much rice. When the rice was fully cooked and the cured meat was ready, she mixed the meat into the rice, added the ginger shreds, and included 2 eggs before continuing to steam. She took a small bowl and, noticing the child behind her, asked, "I am about to make the sauce. What flavor do you prefer? Should I make it a bit spicy?" Yin Daxiao, who enjoyed both sweet and spicy flavors, nodded in agreement. Considering that children should consume less spicy food for their well-being, Yun Yiyi added soy sauce, salt, vinegar, mild chopped green peppers, and sesame for seasoning. Upon lifting the lid, she found that the 2 eggs had been perfectly steamed, their whites solidified into a delicate hue. She then added the cabbage and evenly drizzled the sauce over the rice. Dividing the clay pot rice into 2 portions for the children, she planned to cook noodles for herself later. With such a delightful meal, Yin Daxiao was overjoyed. He picked up an egg, only to discover it was a soft-boiled one, oozing with deliciousness. The tenderness of the egg was exquisite, and as he savored a mouthful of rice filled with meat, he exclaimed, "Mother, this egg is delicious." This was indeed the first time he had tasted such a delectable egg. "You're only eating it this once." The eggs in the clay pot rice should ideally be medium cooked for the best taste, but overindulgence is not good for your health. "I want to make it again next time," Yun Yiyi remarked. Raw eggs can harbor bacteria and should not be consumed frequently. In modern times, there are sterile eggs available that can be eaten raw without concern, but such options did not exist in ancient times. Nevertheless, a single indulgence would not lead to illness. She could not overly coddle the 2 children, lest they become fragile at the slightest gust of wind. Upon hearing Yun Yiyi declare that she would not prepare it again, Yin Daxiao immediately began to relish the egg, cherishing his final meal, which amused Yun Yiyi greatly. Yun Yiyi's words were riddled with inconsistencies, yet they remained oblivious, being led by the nose and sent away with mere scraps of meat. Yun Huixian had walked all the way to her doorstep without uttering a word. Yun Lian sensed something amiss and quickly said, "Elder sister, have you passed my house? Are you planning to divide the meat at your place?" Little did she know, Yun Lian had been following her all along. Despite her inner displeasure, Yun Huixian nodded expressionlessly, affirming, "Yes, my knife is ready." This piece of meat was fatty on top and lean beneath. It was already small, and if divided in half, there would be even less. Yun Huixian raised the knife and aimed to cut into one side. If she proceeded, the upper 2/3 would consist of fat, leaving only 1/3 of lean meat. "Sister, isn't this unfair? Are you truly giving me all this fatty meat?" Yun Lian protested, apprehensive of accepting such a portion. Yun Huixian silently cursed, thinking that Yun Lian was ungrateful. Her intention was for the meat on top to be hers, but with Yun Lian speaking up, it was clear she was dissatisfied with her division. After distributing the meat, Yun Huixian felt a growing resentment towards Yun Lian. Upon reflection, she realized that the root of the issue lay with Yun Yiyi, whose eagerness to gain something quickly led to her misfortune. Had she and Yun Lian been more resolute in their stance, Yun Yiyi would have surely yielded more pieces of meat. Regardless of her marriage, this meat should be a filial offering to them. In essence, even if not given to them, at the very least, it should go to their parents. Yun Yiyi's actions were indeed unfilial. Yun Huixian's mind began to churn with ideas. That evening, she placed half of the sliced cured meat into a pot of congee to cook. The resulting cured meat and vegetable porridge was fragrant, and their family, who seldom indulged in meat, found it irresistible. While cooking, Yun Huixian could not help but scoop a spoonful for herself, reveling in the salty and savory flavor of the dish, with the tender pieces of meat melting in her mouth. Though she had refrained from adding salt, the cured meat's natural saltiness infused into the porridge, imparting flavor to every grain of rice. At the table sat 4 people: Yun Huixian's husband, her eldest son, and her second son. Her eldest daughter was already married. Yun Huixian's second son was nearing adulthood and was considerably taller than her. As the pot of porridge dwindled, he eagerly filled a large bowl, nearly overflowing, exclaiming, "Mother, this cured meat is truly fragrant." Yun Huixian, busy stuffing food in her mouth, mumbled, "I assent it. I never expected my smoked meat to be so impressive." Everyone knew she had visited Yun Yi's home that day. Typically, she would bring cloth for new clothes. But although there were no garments today, the delectable meat was more than enough to satisfy her. They devoured the meal with the urgency of starving souls, a daily routine born from the scarcity of food. As the pot of porridge quickly neared the bottom, just as Yun Huixian's eldest son was about to pour the last drop into his own bowl, she stopped him, saying, "Changqin, take the last bit of porridge to your aunt." Changqin, Yun Huixian's second son, was disgruntled as he had not managed to grab the last of the porridge due to his slower reflexes. Hearing that it was to be given away made him even more displeased. "Mother, why? We barely have enough for ourselves." Yun Huixian shot him a glare, admonishing, "What do you know? You take it over and tell her the meat is from your little aunt. And remember to describe how she has plenty of cured meat at her home." Changqin did not hold much regard for this little aunt, as in rural areas, marriages occurred early and families tended to have many children. Yun Yiyi was merely the youngest child of Yun Mu, only a few years older than Changqin. When he was born, Yun Yiyi was still a child herself, so it was unreasonable to expect him to have profound respect for her. By the end of the meal, the porridge had cooled, and Changqin had sneakily eaten several spoonfuls before being scolded by Yun Huixian. Only then did he comply, scraping the pot clean. Even so, he only managed to fill half a bowl with porridge, which contained only a few pieces of cured meat. Satisfied, Yun Huixian declared, "Come along with me." Yun Mu, Yun Fu, and their youngest son and daughter-in-law lived together. Throughout her life, Yun Mu had wished for many sons, yet fate seemed to favor daughters. After giving birth to 2 girls, she finally had Yun Baotian. When she yearned for another son, she instead bore another daughter, Yun Yiyi, leaving her feeling quite disheartened. As she aged, she had resigned herself to this fate. Yun Baotian was merely a year older than Yun Yiyi, yet he had only been married for a year and had no children. Still youthful, he greeted Yun Huixian politely, saying, "Elder sister." Yun Huixian smiled. "I merely came to check on our parents." Yun Mu and her daughter-in-law were embroidering garments by candlelight. When Yun Huixian called out "Mother," she placed the porridge before her, saying, "I made meat porridge tonight and brought some for you and father." Su Su, still a bashful and timid new bride, accepted the bowl of congee, her voice soft and delicate. It had already cooled down, so she said, "I'll heat it up." With that, she rose and went to the kitchen. Yun Huixian remarked, "Mother is truly fortunate. My sister-in-law is so considerate." Yun Mu's hair had turned white early, making her appear older than Yun Fu. Her drooping eyes seemed unapproachable. In her youth, she was quite attractive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given birth to a daughter as lovely as Yun Yiyi. She had long noticed the bowl of meat congee, and although it was rich in aroma, she immediately perceived the issue. If Yun Huixian were truly filial, she ought to have brought more bowls. She said coolly, "What brings you here today, and with meat, no less?" "Mother, that's not the point. I'm here to show my filial piety. It's my duty," replied Yun Huixian. Yun Mu was well aware of her daughter's natures, as long as they didn't cause her trouble. That was enough. Yun Mu merely grunted in response, feeling fortunate to have a beloved son. "Mother, this meat is for my younger sister. She cured it herself, and it's incredibly fragrant. You'll know once you taste it." Over the past year, her skills have improved, and the meat is quite good. It's a pity she's stingy. She cured over 100 pounds, yet only sent a few pounds to me and the second sister. Hardly enough to eat, said Yun Huixian. Yun Mu had been home for quite some time and hadn't been in touch with Yun Yiyi. She had always favored sons over daughters. And since Yun Yiyi married into the neighboring village, she had even less time for her. Hearing Yun Huixian's words, she pondered when was the last time you received cured meat, and why had she cured over 100 pounds? Yun Huixian smiled slightly. "In just these few days, my sister has likely struck it rich. My second sister and I saw her eaves filled with cured meat, and she even has over 1,000 eggs." Yun Mu gasped. Where did she acquire so many things? Yun Huixian replied, "You know, my sister has always lived more meticulously than us. With her husband absent, the Yin family must have given her quite a bit of money." Speaking of the Yun family, each person was indeed a character. When Yun Yiyi married, She received no dowry, and while Yun Mu received a considerable bride price, she remained dissatisfied, always feeling cheated. Although she didn't like Yun Yiyi, she had to admit that she was her most beautiful daughter, hoping to profit from her marriage. Yun Mu didn't care how the Yin family treated Yun Yiyi, but considering Yun Yiyi's capricious nature, if they could endure her, it must mean they treated her very well. It wasn't impossible that they supported her financially for raising children. Mother, my sister is so stingy that she wouldn't even share those eggs with us. My second sister and I didn't dare ask, thinking she was saving them for you. And as for that excellent cured meat, she must have shared some with you. Yin Huixian remarked, as she sensed the time was right. Yin Mu's heart wavered. Is that true? Yun Yiyi insisted. My sister has sent quite a bit of meat to the Yin family. Surely there is some for you. After all, you raised her, and she can't forget that. Yin Mu sensed something was off in her words. When did she send out the meat? I haven't heard any news about it. Just then, Su Su returned with the heated congee, carefully dividing it into 2 bowls, making it appear even less, with only a half bowl remaining. Su Su obediently acknowledged and took the bowls. Yin Mu took a bowl and drank a sip. In these times, who wasn't thin? Being so thin that even her son couldn't be born was of no use. She suddenly widened her eyes, quickly finishing the congee, leaving not a drop. This cured meat is delicious. Is it truly made by the youngest? Mother, why would I lie to you? My sister has plenty left. I suspect she'll send some to you and the little brother in a few days. But it's strange that I had to take the initiative to ask this time for her to share even a little with us. I heard that when she just finished curing the meat, she generously gave over 10 pounds to Yin Qingren. What? Yun Mu slammed the bowl onto the table, producing a crisp sound. This was absurd. Did she truly believe that a daughter married off was like water spilled? I am still alive, and yet she behaves so recklessly. What has she left for me? I haven't heard a whisper of her sending meat these days. Yin Huixian consoled her, Mother, do not be angry. Perhaps my sister simply forgot. Yin Mu, fuming, retorted, I believe she has forgotten about me, her mother. Inside the room, the two were engaged in an intense discussion, and Yin Baotian, being a man, found it inappropriate to join in, so he rested in the courtyard, watching the little chicks scurrying for food, casually plucking a blade of grass to chew, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Su Su was quiet and disinclined to chat with others, so she sought needle and thread to sew alone in her room. She incessantly recounted Yun Yiyi's faults, and just then, Yin Baotian entered, muttering, My sister probably doesn't have that much meat. Yin Huixian frowned. Little brother, do you think I'm lying? I saw it with my own eyes. Yin Mu sided with Yin Huixian. Yes, your elder sister makes a valid point. What do you know? You were always the honest one as a child, unable to even claim your own belongings. Yin Baotian felt discontent. How could he compete with the third sister for things? He had always given way to her. If we were to speak of closeness, in truth, Yin Baotian and Yun Yiyi had the best relationship, having grown up together due to their similar ages. Yin Mu had always favored Yin Baotian, reserving the best treats for him. For instance, if she bought a bun at the market, she would secretly save it for him, not eating it herself, always intending to leave it for Yun Yiyi. After being caught by Yin Mu a few times, it was mistakenly thought that Yun Yiyi was taking his things, leading to her receiving quite a few scoldings. Yun had always been willful, thus harboring resentment towards Yin Baotian, which further strained her relationship with Yin Mu. As the two grew older, they gradually avoided each other, no longer interacting as they once had. Chapter 75. Purchasing cured meat, Yin Mu brought out the meat congee warmed in the kitchen, saying, Old man, take a look. This is the cured meat that the youngest sent to the eldest. They came over on their own accord. The youngest felt too embarrassed not to send something. Yin Fu tasted a spoonful and indeed found it delicious. Yin Mu swallowed hard. You see, the youngest has completely disregarded us. It's been so long, and she hasn't sent any meat. Perhaps we should go to her house tomorrow. Yin Fu paused, disapproving. No, that is not appropriate. What business do we have interfering in her life? What do you mean others? I am her mother. Shouldn't she be filial to me? Yin Mu had always been quite domineering in this household. Yin Fu lost his appetite for the congee. Yin Huixian added, I will go with you. The two exchanged words, causing a headache for Yin Fu, who, being older, found it unbearable. Yet he still felt that it was wrong to pressure someone into giving food. He didn't favor this youngest daughter either, but it was unacceptable for a group to force someone a hand over their provisions. That was akin to robbery. He waved his hands repeatedly. No need to discuss. This is not feasible, and I will not agree. Yin Mu placed her hands on her hips. What do you mean? Are we all to starve? Yin Fu replied, How could we starve? Didn't we store grain this year? That little grain is only enough for pickled cabbage. It's the same every year, and I'm tired of it. This time I must go, Yun Mu insisted resolutely. Yun Baotian lowered his gaze, making his thoughts unreadable. Although Yun Fu was the head of the household, he was often powerless against Yun Mu when she caused a stir. Yun Huixian added fuel to the fire. Father, look how thin mother has become. If my sister has something, she certainly shouldn't be hoarding it. If I had that much meat, I would at least offer half to you both. Her words struck a chord with Yun Mu. Although she knew that Yun Huixian was selfish, who didn't he enjoy flattery? Yun Fu, lacking eloquence, could only say, that doesn't seem quite right. Yun Huixian's eyes darted around. She was confident that if mother intervened, regardless of how unwilling Yun Yiyi was, she would have to share the meat. Otherwise, it would tarnish her reputation for filial piety. If this became known to the village head, it would be Yun Yiyi who bore the brunt of it. She had never considered the damage to Yun Yiyi's reputation. She merely sought to gain some benefit. This matter must not be disclosed to Yin Lian, for if she were to learn of it, she would inevitably suffer heartache from having to part with half of her meat. Yin Hu 11N is already in discussion with Yin M regarding the visitors for tomorrow. Yin Odi cleared his throat softly before interjecting, Mother, the weather has been quite unkind lately, and your rheumatism is acting up again. Allow me to go in your stead tomorrow. Yin M's rheumatism flares up on rainy nights, making it arduous for her to walk during severe bouts. However, when not afflicted, she maintains a relatively robust constitution. Given the unpredictable nature of the weather, one cannot ascertain when the rain might descend. In Yin M's perspective, at her age, she ought to be enjoying the comforts of home rather than toiling away. Yin Hu 11N, in a fit of urgency, revealed the truth. This is out of the question. You're hardly a match for your younger sister. Yin replied, She is my own sister. How could she possibly be a rival? It would be utterly unacceptable for Yin M to attend. It would surely lead to chaos. Yin M, though skeptical of Yin Yi's filial intentions, has always harbored a fondness for her youngest son, and she tends to prioritize his suggestions. Thus, she was swayed. Very well, you shall go tomorrow. Yin expression brightened. Rest assured, mother. Yin beauty and bears a ressemblance tout Ym. Yet his temperament mirrors that of Ynf. Ym sighed, her heart laden with concern for Ynbodn, fearing he may encounter misfortune. In the night-time, a solitary thin candle flickered, casting a dim light that illuminated only a small area. SS's garments were nearly completed, with only the finishing touches remaining. The light danced gently, casting fleeting shadows across her face. Ynbodn, troubled by his thoughts, turned and sat up. It is dark. We shall resume sewing in the morning. SS smiled, her cheeks forming subtle dimples. It is fine. I can finish your clothes tonight. I still need to make shoes for mother in the morning. Ynbodn replied, We are not pressed for time. SS nodded, but did not set aside her needle and thread. Ynbodn, recalling tomorrow's matters, felt a pang of guilt towards SS. Yet he still needed to discuss it with her. He rose and opened the cabinet, retrieving a dusty money pouch that appeared quite thick, though it merely contained small coins. As he tipped it over, the copper coins clinked as they cascaded onto the bed. Ynbodn began counting, totaling less than 2 taels of silver. This money was saved over the course of a year and included earnings from SS's sewing endeavors. The Yin family had always been financially strained, having spent most of their savings during the wedding. Yet this was the necessary money, and there was no alternative. When Ynbodn took the coins, SS remained unperturbed, quietly focused. Her head hung gently, exuding a soft beauty in the dim light of night, prompting Ynbodn to let out a deep sigh. Husband, what troubles you? SS inquired, her voice cutting through the silence. Ynbodn replied, You are aware of today's events. I will be visiting SNMI tomorrow. Though SS had been inside, the ruckus in the hall was quite loud, and the wooden house offered little insulation against sound, so she undoubtedly had heard. You're going tomorrow? She asked, tying off her thread. I promised mother I would go, but I cannot simply demand meat. That would be unbecoming, Ynbodn stated. SS nodded in agreement, acknowledging that such an act was beyond her character. Yet, she was not one to dwell on matters. Her gaze clear and untroubled by the prospect of acquiring meat. Seeing her approval, Ynbodn felt emboldened. I intend to use the money to buy some meat for SNMI. Surely, she would not refuse. and I shall tell mother it was willingly given by SNMI to appease her. However, he lamented the high price of meat, considering their current financial constraints. Before he could finish, SS's eyes brightened. What a splendid idea. You're a quite clever husband. YNBODN was taken aback by her straightforwardness. So you agree? 10 gene of meat is not inexpensive. SS found it curious. Acknowledging his thorough planning, I had not considered these things. She extinguished the candle. Placing the garments on the bedside, you may try them on tomorrow to see if they fit. YNBODN's heart softened. Very well. Do not rise too early. Rest a little longer. SS seemed to drift off almost instantly, mumbling indistinctly, no, I must prepare breakfast. If I sleep too late, mother will surely have something to say. The following day, as YNBODN awoke, YNM began urging him to prepare, and he discreetly took 101 from the pouch. It was still early, and he suspected YNYY had yet to rise. So he lingered at home for a while longer before setting off. The protagonist usually slept until the sun was high in the sky. But YNYY rose early. Although she had little to occupy her time, she cherished the act of rising with the dawn, advocating for her 2 little ones to adopt the same routine. Except in rare instances, she would indulge in a late slumber. Today was a splendid day, clear and bright. By around 10 o'clock, the sun had ascended, casting its radiant light into the courtyard. The winter sun, though lacking in warmth, still offered a glimmer of hope. The air remained chilly. Yet YNYY set a stool in the yard, pulling back the oilcloth and other coverings from the chicken coop to allow the hens to bask in the sunlight. The flock of hens, sensing the long-awaited warmth, clucked incessantly. YNYY called her 2 little ones over to join her in feeding the chickens. The feed consisted of ordinary cabbage, which she had hastily chopped that morning. The hens had hearty appetites, and with her recent lack of outings to procure vegetables, she felt the need to search for wild greens in the woods soon. While YNYY was tending to the chickens, she heard someone call out, "NMI, long time no see." The visitor bore a somewhat familiar visage, resembling YNYY's own, clad in a clean gray robe, neatly stitched, suggesting it was new. He stood there motionless, a flicker of nervousness in his eyes, as if afraid YNYY might reject him. This was not surprising, as they had not met for quite some time. The last encounter had ended with YNYY sending him away. YNBODN exhaled in relief, approaching YNYY earnestly. SNMI, I have come to buy some preserved meat from you. I have brought money and can pay the market price. You need not offer a discount. How about 7 per gene? Buying preserved meat? YNY confusion. Yes, YNBODN affirmed, but as he raised his gaze, he was struck speechless by the sight of the plump hens he had raised. Those hens, unfazed by his presence, strutted proudly, pecking at the cabbage leaves. When did you acquire so many chickens? YNBODN exclaimed incredulously, observing that each hen must weigh at least 3 to 4 gene and were all egg-laying hens. A myriad of emotions swirled within him. He was astonished, even rubbing his eyes to ascertain he was not imagining the scene. Yet there they were, lively and healthy, clucking as they feasted on cabbage. He felt a surge of happiness, recognizing that YNYY had managed to raise so many chickens, which ensured her livelihood. YNBODN parted his lips to speak. It is nothing. He then retrieved a string of copper coins from his pocket. Here is 101. Please select a piece of preserved meat for me, and I shall be on my way. YN11N had previously described YNYY's preserved meat, claiming each piece weighed over 10 gene. The coins varied in condition, some new, others old and smeared with grease or dust, clearly hard-earned. YNYY took the coins eagerly. Very well, I can sell you some, but you may choose for yourself. Though the sum was modest, YNYY had not expected him to genuinely come to buy meat. She had initially thought YNBODN might be leveraging familial ties to coerce her into giving him meat, especially since she had just given meat to her other sisters. Logically, she should have offered some to this nominal brother as well. Do not blame Yun Yiyi for harboring such thoughts about him. It is simply that she has been disgusted by other relatives, leading her to believe that the purchase of cured meat was merely an excuse. Upon witnessing that Yun Baotian indeed brought money, it became evident that he was resolutely determined to buy the meat. She found it puzzling and led Yun Baotian into the kitchen, gesturing towards the meat, saying, "Choose a piece for yourself. I have not weighed it." Despite having heard about it, the sight of so much cured meat still startled Yun Baotian. He thought to himself, could it be that third sister has truly struck it rich? Has she encountered some fortuitous opportunity to sustain so many chickens? He pointed to a medium-sized piece, saying, I will take that one in the middle. You are not greedy. This piece is probably worth no more than 101, Yun Yiyi remarked with a tilted head. It is fine. You have smoked it for so long and added salt. All of this costs money, Yun Baotian replied. This reasoning made sense to Yun Yiyi, who then allowed him to take the meat. He obediently placed it into the bag he had brought and prepared to leave. Yun Baotian, do you truly enjoy cured meat so much? Yun Yiyi asked, her curiosity piqued. The protagonist, who was of similar age and had never called her sister but always addressed her by name, piqued her interest. Yun Baotian pressed his lips together and fluttered his eyelashes, replying, Third sister's cured meat is delicious. I like it. Yun Yiyi casually remarked, How would you know it is tasty? Have you visited eldest sister and second sister? She had confidence in her own culinary skills. After all, it had taken nearly a day to smoke this cured meat, so the flavor must be exquisite. Yun Baotian shook his head. Honestly, was eldest sister in my house? Upon hearing this, Yun Yiyi immediately understood. TSK, did mother not say I am unfilial? She had no clear impression of this mother, as she was not the protagonist. Although there was a figure in her memories, she would not actively seek to recall her unless prompted. This mother had always lived with Yun Baotian. After he established his own family, he naturally took on the responsibility of caring for her. Yun Mu did not share much maternal affection with her when she was married off. She received a sum of money and thereafter had little communication with her. Yun Yiyi scrutinized him for a few moments, her gaze clear. Did eldest sister send you to ask me for cured meat? Or was it mother's idea? Yun Baotian coughed awkwardly. In any case, you must insist that it is from mother. The situation was thus mutually beneficial. What does my own meat have to do with them? She huffed. They could just go to mother and discuss these trivial matters. Have I not already sent them several pounds of meat? They show no gratitude whatsoever. Yun Baotian recalled eldest sister's greedy expression and suddenly thought of something. Third sister, you did not let eldest sister see the hens you raised, did you? No. They went directly into my room and rummaged through the kitchen. Yun Yiyi stated matter-of-factly. Yun Baotian replied, That's good. Remember to keep your chickens hidden to avoid envy. No wonder eldest sister had not mentioned the hens. If she had seen so many, who knows what tale she would weave before mother. You truly worry too much. Yun Yiyi chuckled, but I do not mind. Do they dare to seize it outright? Yun Baotian genuinely felt they might dare, and his lack of eloquence left him at a loss for words, causing his eyes to dart about anxiously. The women of the Yun family were not easy to deal with, making life challenging for both Yun Fu and Yun Baotian. This thought struck Yun Yiyi as amusing, and she laughed. You rarely come by. Stay a while. Do not rush to leave. Would you like to see the two little ones? Yun Yiyi suggested. Little ones? He had only heard of little rabbits. Never had he encountered such a description for children. When he arrived, Yun Baotian had feared Yun Yiyi would send him away. Now, the prospect of seeing the two children delighted him. The last time he saw Yun Yiyi's son, the two were still babbling incomprehensibly. The two little ones had not ventured outside. Yin Dazhuang was busy cracking walnuts. Upon hearing Yun Yiyi call him, he abandoned his walnuts and hurriedly ran out, indicating that Yun Yiyi was slightly more important to him than food. Mother, are you making something delicious? Yin Dazhuang exclaimed as he tumbled into her embrace. Yun Yiyi patted his head. This is your little uncle. Greet him. Yin Dazhuang, with his round face and bright eyes, looked at Yun Baotian and chirped, little uncle. Yun Baotian was unaware that Yun Yiyi's action was an acknowledgement of his identity. After all, eldest sister and second sister did not enjoy such treatment. Slowly arriving behind was Yin Xiaozhuang, who coolly said, little uncle. He opened his hands, revealing the walnuts he had just cracked. Mother, you eat this piece. He presented the largest walnut kernel. After a moment's thought, he selected a few smaller pieces and approached Yun Baotian, saying, These are for you. Yin Xiaozhuang had no ulterior motives. Yun Yiyi had taught them that guests should be treated with kindness and shared food was a matter of politeness. The little white dumpling extended its chubby paws to feed him, and Yun Baotian felt an unprecedented nervousness. Having just handled the meat, his hands were slightly dirty. He wiped them on his robe before reaching for the walnuts. The little one was plump, with rosy lips puckered and a tuft of hair bobbing on top of his head. He could not help but want to touch him. But Yin Xiaozhuang noticed his intention and retreated a bit. Yun Baotian could only pat his own head, thinking how clever this child was. Are you the older brother? Yin Xiaozhuang's heart leaped with joy, and he shot Yun Baotian a delighted glance, leaving him puzzled. He had been spoiled by Yun Mu, and, being a child himself with no sons, he had no understanding of young children's thoughts. Before Yun Yiyi could speak, Yin Dazhuang angrily declared, "I am the older brother." This little one was even rounder. Having previously turned away from him, even the shape of his bottom was chubby. He now looked displeased at Yun Baotian, his expression youthful yet lively. Yun Baotian felt his heart melt at the sight and softly said, "It was the mistake of your little uncle. Next time I will surely distinguish between you." In truth, they were easy to differentiate. One was plumper, Yin Dazhuang, while the quieter one was Yin Xiaozhuang. Yun Yiyi smiled. Having spent ample time with the two, she could tell them apart at a glance. However, others still perceived the two as remarkably similar. Yin Baotian took a closer look and truly noticed the differences between the two. Yin Xiaozhuang had a tuft of hair on his head. He blurted out, and Yin Xiaozhuang touched his own head in confusion. "You certainly seem to enjoy children. Why not have one of your own?" Yun Yiyi teased. In an era that valued large families, it was quite progressive of him to express such thoughts. Indeed, Yin Baotian had a point. Poverty often begets more poverty. Many families bore 8 or 9 children, unable to sustain them, leading to many untimely deaths. Moreover, with a preference for sons, some families even abandoned their daughters in hopes of bearing a son. The Yun family exemplified a preference for sons. Yet at least Yun Mu had managed to raise Yun Yiyi with great effort. Although the Yun family was poor, they had land and grain, which was manageable. Otherwise, Yin Baotian would not have been able to marry. However, this was their private matter, and Yun Yiyi found it inappropriate to delve further. Yun Baotian found joy in children, especially the plump ones. Although Yin Xiaozhuang remained indifferent to him, he answered all of his questions, while Yin Dazhuang always managed to elicit laughter from him. While Yun Baotian conversed with the two little ones, Yun Yiyi collected dozens of eggs to place alongside the cured meat. She had far too many eggs, having gathered over 100 that morning, leaving no room even in the kitchen. Yin Baotian gauged the time and decided it was time to leave. He had come with a purpose, and if he delayed even a moment, he feared Yun Mu might come looking for him. "Third sister, I will visit again when I have the time," Yin Baotian said, looking at the two little ones. "I am leaving." Yin Dazhuang waved his chubby little paw as a farewell. When Yin Baotian reached for his bag, he discovered an additional small bag containing dozens of eggs. He was taken aback. "Third sister, what does this mean?" Yin Baotian had hosted a banquet when he got married, and Yun Yiyi had attended, but she left after eating, without even meeting Su Su. The Yun family truly exemplified a matriarchal society. Chapter 77. Catching loaches. Yun Huixian initially believed that she would gain nothing. Eventually, she planned to accompany Yun Mu to Yun Yiyi's home, hoping to acquire some goods. This was her motivation for hastily arriving upon hearing that Yun Baotian had departed. Yun Baotian nodded slightly, prompting Yun Huixian to eagerly approach and relieve him of his burdens. The preserved meat belonged to Yun Yiyi's family, as she recognized its distinct hue. The other bag contained eggs, each one large and round, identical to those she had previously seen at Yun Yiyi's residence. Yun Huixian paused, astonished. "She even gifted you eggs? Aren't they meant for sale?" "She didn't give us any." Her barrage of questions startled Yun Mu, who remarked, "What is so strange about the youngest sending me eggs?" Suppressing her inner dissatisfaction, Yun Huixian lowered her voice, expressing her surprise. "Didn't my younger sister mention that these eggs were for sale and not for gifting? How has that changed?" She implied that Yun Yiyi was a deceiver, untrustworthy in her words, merely trying to dupe them. However, to Yun Mu's ears, the interpretation shifted. It seemed the youngest still held her mother in regard. Cautiously, she cradled an egg, marveling at its quality. Previously, Yun Mu had shared her grievances with Yun Huixian, yet now she disregarded her entirely. Yun Huixian nearly ground her teeth in frustration, fully aware that Yun Mu would not accompany her to Yun Yiyi's home. Yun Mu was selfish, content only with her own gains, indifferent to her daughter's needs. Yun Mu retrieved a basket from within the house, lining the bottom with straw and placing the eggs carefully inside. In recent years, her eyesight had deteriorated, making it difficult to see nearby objects, but in the sunlight, the large eggs appeared to her as shimmering treasures. In a buoyant mood, she declared, "There are 50 in total." 50 large eggs were not a trifling amount. Yun Huixian quickly interjected, "My sister has over 1,000 eggs at her place. She only brought out 50. Uncertain if Yun Mu believed her. The impact of her words diminished since she had not witnessed the large eggs herself. In her lifetime, she had never seen such large specimens. For someone to offer 50 outright was extraordinary. After all, their 3 hens laid eggs only sporadically, barely enough to sustain them. Noticing that Yun Mu did not respond, Yun Huixian pursed her lips, feeling discontent, yet unwilling to leave empty-handed. Sensing the tension, Yun Baotian suggested, "Mother, I will hang the meat inside first." The sight of the large, plump piece of meat delighted Yun Mu, prompting her to repeatedly exclaim good. To convey her excitement, "Let us fry some egg for dinner. Make sure to tell Su Su." Yun Mu made her decision. "All right," replied Yun Baotian. Yun Huixian, upon hearing this, resolved to stay, hoping to share in the meal. After all her efforts, she could not leave with nothing. Even a meal of eggs was preferable. The Yun family's meals were generally quite satisfactory. For Yun Mu was not one to deprive herself, which explained the spirited nature of Yun Yiyi. Yun Mu shot her a glare. "Go on, we see each other often. What is so remarkable about that?" Regardless of what Yun Mu said, she was determined to stay for the meal. After completing her chores, Su Su began cooking vegetables and frying eggs. Upon noticing Yun Huixian outside, she asked, "Mother, is the eldest sister staying for dinner? Should I fry a couple more eggs?" Yun Huixian replied, "Don't be absurd, Mother. One meal, one tea deplete your resources." Su Su blinked, puzzled, and added more eggs. Yun Mu's eyelids twitched. Although there were 50 eggs, she could not bear such waste, unaware that they were using their own eggs. Yun Mu had also been saving eggs, though those laid by her hens were significantly smaller. Su Su truly lacked awareness. If not reminded, she would remain oblivious. Su Su was generous with the oil, resulting in large, fluffy, and fragrant fried eggs. Usually, Yun Mu thought her culinary skills commendable, ensuring that both she and Yun Baotian ate well. Yet now, she found herself increasingly discontent, especially when Yun Huixian grabbed a piece of egg, which only deepened her frustration. Su Su, however, refrained from taking any eggs for herself, quietly consuming the vegetables instead. Meanwhile, Yun Baotian noticed her preference for vegetables and offered her his eggs. Yun Mu fit displaying her displeasure. Yet her eating speed did not wane. She had instructed Su Su to prepare the eggs and encourage her to use plenty of oil, all for Yun Baotian's benefit, leaving her bewildered by their lack of understanding. With their minds consumed by eggs, Yun Huixian finally departed with a smile. Early in the morning, Yin Dashuang and Yin Xiaoshuang set off to play, engaging in games of hide-and-seek, making steamed buns, and playing house. Yun Yiyi was not well-versed in the childhood interests of little boys. She had favored dolls as a child, eventually gravitating toward various electronic games and social media as technology advanced. The children's clothes were indeed prone to getting dirty. Yun Yiyi would occasionally comment on this, but was not overly strict. After all, she did not wish for them to live a regimented life. Yet she also did not want to constantly see their attire sullied. Yin Xiaoshuang was a case in point. His clothing rarely remained clean, but with the onset of colder weather, he had shown some restraint, only to revert to a muddy state today. Yin Xiaoshuang trailed behind, balancing a stick on his shoulder, with a small wooden bucket nestled between them, trudging along. Yun Yi squinted her eyes, noting that Yin Xiaoshuang was even dirtier, his face smeared with mud and his pink coat turned black, as if he had rolled in the muck. This was unprecedented, yet his face still radiated an innocent smile. Yun Yi inquired, "Where have you been?" Yin Dashuang, completely unaware of his disheveled state, set down the bucket and lunged into Yun Yi's embrace, only to be halted by her finger. "Step back. First wash your face and change your clothes." Yin Xiaoshuang seemed to realize his predicament, glancing down at his filthy attire, then aimlessly wiping his face, only to transfer the mud to his previously clean cheek. Yin Dashuang exclaimed, "Mother, second uncle took us to catch many loaches. Look, hurry and see." He was brimming with excitement, flailing his arms. The small bucket contained a half-load of live loaches, creatures Yun Yi had previously tasted and seen for sale, but never imagined catching herself. "How did your second uncle think to take you loach catching?" Yun Yi asked, puzzled. Yin Xiaoshuang recalled the scene vividly, his eyes brightening. "Second aunt went too. We were playing by the fields and we saw them tilling, and second uncle called us over." Yun Yi understood. Loaches typically resided in lakes or rice paddies, usually measuring around 3 or 4 inches in length, round and slippery, often challenging to catch. After the harvest, everyone prepared to till the fields, and catching loaches while doing so was quite an engaging activity. However, the field work had been completed long ago. Only Yin Qingfu had just begun tilling. It was not that Yin Qingfu was lazy, but he was indeed a bit more leisurely than other farmers. He had work in the city, and the rice field assigned to him was not extensive. After the last harvest, he and Yin Erseo had forgotten that the rice paddy still required tilling. Seizing the good weather, they had only just remembered this matter and decided to rise early to till the fields. As they were busy, they spotted the two plump children poking around with a stick. Although Yin Erseo held some reservations about Yun Yiyi, she adored children, especially those as delightfully chubby as these two. Yin Erge, noticing their boredom, decided to teach them how to catch loaches. Catching loaches was indeed a skillful endeavor. They were slippery and would escape even if one managed to grasp them firmly. Yin Xiaoshuang concentrated intently, but the little loaches always evaded capture. Frowning, he looked exceedingly serious, filled with determination. The situation on the side of Yin Shuang is equally dire, yet he remains undaunted, attempting to catch loaches with his chubby little hands, only to have them slip away. Yin Ergu bursts into laughter, as after much ado, they have managed to turn over the fields and catch nearly half a bucket of loaches. In truth, most of the loaches were caught by Yin Ergu, and Yin Ersaw's skills were not much superior to those of the two children. However, Yin Xiaoshuang counts with his fingers, declaring that he has caught 9 loaches, nearing double digits, which is quite impressive. All right, you should go change your clothes now, Yun Yiyi suggests. Their mother does not reprimand them, and Yin Xiaoshuang adds, "Second uncle said he would take us fishing next time." Speaking of fish, it has been a long time since Yun Yiyi has had any. The modern rivers are polluted, and few fish thrive there. Even if some do exist, no one dares to eat them. The fish sold in the market are all farmed. Yet in this era, everyone must catch their own fish from the river. So the little ones enjoy this. Yun Yiyi smiles. Yin Xiaoshuang immediately becomes excited, wanting to hug Yun Yiyi's leg, but hesitating for fear of dirtying her clothes. Chapter 78. Loach stewed with tofu. As the two children head indoors to change their clothes, they also grab a mirror from Yun Yiyi's room to check their appearance, realizing just how dirty they are, prompting them to fetch a cloth to wipe their faces. While they're occupied, Yun Yiyi has already placed the loaches in clean water to soak. After changing, Yin Shuang can't help but think about his loaches, stepping outside for a moment to gaze at them. The more he looks, the more he contemplates, muttering to himself, "Can these be eaten?" In Yin Shuang's mind, everything is edible. Yin Xiaoshuang recalls Yin Qingfu's words and shakes his head. "No, we can't eat them. They are filled with mud. And eating them means eating mud." Even at their young age, they understand that mud is not for consumption. Disappointed, Yin Shuang lowers his head, poking at the loaches, quickly losing interest. What use is there if they cannot be eaten? These loaches, being rather unattractive, have lost their charm as they gaze upon them. Yin Xiaoshuang picks up a loach, holding it firmly this time without it slipping from his grip, and he feels content. With so many loaches, he can practice and vows to catch even more in the future, ensuring he won't fall short compared to others. While Yun Yiyi is cooking inside, she overhears the children's murmurs and chuckles, wondering why she would place loaches in water if they were not for eating. As the pot stews with pork ribs, she explains, "These loaches can be eaten once they're cleaned. I'm letting them soak in clean water. After a couple of days, they will expel the dirt inside, and then we can prepare a delicious dish." Yin Shuang's gaze towards the loaches instantly transforms, sparkling with excitement. These creatures are indeed edible. He disregards the mud, believing his mother when she says they can be eaten. Yin Xiaoshuang, in his childish voice, exclaims, "Next time, we will catch loaches for mother to eat." Yun Yiyi, he genuinely fears the two little ones might sneak off to the fields without adult supervision and fall into a pit. She has worked hard to raise them chubby and healthy, so she takes the opportunity to educate them on safety once more. However, she believes in rewarding them for their efforts, saying, "In a few days, I will take you both fishing." Yin Shuang wholeheartedly believes her, clapping his hands in delight. "Good, I want to go with mother." Compared to second uncle, he prefers to accompany his mother. Yin Xiaoshuang also agrees, determined to catch a substantial number of fish next time. Yun Yiyi would not deceive them, but she refrains from specifying a date. Fishing in winter is challenging, and she knows she must first fashion a fishing net. It is worth noting that both children are rather unfortunate, lacking even a memory of their father's presence. Being a woman, Yun Yiyi does not think to teach them to climb mountains, scale trees, or catch fish. In truth, she is overthinking. She assumes that boys in this era partake in such activities and that those who enlist in the army are undoubtedly strong and robust. It is only upon encountering reality that she realizes her assumptions were mere flights of fancy, but that is a matter for another time. During this period, Yun changes the water for the loaches several times. After 2 days, she retrieves the loaches, ready to commence the preparation of a delectable dish. In modern times, loaches are typically farmed. Yun Yiyi has sampled them a few times in restaurants, finding their texture tender and smooth. However, she has heard that they are often treated with hormones, which could be harmful, and since they are not inexpensive, she has chosen to limit her consumption. The current food shortage is partly due to many believing certain foods are inedible. Crabs and snails are avoided because they are perceived as having hard shells. Loaches are also overlooked, thought to be nothing more than mud. Yet, after thousands of years of culinary development, the people of Tianqiao have learned to transform almost any ingredient into a delightful dish. Loaches are, in fact, a nourishing delicacy, rich in protein, with some even referring to them as ginseng of the water. Eating a stew of loaches in winter would surely warm one's body. Yun Yiyi retrieves 2 blocks of tofu from the refrigerator and rinses them in clean water. After soaking for a while, the loaches have mostly expelled their dirt. She drains them, removes their heads, cleans out their innards, rinses them again, and then seasons them with salt. This time, she daringly adds lard, which has solidified in the cold weather since she had saved a bowl from the last time she felt it was a waste to discard fatty meat. As the fat melts in the pot, it begins to release an enticing aroma. Yun Yiyi adds chili, ginger, and other seasonings, stirring them in as the pot sizzles, filling the air with a rich fragrance. She pours all the loaches into the pot, adds a splash of wine, and stirs thoroughly. Once the loaches are golden brown on both sides, she adds water to bring it to a boil, followed by the cubed tofu, continuing to stew. When it is ready, she adds salt and soy sauce, garnishing it with chopped green onions, and serve a large bowl of soup. The broth is vibrant red with the addition of green and red peppers, making it visually appealing and appetizing, reminiscent of the hot pot broth she has enjoyed before. The flavors of the tofu and loaches are soft and smooth. Being a soft-bodied creature, the natural loaches from the mud have a more delicate texture. Not only do the 2 children love this taste, but Yun Yiyi herself savors it greatly, relishing the delicious loaches for the first time. Yenda Shuang gazes at Yun Yiyi with almost reverent admiration, marveling at how she can make anything taste so delightful. Mother, let us go catch loaches together next time, he suggests, popping another loach into his mouth, convinced that second uncle has deceived him. These loaches are nothing like mud, which has a bitter taste. As for how Yenda Shuang knows the taste of mud, it stems from his childhood curiosity while playing with it, leading him to lick his fingers, a foolish act he has not repeated since Yun Yiyi's guidance. Yun Yiyi, however, is not adept at catching loaches. These slippery little creatures are quite clever. Yet, she cannot refuse Yenda Shuang's request and replies, "We'll talk about it later." In Yenda Shuang's eyes, Yun Yiyi is capable of anything. Although he had seen many loaches last time and caught quite a few, most had escaped, and he had likely ended up with no more than 5. These loaches are the fruit of Yun Yiyi's labor. Yun Yiyi contemplates sending some over later, keeping a portion for herself and returning the bucket as well. After the 2 children finish their lunch, Yun Yiyi surveys the expansive yard, and a new idea blossoms in her mind. She wishes to create a fish pond where she can raise fish and loaches. While she has never raised loaches, she has experience with fish, albeit goldfish, and suspects the rearing process is somewhat similar, making it not too difficult. However, constructing a fish pond poses a challenge, as there are neither excavators nor cement. Yet, with idle time on her hands and a desire to improve her life, she feels compelled to give it a try. In the afternoon, Yun Yiyi ladled the mudfish soup from the pot into a large bowl and covered it with a lid. She had reheated the soup and deliberately chose not to visit at noon, fearing they might still be asleep. Being quite astute, she knew that during winter, Yun Yiyi had little to occupy his time, and both of them were rather lazy, often rising only when the sun was high in the sky. However, she did not expect that at this hour they would still be in slumber. The front doors stood wide open, yet no one was in sight. Yun Yiyi placed the bucket outside and called out, but received no response. In rural areas, it is customary to leave doors unlatched during the day, as families are usually at home, and even if they are out in the fields, they remain nearby. At most, they would lock up the inner rooms to protect their valuables. Despite the occasional thief, it was easy to identify culprits in the daylight, as they lacked the audacity to steal openly. If she ventured into the inner room, she would discover they were indeed asleep. After having breakfast that morning, the two had returned to rest, and Yin Ergu, still in a daze, seemed to hear someone calling him. He nudged Yin saw, asking if she had heard anything. He felt as though someone was calling out to him. Yin saw, hearing nothing, felt hungry after sleeping all day and shook her head, suggesting it might just be a dream. Yin Ergu, having indeed been dreaming, accepted her explanation. Feeling groggy, he decided to get up, and upon entering the main room, he spotted the bucket with a large bowl inside. Yin Ergu exclaimed, "Someone has indeed been here." Yin saw, her hair tousled, hastily tidied herself, and yawned. "What are you shouting about? Who has been here?" Yin Ergu pointed at the bowl on the table, picking it up. "It looks like it belongs to Sandy Saw. I thought I heard her calling me." When Yin Saw realized Yun Yiyi had visited, her eyes flickered, and she pouted. "What is this?" The contents of the bowl were still warm. When Yin Ergu uncovered it, a rich aroma wafted up. Yin Saw's gaze fixated on the meat, and her hunger intensified, though she remarked, "Why would she bring us food if she has nothing to do? Is she looking to trouble you?" Yin Ergu scrutinized the dish, a perplexed expression on his face, and uncertainly said, "This seems to be mudfish." Although it had been stewed into soup, its shape unmistakably resembled that of a mudfish. Yin Saw questioned, "Aren't mudfish inedible?" She leaned closer to examine the soup, noting that the surface of the fish had turned a golden brown, looking quite delectable. "This should be a small fish, not like mudfish." Yin Ergu expressed his doubt. "Is that so?" Yin Saw was not overly concerned about such details, reasoning that anything edible would not be harmful. She fetched 2 bowls, served some soup for Yin Ergu, and eagerly stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth. The mudfish was not hot. After sitting for a while, it was at the perfect temperature, tender and smooth, with a hint of spiciness that was utterly delightful. Unable to resist, she helped herself to another piece. Yin Ergu observed her with a furrowed brow, thinking it peculiar, for this indeed resembled mudfish, which typically had bones. Yin Saw sipped the soup, noting the essence settled at the bottom, flavorful and spicy, with the tofu pleasantly tender, some even dissolving into the broth. "Who cares what it is, as long as it tastes good?" she concluded. One could not deny that while Yun Yiyi had her shortcomings, her culinary skills were commendable. Yin Saw recalled Yin Shuang's chubby cheeks and mused about how that child had grown so plump. With each bite, Yin Ergu observed the dish, eventually finding it delicious, and he too began to savor the soup and meat heartily. However, he ultimately confirmed that the delectable morsels he was enjoying were indeed mudfish. He was astonished that mudfish could be edible, considering they dwelled in the mud. After finishing, Yin Ergu remarked, "But if these small creatures can thrive among crops, they must be non-toxic. Why not eat them?" It was a notion they had never contemplated before. Yin Saw's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. "Darling, let us go catch some mudfish in the fields another day, and I will cook them for you." Yin Ergu's expression stiffened, while her suggestion sounded effortless. Catching mudfish was no simple task. The last time, he had expended considerable effort and time to capture just a half bucket. Moreover, recalling Yin Saw's cooking skills, he felt a lack of confidence. Regardless of the ingredient, she preferred to boil everything in plain water, and he feared that if she simply boiled the mudfish, it would undoubtedly taste unappealing. Yin Saw gazed at him with anticipation, prompting Yin Ergu to clear his throat. "My dear, the surface of this mudfish is golden, indicating it has surely been fried in oil. Moreover, the broth likely contains various seasonings to mask the earthy flavor. Such preparation seems rather tedious. It would be simpler to cook a piece of meat." Yin Saw replied with reluctance, "But cured meat isn't as tasty as this." She had never tasted anything so exquisite. Upon entering her mouth, the meat felt incredibly tender and delicate. "Next year, when I receive my wages, I will buy more seasonings, and then we can catch mudfish." Yin Ergu playfully reassured her, and, satisfied, Yin Saw agreed. He nodded absently, knowing that her enthusiasm would likely wane, and she would forget about it in a few days. Over the past few days, Yun Yiyi had been sketching plans, intending to construct a fish pond in her yard. Though not particularly skilled, she outlined the pond's exterior and marked its dimensions, planning to allocate approximately 10 centimeters on each side. She chose a location for the fish pond opposite the chicken coop, mindful that the coop might need to be expanded in the future, avoiding encroachment on the hen space. While the pond would not be large, Once completed, it could house a considerable number of fish, allowing her to enjoy fresh fish at her leisure, all while relishing the joy of raising them herself. Yun Yiyi used a brush to draw the pond on the ground, then took up a hoe and shovel to begin digging. In an era devoid of excavators, she resolved to dig a fish pond by hand. Initially, she considered enlisting help, but when a moment came to act, she instinctively decided to try it herself. What followed was the arduous reality of manual labor. The soil in her yard was not as loose as that in the fields, being hard and gritty, making it quite challenging to excavate. After half a day of labor, she had made little progress, and the children, finding it amusing, each grabbed a stick to poke at the earth, leaving Yun Yiyi exasperated. "I'm working here. Step aside. Or I might dig you up." Yin Shuang was unconvinced. "Mother, you're clearly just playing." He pointed at the small hole she had managed to dig after working all morning, while he too enjoyed digging with a stick when bored. Sighing in resignation, Yun Yiyi decided to continue the next day, though she felt uncertain about how long it would take to shape the pond. The following day, she resumed digging, and the children, still entertained, poked at the ground with their sticks, and she chose to ignore them. Yin Ergu, having cleaned the bowl, intended to express his gratitude to Yun Yiyi, but upon seeing her and the children digging, he hesitated. "Sandime, what are you doing?" He briefly considered the sight of such young children engaged in such labor. "Just put the bowl in the kitchen," Yun Yiyi replied while vigorously striking the ground with her hoe. Yin Erji's eyelids twitched as he observed. "Sandime, your technique is incorrect." He placed the bowl in the cupboard and stepped back outside, where Yin Shuang tossed aside his stick and tugged at Yin Erji's sleeve, prompting him to affectionately pinch the boy's cheek. Typically, tasks like delivering bowls would fall to Yin Saw, but feeling awkward about it, she had left all such responsibilities to Yin Ergu, even washing the bowl himself. Without raising her head, Yin Yi stated, "Yes, I plan to dig a pond." Yin Ergu could not comprehend her intentions. What was the purpose of digging a pond? He advised, "If you intend to dig a well, that is futile. The villagers have considered this, yet there is no water. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to trek far for water." Yin Yiyi responded, "It's not a well. I simply wish to excavate a pond for fish cultivation." She had already resolved the water issue, but there was no necessity to disclose this to others. "When you expect to finish digging?" "I have heard of wealthy individuals in the county who excavate ponds to raise koi." Yin Ergu did not mock her. He merely expressed his thoughts. Yun Yiyi, fatigued from digging, had to concede that it was indeed laborious. She agreed with Yin Ergu on this point. Unsure of how long it would take her to complete the task alone, she proposed, "Yin Ergu, may I discuss something with you?" "What is it?" She replied, "I would like you and Dagu to assist me in digging a pond. I'll provide meals." If it were to help her with work, he would agree, but engaging in such a seemingly pointless endeavor was another matter. Yin Ergu intended to dissuade her further. Before he could refuse, Yun Yiyi interjected, "Why don't you consult Saw? If she agrees, would you lend me a hand? I assure you, it will not be in vain. I will dig for one more day. There isn't much left to do." As she spoke, a hint of guilt crept into her heart. In this village, assisting with house repairs or chopping firewood was commonplace, provided there was some form of compensation, such as meals. Observing Yun Yiyi's determination, Yin Ergu, feeling somewhat resigned, walked away. He muttered to himself, "How would I know?" Yin Saw chimed in, "Then you should go. If there is something delicious, remember bring me some." "Am I supposed to take a bowl with me? That would be quite embarrassing." Yin Ergu grumbled, "It's merely some porridge." "That may not be the case. I believe Yun Yiyi eats quite well every day," Yin Saw remarked. The two soon abandoned the topic. Yin Ergu planned to visit Dagu the following day, as he had little to occupy himself with lately. Having made little progress with her digging, Yun Yiyi decided to gather wild vegetables in the forest. Along the way, she encountered Zhou Lu, Zhou Cheng, and another individual, who were setting a trap for hunting. "Hunting in this cold weather is not ideal," Zhou Cheng remarked, feeling indebted for her previous kindness. He offered to help her, and since she needed to chop some bamboo, she accepted his assistance. Zhou Cheng said, "Aunt, let me help you with that." Just as Yun Yiyi finished cutting one piece of bamboo, Zhou Cheng had already completed 3. She quickly replied, "That is sufficient. This is enough." Zhou Cheng added, "If you need further assistance, feel free to ask." Yun Yiyi contemplated mentioning the fish pond, but decided against it, as she still viewed Zhou Cheng as a child. At his age, she was still in her first year of high school. Noticing the 2 little ones idly loitering, she instructed them to visit Yan's household and seek out Yin Saw. Yin Xiaoshuang listened attentively to Yun Yiyi's instructions, while Yin Shuang exclaimed, "Mother, are you going to dig a water pool? Can I jump in and take a bath?" "No, the water would be too dirty." Yun Yiyi dispelled his whimsical notions. These days, everyone had been cooped up at home. Yin Ge had not worked for a long time and felt somewhat stifled. Yin Xiaoshuang led the way, calling for others as they searched for Yin De. Spotting Yin Yuan playing nearby, Yin Shuang saw them happily engaged together. Yin De looked at the chubby little one in front of her, puzzled. "Did you say your mother is going to dig a water pool in the yard? What on earth is that for? How peculiar." Remembering his task, Yin Shuang rushed over, his voice innocent. "We can't dig. We use such thick branches. Mother has been digging for a long time." He gestured with his little chubby hand, indicating the branches he had found. Yin De was perplexed, thinking the child might have misunderstood, yet it was not the season for loosening soil. However, from De Shuang's words, it seemed that Sandy Mei was quite eager. Yin De was chopping firewood at the door, and Yin De relayed the matter to him. "Your child, Sandy Mei, has been digging and is looking for help. Would you like to go tomorrow?"